The prosperous merchant family of Longxi, the Sheng family, faced calamity. Sheng Jinchu narrowly escaped disaster and sought refuge with her maternal relatives. Upon her arrival in the capital, she was usurped of her identity as the legitimate daughter of the Sheng family by a maidservant. Her biological mother conspired to provide false testimony, imprisoning her in a dungeon, threatening her with filial piety. Your life was given by me should you disobey. It is an act of rebellion. The maid, who had taken her place, mocked her coldly. Only with your death can I fully assume the identity of the Sheng family's legitimate daughter, inheriting the family fortune and marrying into the duke's residence. Severely beaten, she endured humiliation and torture, being coerced into signing a confession. It was only moments before her demise that Sheng Jinchu discovered the maid was not merely a servant, but her mother's illegitimate daughter from before marriage. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself back on the day her mother forced her to yield to the identity of the maid. Seizing the opportunity, Sheng Jinchu boldly exposed the truth in front of everyone. When did my mother give birth to a maid? Her mother's expression darkened, attempting to manipulate her with the concept of filial piety. However, Sheng Jinchu remained resolute, unyielding to threats, and took the matter to the authorities, revealing her mother's hypocritical and malicious nature. In the damp, cold confines of the prison, the jailer looked disdainfully at the girl lying weakly on a pile of straw, holding out a confession. Miss Sheng has said that if you confess, considering the years you served her, she will not hold your faults against you and will take you back as her maid. Clenching her fists, Sheng Jinchu declared firmly, I am the legitimate daughter of the Sheng family. She is the impostor. As her words fell, the jailer yanked her hair, increasing the force of his grip, and menacingly warned, do not bring misfortune upon yourself with stubbornness. I am the legitimate daughter of the Sheng family. It is I who am, she cried out, channeling all her strength to tear apart the confession. The jailer, enraged, stood up and retrieved a horsewhip from the wall, raising it without mercy to strike her. 1 lash, 2 lashes. The blows were unrelenting. Blood flowed freely as the whip drew fresh wounds across her already scarred skin. Sheng Jinchu lay on the ground, biting her lip fiercely, her face pale as a sheet, tears welling in her eyes, yet she stubbornly remained silent. As she curled up, her consciousness began to fade, and she suddenly saw Sheng Jinchu standing not far away, her pupils dilating in shock. Sheng Jinchu held a handkerchief to her mouth and nose, recoiling into the embrace of the man beside her. Brother Yuan, I am so frightened. The man gently raised a hand to shield Sheng Jinchu's eyes, saying, Yin, she is merely a lowly maid who nearly caused your death or demise, is of no consequence. But, Brother Yuan, Jinchu has served me for 10 years. With the Sheng family annihilated, I considered her a sister, the man replied, concern etched on his face as he wrapped his arm around Sheng Jinchu. The jailer approached with a sycophantic demeanor, stating, Miss Sheng, this maid is quite obstinate. She refuses to confess despite enduring 100 lashes. We are at our wits' end. Sheng Jinchu, distraught, shed tears. If she does not confess, the Duchess may not allow me to enter her home. The Duchess insisted that Sheng Jinchu sign the confession and acknowledge her status as a lowly servant before permitting her marriage. Unexpectedly, this young lady, who had never lifted a finger in labor, proved remarkably resilient, refusing to yield even after enduring over 10 days of torture. Then continue the beating. I refuse to believe that after trying all 72 punishments in the prison, she still will not confess, the man said, casting a disdainful glance at Sheng Jinchu lying on the ground. Sheng Jinchu clutched the man's sleeve tightly, her voice soft. Isn't this excessive? She has brought this upon herself. She wants to live, and yet refuses to cooperate. The man replied, embracing Sheng Jinchu, vowing to provide her with a satisfactory resolution that day. Sheng Jinchu blushed with shyness, lowering her head as a smug smile crept onto her lips, addressing Sheng Jinchu. This is your last chance, Jinchu. If you honestly admit to being a maid who usurped my identity, I will plead on your behalf. Witnessing their intimacy, Sheng Jinchu felt a surge of nausea, her fingertips digging into her palms. Supporting herself, she met their gazes with icy disdain, sneering, You are dreaming. Sheng Jinchu, do not ever expect me to confess you are the true impostor. Sheng Jinchu's expression shifted slightly as she signaled to the jailer. If that is the case, do not blame me for lacking compassion. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her left shoulder, and she gritted her teeth, frowning in agony. Raising her eyes, she saw the jailer towering over her, holding a red-hot branding iron, preparing to sear her flesh. The iron hissed as it made contact, scorching her skin and causing blackened blood to seep forth. The excruciating pain forced a muffled groan from her lips, and as her consciousness began to cloud, blood spilled from her mouth, even as the jailer continued to strike her without any sign of pity. Her eyelids fluttered shut. Jinchu, a familiar voice suddenly resonated in her ears. Summoning her last vestige of strength, Sheng Jinchu opened her eyes, struggling to lift her head, and saw a woman in a deep purple gown entering. She paused, her voice trembling with excitement. "Mother! Mother!" Sheng Jinchu cried, grasping the newcomer's arm and shaking it gently, her tone anxious. "What should we do if Sheng Jinchu refuses to sign a confession?" The woman, radiating maternal affection, caressed Sheng Jinchu's cheek. "This place is damp, you should step outside. I will ensure the confession reaches you." "Truly? When have I ever deceived you?" Leaning her head affectionately against her mother's shoulder, Sheng Jinchu cooed, "Mother is the best to her daughter." Sheng Jinchu's eyes widened in disbelief. The mother she remembered had always been stern, never once treating her kindly. Moreover, why did Sheng Jinchu refer to her as mother? Gazing upward, she met the eyes of Madame Zhao, who looked down upon her with a hint of pity, sighing as she bent slightly. "Jinchu, you are a merchant's daughter, unworthy of the duke's estate. Had you remained in Longxi, living a modest life, you would not have faced such misfortune. If blame must be assigned, let it fall upon your ambition, coveting what does not belong to you, nearly ruining Yanyan's future." Sheng Jinchu was stunned. "The Sheng family has been annihilated. I am left homeless and seeking refuge with my mother. What wrong have I committed? Furthermore, how could Sheng Jinchu, my maid, refer to you as mother?" Having her secrets laid bare, Madame Zhao ceased her pretense, irked. "You are ignorant of propriety. Matters concerning elders are not for you to meddle in. For the sake of our bond as mother and daughter, sign the confession, and I will send you back to Longxi, never to return to the capital again." Sheng Jinchu's face drained of color. In disbelief, she stared at Madame Zhao, recalling her father perished at sea. The ship capsized, leaving no trace. Soon after, their family was hunted down by enemies, leading to their demise. Her mother, devastated, had sent her to the Sheng family ancestral hall to observe mourning for 3 years, promising to return for her. She had believed her mother's words. 3 years passed, and there was still no word from her mother. Concerned for her mother's well-being, she ventured to the capital with 2 trusted maidservants, only to be accused of impersonating the legitimate daughter of the Sheng family upon entering the Zhao residence. Imprisoned, she was subjected to daily torture. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness overcame her as she collapsed to the ground. Madame Zhao, disdainful, seized her fingers, staining them with her blood. Producing a confession again, she pressed her bloodied hand to it. With a long sigh of relief, Madame Zhao took the confession and glanced at the weakening Sheng Jinchu, frowning slightly. "Mother." Sheng Jinchu leaned forward anxiously, her eyes lighting up upon seeing the seal. She turned to embrace Madame Zhao's arm, cooing, "Thank you, mother, for resolving this issue. However, I worry Jinchu may hold resentment and cause trouble in the future." Sheng Jinchu, drained of all strength, lay on the ground, watching the 2 women bond intimately. A wave of intense hatred surged within her, and she shouted with all her might, "You have betrayed my father and the Sheng family. I will haunt you as a ghost." Madame Zhao's expression shifted, displeased. "Since you are so attached to the identity of the Sheng family's legitimate daughter, I shall grant your wish." "Mother!" Sheng Jinchu exclaimed in alarm. Madame Zhao commanded, "Prepare a red coffin for Sheng Jinchu. Bury her immediately in the Sheng family ancestral grave." Sheng Jinchu's eyes widened in horror, and before she could struggle, she was bound and gagged, dragged away. With a thud, she was thrown into the coffin, her body plummeting rapidly, spinning endlessly. Ultimately succumbing to an endless darkness, her breath grew increasingly faint. She reluctantly swallowed her last breath. Sheng Jinchu stood on the mountainside, gazing into the distance, where a vast expanse of white met her eyes. The scenery of Mount Dafa in Longxi was enchanting in her previous life. She had resided here for a full 3 years. A cold wind swept by, abruptly awakening her. Taking a deep breath, she adjusted the cloak around her and addressed the 2 individuals behind her. "We shall descend the mountain in 1 hour and return to the ancestral home." Shuizhu wore a face of disapproval. "Miss, the ancestral home has been burned down. You are all alone. What will you do if something happens? If Madame learns that you descended the mountain without permission, she will be furious. Please endure a little longer until Madame sends someone to fetch you." Sheng Jinchu's eyes darkened. In her previous life, she had traveled to the capital with Granny Fong and Cui Zhu, but their carriage broke down halfway, and Cui Zhu mysteriously vanished. She had searched in vain for 2 days without a trace. It wasn't until she encountered Cui Zhu beside Sheng Jinchu that Cui Zhu was the first to accuse her of being an impostor. How infuriating. At that moment, Cui Zhu raised her chin, glaring at Granny Fong with displeasure. Listen to me, no one is allowed to leave Mount Dafa until we receive news from Madam. Smack! A resounding slap landed on Cui Zhu's face. Cui Zhu, in disbelief, covered her cheek, but before she could utter a word, Sheng Jinchu seized her by the throat, the sensation of suffocation washing over her. Miss, do you still wish to have a say? Her tone was chilling, laced with menace. Cui Zhu, frightened, shook her head in panic. Releasing her grip, Sheng Jinchu raised an eyebrow. Pack your belongings. An hour later, the three descended the mountain. Granny Fong suggested hiring a carriage, but Sheng Jinchu dismissed the idea, determined to carry her father's memorial tablet into the city, letting everyone know that the sole daughter of the Sheng family bore a striking resemblance to her father. Cui Zhu muttered her dissatisfaction. Miss, it's at least a 2-hour walk from the foot of the mountain to the ancestral home. As a solitary girl, if you expose yourself and attract unwanted attention, you will suffer in the future with nowhere to cry for help. I say we should take a carriage. The latter part of her sentence was abruptly swallowed under Sheng Jinchu's fierce gaze. She stepped out, cradling the memorial tablet, each step leaving a mark on the melting snow, soaking her shoes and socks. Despite the biting cold, she did not pause. Her porcelain-like skin was reddened by the frigid wind, her dark eyes shining with determination. Upon entering the city, some citizens turned their gazes toward her. This is the memorial tablet of Lord Sheng. One cried out. This immediately attracted a crowd of curious onlookers. I can't believe it's been 3 years already. May Lord Sheng rest in peace. The people instinctively formed 2 rows, some with reddened eyes, others softly weeping. Sheng Jinchu was aware that her father had been an exceptionally good man, instrumental in the development of Longxi and known for his countless charitable deeds. Many had benefited from his kindness. Tears glistened at her cheeks as she tightly gripped the memorial tablet and knelt on the ground. Unfilial daughter, Sheng Jinchu brings my father home, bowing in gratitude to the elders and fellow townsfolk who still remember my father's past. Bang! Bang! Sheng Jinchu knocked her head to the ground 3 times while holding the tablet. Behind her, Cui Zhu finally realized the gravity of the situation, her expression changing as she hurried to support Sheng Jinchu's arm. Miss, how can you publicly acknowledge your identity as the legitimate daughter of the Sheng family? Cui Zhu panicked. If Madame learned that she had failed to keep an eye on the young lady and had allowed this to become common knowledge, would Madame not flay her alive? Miss, you are being incredibly reckless. Cui Zhu bit her lip and reached to snatch the memorial tablet from Sheng Jinchu's grasp. Just as her hand reached out, Sheng Jinchu glared at her with a fierce intensity, her voice dripping with venom. I am my father's only daughter. What is inappropriate about bringing him back to the old home? The murderous aura was palpable, causing Cui Zhu to shrink back, awkwardly withdrawing her hand. Miss, you misunderstood. I am merely concerned that as a solitary girl, returning to the old home might attract the attention of unsavory characters, which is why I kindly reminded you. Sheng Jinchu suppressed her animosity, refraining from anger. Under the watchful eyes of the townsfolk, she cradled the memorial tablet and returned to the Sheng family's old residence. Upon seeing the modestly repaired ancestral home, she was somewhat taken aback. Pushing open the door, her gaze fell upon a middle-aged man who was bent over, sweeping the courtyard. The man trembled as he approached the memorial tablet and bowed. Old servant Qi Xiao pays his respects to the Lord. Sheng Jinchu recalled her father mentioning this man, a prodigy whose talents had been stifled in business. She hadn't expected to encounter Qi Xiao in the old home. Glancing around, she noted the vast residence was devoid of any other figures. It appeared Qi Xiao was the sole keeper. After exchanging pleasantries, Sheng Jinchu placed her father's memorial tablet in the ancestral hall, lighting 3 incense sticks and silently vowing before it. She would undoubtedly restore the Sheng family to its former glory. Qi Xiao glanced at the tablet, his voice choked with emotion. With the Lord gone, the Sheng family's fortune. Uncle Qi, Sheng Jinchu interrupted, casting a glance at Cui Zhu waiting outside, her tone grave. Rest assured, Uncle Qi, I have come of age. It is time to take over the mines left by my father. My return signifies my intent to revitalize the Sheng family. Qi Xiao was momentarily taken aback, following her gaze towards Cui Zhu. Though puzzled, he wisely chose not to press the matter, instead responding, "Indeed, as the sole daughter of the Sheng family, the Lord did entrust me with the inheritance of these assets during his lifetime." A figure stirred in the corridor. Sheng Jinchu continued, "Uncle Chi, I wish to visit my father's courtyard." "Do not worry, Mississippi. I clean the Lord's courtyard daily." Chi Shao led the way, and Sheng Jinchu followed closely behind. As they passed Chui Zhu, she instructed, "Go with Granny Fong and prepare some food." Chui Zhu, still shaken by Sheng Jinchu's earlier display of authority, nodded obediently. With Chui Zhu dismissed, the two proceeded to a courtyard where remnants of the fire still lingered, the rear garden lush with bamboo, the cold wind rustling through the leaves. "Uncle Chi, you were my father's most trusted confidant, safeguarding the Sheng family for 3 years. I'm immensely grateful. Upon my return, I may need to undertake some audacious actions." "Are you referring to Madam?" Chi Shao guessed immediately. Sheng Jinchu's face tightened as she nodded with difficulty. Chi Shao spoke candidly. After the incident 3 years ago, Madam sold off the Sheng family's visible assets in Longxi, including fertile fields, dozens of shops, and estates, totaling over 1 million taels. I was pained to see the wealth left by the Lord squandered, so I secretly repurchased them. Sheng Jinchu's eyes flickered with understanding. Was it sold off a loss due to haste? Chi Shao's expression stiffened, and he did not hide the truth, nodding, at least at a 50% discount. Sheng Jinchu clenched her fists, the pain urging her to remain composed. She listened as Chi Shao continued. "The Lord said that as long as the eldest daughter wishes to inquire, I shall speak without reservation. The Sheng family's business extends beyond Longxi. Few are privy to this knowledge." As he spoke, Chi Shao respectfully presented her with a jade pendant carved with the characters Jinchu. "I have fulfilled my duty and now pass the command of the Sheng family to you." Sheng Jinchu accepted the pendant, tears streaming down her face. She sniffled, rising to kneel. "Uncle Chi, please accept my bow." "That is unnecessary. Without you, the Sheng family's assets would have long been divided. You are the benefactor of the Sheng family. It is I who should bow to you." As she spoke, Chi Shao withdrew his hand, accepting her gesture of respect. Sheng Jinchu bowed again. "I implore Uncle Chi to continue managing the Sheng family's affairs. Only you can assist me. The annihilation of the Sheng family holds mysteries, and as a daughter of the Sheng family, I cannot stand idly by." Chi Shao exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent. I truly did not misjudge you. You are indeed the sole daughter of the Sheng family. The Lord can now rest in peace. As long as you require my service, I pledge my lifelong loyalty to the Sheng family." Sheng Jinchu stood. "Uncle Chi, from now on, you need not refer to yourself as a servant, nor must you call me Mississippi. Just call me Jinchu." Chi Shao hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement, cautiously asking, "Are you planning to go to the capital to find Madam?" Sheng Jinchu shook her head. From the moment she left Longxi with her dowry, she severed ties with the Sheng family. She is unworthy of being called Madam Sheng. The resentment towards Zhao was palpable in Sheng Jinchu's tone. After all, they were mother and daughter, and Chi Shao felt it inappropriate to intervene too much. "Uncle Chi, there are a few matters I require your assistance in discreetly investigating." Sheng Jinchu spoke softly, her gaze lowered. Chi Shao hesitated for a moment, then replied, "This task is not arduous. I shall immediately send someone to the capital to deliver the message." "Thank you, Uncle Chi." To completely extricate herself from Zhao, it was essential to grasp Zhao's weaknesses and unveil the truth to the world, revealing Zhao's coldness, to the extent of renouncing her own flesh and blood. Chapter 3. Return to the ancestral home and reunite with mother. The sole daughter of the Sheng family returned to the city, acquiring dozens of maids and servants, along with guards for the entrance. She even designated a separate courtyard in the front yard to accommodate over 100 guards. The commotion was so significant that the citizens of Longxi could not help but peek in as they passed by the Sheng residence. In the evening, Suizhu watched as Sheng Jinchu donned a splendid robe of shimmering silk with an array of hair ornaments displayed in her dressing box. Even the tips of her shoes were adorned with large pearls. Suizhu gasped, "Miss, your father has secretly left you so many possessions. Why have you never mentioned it?" Sheng Jinchu shot her a displeased glance. "I am the only daughter of my father. The Sheng family has been in business for many years, accumulating wealth beyond measure. Some of it must remain concealed. You wouldn't understand." Suizhu awkwardly nodded, her eyes greedily darting towards Sheng Jinchu's adornments, her mouth watering at the sight. Through the mirror, Sheng Jinchu observed this scene with a cold smile, choosing not to expose Zhu's covetousness. The next day, unable to sleep, Sheng Jinchu found her mind consumed by the image of Zhao and Sheng Jinyan together, prompting her to sit upright. Mama Fong, hearing the commotion, lifted the curtain and entered. "Why aren't you continuing your slumber, miss?" "I cannot sleep," she replied, wrapping herself in a robe and sitting at her desk to read Buddhist scriptures. Forcing herself to calm down, she lit calming incense to aid her focus and unwittingly copied scriptures for nearly 2 hours. When she finally looked up, the sky had brightened significantly. "Where is Zueju?" "She was captured last night and is in a woodshed," Mama Fong replied, exasperated. "You treated her so well. How could she betray you and send word to the capital?" Sheng Jinchu furrowed her brows. The reason she had not dealt with Zhu before descending the mountain was to allow Zueju to send that letter, stirring anxiety in the capital. Humans are innately greedy. If Zhao were to discover that she possessed private assets left by Sheng's father, she would undoubtedly be tempted. In the capital, she lacked power and influence, with no allies against Zhao. However, in Longxi, she had the connections established by her father, and the citizens would not allow Zhao to bully her, an orphan. Glancing out the window at the dawn sky, she murmured, "Do not inflict punishment. Do not let her be harmed." There is no need for words. I have my own plans. Mama Fong nodded in agreement. After breakfast, Qi Xiao hurriedly arrived. "The matter you asked me to investigate has yielded results. The crown prince will indeed pass through Longxi a month from now upon his triumphant return to the capital." In her past life, Sheng Jinchu had heard of the crown prince's victory on her way to the capital. The army had paused in Longxi for half a day. For years prior, during the war at the borders, there had been a shortage of supplies, and the crown prince had sought assistance from her father, who had gathered and sent supplies overnight. Subsequently, the Sheng family had sent food to the borders 2 more times. The Sheng family had rendered service to the crown prince and the court. Those who accompanied my father to deliver supplies, besides me, included a dong, who has since passed. However, the crown prince has seen me twice and will certainly recognize me. With this knowledge, Sheng Jinchu felt a glimmer of confidence. Every year during her father's lifetime, he distributed porridge and clothing at the 4 city gates to help the citizens endure the harsh winters. "Uncle Qi, this year, let me take charge." Qi Xiao immediately understood her intentions. "I will make the necessary arrangements. Tomorrow morning, you shall personally distribute porridge and cloth at the East City Gate. I will ensure your safety and prevent any disturbances." The next morning, she rose early and went to the East City Gate, where 3 porridge tents had already been erected, and a long line formed behind her. The north wind blew, chilling her face. By the time she finished serving porridge and returned home, it was nearly evening. Mama Fong rushed in with ginger soup and hot water for her feet. Watching as her pale face gradually regained its rosy hue, she sighed with relief and asked, "Miss, you personally served porridge. Now everyone in Longxi knows you." Sheng Jinchu's expression paused. Indeed, everyone in Longxi had seen her. Calculating the days, Zueju's letter would reach the capital in about 5 or 6 days. In contrast to the biting cold of Longxi, the capital had already begun to show green buds. A maid delivered the letter to the back door, whispering a few words. The matron immediately ushered her into the courtyard. As the letter reached a beautiful woman's hands, she was smiling, a young girl playing the zither and singing. When her flower-dyed fingers touched the letter and she glimpsed the words Longxi, her brows instinctively knitted together. Upon opening the letter and reading its contents, the woman's expression changed dramatically, and she sprang to her feet. "Quick, prepare the horses." The startled girl ceased her playing and asked in confusion, "Mother, what is the matter?" Zhao's eyes blazed with fury. "It's from Longxi. Sheng Jinchu has returned to the ancestral home without permission, and I was unaware that the Sheng family possesses several private mines." The mention of Longxi altered Sheng Jinyan's complexion, and she anxiously glanced around before stepping forward. Zhao took a deep breath, attempting to reassure her. "Do not be afraid. What belongs to you, your mother will ensure is not taken away." "Mother, I will go back with you." The journey from the capital to Longxi would take at least 10 days by horseback and an additional 2 by carriage. It had been 20 days since Zueju sent the letter. "Miss, the capital's carriage should arrive in Longxi within 2 hours, Mama Fong informed. Sheng Jinchu inhaled deeply, having awaited this day for far too long. In the afternoon, a carriage from the capital approached the East City Gate, grand and imposing. Sheng Jinchu cast a swift glance before returning to her task of distributing porridge, her lips curving into an involuntary smile. The carriage halted not far away. After more than 3 years, Zhao once again laid eyes on Sheng Jinchu, who stood in a vibrant crimson gown, personally serving porridge at the tent. The moment she appeared, Zhao gasped. The resemblance to the late patriarch of the Sheng family was striking. Anyone who had seen him would not doubt Sheng Jinchu's identity. Mother. Sheng Yinyan bit her lip, watching as Sheng Jinchu blossomed into a graceful and elegant young woman, poised and dignified in her every action. Though she considered herself beautiful and had garnered praise in the capital, in Sheng Jinchu's presence, she felt overshadowed. With a quivering voice, she lamented. By the time we received the letter, she had already been serving porridge for 10 days. Adding in travel time, it has been over 20 days. Now, everyone in Longxi praises her. What will happen to me? Zhao furrowed her brows, noting that Sheng Jinchu displayed no impatience, treating people kindly. She had to admit that over the past 3 years, Sheng Jinchu had undergone a significant transformation. Do not rush, Zhao soothed. How can I not be anxious? The marriage arrangements for the Qi Guogong's residence are to be finalized soon after the new year. Sheng Yinyan gripped her handkerchief tightly, her chest rising and falling as she complained. We should never have kept her after the Sheng family fell into misfortune. Yinyan, Zhao interrupted with a cold expression, displeased. Regardless of the circumstances, she is your biological sister, and her crimes do not merit death. Seeing Zhao's anger, Sheng Yinyan's face filled with panic, and she quickly admitted her mistake. I was foolish. Please forgive me, mother. Zhao finally relaxed her brow, adjusting her breath as she instructed a nearby maid. Go fetch the young lady. The maid nodded and went directly to find Sheng Jinchu. Miss, the madam is waiting for you in the carriage. Madam? Sheng Jinchu furrowed her brow in confusion. Which madam? The maid hesitated. Miss, I am Shuanghuan. It is the madam who has come to fetch you. Following Shuanghuan's gaze to the carriage not far away, memories of Zhao's icy words in prison sent shivers down her spine. She gripped the long spoon tightly, biting her tongue to suppress her emotions. After pausing for a moment, she picked up the long spoon and continued serving porridge. Next, please. Thank you, Miss Sheng. There is no need for thanks, elder. Sheng Jinchu smiled faintly before turning to Shuanghuan. I do not recognize the madam you speak of, nor do I know you, Shuanghuan. You must have mistaken me. If you wish to drink porridge, please join the line and do not block the way. Shuanghuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Miss, you do not recognize your own biological mother? With a loud clatter, the long spoon fell to the ground, echoing in the air. Sheng Jinchu's delicate cheeks flushed with anger. What nonsense are you spouting? My mother passed away alongside my father 3 years ago. Who are you to defame her? As her words fell, all eyes in the porridge stall turned toward Shuanghuan, their gazes filled with contempt, as if they wished to flay her alive. Shuanghuan was taken aback, terrified by the multitude of eyes upon her, and she instinctively retreated. This wretch dared to curse me after 3 years of absence. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Zhao could contain her fury no longer. She flung aside the curtain and rushed towards Sheng Jinchu, whip in hand, raising it high. Unfilial wretch, how dare you curse me? Mrs. Zhao was skilled in martial arts, particularly adept with a whip. Sheng Jinchu had once implored her to teach her, but was outright refused. Instead, Mrs. Zhao had crafted an exquisite whip for Sheng Yinyan. The whip sliced through the air, aimed menacingly at Sheng Jinchu's face. Suddenly, a hand shot up and grasped the end of the whip, intercepting the strike with bare hands, causing blood to flow from the palm. Uncle Qi, Sheng Jinchu gasped in surprise. Qi Shao released his grip, revealing a wound deep enough to see bone, blood gushing forth as he shook his head at Sheng Jinchu, indicating he was unharmed. He could hardly bear to imagine the consequences had that whip struck her face. It would have been utterly disfigured. He then coldly addressed the crowd. Who dares to be so brazen as to harm another in broad daylight? Upon seeing Qi Shao, Mrs. Zhao's pupils constricted. She had not expected to encounter him here. A flicker of guilt crossed her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure, straightening her posture. Qi Shao, how bold of you to not even recognize me. Qi Shao frowned. Mrs. Zhao pointed an accusatory finger at Sheng Jinchu. Sheng Jinchu, who gave you the audacity to run a porridge stall while claiming to be the legitimate daughter of the Sheng family? Someone tear it down. Do not dare to demolish it. Sheng Jinchu stepped forward, her face cold. Since Mrs. Zhao refused to acknowledge her, She was determined to force Sheng Jinchu to assume her identity. She had no intention of recognizing Mrs. Zhao either. You dare to defy me? Mrs. Zhao glared fiercely. Chapter 4. A mother-daughter confrontation in the streets. Who is true and who is false? Sheng Jinchu scoffed. This lady is quite peculiar. Upon our first meeting, she already seeks to strike me with a whip and demolish my porridge stall. I am indeed the legitimate daughter of the Sheng family. Why should I hide behind a false identity? Indeed, Miss Jinchu is the legitimate daughter of the Sheng family. Is this woman not perhaps a relative here to take advantage? Countless individuals rallied behind Sheng Jinchu, pointing fingers at Mrs. Zhao. Mrs. Zhao had never encountered such a scene. Her complexion paled, and she gritted her teeth as she confronted Sheng Jinchu. Do you truly not recognize me? Madam, if you are unwell, go seek treatment, and do not obstruct others here. Sheng Jinchu replied, her demeanor unshaken. You. Mrs. Zhao nearly fell back in outrage, pointing at Sheng Jinchu, hurling accusations of ingratitude. Sheng Jinchu retorted, you never bore me. We have merely met once. How can you speak of ingratitude? Mrs. Zhao was momentarily silenced, her face flushing with embarrassment. Strangely enough, this lady does seem somewhat familiar. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Mrs. Zhao rarely ventured out in Longxi, and when she did, she wore heavy makeup, making her current appearance drastically different. Thus, few recognized her immediately, though some felt she looked familiar, yet were uncertain. Mrs. Zhao quickly asserted, I am the matriarch of the Sheng family. Nonsense. My mother has long since departed with my father. Her remains lie in the ancestral grave of the Sheng family. Who are you to impersonate her? Sheng Jinchu placed her hands on her hips, raising her voice, her aura formidable. Who in Longxi does not know my mother was warm and kind to others? How could she ever be as frivolous as you? Wretch! Mrs. Zhao shouted in anger. A trace of derision flickered in Sheng Jinchu's eyes. Is she truly becoming agitated? She merely retaliated in kind. Mrs. Zhao's chest heaved, her eyes burning with fury as she glared at Sheng Jinchu. Suddenly, a voice filled with indignation and rage rang out from behind. Jinchu, why do you impersonate a young lady when you are clearly just a maid? The voice was all too familiar. It belonged to Cui Zhu, who had escaped after long confinement, having smashed the door lock the previous night. Sheng Jinchu stared in shock at Cui Zhu. How are you here? Cui Zhu sneered. We have served the young lady together for 10 years. To seize her identity so ruthlessly, you even sought my life. Thankfully, I managed to escape. Behind her, Mama Fong glared at Cui Zhu with clenched teeth, realizing the young lady had accurately guessed the relationship. However, she was baffled as to why a mother would act so cruelly toward her own child. Sheng Jinchu's complexion paled as she feigned weakness. Cui Zhu bent slightly, supporting Mrs. Zhao's arm, weeping profusely. Madam, Jinchu has been audacious, taking the master's tablet down the mountain. She assumes that without the master to verify her identity, she can selfishly claim the title of the Sheng family's sole daughter while deceiving others. You must seek justice for the young lady. Upon seeing Cui Zhu, Mrs. Zhao straightened her back, a cold smile forming. Sheng Jinchu, what do you have left to say? I order you all to guard the Great Fan Mountain. How dare you descend and impersonate someone else? Such a crime deserves death. With Cui Zhu's appearance, the situation took a swift turn. Many began to glance skeptically at Sheng Jinchu. Could this young girl truly be an impostor? Sheng Jinchu focused intently on Cui Zhu. She had given Cui Zhu a chance, but if she sought her own demise, she could only oblige. So, you are in league with the madam? Sheng Jinchu asked Cui Zhu. Without hesitation, Cui Zhu nodded. Indeed, I was purchased from a human trafficker by the madam and have been with the Sheng family for 11 years. The madam has treated me very well, which is why I must expose you. Cui Zhu's constant reference to herself as a maid felt somewhat odd. Sheng Jinchu turned back to Mrs. Zhao. Madam, do you acknowledge Cui Zhu's words? Mrs. Zhao frowned, pondering the implications of Cui Zhu's claim before nodding. Indeed, Jinchu, considering you have served Yin Yin for 10 years. If you kneel and admit your wrongs, I may spare your life. Sheng Jinchu remained steadfast, a cold smile gracing her lips. Just as the standoff reached a peak, someone shouted, Lord Lu has arrived. At the mention of Lord Lu, Mrs. Zhao's anger visibly dissipated. She turned to see a middle-aged man in a deep blue official robe approaching, flanked by dozens of constables. Lord Lu, just in time. This young girl, so young yet so reckless, has impersonated my daughter Sheng Jinchu. tarnishing the Sheng family's reputation. Please, Lord Liu, have this person arrested. Mrs. Zhao signaled to Lord Liu, her family holding considerable influence in the capital, her brother's position far surpassing Lord Liu's. Sheng Jinchu raised her head, meeting Mrs. Zhao's gaze, searching for any hint of compassion, but found only disappointment. She turned to Lord Liu. Lord Liu, you must have met my father. The entire Longxi knows I resemble him closely. There are many who resemble one another in this world. Does that make them blood relatives? You still dare to argue when evidence and witnesses abound? Mrs. Zhao retorted. Sheng Jinchu lowered her gaze to Qi Xiao, who subtly nodded in her direction, indicating that he had eyes on the capital and the prince. The timing was just right. As Mrs. Zhao arrived, the prince had also reached Longxi and was likely hiding in some corner. Sheng Jinchu clenched her palms, tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed at Mrs. Zhao, her frail form swaying precariously. Behind her, Mama Fong could no longer hold her tongue. Young lady, why must you hide? If the master were still alive, who would dare to bully you so? Mama, please do not speak. The old servant could no longer contain herself. After the master's death, just 7 days later, the madam sent you to the Great Fan Mountain, then immediately sold off the Sheng family's assets in Longxi and returned to the capital with her dowry. Not a single letter has been sent in these 3 years. Why must you continue to shield her? As her words fell, the crowd erupted in commotion. Mrs. Zhao's expression shifted slightly. Mama Fong reached into Sheng Jinchu's arms and pulled out a stack of documents, holding them aloft. These are the receipts for the madam's sale of the Sheng family's assets. They bear her signature. The crowd immediately turned their gaze towards the documents held high by Mama Fong. Sheng Jinchu's face revealed a hint of panic as she hurriedly grasped Mama Fong's arm. Mama, please, you mustn't. In the midst of their heated argument, the documents in Mama Fong's hands scattered like petals caught in a tempest, flying in every direction. Many onlookers picked up the papers, their gasps of shock echoing in the air. It dawned on me that indeed, after the passing of Lord Sheng, Madame Sheng had swiftly liquidated the family assets and fled under the cover of night. How heartless! The grave of Lord Sheng was scarcely cold, yet she abandoned her daughter and departed. Just look at how emaciated the young girl has become, while this woman is adorned in gold and silver, draped in lavish garments. Her visage radiant with no trace of mourning for her deceased husband. Such a comparison paints Madame Sheng in a rather unflattering light. No wonder the young girl claimed that Madame Sheng has died. After all, the corpse of the woman who perished alongside her husband pales in comparison to the one who callously discarded her late spouse, selling off the family's heritage and forsaking her orphan daughter. Has this woman returned after 3 years merely to contest the family's inheritance with Sheng Jinchu? Zhao's face suddenly paled, realizing the disdain the common folk harbored towards her. A sense of guilt flickered across her features. She possessed no affection for the Sheng family. So why should she remain in mourning for a deceased husband? Sheng Jinchu regarded Zhao's flustered demeanor with calmness. She raised her hand, and an instant silence enveloped the crowd. As a woman of the Sheng family, you forsook your duty of mourning for your husband, hastily liquidating your family's assets and abandoning your home. Now, 3 years later, you return to torment the orphan daughter of the Sheng family. I must inquire of the Minister of Personnel, what constitutes justice? Her words resonated with conviction, her gaze unwavering, exuding an aura of authority that belied her tender years. Behind her, hundreds of commoners voiced their indignation. How shameless! Taking her dowry and severing ties with the Sheng family signifies a complete break. Now, she seeks to impersonate Sheng Jinchu to seize the family fortune. This is pure tyranny. Lord Sheng has done so much good for Longxi, and we owe him a debt of gratitude. We shall not permit anyone to bully Miss Sheng. Indeed, one voice called out, and hundreds echoed in response, rallying behind Sheng Jinchu in a formidable display that sent shivers through Zhao. She was caught in a precarious predicament, unable to deny or affirm the accusations, her eyes pleading for aid from Lord Liu. With a stoic countenance, Lord Liu cast a disdainful glance at Zhao. Even a tiger does not eat its cubs. Despite your greed for wealth, you should regard your own flesh and blood. You claim to be Madame Sheng, but do you possess any proof? I have known Lord Sheng for several years, and this young girl bears an uncanny resemblance to him. How could she possibly be false? Zhao's expression shifted to one of disbelief as she pointed a finger at Sheng Jinchu. Ah, you're audacious indeed. inciting the populace to buy the governor's favor to validate your identity. Your ulterior motive is the wealth of the Sheng family, and I shall not allow you to succeed. As Zhao raised her hand, Sheng Jinchu stepped forward, her eyes sharp and her tone steady. You claim I am impersonating the legitimate daughter of the Sheng family. Then might I ask, where's the true daughter? She knew that Sheng Jinchu was hiding within the carriage, enjoying the spoils of this deception. Sheng Jinchu was determined to drag her out for the public scorn. Zhao, believing Sheng Jinchu to be intimidated, smugly declared, Yin is well-educated and refined, a lady I have meticulously nurtured, unlike you, who are brash and foolish. She then pointed toward the carriage. Yin, come down. Chapter 5. The Confrontation of True and False Daughters. Unmasking deceit, Sheng Yin clenched her fists, inhaling deeply before lifting the curtain and stepping down from the carriage. Upon revealing herself, she looked at Sheng Jinchu with feigned sorrow. Jinchu, why do you impersonate my identity? Seeing Sheng Yin again ignited a fierce resentment within Sheng Jinchu, her heart racing with pent-up anger. She stepped forward, fixing her gaze on Sheng Yin's eyes, and raised her voice. Yin, you claim to be the legitimate daughter of the Sheng family, but where have you been these past 3 years? Yin's eyelids fluttered. If she responded that she was at Daffin Mountain, she would surely be exposed, for she had already been seen in the capital and had visited the Qi Guogong's residence several times. I was at my maternal grandfather's house outside the capital, observing the mourning for my father. She stammered, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Jinchu, I have been kind to you. You should not act so recklessly. There is a renowned bone doctor in Longxi who can discern ages through bone examination. The difference in our ages is merely 2 years, and should such a test occur, it will undoubtedly reveal the truth. Sheng Jinchu interrupted Yin, then turned her attention to Zhao. The family genealogy states that the legitimate daughter of the Sheng family is just turning 15 this year. This cannot be falsified. Madam, do you dare let the bone doctor verify it? Yin's countenance turned ashen as she anxiously glanced at Zhao. Zhao frowned, her displeasure evident. How could I mistake my own daughter? I declare she is genuine, and that is the truth. Sheng Jinchu, you are merely a servant whom I took in to bear the Sheng surname. Now you wish to usurp my daughter's place. Had I known this would happen, I should never have rescued you. As Zhao's disdain and hatred became increasingly apparent, Sheng Jinchu felt her heart constrict, her breath becoming labored. At that moment, Yin signaled to Suizhu, who promptly crawled over to Yin and knelt, bowing her head. I pay my respects to the young lady. If you do not return soon, you shall be replaced. Jinchu is a white-eyed wolf, skilled in flattery, and has deceived everyone. Watching the two perform their charade, Sheng Jinchu's patience wore thin. Uncle Qi, I beseech you regarding the Sheng family's honor. Uncle Qi stepped forward, humbly stating, many of you may recognize me, having served Lord Sheng for over a decade. Whenever he traveled, he would send letters to Miss Sheng, describing the scenery along the way. He produced several aged letters, unfolding them to reveal, my daughter, Jinchu, now in the 12th year of Northern Liang. The name Jinchu stood out vividly. Several letters bore similar content. Uncle Qi addressed Zhao. Lord Sheng had a fondness for calligraphy, and numerous works are in circulation. Comparing these will reveal the authenticity of the letters. Additionally, while Lord Sheng was alive, he commissioned 100 paintings for Miss Sheng at the Ink Treasure Studio. Furthermore, he had left many pieces of jewelry for her at the Pearl Pavilion, each set inscribed with Miss Jinchu's name. The dozen or so shopkeepers in Longxi had seen the portrait of Miss Jinchu years ago and would never mistake her identity. A wave of witnesses arose from the crowd, each vouching for Sheng Jinchu. At this point, the evidence was irrefutable. Sheng Jinchu raised her calm gaze toward Zhao and Sheng Yin, both of whom appeared ghostly pale. Turning to Suizhu, she questioned, you have been by my side for 10 years. I have treated you well. Why do you conspire with my mother to frame me? Is it for the sake of wealth? Suizhu was taken aback, glancing anxiously at Zhao. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her, and she looked at Sheng Jinchu in disbelief. You intentionally released me. You treacherous wretch. The young lady has treated you well, yet you allow yourself to be bought off by the madam to slander her. You deserve punishment. Mama Fong could no longer contain herself. Witnessing the truth come to light, she swung her arms, chastising. Even a tiger does not harm its cub. This young girl has already suffered enough, losing her protector. Must she also endure the slander of her identity in a battle for inheritance? How heartless! As Mama Fong's words rang out, Zhao's face flushed with rage. Sensing the tide turning against her, she turned to flee. Suddenly, Sheng Jinchu sank to her knees. Her voice choked with emotion. Mother, I recognized you the moment I saw you. I simply cannot comprehend why you have been so ruthless toward me. Since I can remember, you have forbidden me from showing my face to the world, always so strict. I bear no grudge against you. I only wish you had not sold off my father's legacy, for that was his life's work. Each accusation peeled away the layers of Zhao's hypocrisy. A bitter taste surged in her throat, and upon meeting Sheng Jinchu's mocking gaze, she felt her mind explode with fury. In a fit of rage, she struck out. You recognized me, yet feigned ignorance? How could I have borne such a wretched child? Had I known, I should have suffocated you at birth. Sheng Yinyan anxiously tugged at Zhao's sleeve to remind her. Zhao, coming back to her senses, realized that she had just admitted to something, and her anger surged, compelling her to leave, yet she was surrounded tightly by the people of Longxi. Sheng Jinchu, with her porcelain-like complexion marred by 5 distinct handprints, suddenly coughed up blood and staggered to her feet, casting a glance at Lord Lu. Sheng Yinyan has impersonated my identity and sullied the Sheng family's reputation. I implore you, sir, to deliver justice for the Sheng family in light of my father's modest standing. Sheng Jinchu, how dare you? Zhao ground her teeth in fury. Unmoved, Sheng Jinchu retorted. According to the laws of the land, the assets of a husband's family cannot be disposed of at will. A flicker of unease crept into Zhao's heart. Sheng Jinchu articulated each word with precision. Taking without asking is theft. I intend to accuse Zhao of stealing the Sheng family's property. These documents bear her signature and seal as evidence. Additionally, this maid has betrayed us and defamed the Sheng family's honor. I request your ruling on this matter. She pointed at Suizhu. Suizhu panicked, utterly alarmed, and bowed repeatedly to Sheng Jinchu, exclaiming, Miss, I acknowledge my fault. It was the madam who compelled me to act this way. I beg you, considering my service to you, spare me. A gasp reverberated through the crowd. Truly, the most venomous of hearts and women is unparalleled. The Zhao family. Was this not a blatant attempt to sever ties? Perhaps even the death of Lord Sheng was suspicious, as was that catastrophic fire at the Sheng residence. A chilling thought emerged. Had not Miss Sheng just claimed she had never shown her face since she could remember? Clearly, this had been plotted long ago. In the vast city of Longxi, outsiders had never seen Miss Sheng. Had it not been for Lord Sheng's calligraphy left behind in his lifetime, this malevolent woman might have succeeded in her ruse. Rumors spread like wildfire, growing increasingly uncontrollable. And upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Zhao finally recognized the gravity of the situation. Chapter 6. What if I insist on pursuing this? Zhao clenched her palms tightly, observing the surrounding citizens as they hurled accusations at her. With a furrowed brow and a cold expression, she turned her gaze to Sheng Jinchu, her breath quickening, her eyes betraying an undeniable loathing. The atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly, Sheng Yinyan fell to her knees before Sheng Jinchu, choking back tears as she said, Jinchu, you have misunderstood the madam. In truth, she has her own unspeakable burdens. Yinyan. Zhao looked at her with pained eyes, wanting to extend a hand to help. But Sheng Yinyan rejected it, lifting her head and stating, since father's passing, the madam has been gravely ill. The doctor warned against any excitement, lest she confuse faces. For the past 3 years, I have taken the liberty to assume your identity, and whatever punishment you wish to impose, I shall accept without objection. Sheng Jinchu frowned. Jinchu, truly the madam mistook me for you. Her affections still lie with you, for you are her own flesh and blood. Sheng Yinyan wept copiously, her sorrow palpable. As she repeatedly bowed to Sheng Jinchu, the 3-year term has expired. The madam came specifically to retrieve you to the capital. I did not anticipate her mistaking you again. I did not dare to provoke her. Hence, I failed to explain. Her words were tightly woven, instantly countering Zhao's denial of her own daughter and attributing an unavoidable reason to Sheng Yinyan's actions. The surrounding shouts of anger gradually subsided. Jinchu, the madam's error in recognizing you is surely due to the fact that I have served you for 10 years, following you daily. Tears brimmed in Sheng Yinyan's eyes, her expression one of deep grievance. Zhao swallowed hard, nodding in acceptance. So it was I who misidentified. No wonder. No wonder Jinchun seemed so familiar. Jinchun. Zhao reached out to grasp Sheng Jinchuan's hand, but as she took a step forward, her eyes closed and her body softened. Fortunately, a maid behind her caught her in time. Sheng Jinyan panicked. Jinchun, the madam must have fallen ill again. We must take her for treatment. Lord Lu, standing nearby, was at a loss, looking at Sheng Jinchun. Miss Sheng, could there possibly be a misunderstanding here? After all, Zhao was Jinchuan's biological mother. One could not simply detain a person overwhelmed by grief for misrecognizing her child. Sheng Jinchun narrowed her eyes at Zhao, who lay cradled in the maid's arms. Feigning illness to escape this calamity? In her dreams, she immediately feigned tears, exclaiming, "So that is the case. I thought mother had truly lost her senses," accusing her own daughter for a mere maid. "Miss," old Madame Fong grew anxious. "This is clearly a trap. How can you still be deceived by the madam?" Sheng Jinchun seized Fong's wrist, sniffing, "Madam, please carry mother back. We can discuss future matters later." Sheng Jinchun winked at Fong. Her enemies extended beyond Zhao. She did not expect to bring Zhao to justice today. There was no need to rush. The farce concluded. Zhao was taken back to the ancestral home and placed in the guest room. Sheng Jinyan hesitated several times, but since Zhao had not yet awakened, she refrained from speaking. Sheng Jinchun stood before the bed, gazing down at Zhao. Her features were strikingly beautiful, her complexion fairer than remembered, adding a touch of elegance to her visage, perhaps due to the sharpness of her gaze. The person on the bed could no longer pretend to be asleep, slowly opening her eyes. "Jinchun," Zhao feigned surprise and joy, grasping Sheng Jinchuan's hand with fervor, exclaiming, "How have you grown so thin?" In the past, Zhao had never shown her any affection, seldom taking her hand in warmth or concern. This sudden display felt disconcerting to Sheng Jinchun. "Madam, you have finally awakened." Sheng Jinyan rushed over as well. Zhao cast a glance at Sheng Jinyan, her face feigning displeasure. "You, child, knowing you are but a maid. Why impersonate Jinchuan's identity and cause me to misplace my affections all these years?" Sheng Jinyan immediately confessed, "Madam, I acted out of momentary weakness. Having lost my parents at a young age, I was momentarily confused. I beg for your forgiveness. Go outside and kneel. Do not rise without my command." Zhao commanded sharply. Sheng Jinyan dared not speak further and exited, lifting her skirts. As before, when Sheng Jinyan erred, Zhao would merely feign sternness for a moment, and the matter would fade into oblivion, merely punishing her to cover it up. Not a chance. "Wait," Sheng Jinchun interjected, halting her. "Jinchun?" Zhao tightened her grip on Sheng Jinchuan's hand unconsciously. "She is merely a maid. She deserves punishment for her wrongdoing. You need not plead for her." Plead? She wished nothing more than to be rid of Sheng Jinyan. However, the time was not yet ripe. She still held potential value. "Mother, Sheng Jinyan has cared for you in my stead these past few years. This time, a grave mistake almost occurred. Let us punish her with 20 lashes, and let her merits and faults balance out. What say you?" Sheng Jinchun proposed. Zhao's face grew increasingly impatient at the suggestion, yet had no choice but to suppress her emotions. "So be it." Sheng Jinyan's face turned pale. But recalling Sheng Jinchuan's stubborn temperament and future plans, she gritted her teeth and endured. Sounds of punishment echoed from outside, accompanied by Sheng Jinyan's anguished cries. Inside the room, Zhao engaged in idle chatter with Sheng Jinchun, her brow furrowed, occasionally glancing out the window. Sheng Jinchun chose not to reveal the truth. Finally, after the 20 lashes were administered, a maid reported that Sheng Jinyan had fainted. Zhao's expression darkened suddenly. As she lowered her head, she concealed her concern, and upon raising it again, her demeanor was calm. "Is that so? Those who err must be punished. Take her away, and do not sully the young lady's eyes." Yes. After a long journey, Zhao was weary to the bone, yet had to maintain her composure while dealing with Sheng Jinchun. She rubbed her temples, feigning fatigue. Sheng Jinchun stood up, attentively tucking Zhao's blanket, then sweetly excused herself, but once turned away, her expression darkened. Old Madame Fong approached, surveying the surroundings but refraining from speaking, supporting Sheng Jinchun as they walked into the courtyard, unable to hold back any longer. "Miss, the madam clearly harbors ill intentions. You must not fall for her tricks." Today, she observed keenly that the way the madam looked at the young lady held no warmth or tenderness, only boundless disdain. It resembled the gaze one would cast upon an enemy. Snow fell heavily as she stood beneath the eaves, the biting wind stinging her cheeks. The chill far less tormenting than the lashes received in prison. She smiled. Madam, now is not the time to sever ties. After all, she claims the title of my biological mother, and to extricate myself from this, time is still required. Zhao feigned illness, leaving her feeling helpless. Shall we let it be? Mama Fong felt a pang of sorrow. The young lady had endured hardships over the past 3 years, while Sheng Jinchu had been pampered and adorned in luxurious attire. What was this? Sheng Jinchu remained silent, raising her gaze to meet Qi Xiao, who was approaching with a document in hand. The girl Suizhu had already confessed. Sheng Jinchu glanced at the document, which detailed the time Suizhu had been bribed by Zhao, along with her instructions, all meticulously recorded. Thank you for your efforts, Uncle Qi. Qi Xiao shook his head. You are too kind, young lady. Earlier, when Zhao had feigned fainting, the scene had turned chaotic. Following Sheng Jinchu's orders, Qi Xiao had taken Suizhu away, and a single whipping had led to her confession. Keep her at the estate for now. Do not let her perish. Rest assured, young lady. A sudden gust of cold wind swept through, lifting the stray hairs from her forehead, the icy air stinging her eyes. Yet the chill in her gaze surpassed that of the wind and snow. She turned to Qi Xiao. Please prepare some congratulatory gifts. I intend to pay a visit to the governor. Qi Xiao did not inquire further, merely nodded and went to prepare. Mama Fong observed that the young lady seemed to have matured overnight, facing the world with an unperturbed grace reminiscent of the master in his youth. I shall prepare a hand warmer for you. Sheng Jinchu smiled gently. Mama Fong had been with her for many years, having been her wet nurse. In her past life, she had perished under the brutal hands of the Zhao family in the capital, her remains nearly reduced to dust, a sight too tragic to behold. In this life, she vowed to ensure Mama Fong would find a good fate. Half an hour later, Qi Xiao had readied the carriage. Before boarding, Sheng Jinchu instructed, keep a close watch on those individuals. Qi Xiao nodded. As the carriage moved, Sheng Jinchu clasped the hand warmer tightly, deep in thought until they arrived at the Liu residence. After sending a messenger with an invitation, someone soon came to escort them. Miss Sheng, my master requests your presence inside. Upon entering, they treaded through the snow until they reached the main hall. The servant said, Miss Sheng, please wait. My master will be here shortly. No rush. The servants brought tea and snacks. Sheng Jinchu sat quietly, awaiting the arrival. After a while, Lord Liu finally appeared, his eyes flickering upon seeing her. Sheng Jinchu stood and saluted, to which Lord Liu waved his hand. No need for excessive formalities. Please be seated. They both settled down. Lord Liu, I have come uninvited today to request a favor. Lord Liu raised an eyebrow, but did not respond. My mother has fallen into hysteria and, in a confused state, was goaded into selling our family's assets. I wish to investigate this matter. Sheng Jinchu's gaze remained calm, her tone steady. Those assets were earned through my father's hard work during his lifetime, and it pains me to see them squandered. This matter has already passed for 3 years. Why pursue it now? Lord Liu sighed. Moreover, your mother consented to the sale. Probing further may bring complications. How will you face the Zhao family in the capital? Lord Liu's words were a gentle reminder, stemming from his past cordial relationship with Sheng's father. Miss Sheng, after all, Madame Zhao is your biological mother, and your marriage prospects still rely on her. Some things are better left unexamined for your own good. Having served as an official for many years, Lord Liu was well acquainted with the various facades people wear and could discern whether Zhao's illness was genuine or feigned. However, he could not afford to offend the powerful Zhao family, nor did he wish to entangle himself in their affairs. Sir, Sheng Jinchu slowly rose, her tone resolute. What if I insist on pursuing this matter? Lord Liu regarded her with a frown. But that is your maternal family. Sheng Jinchu pressed her lips together in silence. After a moment of tense silence, Lord Liu took a deep breath and relented. For your father's sake, I will assist you this once. Do not make things difficult for me in the future. Thank you, my lord. As she exited the government office, dusk was approaching. The wind outside had grown colder. Sheng Jinchu climbed into the carriage, her hand warmer long since lost its heat, while Mama Fong clasped her hand at her own to warm it. Upon returning to the ancestral home, Zhao was waiting for her in the hall. Upon seeing her return, Zhao stepped forward with joy. Jinchu, you are finally back. Sheng Jinchu stepped forward, her icy hand enveloping Zhao's palm. Mother, you have awakened. Are you feeling better? Zhao's warm palm was suddenly gripped by the icy touch, and instinctively, she wanted to pull away. Yet, Meeting her daughter's tearful gaze, she restrained herself. It has been 3 years since we last saw each other. We should sit down and talk. Very well. They took their seats. Sheng Jinchu instructed the maid, please prepare some food. No need. I'm not hungry. Zhao waved her hand, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of returning to the capital. Mama Fong, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, Miss, you have not eaten all day. Perhaps a bowl of noodles? Thank you, Mama. Upon hearing this, Zhao's face displayed an uneasy expression. She changed the subject, glancing out the window. Why are you still going to the porridge shop at such a late hour? Sheng Jinchu offered no explanation, tacitly affirming it. Zhao spoke in an ambiguous tone. Your temperament resembles your father's, both possessing a kind heart. At the mention of her father, Sheng Jinchu longed to ask why such a good man met such a tragic end, but she held back. Jinchu, I intend to take you back to the capital. You are of age and should consider marriage. Zhao scrutinized Sheng Jinchu, whose doll-like beauty was exquisite, destined to stand out in the capital. Perhaps she would overshadow Yin. But Zhao quickly reconsidered. Once in the capital, she would have no say in the matter. Daughters should heed their mothers. Sheng Jinchu remained obedient, which greatly pleased Zhao. Remembering the events of the day, Zhao's expression darkened slightly. Jinchu, what happened earlier? Why did you publicly defy me? Were you incited by someone? Sheng Jinchu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she replied. How could that be? I merely wished to distance myself from you, so that your identity as the matriarch of the Sheng family in the capital would not confine you. And also because there are rumors in Longxi that you are ungrateful, selfish, and cold-hearted, selling off family assets to consort with a lover shortly after your husband's death. I acted to protect your reputation, as if you were already deceased. With accusations of ingratitude and selfishness, and her supposed death, Zhao felt a pang in her heart, her breath quickening. This was sheer nonsense. With such claims, it was understandable that Sheng Jinchu would not acknowledge her mother, and Zhao found herself unable to reproach her. The girl's rejection of her motherly ties inadvertently safeguarded Zhao's reputation. After all, the sale of the family assets was indeed a fact. Zhao took a deep breath, her expression softening into a gentle smile. Jinchu, those are mere rumors. They should not be taken to heart. We are mother and daughter, the closest of kin. As she spoke, Zhao rubbed her chest. It is my fault for being ill. I mistook you for someone else, and I have wronged you. Mother, do not say such things. I only wish for your well-being. The two women exchanged heartfelt sentiments. And though Zhao attempted to inquire about the Sheng family's assets multiple times, each time she opened her mouth, Sheng Jinchu would divert the topic, asking, Mother, could you tell me how you have fared in the capital these past 3 years? Has anyone mistreated you? You must have been heartbroken after father passed away. Zhao was rendered speechless, feeling a twinge of guilt. Was she heartbroken? The moment she left Longxi 3 years ago, she had been in high spirits, smiling all the way back to the capital, and had not felt a shred of sorrow since. Instead, she felt somewhat annoyed that it had taken her 13 long years to return. The time was so lengthy that the capital had nearly forgotten her existence. Faced with Sheng Jinchu's probing, Zhao averted her gaze, using her handkerchief to feign wiping away tears. It is all in the past. Let us not speak of it. Having you by my side in the future is more than enough. Sheng Jinchu watched Zhao as pretense without exposing her. They conversed for a while longer until Mama Fong brought in the meal. Remembering that it was time for Sheng Yin to take her medicine, Zhao found an excuse to leave. She watched her depart. As the smile gradually faded from Sheng Jinchu's face, she reluctantly consumed a small bowl of noodles after the persuasion of Grandma Fong. Upon returning to her room, a young maid reported, Madam has changed into a maid's attire and gone to Sheng Yin's courtyard, where she administered medicine and delivered food, staying for over half an hour. Sheng Jinchu was not surprised at all. She continued to watch closely and instructed that no one should approach the ancestral hall without permission in the coming days, for those individuals were unworthy of paying respects to her father. The maid was dismissed. Since Madam has come, she surely will not give up easily. What are your plans, Miss? Grandma Fong inquired. Wait for her to come to us. Wait for her to plead for my return to the capital. As night deepened, Sheng Jinchu held a cup of hot tea, calmly seated at the table, her expression serene as she perused a scroll, the room enveloped in silence. Occasionally, the sound of pages turning broke the stillness. Grandma Fong glanced at the pitch-black sky and urged, Miss, take a break. Be careful not to strain your eyes. She replied absently, contemplating that perhaps the person would not come tonight. After hurriedly washing up, she retired to bed. Before dawn, Grandma Fong awakened her. "Miss Mississippi." Sheng Jinchu opened her eyes. "This morning, old Chi discovered something at your father's tablet." The mere mention of this made Sheng Jinchu's drowsiness vanish in an instant. She threw off the covers and donned her clothing, heading to the ancestral hall. Qi Xiao hurriedly presented an object upon her arrival, a piece of scarlet-yellow jade pendant. Intricately carved with the character Zhan, its texture delicate and translucent, truly a treasure of no ordinary quality. "Miss, this is the Crown Prince's pendant. I would never mistake it. Last night, the Crown Prince came to pay his respects to your father." Tears streamed down Qi Xiao's face, feeling that her father's sacrifice to aid the Crown Prince was not in vain. Now that the Crown Prince had returned victorious and was the heir apparent, Sheng Jinchu had gained a formidable ally. Grasping the pendant tightly, she felt a surge of excitement herself. In the hierarchy of society, merchants held a lowly status. After her father's death, many distanced themselves from the Sheng family. If the Zhao family harbored ill intentions against her, it would be more than enough to bring her down. Not to mention the involvement of the Duke of Qi's estate. Heading to the capital recklessly, she had little confidence in toppling the Zhao family and the Duke of Qi's estate, but now she felt a glimmer of hope. Old Qi does not understand why His Royal Highness would not come openly to pay his respects, Grandma Fong pondered. If the Crown Prince entered through the front gate, it would be tantamount to providing direct support to you. Mississippi Sheng Jinchu replied, "The Crown Prince is unmarried, and I am yet to be wed. Once we reveal ourselves, we may be exploited by others. Leaving the pendant serves as a means for me to seek assistance in times of peril." Furthermore, 3 years ago, the incident involving the Crown Prince's transport of grain was shrouded in mystery. It has not been disclosed to the public. He is also avoiding suspicion to prevent adding to my troubles. The act of leaving the pendant, along with personally confirming its delivery, already demonstrated sincerity. Grandma Fong understood at last. Sheng Jinchu tucked away the pendant and soon learned that Lord Lu had arrived. She immediately made her way there. Indeed, she saw Lord Lu dressed in a deep blue official robe, flanked by dozens of prison guards, his demeanor excessively serious. Her eyelids twitched as she approached Lord Lu. He glanced at her and solemnly stated, "Miss Sheng, we have found a lead regarding those who selfishly sold off the Sheng family's assets 3 years ago." Sheng Jinchu was perplexed. Was such a large commotion truly necessary this early in the morning? What lead? Upon hearing the news, Zhao's family arrived with a frown. Questioning Sheng Jinchu, "Did you report to the authorities?" It wasn't Miss Sheng who reported it. It is merely a case that involves one of the Sheng family shops, which was unfortunately sold off by Madame 3 years ago, Lord Lu explained seriously, producing a document bearing Zhao's signature. "Do you recall this art shop, Madame?" Zhao's brows knitted tightly, and she remained silent for a long while. Sheng Jinchu stepped forward to clarify, "My father had just passed, and my mother was afflicted with hysteria. She may not remember the details. Could there be a misunderstanding?" However, Lord Lu interjected, "This is an antique art shop, and several months ago, a painting bearing the seal of Yun Mo Zhai circulated in the market. What issue is there with Yun Mo Zhai selling paintings?" Zhao could not help but ask. Lord Lu surveyed the surroundings, instructing everyone to step back, and coldly replied, "The paintings contained maps of the border defenses." The mention of border defenses sent a shock through Zhao, who immediately shook her head. "No, it wasn't me. I was unaware of this matter. Please hand over the list of individuals involved," Lord Lu demanded, pulling out a list that clearly bore the names of several of Zhao's confidants. Zhao furrowed her brows. Could this be a misunderstanding? This matter is of great significance. It is better to kill 1,000 than to let one escape. Lord Lu's expression darkened. Zhao dared not defy him. Should the matter of border defenses be leaked, it would be a grave crime that could lead to the execution of her entire clan. A consequence she could not bear. Unfortunately, those individuals had also come from Longxi. She could only surrender them. Lord Lu directly took all the individuals listed away, and once they departed, Zhao scrutinized Sheng Jinchu. "Jinchu, how could Lord Lu have come to the Sheng family without reason? Was it you?" "Mother, be cautious with your words." Sheng Jinchu retorted immediately. "The matter of border defenses could lead to the execution of 9 families. How could I dare?" Zhao considered this. If they were found guilty, it would mean losing their heads, and she did not possess that kind of courage. Indeed, she lacked the courage. should the matter of border defenses arise. It would be tantamount to placing the Sheng family on a pyre. Chapter 8. Returning to the capital in humiliation all day, Sheng Jinchu felt unsettled. Qi Xiao also vanished. She paced back and forth in her room until Qi Xiao finally returned in the evening. The news of the border defenses spread suddenly this morning. Lord Lu cannot afford to be negligent regarding such matters. The few individuals he captured were subjected to severe torture and confessed that it was Madame who ordered the swift sale of the shop. Sheng Jinchu's eyelids twitched. Did they confess? Yes. Sheng Jinchu recalled the yellow jade pendant in her possession, her eyes flickering, only to hear Qi Xiao continue. This matter has escalated significantly. It is likely that in the next few days, they will begin investigating Madame. This was indeed the case. Lord Lu summoned Zhao to the court, and after a day of inquiry, Zhao adamantly claimed that she had been deceived, thus selling off the Sheng family's assets without knowledge of the border defenses. When Sheng Jinchu next saw Zhao, it was already late at night. Zhao burst through the door. Jinchu, did your father ever mention anything about the border defenses to you? Sheng Jinchu shook her head. Zhao appeared half convinced. Their eyes met. And Sheng Jinchu did not flinch or evade, allowing her to scrutinize. Zhao could discern nothing and could only relent. In the following days, rumors began circulating in Longxi that Zhao had privately sold the family assets at the behest of the Zhao family. Some even suggested that the Zhao family harbored ulterior motives. As the situation escalated, Zhao could no longer sit idly and directly confronted Sheng Jinchu. Jinchu, this matter has nothing to do with the Zhao family. The money from the sale did not end up in their hands. It was merely my moment of folly. I will repay you the total amount of 1 million taels. What do you mean by this, mother? Sheng Jinchu contained her inner joy, feigning confusion, inadvertently poking at Zhao's intentions. Do you wish to sever ties with the Sheng family? Zhao's expression stiffened. Of course not, Jinchu. This property originally belongs to you. I should not have rashly listened to the words of a schemer and sold it. You are my daughter. How could I possibly take your money? Sheng Jinchu realized. That very night, Zhao dispatched someone to retrieve the banknotes from the silver house, presenting a substantial stack to Sheng Jinchu with a reluctant expression. Mother, rest assured, I will clarify things with Lord Lu. You and the Zhao family have never coveted the Sheng family's wealth. Zhao watched as Sheng Jinchu tightly clutched the banknotes, her heart bleeding. Gritting her teeth as she turned her head, they needed to explain this matter immediately to prevent the rumors from spreading and tarnishing the Zhao family's reputation. All right. Sheng Jinchu did not hesitate to visit the yamen. This time, Lord Lu's gaze toward her shifted. Upon hearing that 1 million taels had been given to her, he promptly handed her the incriminating evidence against several individuals. You little girl, you even deceived me, Lord Lu remarked, exasperated. Sheng Jinchu blinked. You merely wish to make an example of others, solidifying Zhao's reputation for being easily deceived due to her hysteria, ensuring that when we return to the capital, you have a reason to refuse Zhao's interference in family matters, Lord Lu deduced. It was only later that Lord Lu came to comprehend this matter. The incident had been reported to the authorities, with signatures and seals left behind, duly archived in the government offices. Should the Zhao family venture to the capital, denying it would prove futile, Sheng Jinchu felt a flush of embarrassment, kneeling gracefully to express her gratitude. Thank you, Lord Lu. Noticing the absence of others, she inquired, My lord, regarding the border map. Lord Lu raised an eyebrow. Indeed. The border map was mixed in with the calligraphy and paintings of Yunimo Zhai, but this issue was intercepted 3 years ago, so no harm was done. Sheng Jinchu's immediate thought was that her father had been wrongfully framed. Lord Lu waved his hand dismissively. I shall investigate this matter thoroughly. You need not involve yourself. Little girl, take care of yourself. As she departed from the government office, walking through the snow-laden streets, she reflected on Lord Lu's words about the border map that had been intercepted 3 years prior. Who, she wondered, was plotting against the Sheng family? Miss, be careful. A voice called out as Feng Momo abruptly pulled Sheng Jinchu's arm. Whoosh! A carriage sped past, splattering mud and snow upon her garments. Frowning, she noticed a Zhao character dangling from the carriage and raised her brow. It seems the Zhao family has sent someone. Miss, let us return for now. Her shoes and socks were soaked, chilling her feet. She turned and boarded the carriage to head back. Upon reaching the ancestral residence, she indeed spotted the very carriage she had seen earlier. After disembarking and changing her damp attire, a maid approached her. Miss, the madam requests your presence." "Here I come." Cradling a small hand warmer to warm herself, Sheng Jinchu rose and made her way to the outer courtyard. Zhao Shi, with tear-stained eyes, stood and wiped her cheeks. Upon seeing Sheng Jinchu, she exclaimed, "Jinchu, your maternal grandmother had a nasty fall a few days ago. She is gravely ill, and we must return immediately." "Why the urgency?" Sheng Jinchu asked, surprised. "The roads are slippery in this snow, and it will take time. You should prepare your belongings quickly." Zhao Shi's anxious demeanor appeared genuine. "We are returning to the capital?" She bit her lip and nodded. "Very well." As she turned to gather her things, she overlooked the fleeting glint of malice in Zhao Shi's eyes. After hastily packing her belongings, she sent for Qi Xiao, sternly instructing, "After I leave on the surface, sell off the Sheng family's assets, and you should go into hiding as soon as possible." She suspected that Zhao Shi intended to lure her away and deal with the loyal stewards behind her back. Qi Xiao nodded. "Rest assured. But I worry about you going to the capital alone. Uncle Qi, with the guardian Longxi, I have no concerns. As for the capital, I shall breach it in due time." She had already informed the Zhao family through Cui Zhu that the Sheng family had left her significant wealth, with several private mines sufficient to catch the Zhao family's interest. Thus, until they succeeded, the Zhao family would not act against her. She had prepared for the worst, determined to drag the entire Zhao clan and the Qi Guogong household into perdition. No one would escape. After a brief packing session in the afternoon, several individuals hurriedly boarded the carriage towards the capital. After recovering for days, Sheng Jinchu finally made her appearance, following closely behind, appearing as if nothing had transpired. "Jinchu, please forgive me for this once, as we grew up together. I promise it won't happen again," Sheng Jinchu said, her face flushed with shame. Before Sheng Jinchu could respond, Zhao Shi interjected, "The 20 lashes have been dealt with. There is no need to mention it again. Besides, Jinchu is not so petty." Sheng Jinchu blinked at Sheng Jinchu. Sheng Jinchu smiled. "Mother speaks wisely. I've already let it go." With their swift horses, they finally arrived in the capital on the 10th day. The Zhao family had received news early on, and a crowd awaited them at the entrance. An elderly woman, bowing low, approached Zhao Shi with excitement. "Madam, you have finally returned. The old lady has been talking about you for quite some time." Turning, her gaze fell directly on Sheng Jinchu. "Cousin, you must be exhausted from the journey. You look quite thin." Sheng Jinchu paused, instinctively glancing at Sheng Jinchu, her mouth opening to explain, but being interrupted by Zhao Shi. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry inside." Sheng Jinchu nodded repeatedly, then turned to Sheng Jinchu, hastily explaining, "Jinchu, the madam must have been confused and mistook you for someone else. Please bear with it for now. I will clarify when there is a chance." With that, she quickened her pace to keep up with Zhao Shi. The mother and daughter moved further away, leaving Sheng Jinchu behind. Before she could speak, a maid blocked her path. "The madam and cousin have gone to visit the old lady. You, as an outsider, need not accompany them. Please follow me to the parlor." An outsider? She had become an outsider. Fang Momo attempted to explain, but Sheng Jinchu silenced her. Momo, in the capital, who held the title of the Sheng family's legitimate daughter, no longer mattered. What was significant was that all the Sheng family's assets lay in her hands. Sheng Jinchu was merely a figurehead. Her identity as the legitimate daughter of the Sheng family could not be denied by the Zhao family, and she followed the maid up the steps into the hall to await her turn. As soon as she settled, a figure burst in, followed by a maid. "Young master, the cousin has returned and has already gone to visit the old lady." Sheng Jinchu turned her head to meet the gaze of a man. In that moment, her breath caught, her hands instinctively clenched tightly. Qi Yuan, her betrothed. Upon seeing Sheng Jinchu, Qi Yuan's pupils widened suddenly, filled with disdain and loathing. As he asked the maid, "What's she doing here?" "She?" Sheng Jinchu was certain she had never met Qi Yuan in this lifetime. Why would he say such a thing? Moreover, the disgust in his eyes mirrored that of her previous life. Could it be that Qi Yuan, like her, had also lived twice? This is brought back by the madam. The maid does not know her identity, the maid explained. Qi Yuan's brow furrowed high. Yin Yin is too soft-hearted and easily deceived, bringing just anyone into the residence. Such a person is unworthy of a second glance. Chapter 9. Returning to the Zhao family and encountering a scoundrel upon learning that Qi Yuan had come to find her. Sheng Jinchu rushed back after showing her face to the old lady, fearing that if she delayed, Sheng Jinchu would steal her spotlight. That face was simply too enviable. In the hall, she indeed spotted Qi Yuan, The capital's weather was warmer than Longxi, and Qi Yuan wore a brocade robe with a white fox fur collar, accentuating his fair complexion and handsome features. "Yuan Gij," Sheng Jinchu exclaimed shyly as she approached. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up upon seeing her. "Jinchu, you have finally returned. You have lost weight after 2 months." Sheng Jinchu's eyes darted towards Sheng Jinchu, her expression shifting as Qi Yuan stated, "Why did you bring her back?" "Bad luck." Sheng Jinchu was taken aback. Sheng Jinchu could no longer sit idly and stood to leave, but was blocked by Qi Yuan. "When did I allow you to leave?" She looked up at Qi Yuan, retorting, "Who are you to the Zhao family? Why make things difficult for me at our first meeting?" Qi Yuan was momentarily speechless. He had no connection to the Zhao family, only knowing that his fiancée, he was Zhao family's cousin, initially unwilling until he laid eyes on Sheng Jinchu. Love at first sight was just that. However, in his previous life, Sheng Jinchu's visit had caused his mother to harbor prejudice against Jinchu, leaving her heartbroken for many days. This time, he would not allow Sheng Jinchu the chance to hurt Jinchu. Sharp-tongued, "Don't think I am unaware of your schemes. I will not let you succeed. You shall not harm Jinchu," Qi Yuan declared with disgust. Sheng Jinchu had confirmed that Qi Yuan, like her, was also reborn, blindly convinced that Sheng Jinchu was the legitimate daughter of the Sheng family. "Fool! From the tone of this young master, it seems you know me?" Sheng Jinchu raised an eyebrow, adopting an inquisitive stance, causing Sheng Jinchu to clutch her heart in panic. "Yuan Gij, I suddenly feel unwell. Could you accompany me outside for some fresh air?" Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan immediately retracted his gaze, anxiously looking at Sheng Jinchu. "Jinchu, are you all right? Should we find a doctor?" "There's no need for that. I simply feel a bit stifled." Sheng Jinchu eagerly tugged at Qi Yuan, fearful that he might linger even a moment longer. The young lady, Feng Momo, was both exasperated and furious. Being looked down upon at the Zhao residence was far worse than remaining in Longxi, where no one dared to disrespect the young lady. Sheng Jinchu shrugged nonchalantly. "Let us go pay our respects to grandmother." The maidservant continued to obstruct her, but Sheng Jinchu's expression turned cold. "I returned with your mistress. My attire does not denote a servant. Whose authority do you presume to act upon in hindering me?" The maidservant was taken aback. "This is how the Zhao family treats their guests. Momo, since they do not welcome us, let us pack our things and return to Longxi." Sheng Jinchu pressed on. Feng Momo nodded in agreement. The maidservant flustered. I did not mean it that way. I have never seen the young lady before and did not recognize your status. Please forgive my ignorance." The maidservant reluctantly stepped aside. Sheng Jinchu cast a glance at the maidservant, committing her appearance to memory, and refrained from reacting in that moment. She summoned a passing maid to guide her, and they finally halted at the Songtang courtyard. "Miss, this is the old lady's courtyard. I understand. You may leave," Sheng Jinchu said generously, rewarding the little maid, who expressed her gratitude profusely before departing. Standing at the entrance, she did not enter but remained standing upright. The slender figure held its poise, and despite Feng Momo's confusion, she stood alongside her, uncertain of how long they waited. Eventually, an elderly matron emerged. "Who are you?" "I am Sheng Jinchu. I heard that grandmother is unwell, and I came to inquire about her health. I hope she is feeling better." Sheng Jinchu blinked her watery eyes, casting a worried glance toward the inner chambers. The old matron appraised Sheng Jinchu from head to toe, nodded subtly, and said, "Please wait a moment. I shall go inside to convey your message." "Thank you for your trouble, Momo." Sheng Jinchu grasped the matron's hand and slipped off a finely crafted jade bracelet from her long arm. The old matron attempted to decline, but Sheng Jinchu stepped back, her face a blend of admiration and timidity. I am new here and unfamiliar with many customs. If I have erred, I hope you will kindly remind me in the future." Seeing Sheng Jinchu's obedient and endearing demeanor, the old matron's heart nearly melted. Such a delightful young lady. How could her mistress not cherish her? The old matron nodded and re-entered. Sheng Jinchu rubbed her wrist. The jade bracelet was exquisite, and even a servant would have her own desires. How could she remain unaffected? To refuse would imply the gift was not valuable enough. Soon, the gift proved its worth. As the old matron smiled and ushered her inside, "The old lady has heard that the young lady has returned. She wishes for you to enter." "Thank you, Momo. Just call me Tan Momo." Sheng Jinchu nodded and obediently addressed her as Tan Momo. Upon entering, the antiquated yet fragrant room was filled with sandalwood incense. Zhao Shi red-eyed. turned away to rub her eyes upon seeing Sheng Jinchu enter. Tan Momo remarked, "Oh, my dear lady, why are you shedding tears again? The old lady will be distressed." Zhao Shi quickly stifled her tears, and Tan Momo promptly instructed a maid to assist Zhao Shi in going to the back to freshen up, thus clearing her presence. Sheng Jinchu lifted her gaze gently to the old lady resting upon the couch, appearing to be around 60, adorned with a pearl hairpin and clutching a string of prayer beads, her eyes half closed in a feigned slumber. "Grandmother, the young lady has arrived," Tan Momo whispered. Zhao Laolao opened her eyes, casting a neutral glance at Sheng Jinchu. "Pay your respects to grandmother." Sheng Jinchu performed a respectful bow. Zhao Laolao continued to scrutinize her, and after a prolonged moment, raised her hand to signal her to speak, turning her attention instead to Sheng Yinyan. "Where is Yinyan?" Tan Momo hesitated, stammering, glancing at Sheng Jinchu, while Zhao Laolao directed her gaze back at Sheng Jinchu. "Did you come back together with Yinyan? Where's she? I saw her briefly in the hall, just now." Sheng Jinchu replied truthfully. Zhao Laolao huffed and waved her hand at Sheng Jinchu. "You may withdraw." "Yes." Sheng Jinchu obediently retreated, her face betraying no hint of grievance. Once she departed, Zhao Laolao glanced at the brocade box left on the table. Following her gaze, Tan Momo presented the box and opened it, revealing 3 medicinal pills and a string of prayer beads. Upon discerning the contents, Zhao Laolao's eyes widened in disbelief as she picked up one of the pills and inhaled its scent. This is the life-restoring pill? It cannot be mistaken. The late Empress consumed it, and I have caught a whiff of it before. This is indeed the scent. The life-restoring pill is extremely precious. She actually sent 3. As one ages, the fear of death becomes paramount. Zhao Laolao's health was deteriorating, and illness was her greatest concern. Now, possessing the life-restoring pill meant an extension of at least 10 years to her lifespan. "The young lady has a thoughtful heart," Tan Momo praised. "I noticed Sheng Jinchu standing outside for quite some time, simply waiting." Zhao Laolao listened and turned her gaze to the string of prayer beads, featuring 18 pristine arhut beads exquisitely carved with lifelike figures. "This is crafted from celestial pearls. Gathering 18 arhuts is a rare feat." Zhao Laolao was astonished, immediately placing down the beads in her hand, clutching the 18 arhut beads with affection. Seizing the opportunity, Tan Momo remarked, "The young lady is truly filial." Zhao Laolao's impression of Sheng Jinchu shifted considerably due to these 2 gifts. She observed her quiet demeanor and striking appearance. While her background was humble, she was the last remaining member of the Sheng family, and her generosity was not overly extravagant. Zhao Laolao toyed with the prayer beads, while Tan Momo added, "That is because the young lady is generous and understands filial piety. Some may possess wealth, yet they may not part with it." This statement was pointed, causing Zhao Laolao's hand to pause as she raised an eyebrow. "Where is Yinyan?" Young Master Qi was aware that the young lady returned today and visited the residence earlier, Tan Momo hinted. Zhao Laolao immediately sensed something amiss. How could young Master Qi know? Tan Momo shook her head, unwilling to divulge. Zhao Laolao's expression darkened. It seemed Sheng Yinyan had already sent word to Qi Yuan, and her earlier visit was merely a fleeting appearance before she hurriedly sought him out, showing no concern for Zhao Laolao's health. In comparison to Sheng Jinchu, Zhao Laolao found herself unconsciously favoring her. When Zhao Shi reappeared after adjusting her attire, she noticed her mother lost in thought, and upon realizing Sheng Jinchu was absent, she asked, "Mother, have you met that girl?" Zhao Laolao glanced at her. "After all, she is your own flesh and blood. Do not show favoritism. I find that Jinchu girl quite admirable. She shall surely achieve great things." Zhao Shi scoffed, dismissing her mother's words. She may only possess a pretty face, but as a merchant's daughter, who would marry her without the Zhao family's backing? Have you forgotten? The marriage proposal from Duke Qi is intended for Jinchu, Zhao Laolao cautioned. If you wish for Jinchu to willingly relinquish this engagement, you will need to exert some effort. Do not let it all go to waste. Zhao Shi nodded repeatedly, acknowledging her mother's lesson. Daughter will heed mother's advice. Chapter 10. Winning over the matron, gaining favor with the old lady after leaving the Songtang courtyard. Sheng Jinchu slowed her pace, surveying the unfamiliar estate. Fang Momo adjusted her attire. "Miss, that Tan Momo is coming after us." Sheng Jinchu's lips curled into a smile. As expected, Tan Momo hurriedly approached. Please, Miss Sheng Jinchu, wait. She halted, gazing at Tan Momo with a hint of confusion, maintaining her obedient demeanor as she addressed her. Momo. Tan Momo waved her hands dismissively. No need for such formality. The old lady has invited you to sit for a while. Having just exited the Songtang courtyard only to be summoned back, it was likely that the gifts had touched the old lady's heart. Sheng Jinchu feigned delight and nodded. Returning to the courtyard, Zhao Lao had already rested, and it was Zhao Shi who came out to meet her, pulling her aside to speak in hushed tones. Jinchu, your grandmother has not been well lately. You should remain in the Songtang courtyard to attend to her. When I have the chance, I will discuss this with your aunt to arrange a separate courtyard for you. Miss, the lady is married, and her circumstances are not easy. To secure you a support system, she has worn her tongue thin, Fang Momo murmured. Zhao Shi let out a long sigh, her expression one of helplessness. Sheng Jinchu furrowed her brows, acutely aware of Zhao's family's elevated status within the Zhao household. Upon her entrance, she was greeted and acknowledged by many, but she understood all too well the intentions behind their desire to confine her within the old matriarch's courtyard. And what of Yin Yin? At the mention of Yin Yin, Zhao's demeanor stiffened, a flicker of guilt passing through her eyes as she cleared her throat and said, I have grown accustomed to having Yin Yin by my side. She is to remain with me as before. Certainly, Yin Yin is my maid, and it is only fitting for her to serve you as well. What maid is what maid? Had it not been for Yin Yin's presence these past 3 years, her life would have hung in the balance. This is Zhao's house, not Longxi. She must temper her temperamental demeanor and refrain from stirring up trouble. There are matters that are best left undisturbed. Zhao soon lost her patience, offering a few more words of caution before departing. Jinchu stared blankly after Zhao's receding figure, unable to collect her thoughts until Tan Momo gently reminded, Miss Jinchu, this way, please. With her emotions in check, she followed Tan Momo into a side room. The room required only a few personal items, which Tan Momo arranged swiftly. With a smile softened by the value of the bracelet, she said, should you need anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Sheng Jinchu was exceedingly generous, presenting another sachet filled with heavy silver coins, though Tan Momo humbly declined. Oh no, that is too much. Momo, am I truly so unlikable to grandmother? Jinchu's expression turned anxious as she grasped Tan Momo's hand tightly. Tan Momo feigned acceptance and reassured her. How could that be? You are a well-behaved and sensible girl. The old lady adores you dearly. As for your mother, though she may seem strict, is only for your own good. The old lady cherishes tranquility and has a penchant for vegetarianism, particularly valuing health. Today's gift was greatly appreciated, and she also enjoys copying scriptures. Sheng Jinchu breathed a sigh of relief. Having your guidance in this unfamiliar place brings me considerable comfort. She expressed her gratitude once more. Tan Momo, however, remained exceedingly polite and unpretentious. After parting from Tan Momo, Jinchu's expression gradually turned somber. Fang Momo, noticing that they were alone, remarked, Miss, you have been overly generous today. You may spoil Tan Momo's appetite. Jinchu shook her head. In comparison to what the Sheng family has lost, this is but a trifle. Tan Momo is the old lady's confidant. Arriving in the capital without any foundation, I must establish a solid foothold. When descending from Mount Daffin back to her ancestral home, she had already instructed Qi Xiao to send someone to investigate Zhao's family, particularly those close to the old matriarch, ensuring she gathered all pertinent information. Tan Momo's son, a wayward individual, had fallen into gambling debts 2 months prior, depleting Tan Momo's savings in just a month. Thus, Jinchu's arrival was undoubtedly a lifeline for her. Securing the old matriarch's favor would require an investment of sorts. For 2 consecutive days, Sheng Jinchu rose early, waiting outside to pay her respects. Even without an audience with the old matriarch, she remained undeterred, returning quietly each time. Through a window, she caught sight of figure, prompting the old matriarch to raise an eyebrow. This girl possesses remarkable patience. Tan Momo chuckled. Indeed, Miss Jinchu is quite dutiful, spending her days either copying scriptures or reading and writing. I suspect it is a result of her prolonged stay at Mount Daffin. The old matriarch pondered this. On the 4th day, she finally consented to meet with Sheng Jinchu. At a glance from Tan Momo, Jinchu approached obediently. Grandmother, is your health any better? Gazing at Jinchu's innocent demeanor, The old matriarch recalled the girl's past tribulations, her heart softening. There is nothing grave. Are you comfortable in a household? Jinchu shook her head. The old matriarch's expression darkened. Having lived in Longxi for 15 years, it feels strange to be in the capital. The climate here is different, and unlike Longxi, where I had no family, I have you and my mother here. I will adapt in time. The old matriarch felt a pang in her heart, gently stroking Jinchu's lustrous hair, even inviting her to dine with her. The table was laden with vegetarian dishes, and as Jinchu savored the meal, her eyes sparkled with delight, prompting the old matriarch to inquire, "Is the food to your liking?" Far superior to the vegetarian fare at Mount Daffin. Your small kitchen's culinary skills are commendable. Having dined on vegetarian food for years, the old matriarch had seldom found someone willing to share the meal with her. Even when company was present, they merely pretended, lifting their chopsticks only to set them down again, consuming little. Gradually, the old matriarch had grown weary of such visits. Jinchu, having eaten vegetarian dishes for 3 years, seemed to resonate with her, and the warmth in the old matriarch's gaze deepened. After the meal, Jinchu suggested giving the old matriarch a leg massage. I have observed the master's techniques in the temple. It can invigorate the muscles and joints. With improved mobility, you may take walks and enjoy the world outside, naturally lifting your spirits and warding off ailments. The old matriarch did not refuse, and as she watched Jinchu knead her legs, she felt rejuvenated. Unbeknownst to them, the old matriarch soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. Tan Momo whispered, "It has been a long time since the old lady has slept so soundly." Jinchu offered Tan Momo a grateful smile. Last night, Tan Momo had provided her with a book containing massage techniques, which she had now put to good use. This restful slumber lasted for 2 hours. When the old matriarch awoke to find Jinchu still massaging her, she turned to Tan Momo. "What time is it?" Returning to the old lady, "It is already the hour of Shun." "Ah," the old matriarch gasped. "You have persisted for 2 hours?" Sitting up, she steadied Jinchu, a flicker of tenderness crossing her gaze. Jinchu smiled gently. "The master's techniques are truly effective. If you do not mind, I could come daily." "You silly child." For several consecutive days, Sheng Jinchu accompanied the old matriarch, remaining quiet during moments of silence, either copying scriptures or massaging her legs, and during meals. With Tan Momo's subtle encouragement, Jinchu successfully garnered the old matriarch's affection. One day, as Jinchu glanced out the window, she spotted Zhao hastily approaching, her expression indicating that this visit was not merely for pleasantries. She exchanged a glance with Feng Momo, who promptly stated, "I have prepared some pastries for the old lady. This moment is perfect for her to enjoy them." Carrying the pastries, she attempted to enter but was halted by a maid. Before she could speak, Tan Momo emerged, instructing the maid to step aside. Once the maid departed, only she and Tan Momo remained in the corridor. "Miss Jinchu, your aunt is inside. My mother has arrived?" Jinchu's eyes sparkled, recognizing the urgency in Tan Momo's demeanor. She leaned closer as Tan Momo whispered, "Your aunt has found a marriage proposal for you." Jinchu's heart skipped a beat. Was this a hasty maneuver to secure her sister Sheng Yinyan's marriage to Qi Yuan? Why the rush? With trepidation, she asked, "Is she truly in such a hurry?" Tan Momo sighed deeply. Jinchu pulled Tan Momo into the adjacent room, producing a silver note of 1,000 taels. Pressing it into her hand, "I implore you, keep an eye on this matter for me." Tan Momo had initially hesitated to speak further, but upon seeing the considerable sum, she relented. "Do not worry, miss. It is not anyone else but the young Master Cheng from the household, your cousin, in fact." At this revelation, Jinchu's heart sank. The Zhao family was resolute in their intentions. By marrying her off, they would seize all her assets. "Does Tan Momo know why my mother is so eager to arrange this marriage?" Jinchu inquired nonchalantly. Tan Momo hesitated, reluctant to divulge the truth. Jinchu's eyes flickered as she silently chastised the clever old fox. Indeed, their appetites had grown insatiable. "My father had already arranged a marriage for me during his lifetime. I cannot marry cousin Cheng." Jinchu's expression turned grave. Tan Momo was well aware that Jinchu had previously been betrothed, yet that engagement was no longer hers. "Alas, Tan Momo saif." Outside the door, a maid called out, and Mama Tan immediately replied, "Cousin, do not be anxious. Let us wait a while longer." After saying this, she turned and exited. Once she left, Sheng Jinchu's face had grown cold. Upon entering, Mama Fong was startled to see Sheng Jinchu's gloomy expression and hurriedly inquired, "What troubles you, miss?" Sheng Jinchu took a deep breath and said, "Mama, please take this token and go out to procure some ink treasures for me." The token had been granted by old Madame Zhao a few days prior, permitting her to occasionally venture outside. Now it was proving useful. "I shall go at once," Mama Fong replied, not daring to delay, and she took the token and departed. Sheng Jinchu stood beneath the window for a full 3 to 4 hours before she finally saw the Zhao family leaving the main house, without even a glance back, clearly having no intention of visiting her. She let out a cold laugh. After a while, Mama Tan personally came to invite her over. Sheng Jinchu took a deep breath and went next door, where old Madame Zhao's face still bore traces of anger, but softened slightly upon catching sight of her. Old Madame Zhao found it difficult to express herself. Sheng Jinchu refrained from asking too many questions and, as usual, engaged in conversation with old Madame Zhao about other matters. It was only late at night that old Madame Zhao allowed her to return and rest. "What a pity," old Madame Zhao sighed. Upon returning to her room, Sheng Jinchu's face was dark as water. Mama Fong returned with the ink treasures and subtly nodded at her. Sheng Jinchu closed her eyes, suppressing the anger that welled up within her. The next day, she continued her routine of greeting old Madame Zhao, bending down to massage her legs, when she suddenly heard the anxious voice of a maid outside. "Miss, why have you come? Get out," came Zhao's voice. Zhao pushed the maid aside and stepped into the room, her piercing gaze landing on Sheng Jinchu as she angrily demanded, "A rumor suddenly spread throughout the capital last night, accusing Yan Yan of not being the legitimate daughter of the Sheng family and attempting to usurp your marriage. Are you the one scheming behind this?" Sheng Jinchu was bewildered and shook her head repeatedly. I did not." "Stop pretending. You incited the common people to confront me publicly in Longxi, and now you resort to the same tactics upon returning to the capital. Your intentions are treacherous." Zhao's eyes were red with fury as she glared at her. "What is going on here?" Old Madame Zhao interjected. Unable to contain her anger, Zhao recounted the situation. Now the whole capital is saying the Zhao family is facing extinction. Upon hearing the words "facing extinction," old Madame Zhao's expression darkened, and she shouted angrily, "Nonsense!" Zhao shot a glare at Sheng Jinchu, sarcastically stating, "Isn't it all her doing? Grandmother, mother, this matter has nothing to do with Jinchu. Since arriving at the Zhao family, she has never left Sontang Courtyard. How could she spread rumors?" Old Madame Zhao could confirm, "This girl has indeed remained under my watch." "What about others?" Zhao persisted. "I only brought Mama Fong with me." Zhao was momentarily at a loss for words. In her haste to leave, she had not allowed Sheng Jinchu to bring more people. Mama Fong was just an old maid, and Zhao had never regarded her as a threat. Zhao looked suspiciously at Sheng Jinchu. "Mother, could the news have come from Longxi? It caused quite a stir back then. Or perhaps she has been manipulated." Sheng Jinchu gently reminded her. Zhao's heart sank as she attempted to cover Sheng Jinchu's mouth, but it was too late. She looked anxiously at old Madame Zhao. "What happened then?" Old Madame Zhao pressed. "And nothing," Zhao stammered, still wanting to deny it. Old Madame Zhao turned directly to Sheng Jinchu and commanded, "Jinchu, speak. Do not hide the truth." Thus, Sheng Jinchu recounted the farce in Longxi in detail. Old Madame Zhao's face darkened as she glared at Zhao in frustration and then told Sheng Jinchu, "Everyone leave." Once alone, old Madame Zhao slammed the table, demanding, "For 3 years, you have favored Yan Yan, and I have not held it against you. However, you cannot elevate one while suppressing another. Jinchu is also your daughter. You expect her to relinquish her status as the legitimate daughter, allowing Yan Yan to take her place in the marriage with the Duke of Qi. You should have approached this gradually, but now you have failed and brought disgrace upon the Zhao family, burdening us with the stigma of manipulating an orphan's inheritance. Mother." Zhao's expression faltered. Old Madame Zhao took a deep breath. "As for the marriage with the Duke of Qi, whether it is to proceed or not, the matter between Jinchu and Chengge is settled now." Zhao grew anxious, "But I've already promised my sister-in-law. We are to select a date soon." "Nonsense!" Old Madame Zhao exclaimed fiercely. "Do you truly want the entire capital to mock the Zhao family? After failing in Longxi, you come to the Zhao family and have your marriage taken away so soon, only to be forced back? You may have no shame, but I do." Zhao's face flushed with shame, and she struggled to suppress her indignation, stammering for a long while. Old Madame Zhao cast a glance at Zhao. The foolish decisions you made in the past, I tolerated out of mother-daughter affection, but do not act foolishly and jeopardize the Zhao family now. Otherwise, do not blame me for severing our ties. Zhao dare not hope for leniency anymore. Hurriedly standing up, I will go to apologize to my sister-in-law. After taking a few steps, she turned back, steeling herself to say, Mother, if the matter with Cheng'er is off, what about the Duke of Qi's heir? He and Yin are in love, yet Jinchu is merely a merchant's daughter, unworthy of the Duke's heir. Old Madame Zhao's eyes reflected disappointment as she retorted. This marriage was originally Jinchu's. Regardless of her status, the Duke of Qi's family must acknowledge it. As for Yin, what is her status to compare with the sole daughter of the Sheng family from Longxi? Zhao had not anticipated that, in just over 10 days, her own mother would side with Sheng Jinchu and speak in her favor. In terms of status, Yin was certainly above Jinchu, but it was simply inconvenient to state that. Sensing old Madame Zhao's grim expression, Zhao dared not press further and left with clenched teeth. Old Madame Zhao rubbed her forehead and sighed deeply. Mama Tan entered, offering a cup of tea with care. How could I not know that sending Jinchu to Songtang Courtyard was to confine her? That girl, Yin has only come to pay her respects a few times. Human hearts are indeed tender. Jinchu has suffered greatly. Old Madame Zhao's eyes glistened with unshed tears, partly out of pity for Sheng Jinchu and partly out of anger toward Zhao. What if the young lady intends to transfer the marriage with the Duke of Qi to her cousin Yin? If Jinchu is unwilling to yield, what shall we do? Mama Tan asked. At that moment of silence, Sheng Jinchu pushed open the door and entered, kneeling at old Madame Zhao's feet. Grandmother, Jinchu did not intend to eavesdrop. I merely saw Mother leave and feared you would be too angry, so I wished to come and persuade you. Old Madame Zhao wiped her eyes and was not angry. Grandmother, Jinchu is willing to relinquish the marriage to spare you and the Zhao family from distress. Sheng Jinchu said sincerely. That fool Qi Yuan, I never intended to marry him. It would be even better to take this opportunity to dissolve the engagement. Old Madame Zhao was astonished. Do you understand what you are saying? This marriage was arranged while your father was still alive. Grandmother, a forced marriage bears no sweetness. I do not know Qi Shizi, nor do I have any feelings for him. In fact, the young lady has met Qi Shizi. You saw him on your first day in the residence. Mama Tan interjected. Sheng Jinchu was taken aback, feigning panic, so it was him. Old Madame Zhao, observing Sheng Jinchu's demeanor, grew curious and pressed for details about what happened that day. Sheng Jinchu appeared troubled and refused to speak, prompting Mama Tan to assist her. For some reason, Qi Shizi unjustly scolded Jinchu. Is that so? Old Madame Zhao said, not daring to lie. Taking a deep breath, old Madame Zhao's dissatisfaction with Sheng Yin grew, clearly realizing that Sheng Yin must have mentioned Sheng Jinchu in front of Qi Yuan. Otherwise, how would Qi Yuan have spoken harshly to Sheng Jinchu upon their first meeting? Truly petty. Grandmother, forcing me together with Qi Shizi would only result in a mismatched pair. But Sheng Jinchu frowned in confusion. Why would my mother strive to secure this marriage for a mere maid like Sheng Yin? Madame Zhao's expression stiffened, and Mama Tan quickly explained. Over the past 3 years, Yin has taken care of the elder lady. Perhaps the elder lady wishes to reciprocate. This explanation seemed somewhat forced, yet fortunately, Sheng Jinchu did not press further. She tilted her head to look at Madame Zhao. Grandmother, I implore you for a favor. Madame Zhao raised her brows, an undercurrent of reluctance in her gaze. Speak, I am listening. Could you protect Jinchu and refrain from arranging any marriage for her within the next 2 years? I do not wish to return to the Zhao family, only to be hastily married off. I have only just begun to familiarize myself with you, and I do not wish to be thrust into a foreign place. Sheng Jinchu's eyes glistened with tears as she spoke pitifully. Seeing this, Madame Zhao had no reason to refuse and nodded immediately. This matter, your grandmother agrees to. Thank you, grandmother. Good child, rise. Madame Zhao affectionately grasped Sheng Jinchu's wrist, genuinely fond of her, attentive, understanding, and considerate. Chapter 12. The twins of one mother. As evening descended, the adjacent ladies' quarters buzzed with excitement. Mama Fan remarked, I see the First Lady is quite enraged, and Miss Sheng Yin is also here. It has been a few days since I've seen her. Mama Fong hesitated, glancing over, only to be astonished at the sight of Miss Sheng Yin, draped in luxurious silk, her waist adorned with 2 lotus-colored fragrance pouches, and around her neck hung a jade necklace. Most striking was the exquisite gold hairpin shaped like a double-bloom hibiscus, with delicate golden leaves dangling from it, and pearl earrings gracing her ears. 2 maidservants trailed behind her, standing tall and exuding an air of arrogance akin to that of a wealthy young lady. Mama Fong cast another glance at her own young lady, who was clad in a simple gown, with only a white jade ornament in her hair, radiating an aura of coolness. It was clear that her own young lady was the true daughter of a noble family. Standing under the eaves, Sheng Jinchu surveyed the phoenix tree in the courtyard, a smile playing on her lips. "Mama, do not rush. Let us wait a moment." "My lady, I am merely advocating for you," Mama Fong replied, puzzled as to why the lady treated her daughter so poorly, as if she were not her own flesh and blood. Having been reborn, Sheng Jinchu no longer harbored any hope for the Zhao family. She was eager to see whether the young master of the Qi family, who had gone through great lengths to win over Yin Yin, would still dote on her when he discovered she possessed no substantial fortune. From dusk until deep into the night, Sheng Jinchu extinguished her candle early, the room enveloped in silence as she remained by the window, gazing outside. At last, the guest departed. Before leaving, she caught a glimpse of the First Lady and the Zhao family in animated conversation, their expressions no longer cold, with remarks about how fortunate Yin Yin was. "Aunt, you flatter me." In the darkness, the charming voice of Sheng Yin could be heard. "What my aunt said is indeed truthful. Are you now at ease?" "Thank you, mother." The voices faded into the distance. Moments later, footsteps approached as Mama Ten knocked on the door. "Is Miss Jinchu asleep?" After a few knocks, Mama Fong, receiving a signal, lit a lamp and opened the door. Sheng Jinchu feigned sleepiness, looking innocently at the visitor. "Mama?" Mama Ten lowered her voice and hurriedly revealed, "In 3 days, the estate will host a flower appreciation banquet, during which Yin Yin will be publicly recognized, and it will be declared that, like you, she is also a legitimate daughter of the Sheng family, a twin born of the same mother." Sheng Jinchu was taken aback, her heart racing as she forced herself to remain calm. Miss Mama Tan continued, "It is not the elder lady's fault. After all, the young master of the Qi family fell head over heels for Yin Yin at first sight, and she is the one he desires. The elder lady intends for Yin Yin to be called the eldest young lady from tomorrow on, while you will be the second young lady." Observing Sheng Jinchu's pale visage, Mama Tan felt a twinge of sympathy and added, "However, the elder lady has also advocated for you today. Your future marriage will be at her discretion." Sheng Jinchu bit her lip until she tasted blood before releasing it, forcing a smile as she adjusted her clothing. "I shall go thank grandmother. There is no need for the second young lady to go. The elder lady has just retired." Mama Ten interjected. Sheng Jinchu chose not to argue, nodding obediently as she watched Mama Tan leave. Once she was gone, Mama Fong rushed to embrace Sheng Jinchu, trembling with anger. "My lady, let us return to our estate. These people are too much to bear." Sheng Jinchu took a deep breath and shook her head. "I cannot leave. My family's vengeance has not been avenged, and I have yet to expose Yin Yan's true identity. The Zhao family has not received their comeuppance. Such words should not be spoken. There may be ears on the walls, which could be detrimental to me," she softly admonished. Mama Fong covered her mouth and wept. In contrast, upon returning to the main room, Mama Tan found Madame Zhao still clutching her prayer beads. Hearing the commotion, she glanced at the newcomer. What did she say? Is there any resentment? Mama Tan immediately shook her head. When the second young lady first heard this news, her face turned pale. After I explained, she wished to thank you, but I stopped her. With a snap, the beads in Madame Zhao's hand halted, her expression one of surprise as she regarded Mama Tan. Not a trace of resentment. "Madam, I observe that the second young lady possesses a gentle disposition, uncontentious and unprovoked. She does not seem angry." Mama Tan, having received many favors, naturally defended Sheng Jinchu. I also inquired about those from Longxi. The lady's methods were a bit extreme. The second young lady, being an honest person, may have only spoken up when pushed too far. Madame Zhao had grasped the situation and sighed. "This child is considerate of the greater good. She is quite remarkable. If she continues to be so obedient and caring, it would be no issue to keep her close." Mama Tan dared not interject, merely nodding in agreement. The next morning, Sheng Jinchu visited Madame Zhao as usual. While waiting, Sheng Yin arrived, her attire vibrant and a bright smile gracing her face. Second sister, I am grateful for your frequent visits to grandmother. They surely alleviate her boredom. When time permits, I shall take you to explore the capital, which is far more splendid than Longxi. Hearing the term second sister ignited a fire within Sheng Jinchu. She lifted her gaze to meet Sheng Yan's triumphant smile. Sheng Jinchu pursed her lips in silence, while Sheng Yan immediately feigned distress. Second sister, do you harbor grievances against me, or are you dissatisfied with grandmother's decision? Sheng Jinchu silently observed Sheng Yan's performance. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Sheng Yan entered with red-rimmed eyes, weeping as she greeted Madame Zhao, grandmother. To the discerning eye, it was evident that Sheng Yan was the one wronged. Grandmother, Sheng Jinchu followed suit, bowing. Madame Zhao's gaze flitted between the two, one with tear-stained cheeks and the other with a calm demeanor, devoid of even a smile. Sheng Jinchu, do not think that by conceding your marriage to Yan, she owes you a debt. You are unworthy of such a good match. Yan is marrying on your behalf, and you should be grateful to her. The matriarch entered with flourish, immediately noticing Sheng Yan's tearful expression. Mother, do not blame my second sister, Sheng Yan said as she approached Madame Zhao. The latter regarded Sheng Yan with maternal affection, then turned to Sheng Jinchu, her eyes sharp as a blade, filled with displeasure. Indeed, she is an uncouth child. Sheng Jinchu knelt and greeted. I pay my respects to mother. Cease this pretense. I cannot bear such a bow from you, Madame Zhao scoffed. Sheng Jinchu slowly stood, casting a glance at Madame Zhao, who remained seated, calmly observing with her prayer beads in hand, seemingly disinterested in intervening. In a composed tone, Sheng Jinchu explained, Today, Yan and I did not exchange a single word. I do not know what has provoked her. If I have erred, I sincerely apologize. As she approached Sheng Yan, intending to bow, Sheng Yan hurriedly clarified, Yes, Jinchu did not insult me. I was merely blinded by the wind and dust. Enough. Madame Zhao interrupted Sheng Jinchu with a stern tone. Do not feign innocence. Yan is kind-hearted. She has shielded you from trouble for quite some time. Sheng Jinchu, from this day forth, Yan shall be your elder sister. You must respect her and not bully her. Do you understand? Suddenly, Sheng Jinchu turned and knelt before Madame Zhao. Grandmother, I wish to return to Longxi. I implore you to allow me to go back. Madame Zhao could no longer remain composed, affectionately pulling at Sheng Jinchu. Mother, this child is misbehaving again. Before Zhao Shi could finish her words, she was silenced by a stern glance from Madame Zhao, leaving her feeling awkwardly speechless. Sheng Jinchu sniffled, suppressing her grievances, her head lowered in a state of helplessness. This sight softened Madame Zhao's heart, prompting her to gently stroke Sheng Jinchu's hair. From now on, this will be your home. Your grandmother will protect you. Sheng Yan felt a jolt of surprise. She had been with the Zhao family for 3 years and had never received such warmth from her grandmother. Why was Sheng Jinchu afforded such favor? They were both her daughters. Favoritism was unjust. Madame Zhao's expression was one of warning. Zhao Shi opened her mouth, attempting to explain. I am merely teaching her proper conduct. Her conduct is exemplary, Madame Zhao retorted, still holding Sheng Jinchu's hand. She had clearly witnessed the earlier scene at the entrance. Recognizing that it was Sheng Yan who instigated the conflict while feigning innocence, Zhao Shi had been deceived by this cunning girl. In contrast to Sheng Yan's petty demeanor, Madame Zhao found herself more inclined towards the unassuming and broad-minded Sheng Jinchu. Summons the eldest lady, Madame Zhao commanded. Shortly, the eldest lady arrived, her eyes widening in astonishment upon seeing Sheng Jinchu. Is this truly Jinchu? Jinchu pays her respects to her aunt. Sheng Jinchu gracefully performed a bow. Good child, rise, the eldest lady said affectionately, taking her wrist and removing a beautiful jade bracelet. This vibrant color suits you well. Sheng Jinchu expressed her thanks with another bow. Madame Zhao glanced at the jade bracelet, her expression softening, and instructed, Thanks to Jinchu's attentive care, I have been able to recover so well. The flower viewing banquet is in 2 days. Prepare a few outfits for Jinchu. This indicated a notable elevation in Sheng Jinchu's status. The eldest lady smiled and nodded. I will arrange it immediately. Chapter 13. Publicly declaring Sheng family's legitimate daughter status, Sheng Jinchu was sheltered behind Madame Zhao, leaving Zhao Shi at a loss. Perhaps she had not anticipated that the old lady would take such a liking to this girl. With Madame Zhao's decree, no one dared to oppose. The atmosphere became tense, and Zhao Shi soon excused herself, citing other matters while taking Sheng Jinchu away. Once they departed, Madame Zhao turned her attention to Sheng Jinchu. Why did you not explain earlier? Mother may have been unwell again. I feared her anger might worsen. Besides, we are merely guests here and should not cause any more trouble for the Zhao family. Sheng Jinchu replied, a hint of guilt crossing her face. Madame Zhao felt a mix of anger and pity gripping her hand tightly. She could not comprehend why her daughter would neglect such a wonderful girl like Jinchu in favor of the petty Sheng Jinchu. Soon, the eldest lady had prepared several outfits for Sheng Jinchu, including clothing, accessories, and footwear. Everything was complete. After inspecting the garments, Madame Zhao nodded in satisfaction and advised Jinchu, at your young age, you need not confine yourself to the courtyard. Do mingle with the sisters in the house from time to time. This was directed towards the eldest lady. The eldest lady smiled, remaining present, and Sheng Jinchu sensed that there was something the two needed to discuss privately. So she suggested making some snacks. Once she left, Madame Zhao's expression fell. I heard that the Duke of Qi's residence sent someone early this morning. They are here to gather intelligence, the eldest lady noted. Before meeting Jinchu, she had thought Sheng Jinchu was a fitting match for the Duke's heir. But upon comparison with Jinchu, she now believed the heir had lost his senses. Madame Zhao shot a glance at the eldest lady, prompting her to continue. After the flower viewing banquet, the Duke of Qi's residence intends to propose. The eldest lady hesitated, then pressed on. If this matter is instigated by Jinchu, the Zhao family will find it difficult to explain. How can a legitimate daughter of the Sheng family be robbed of her marriage? She will not make a fuss. Seeing Madame Zhao's unwavering confidence, the eldest lady refrained from expressing doubt and shifted the conversation to other topics. After a while, she was summoned away by a maid. Upon exiting the courtyard, she was approached by Zhao Shi's maid. The eldest lady sighed. Some people mistake the ordinary for the precious. Alas, what a pity. Upon encountering Zhao Shi and Sheng Jinchu, the eldest lady's expression brightened again. Zhao Shi anxiously inquired, there won't be any changes, will there? Rest assured, Mother has promised to keep a close watch on Jinchu. There will be no disturbances. Just wait for the flower viewing banquet. And the Duke of Qi's proposal will be as good as sealed. Sheng Jinchu's face lit up with joy, her cheeks flushing, and she shyly looked at the eldest lady. In the future, Jinchu will surely remember Aunt's kindness. The eldest lady smiled silently. Zhao Shi then recalled Madame Zhao's attitude toward Jinchu and pursed her lips. Sister-in-law, is there an available courtyard that can be prepared? Mother is getting older and prefers peace. It is not ideal for Jinchu to stay in her quarters. The eldest lady's smile faded slightly. It was evident that Madame Zhao favored Jinchu and intended to protect her. Moreover, Jinchu had just relinquished her engagement, and Madame Zhao was currently feeling guilty. Bringing up the idea of moving Jinchu out of the courtyard would surely irritate Madame Zhao. Sister, the household is busy preparing for the flower viewing banquet. There isn't time to arrange a courtyard just yet. We can discuss it later, the eldest lady explained. She does not have many belongings. A few servants can tidy up quickly. Zhao Shi believed Jinchu had enjoyed too much comfort in her early years and should experience some hardship. Initially, she intended to confine Jinchu under the guise of filial piety, taking advantage of the opportunity to showcase Sheng Jinchu at various banquets and elevate their status. Little did she expect that Jinchu would catch Madame Zhao's eye, which left Zhao Shi feeling uncomfortable. She had no intention of providing Jinchu with a support system. The eldest lady smiled with an air of insincerity. Mother is still not well. She likely cannot do without Jinchu. She is merely sweet-talking. Who knows what kind of spell she has cast on Mother? Zhao Shi frowned, unable to hide her disdain whenever Jinchu was mentioned. Sheng Jinchu gently tugged at Zhao Shi's sleeve. Mother, and is correct. The household is busy at the moment. It would be better to discuss this later. Realizing the conversation could lead to the eldest lady's displeasure, Zhao Shi relented. Just then, a servant hurried in with news. The matriarch of the Duke of Qi's residence has come to visit Madame Zhao. They are waiting at the door. The eldest lady frowned. Why such a sudden visit? Only this morning had they sent someone. Now, they were coming in person. What was going on at the Duke of Qi's residence? Despite her thoughts, the eldest lady dared not refuse the matriarch, quickly rising to welcome her. With Zhao Shi closely following, sister-in-law, I will accompany you. At the entrance, the matriarch of the Duke of Qi's residence carefully descended from her carriage, accompanied by Madame Qi and Qi Yuanan. The eldest lady stepped outside to greet them. Her expression one of pleasant surprise. Matriarch, you have come. I was concerned about your mother, so I came to see her. Mother mentioned you a few days ago. However, she has been unable to leave her room. If she had known you were coming, she would surely have been delighted. The matriarch of the Duke of Qi smiled, patting the eldest lady's hand, and they proceeded inside. Behind them, Sheng Jinchu craned her neck to catch a glimpse of Qi Yuanan beside Madame Qi, blushing shyly, to which Qi Yuanan responded with a gentle smile. Upon reaching the hall, Madame Qi pulled the eldest lady and Zhao Shi aside, smiling. The matriarch wishes to speak with the old lady privately. Let us not intrude. The eldest lady was taken aback but nodded, summoning a maid to guide the matriarch and requesting tea and snacks. Once seated, Madame Qi exchanged glances with the eldest lady, who promptly understood and signaled for the servants to withdraw. The spacious hall fell silent, and Madame Qi wasted no time. There are still many rumors circulating in the capital regarding Yinyan's background. I am here to seek a definitive answer. Sheng Jinchu's eyelids fluttered, anxiously glancing at Zhao Shi. Zhao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, explained, this matter is rather lengthy. Yinyan and Jinch are both my daughters, though few are aware of this. Mrs. Qi displayed curiosity. Years ago, when I was expecting them, a wise individual advised me that before Yinyan reached maturity, she must conceal her brilliance. Thus, she had to disguise her identity as a maidservant, or else her life would be in peril. I had no choice but to act accordingly. Zhao's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Who would have thought that Jinch's casual remarks would lead to such great trouble? Mrs. Qi appeared skeptical. Mother, this is indeed the truth. I have already investigated. Qi Yuan murmured from behind Mrs. Qi. In truth, Qi Yuan knew that Sheng Jinchu was not the legitimate daughter of the Sheng family. He said this merely to dispel his mother's suspicions. He deemed Sheng Jinchu unworthy of himself, regarding her as a jinx who had brought ruin to the Sheng family, someone whose existence was regrettable. Mrs. Qi took a few sips of tea, deep in thought. Noticing her contemplation, Zhao could not help but interject, the two children are a match made in heaven, destined for each other. In the future, let us not speak too soon, Mrs. Qi interrupted. Her doubts lingered, especially regarding her son's lifelong commitment. She had never held in high regard the merchant-born Sheng Jinchu. Had it not been for the engagement, she would never have consented to her entering the family. Both the Qi and Zhao families were prominent households, and it was prudent to proceed with caution. Mrs. Qi casually set down her teacup, gently dabbed her lips with her handkerchief, and continued. I have but one request. Before the engagement is announced, the rumors circulating in the capital must be resolved. The position of the young master's wife is not one that just anyone can occupy. Yinyan, can you comprehend the good intentions behind your aunt's words? Sheng Jinchu bit her lip, tears welling up, feeling utterly wronged. Qi Yuan quickly interjected, Mother, this matter has already been settled. Yuan, Mrs. Qi admonished, it is common knowledge that the Sheng family has only one daughter. How can there be two? Your marriage is of great significance. It cannot be approached lightly. Faced with Mrs. Qi's stern countenance, Qi Yuan opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from arguing. Zhao felt a tightening in her chest. What does Mrs. Qi propose? Shall we publicly declare that Miss Jinch is an adopted daughter, a cousin from a collateral branch of the Sheng family? Mrs. Qi replied. Zhao remained silent. While the eldest lady could no longer contain herself, that may not be appropriate. Both are cousins of the Zhao family. We cannot let one suffer for the other's sake. Wise individuals put an end to gossip. I believe that once the flower viewing banquet is over, no one will question Yinyan's identity. Mrs. Qi's gaze flickered, and she chuckled softly. It seems I have not considered this thoroughly. However, when the engagement was established, the Grand Duke had given Mr. Sheng a token of betrothal, a magnificent dragon and phoenix jade. The phoenix ornament was bestowed upon the Sheng family, and, at the upcoming flower viewing banquet, an will wear the dragon ornament. I hope Yinyan can wear the phoenix ornament. Zhao was completely unaware of the dragon and phoenix jade's significance, though initially flustered. She quickly regained her composure, secretly planning to ask Jinch for it after everyone left. Frowning, Zhao was about to refuse when Sheng Jinchu nodded in agreement first. Chapter 14. Grandmother Qi takes a liking to Sheng Jinchu in the Songtang courtyard. Grandmother Qi had visited several times. She and old Madame Zhao had been close friends in their youth and maintained contact even after marriage. Familiar with the surroundings, she entered to see a young girl in a light-colored gown practicing swordplay in the courtyard. Light as a swallow, her movements graceful and deft. With decisive strikes, she displayed a fluidity that was captivating. As a gentle breeze passed, a leaf fell from the parasol tree, and with a swift motion, Jinch sliced it into several pieces, resembling raindrops as they drifted down. Second cousin, called out Granny Tan. Jinch sheathed her sword, a delicate blush gracing her petite face, her sparkling eyes blinking as she inquired, "Granny Tan, has grandmother awakened?" Granny Tan pointed behind her, and Jinch, realizing, turned to face Grandmother Chi. She took a few steps back and curtsied with impeccable grace, neither servile nor arrogant. Grandmother Chi smiled and raised her hand. No need for excessive formality. "You must be the Sheng girl who recently arrived from Longxi." Granny Tan's heart raced with worry for Jinch, who nodded and explained, "I am the second cousin of the Zhao family." Granny Tan sighed in relief, fearing Jinch might say something amiss, and promptly ushered Grandmother Chi into the inner room, advising Jinch, "Second cousin, you've perspired. Quickly change into clean clothes to avoid catching a chill." This was clearly an attempt to discreetly remove her from the scene. Jinch, unfazed, retained her composure and turned to leave, clutching her sword tightly. After changing her attire, she returned to find Granny Tan glancing at the maidservants tidying up the corridor, whispering, "Grandmother Chi is a true lady of the military, having fought on the battlefield before her marriage. The young ladies of the capital excel in the arts, each skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, with very few practicing swordplay. The daughters of the Chi family are well-educated and virtuous. Today, as you performed swordplay before Grandmother Chi, I could clearly see her astonishment and admiration." Jinch silently polished her sword and sheathed it, having previously showcased her skills to old Madame Zhao to prepare for this very moment. She practiced daily, though the timing varied, ensuring she would not raise any suspicions when the opportunity arose. When guests arrived next door, Jinch refrained from intruding, instead focusing on her calligraphy, each stroke executed with utmost seriousness. "Second cousin," came Granny Tan's voice, cheerfully calling from the window, "the old madam requests your presence." Jinch set down her brush and stood up, but Granny Tan lingered, softly stating, "The old lady you just met is Grandmother Chi, the grandmother of young Master Chi, and she shares a good relationship with our old madam." Jinch raised an eyebrow, assuring Granny, "Rest assured, I will not speak out of turn." Granny Tan chuckled awkwardly. "That is not my concern." Upon stepping into the main hall, Jinch was greeted by waves of laughter that ceased upon her entrance. Old Madame Zhao smiled warmly at her and beckoned, "This is Grandmother Chi." As Jinch performed her courtesy, Grandmother Chi halted her, saying, "You have already greeted me. There is no need for further formality." Grandmother Chi's eyes appraised Jinch from head to toe. "I seldom see young ladies practicing swordplay. Where'd you learn?" Jinch glanced at old Madame Zhao, receiving a nod of approval before replying nonchalantly, "My father taught me personally." "Your father?" Grandmother Chi's eyes flickered with intrigue. Old Madame Zhao's smile gradually faded. "Since childhood, I have struggled with my health, and practicing swordplay was merely to strengthen my constitution. My father wished for me to live longer." Jinch answered, skillfully deflecting the conversation. Grandmother Chi smiled knowingly and turned to old Madame Zhao. "You have such a wonderful granddaughter, yet you keep her hidden away. How ungracious. You must take her to the Chi residence for a visit one of these days." Old Madame Zhao's smile returned as she engaged in light conversation with Grandmother Chi. It was only when Mrs. Chi sent someone to invite Grandmother Chi that she finally rose to take her leave, casting a meaningful glance at Jinch as she departed. That glance caught old Madame Zhao's attention, causing her brow to furrow slightly. Once they were gone, old Madame Zhao turned to Jinch, observing her modest demeanor and calm disposition, which belied her youth. Jinch displayed neither timidity nor resentment, further endearing herself to old Madame Zhao. "Mother," Zhao burst in, frowning upon seeing Jinch. "I just saw Grandmother Chi leave. So, you have met her?" Jinch, confused, nodded. Zhao's expression darkened, but Granny Tan quickly intervened. "Second cousin is composed." She did not utter a word that was inappropriate. Zhao finally relaxed, softening her tone. "If it weren't for Yin Yin's support over the past 3 years, I would not have emerged from my sorrow. She has only asked me once for a rightful identity to marry into the Duke's residence. It is not that I do not care for you. It is simply that the young master has his eyes set on Yin Yan. Even if you were to marry, you would not receive any regard, merely enduring mutual torment. Zhao spoke with conviction, showing no hint of guilt. With outstretched palms, she implored, many years ago, the Duke of Qi's residence bestowed upon me a phoenix pendant. Where is it now? The phoenix pendant? How could she have so readily given it to Shang Yinyan? Do not feign ignorance. The pendant does not belong to you. It rightfully belongs to Yin Yan. Zhao's voice grew more insistent. I have never seen such a pendant. Zhao responded, her skepticism evident. Mother, if I possessed it, how could I remain unaware? Jinchu, biting her lip, felt a sense of grievance as her eyes glistened with unshed tears. This was indeed true. From a tender age, Jinchu yearned for Zhao's approval, and there were no secrets between them. Everything was disclosed to Zhao. Zhao had certainly never heard Jinchu mention the phoenix pendant. Could it be that Master Sheng had failed to present it to her? Such a possibility could not be dismissed. However, unbeknownst to Zhao was the fact that Master Sheng had repeatedly instructed Jinchu not to reveal the pendant to anyone else. She had obediently complied, divulging nothing. As Jinchu lowered her gaze, she suddenly realized that her father had long been wary of certain matters. Zhao grew anxious. Yin Yan has already promised to wear the phoenix pendant to the banquet the day after tomorrow. What are we to do without it? Jinchu, eyes cast downward, recalled that in her previous life, just before her demise, she had overheard Sheng Jinyan mention that Lady Qi had insisted on a letter of confession. Otherwise, she would not consent to Yin Yan's marriage into the residence. In this life, rumors circulated, casting doubt on Yin Yan's lineage. Lady Qi, being inherently suspicious, would undoubtedly be even more cautious. Zhao's demeanor turned cold. Without the means to support such a claim, one should not undertake endeavors beyond their capacity. Yin Yan is no longer a child. She ought to behave with more prudence. Now that we cannot produce the pendant, she must consider how to explain this to the Qi family. Zhao, clearly vexed, cast a dubious glance at Jinchu as she departed. Feeling a burgeoning resentment towards Sheng Yinyan for having dared to promise Lady Qi without fully understanding the situation. Upon returning to the courtyard, Zhao summoned Sheng Yinyan and recounted the predicament. Yinyan's eyelids fluttered as she murmured, Mother, could it be that Jinchu is unwilling to part with it? Have you ever seen the pendant in her possession during your 10 years of proximity? After much contemplation, Yinyan realized that Jinchu possessed an abundance of gold and jewels. Yet she could not recall the existence of such a jade pendant. However, if they could not present the phoenix pendant, how would she justify this to Lady Qi? The thought of Lady Qi's suspicious gaze filled Sheng Yinyan with unease. Mother, what shall we do now? Chapter 15. Doubts about lineage and midnight theft. Zhao, massaging her temples in frustration, observed Sheng Yinyan's anxious pacing and could not refrain from admonishing her. You should not have taken it upon yourself to agree with Lady Qi today. Had Sheng Yinyan not spoken up, Zhao could have easily concealed the loss of the pendant behind a plausible fire incident. Now, however, the one-of-a-kind phoenix pendant was irretrievable, and they lacked any excuse to placate Lady Qi. Yinyan's face drained of color as she quickly apologized. Mother, it is my fault. It shall not happen again. Seeing her distress, Zhao's expression softened slightly, and she declared, I will devise a solution for this matter. At these words, Sheng Yinyan's face brightened with gratitude. Thank you, Mother. Upon returning from the Zhao residence, the matriarch of the Qi family maintained a somber countenance. She glanced at her grandson trailing behind and sighed heavily. Lady Qi, who had served her mother-in-law for 20 years, immediately sensed that something was amiss and stepped forward to support the elder. Mother, the estate has delivered a bounty of wild game and vegetables today. Shall we prepare a nourishing soup to warm your body? The matriarch paused, then made her way to the inner hall, seating herself in the high chamber. Let us discuss today's events. Facing the inquiry, Lady Qi did not dare to withhold the truth and recounted the events in detail. The matriarch's gaze then shifted to Qi Yuan. Have you encountered that second cousin? After a moment's hesitation, Qi Yuan nodded. What was your impression? The matriarch pressed further. A sense of alarm struck Qi Yuan, and he hastily replied, Grandmother, Sheng Jinchu is cunning and treacherous. She should not be easily trusted. This declaration caused Lady Qi to furrow her brow in disbelief. You have only met the second Miss Sheng once. How can you ascertain her character? Qi Yuan felt a lump in his throat, unable to articulate the bizarre truth of his rebirth. He could only say, I have inquired about her reputation in Longxi, and it is quite poor. She often bullies Yin Yan. Lady Qi understood. The matriarch silently sipped her tea, setting it down to scrutinize Qi Yuan's righteous demeanor before glancing at Lady Qi. Honor, go to the storeroom and select a painting for your grandmother as a congratulatory gift for the banquet in 2 days. Yes, he replied, eager to depart. The matriarch then turned to Lady Qi. Have you ever met the second Miss Sheng? Lady Qi shook her head. Although she had never seen Jinchu, she had grown curious from the matriarch's repeated mentions. Mother, what sort of character does this second Miss Sheng possess? Far superior to Sheng Yinyan. The statement left Lady Qi in shock, and the matriarch continued. The rumors circulating in the capital are not without basis. A nurse marriage must be approached with caution. We cannot afford to become a laughingstock. Lady Qi had always been vigilant regarding her son, and she would naturally exercise caution in this marriage. However, the matriarch added, Honor currently places great emphasis on Sheng Yinyan. Should he discover any alterations in this engagement, he may become discontented. Furthermore, given the misfortunes that have befallen the Sheng family, should the Qi family hastily withdraw from the engagement, it would undoubtedly invite criticism. The matriarch recalled Sheng Jinchu's poised demeanor, her graciousness, and her adherence to etiquette. Such qualities were befitting of a lady of high standing, unlike Sheng Yinyan's frivolity. How many times had she witnessed the two exchanging glances under her very nose? Such behavior was inherently unappealing. Until Yinyan's lineage was confirmed, this engagement must be postponed. The matriarch and Lady Qi exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing to keep this from Qi Yuan while investigating Sheng Yinyan's background. Suddenly, the matriarch remembered a letter sent from the young princess in the palace days prior. She rubbed her temples and sighed. Lady Qi inquired, Mother, are you troubled by the matters concerning the noble consort? The noble consort had entered the palace for 20 years, giving birth to 3 princes for the emperor, basking in glory and power. Yet one flaw remained. The central palace had been vacant for a decade, and she was mere steps away from ascending to the pinnacle of power. Yet that step proved immensely challenging. If the crown prince were incompetent, we might have a chance. The matriarch lamented. Alas, the crown prince is both scholarly and martial. After 5 years on the battlefield, he quelled the barbarians and reclaimed the borders. Now that he has returned victorious, the combined strength of the noble consort's 3 sons pales in comparison to that of the crown prince alone. The crown prince's status as the legitimate heir bore significant weight. Lady Qi's eyes flickered. I have heard that the emperor is preparing to select a bride for the crown prince upon his return. The matriarch inhaled deeply. 3 years ago, the second prince sought a bride. Last year, it was the third prince, both of whose wives are of unremarkable standing. I initially thought the emperor was wary of the influence of the powerful families. Yet, as the crown prince seeks a bride, look at the caliber of those being considered. The eldest daughter of the grand tutor, the eldest daughter of the Duke Shun, the eldest daughter of the General Zhen Yuan, and even the eldest daughter of Princess Yuanfeng, not to mention the eldest daughter of the Minister of War, who remains unwed, all waiting for the crown prince's selection. The matriarch felt a pang of discomfort. The emperor's efforts to support the crown prince came at the expense of the other princes. Should the crown prince's marriage proceed, who could rival him thereafter? Since the crown prince's victorious return, the noble consort had not enjoyed a single night of peace, and the matriarch shared in her anxiety. Lady Qi suddenly recalled a piece of information she had heard. I have heard that the Zhao family has also sent an invitation to the crown prince. The Zhao family? The matriarch frowned, then sneered. Indeed, how could I forget the Zhao family? The Minister of Personnel has 3 daughters. Mother, until the end, it is not necessarily concluded. Lady Qi offered. The matriarch smiled wryly. For now, I can only reassure myself with such thoughts. Turning back to Lady Qi, she instructed, You should personally send someone to Longxi to gather information. Mother, some matters require meticulous attention. Lady Qi agreed and made a note of it, her curiosity about the remarkable Sheng Jinchu only deepening. As the night deepened, a shadowy figure quietly slipped out of the Zhao family side house. The flickering candlelight danced around, and a young girl, seated at her writing desk with a scroll in hand, glanced up to see Granny Feng diligently mending clothes. Suddenly, a figure flashed outside the window, swift as the wind. Jinchu's expression shifted slightly. It was late, yet someone lingered before her door, and the stillness of the courtyard indicated that even the guards had not been stirred. It was inconceivable that the vast Zhao estate would allow such freedom of entry and exit. This could only mean one thing: a family thief. A smirk crossed Jinchu's lips. For the sake of a phoenix pendant, they could no longer contain themselves? Granny, I'm feeling weary today. I wish to retire early, she yawned, setting the book down and casting a discreet glance toward the window. Granny Fong paused, her expression turning vigilant, yet she nodded, saying very well. I shall prepare the bed at once. Jinchu rose and walked toward the bed, approaching Granny Fong to whisper a few hushed words. Without hesitation, Granny Fong nodded in agreement. After extinguishing the lamp, she exited the room. The atmosphere grew eerily silent. Jinchu covered her mouth and nose, stealthily hiding behind the door, holding her breath as she detected the faintest of sounds. Smoke seeped into the room, filling it with a white haze. Moments later, the door creaked open. A dark figure entered quietly, presumably a maid, who immediately began rummaging through the room. With narrowed eyes, Jinchu seized a vase and struck the intruder on the head with a resounding crash. The noise echoed through the stillness. Granny Fong burst back in, quickly searching the maid and shaking her head, before discreetly placing an incense pouch into the maid's arms under Jinchu's direction. "Grandmother! Grandmother!" Jinchu exclaimed, barefoot and flustered as she knocked on the door. Shortly after, a light was lit inside, and Granny Tan opened the door to find Jinchu, whose pale face rushed past her into the room. "Second young lady." Granny Tan hurried in after her, awakened by the commotion. The elderly matriarch of the Zhao family sat upright, observing Jinchu's disheveled state with a furrowed brow. "What is the matter?" Someone unidentified entered next door, and I was frightened. "I injured them," Jinchu replied hurriedly. Upon hearing this, the matriarch's expression shifted, and she exchanged a knowing glance with Granny Tan, who swiftly exited with the others. Seeing Jinchu trembling, the matriarch helped her up and instructed a maid to fetch clothing and shoes. "Do not be afraid. Your grandmother is here." Once Jinchu had donned her shoes and socks, she anxiously clutched the matriarch's hand, her eyes glistening like a startled rabbit. Soon, Granny Tan returned, her demeanor grave. The matriarch, disregarding formalities, urged, "Speak." It was Qing Yu, a maidservant of the mistress, with ill intentions. She sneaked in at night to steal. Granny Tan reported. She refrained from mentioning the incense pouch, merely shaking her head at the matriarch, who took a deep breath. "We must apprehend her and send her to the estate. As for the mistress, inform her that it was I who discovered the matter, and it is unrelated to Jinchu. There is a banquet at the mansion the day after tomorrow, so let us keep this quiet for now." Granny Tan nodded in agreement. The matriarch gently patted Jinchu's hand. "The matter is resolved. Do not fear. Tomorrow, I shall have your aunt select 2 more maids to attend to you." Jinchu exhaled in relief. "So it was merely for money. Then there is nothing to worry about." "Thank you, grandmother." The matriarch smiled and instructed someone to escort Jinchu back. Once they departed, Granny Tan lowered her voice to convey a few words, causing the matriarch's expression to change dramatically. "Is it true? I saw it with my own eyes." It was indeed a man's purse, containing love poems, clearly marked with Miss Jinchu's name, Granny Tan replied. The matriarch's head throbbed with anger, slamming her palm on the table. How could she be so ruthless, even towards her own flesh and blood? Chapter 16. Shattering the Phoenix Pendant, Defamation and Framing the Matriarch. Incensed, spent a sleepless night. Before dawn broke, she dispatched someone to summon Zhao Shi. Feeling guilty for her wrongdoing, Zhao Shi arrived, bracing herself for a stern reprimand. As expected, she was confined and thoroughly chastised. Shortly thereafter, the matriarch summoned Lady Lu, stating, Jinchu has been here for some time, yet she has only one elderly maidservant attending to her. This is not a suitable arrangement. Upon hearing this, Lady Lu immediately responded, It is my oversight as a daughter-in-law. I shall select several maids for Jinchu. Let her choose from the new purchases. It would be better that way, the matriarch suggested. Most of the maids in the household were born into the family and might not regard Jinchu highly, so it was preferable for her to select her own. Lady Lu nodded in agreement. That morning, Jinchu chose 4 maids, taking possession of their contracts while Granny Fong would temporarily instruct them in etiquette. As for the events of the previous night, they fell like a stone cast into water, creating ripples that soon dissipated. Preparations for the upcoming flower banquet began early, and the matriarch had a young maid guide Jinchu to familiarize her with the Zhao estate, preventing her from getting lost and becoming a source of amusement. Upon leaving the pine courtyard, Jinchu beheld the grandeur of the Zhao family for the first time. The garden was ablaze with blossoms, a symphony of colors and fragrances enveloping her. She raised her hand to her nose, savoring the scents. In the distance, she spotted Zhao Shi chatting leisurely with Sheng Jinchu under a corridor, surrounded by several young girls. Among her peers, Sheng Jinchu was adorned in the most opulent attire. Jinchu raised an eyebrow, bemused by Zhao Shi's lavish expenditure on Sheng Jinchu. Uncertain of their conversation, she observed Sheng Jinchu giggling, occasionally playfully tugging at Zhao Shi, who wore an expression of indulgence. That was the true demeanor of a mother-daughter relationship. Jinchu suppressed her discomfort, glancing at the time. It was time to return to practice her calligraphy. Turning back, she averted her gaze, unwilling to look back again. She spent the entire day sequestered in the courtyard, practicing her writing, her heart burdened with unexpressed frustrations. Over a month had passed since arriving at the Zhao estate, and despite her efforts to curry favor with the matriarch, it seemed she remained partial to Zhao Shi. The matter of the incense pouch was never mentioned, and the matriarch treated Zhao Shi with a degree of leniency. Rubbing her temples, she sighed. Second young lady, this silk was sent by the mistress. Please choose a color you prefer. Shuahuan presented several bolts of silk. She also showcased the latest fashionable patterns. Jinchu examined 3 bolts of silk, of vibrant red, pure white, and deep purple. Each color varied in depth, but the pure white caught her eye. She reached out to touch it, causing Shuahuan to retreat. Oh, how forgetful of me. You have already chosen this pure white. With that, she placed the red and deep purple bolts down. Second young lady, I must attend to other matters. She left without a semblance of pretense, taking the pure white silk with her. Granny Fong hurried in, noticing the 2 bolts of silk on the table. Upon recognizing their colors, her anger flared. These colors are utterly unsuitable for the young lady. I shall take them away at once. Jinchu closed her eyes, repeatedly reassuring herself to wait a little longer. It would all come to pass soon. During dinner, Jinchu accompanied the matriarch and mentioned the silk sent by Zhao Shi, feigning delight. The matriarch's expression softened. Jinchu, your mother can be rather obstinate. Do not take it to heart. Jinchu notet obedini. After dinner, the matriarch spoke of the guests expected at the banquet the following day, advising her on what to be mindful of. Tomorrow is your first public appearance. Remember, there is no need to be nervous. Jinchu committed her words to memory. As the night deepened, Jinchu found herself restless on her couch, beckoning the 4 maidservants she had acquired earlier, Fei Yin, Fei Shuang, Yu Qin, and Yu Mian. We pay our respects to the young lady. They greeted her with a bow. Jinchu raised a hand. There is no need for excessive formalities. Rise. Fei Yin stepped forward, her eyes glistening. Young lady, you have suffered in the Zhao household. Steward Qi has instructed us to ensure your safety. These 4 maidservants have been arranged by Qi Shao long before, awaiting her selection. Initially, the matriarch intended to choose from the Zhao household maids, but upon Granny Tan's advice, highlighting the risk of being easily bribed by others, she relented, permitting Jinchu to select from outside sources. She shook her head and inquired about news from Longxi. Fian replied, after you left Longxi with the madam, Steward Qi was attacked. Fortunately, he narrowly escaped death, and the affairs in Longxi have been mostly settled. Upon hearing that Qi Shao had been assaulted, Jinchu's heart grew heavy, and she only breathed a sigh of relief when she learned he was safe. There was another matter. Recently, Lord Lu had been reassigned from Longxi. Jinchu was taken aback. Do you know where he's been sent? Fian shook her head. Jinchu felt a pang of regret, uncertain if her presence had unwittingly caused trouble for Lord Lu. Lost in thought, she did not notice that dawn had broken outside. She turned to Fian and opened her palm. Where are the items? Fian retrieved a small vial from her bosom and handed it over. Without hesitation, Jinchu uncorked it and applied the powder to her skin. Moments later, her fair, jade-like face became red and swollen, covered in a multitude of rashes. Once she heard the sounds of morning routines from the next room, Fian swiftly went next door to deliver a message. Shortly after, Mama Tan arrived. Upon seeing Jinchu's appearance, she gasped, What? What happened? Jinchu could only shake her head in confusion. Quickly, summon a doctor. When the doctor arrived, he examined Jinchu's pulse and confirmed that the rashes were caused by her accidental contact with the powder. Jinchu Guetstein, I come into contact with items in my room daily. Why has nothing happened before? Mama Fong pretended to ponder. However, Mama Tan, with keen eyes, noticed 2 pieces of brocade on the table in the inner room, instinctively suspecting Zhao Shi of foul play. It was suspicious for 2 pieces of brocade to be sent without reason. Mama Tan turned to report to old Madame Zhao, who, upon hearing Zhao Shi's involvement, trembled with anger. To elevate her status, she repeatedly humiliates Jinchu. How could she be so heartless? Mama Tan Saif. The young lady is proud and discontented after marrying into a merchant family as a legitimate daughter. She resents the second cousin. Upon hearing this, old Madame Zhao's anger intensified. At that moment, Jinchu, with her face concealed, entered, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at old Madame Zhao. Grandmother, it is Jinchu's fault for being so unworthy. I cannot attend the flower viewing banquet. Old Madame Zhao's heart softened. Then you shall rest in Songtang courtyard today. The flower viewing banquet had already begun receiving guests, and Mrs. Liu sent someone to invite old Madame Zhao. With many guests arriving, old Madame Zhao could not neglect them and had to leave. Only Jinchu remained in Songtang courtyard, and although she sat still, some people grew anxious upon hearing she could not attend. Sheng Jinchu, adorned in a vibrant, eye-catching yellow gown, rushed over but was stopped by a few maidservants at the door. The second cousin has suddenly developed rubiola. She cannot be seen. Please return, eldest cousin. She was fine just yesterday. How could she suddenly contract rubiola? Sheng Jinchu expressed her disbelief. Today, the Zhao family is hosting a banquet. How can she not attend? Sheng Jinchu forcefully pushed through, directly entering Jinchu's room, and pulled off the veil covering her face. Upon seeing her appearance, she gasped, so ugly. Realizing her words were inappropriate, Sheng Jinchu quickly clarified, Jinchu, I did not mean to mock you. I simply could not help it. How did you become disfigured? Jinchu picked up her handkerchief and put the veil back on her face, raising an eyebrow. Since you have seen, please leave. Jinchu. Sheng Jinchu reached out to grab Jinchu, but something fell from her sleeve, clattering to the ground and shattering into several pieces. Sheng Jinchu stumbled back, incredulously looking at Jinchu. I came to visit you out of kindness, and you actually snatched my phoenix pendant and broke it. How could you be so malicious? Chapter 17. The blind young master publicly slanders. Sheng Jinchu flashed a provocative smile at Jinchu, then bent down to pick up the shattered pieces. The maidservant behind her had already slipped out, undoubtedly to spread the news. Soon, Zhao Shi arrived. Mother, I heard my younger sister fell ill, so I came to visit. I never expected she would snatch the phoenix pendant and break it. Sheng Jinchu rushed into Zhao Shi's embrace, crying in grievance. Zhao Shi quickly comforted Sheng Jinchu, then turned and slapped Jinchu across the face. However, Fian dashed forward to block it with her face. The sound of the slap was crisp and clear, leaving 5 distinct marks on her face. Fian's legs buckled, and she knelt on the ground. Please forgive me, madam. Zhao Shi raised her hand to strike again. But Jinchu's cold gaze locked on her. I have compromised at every step. Why can't you let me be? Do you truly wish to tear apart our relationship? You dare threaten me? Zhao Shi glared furiously. Jinchu, however, smirked. Are you sure you can silence the whispers outside? The guests at today's flower viewing banquet are all prominent families. Zhao Shi, you have repeatedly caused trouble for Sheng Jinchu, and no matter the reason, the Zhao family is unwilling to bear the consequences, especially since you have already been warned multiple times by old Madame Zhao. Zhao Shi reluctantly withdrew her hand. Gather, everyone. Keep an eye on the second daughter. She is not to leave without my permission. Outside the courtyard, 10 or so matrons stood guard. Jinchu scoffed. For Sheng Jinchu, Zhao Shi truly went to great lengths. After the failed theft that night, Zhao Shi had resorted to a different scheme, shattering the phoenix pendant to frame Jinchu. Attempting to escape blame, she speculated that Zhao Shi's original plan was to have her break a fake phoenix pendant at the banquet, framing her so she would have no way to defend herself. However, she did not expect that Jinchu would break out in rashes and not attend the banquet, prompting Sheng Jinchu to come forward and make a scene. As Zhao Shi embraced Sheng Jinchu, it mirrored a scene from her past life in prison, deeply ironic. Once their figures disappeared, Jinchu snapped back to reality, bending down to help Fian up, noticing the red marks on her cheek. Fian shook her head. Miss, there is no need to worry. I do not feel any pain. Jinchu closed her eyes, trembling all over. She resolved to no longer endure. Today, old Madame Zhao had taken some trusted aides to the flower viewing banquet, while half of those remaining had been sent away by Zhao Shi, leaving only a few playful ones who had sneaked out. She grabbed a candle from the table, raised her hand, and tossed it onto the bed, igniting the curtains. The flames climbed upward, growing increasingly fierce. Mississippi. Fian held her tightly. Jinchu smiled, her eyes glinting with determination. The fire spread uncontrollably. In the front hall, Mrs. Liu was warmly entertaining guests, her face beaming with joy. Old Madame Zhao sat at the head of the table, engaging in light conversation with her contemporaries. However, before leaving the house that day, she had felt an ominous premonition. Rubbing her forehead, she felt uneasy. Scanning the room for Zhao Shi and Sheng Jinchu. Mama Tin bent down. I just saw the young lady chatting with Madame Qi. As for Sheng Jinchu, she must have gone to see Qi Yuyan. Old Madame Zhao's smile faltered slightly. With so many guests present, how could Sheng Jinchu dare to seek out Qi Yuyan? Just then, Sheng Jinchu approached with red-rimmed eyes, and soon, Madame Qi arrived with a cold expression. She sat beside old Madame Zhao, visibly displeased. Before old Madame Zhao could ask, Madame Qi spoke first. The second daughter of the house, in her recklessness, grew envious of Yin Yin's phoenix pendant and snatched it, shattering it. Such a temperament, old Madame, requires proper correction. Old Madame Zhao frowned, glancing at Sheng Jinchu, who was too guilty to meet her gaze. Understanding dawned on old Madame Zhao, but she could not publicly confront Madame Qi, so she vaguely replied, "Just some playful antics between sisters. Please do not take offense, Madame Qi." "Old Madame, that was a rare phoenix pendant, specially sought by the late Duke for his future granddaughter-in-law. To have it shattered like this is a grave disrespect to the Qi family." Madame Qi's voice rose, drawing the attention of many guests. In her anger, Madame Qi did not hold back, and when familiar ladies inquired, she openly expressed her displeasure. How could the second daughter be so reckless? Is it any wonder she avoids showing her face? Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Madame Zhao, despite her intent to offer an explanation, was interrupted by Zhao Shi. "Mother, this child, Jinchu, has such a temper. She always contradicts me after just a few words. It is indeed my fault for indulging her." Upon hearing this, Madame Zhao's gaze turned increasingly frigid. Zhao Shi feigned ignorance and continued. "Leaving her in Longxi for 3 years has led to her becoming so wayward." "Enough." Madame Zhao forced the words through clenched teeth. "It was merely a playful quarrel between sisters. It is not as grave as you suggest. In fact, I find Jinchu to be quite well-behaved." "Mother, you are merely unaware of her true nature. She is adept at deception," Zhao Shi retorted, showing no respect for Madame Zhao as she continued to belittle Jinchu in front of the assembly. It was as if Jinchu were a person of utmost malice, completely irreverent and rebellious. Madame Zhao felt her heart race with indignation, wishing she could silence Zhao Shi's incessant complaints. How could such a person remain in the household? She should be sent to the ancestral temple to atone for her sins before she brings calamity upon us. Lady Qi interjected scornfully. Initially skeptical about Sheng Jinchu's identity, Lady Qi had now shifted her focus. She preferred Sheng Jinchu's marriage over Jinchu's presence. At least Sheng Jinchu was a refined young lady, unlike Jinchu, who had an abundance of faults. More importantly, Zhao Shi had promised that when Sheng Jinchu married, she would bring along the entirety of the Sheng family's fortune to the Qi Guogong mansion. The Sheng family was renowned for their wealth, having amassed a fortune that rivaled nations. With such a dowry, it would compensate for Sheng Jinchu's humble origins. Lady Qi felt that her mother-in-law had erred in judgment. Jinchu was indeed a troublemaker. The second young lady was not a good person, having repeatedly bullied Yin Yin and nearly jeopardized her life on several occasions. Such a venomous individual should be regarded with caution in the future, Qi Yuan declared. His words undoubtedly solidified the accusations against Jinchu. "Brother Yuan, please do not say such things. My second sister is not like that. She is merely unfamiliar with many customs as she is new here," Sheng Yin defended, her demeanor exuding kindness and magnanimity. "Yin Yin, your heart is too kind. The second young lady seeks to take everything that is yours. You have endured enough over the years," Qi Yuan remarked. Sheng Yin stomped her foot, looking helplessly at Qi Yuan. "Jinchu is stealing your identity and humiliating you at every turn. Now she wishes to take your phoenix pendant and even your marriage." Qi Yuan raised his voice, causing the crowd to fall silent. The ladies exchanged glances, many of whom had met Sheng Jinchu over the past 3 years. They found her demure, lovely, and generous, instantly sympathizing with her plight. It was no wonder that Madame Sheng had left the second young lady in Longxi and only brought the elder daughter. The second was indeed far too unruly. Having such a troublemaker in the family was a misfortune that could taint the entire household. Qi Yuan looked on with satisfaction at the crowd's reaction. Madame Zhao could no longer remain seated and abruptly stood. Young Master Qi, choose your words wisely. Mother. Zhao Shi grasped Madame Zhao's hand, attempting to dissuade her, but was met with a fierce glare that halted her. Madame Zhao continued, over a month ago I was unwell, and this girl stayed by my side daily. She not only alleviated my boredom, but also attended to me with great care, massaging and serving me diligently. She is neither greedy nor quarrelsome. Today's events must surely be a misunderstanding. As she spoke, Madame Zhao cast a glance at Sheng Jinchu, whose face paled. Mother, this is precisely Jinchu's cunning. She pleaded to stay with you, feigning innocence for a month to win your favor. You hardly know her true self, Zhao Shi interjected, determined to keep Jinchu beneath her heel. Madame Zhao nearly fell back in exasperation. If Jinchu were not so excessive, would I, as her mother, come forward to expose her? Everyone has feelings. How could I not be distressed? I owe Yin a debt of 15 years. I can no longer indulge Jinchu. Zhao Shi clung to Sheng Jinchu, firmly asserting that both were daughters of the Sheng family, born of the same mother. Sheng Yin had been born first, and thus the marriage to the Qi Guogong mansion should rightfully belong to her. Zhao Shi continued her monologue. Indeed, Qi Yun responded loudly, his gaze towards Sheng Yin brimming with tenderness. Zhao Shi nodded in satisfaction, pulling Sheng Yin closer, completely disregarding Madame Zhao's glowering demeanor, and solemnly instructed Qi Yuan. Yin has suffered greatly at the hands of Jinchu. Do not let her down in the future. Qi Yuan raised 3 fingers to the sky in an oath. I shall protect Yin diligently and ensure she suffers no grievances. Just then, a commotion erupted in the crowd. Look, is that not a fire? A voice exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. All eyes turned to the source of the disturbance. Granny Tan squinted her eyes and suddenly shouted, Oh no, it's the Songtang courtyard. Madame Zhao instantly sensed trouble and hurriedly dispatched someone to extinguish the fire. Instructing Lu Shi, the weather is dry. I will go check on the situation, so please attend to our guests properly. Lu Shi nodded repeatedly. With a fire in the estate, how can we focus on the flowers? We have brought many people. It would be better if we helped out together. Others quickly echoed her sentiments. Madame Zhao felt her eyelids twitching uncontrollably. She could not refuse and could only hope that nothing untoward occurred. As they approached the Songtang courtyard, they saw flames consuming the side rooms, with dozens of maids carrying buckets to douse the fire. I heard the second cousin was staying with the old lady. The fire's timing is rather unfortunate. Could it be related to her? Someone speculated. Why is that? Of course, to attract attention. Zhao Shi snapped, her teeth clenched. This wretched child dares to do anything. Madame Zhao turned to Granny Tan and commanded, Quickly, go save Jinchu. Granny Tan immediately led a group into the courtyard. But the flames were too fierce. They could not approach without being scorched. Old madam, the fire is too intense, she reported, panic evident in her voice. Madame Zhao's heart raced with alarm. She had advised Jinchu to rest well before leaving. How could a fire have erupted so suddenly? Mother, the master mentioned that Jinchu and Yin Yan's fates are entirely opposed. Jinchu has a heavy disposition, and once she comes of age, she must distance herself from her family, or else it will bring calamity upon her kin, Zhao Shi asserted. Madame Zhao was both shocked and furious. Others may be unaware, but she understood the truth. This was nothing more than a fabrication. No wonder the old lady's courtyard caught fire. Grandmother, Jinchu's anxious voice called from behind. She appeared disheveled, her face pale, her clothing singed. As she drew closer, it was evident that her arms and face were covered in a multitude of red rashes. For a moment, the crowd was taken aback, unsure of who the frightened girl was. Only Madame Zhao stepped forward to grasp her, her voice trembling with concern. Are you injured? Her first words were filled with warmth, devoid of accusations. Jinchu's eyes brimmed with tears, nearly spilling over, when suddenly a pair of hands gripped her arms tightly. Jinchu, how could you be so reckless? You shattered your sister's phoenix pendant and now nearly set fire to the Songtang courtyard. You are truly a source of worry, Zhao Shi scolded with displeasure. Second sister, your temper is far too fierce, Sheng Yin remarked, shaking her head in resignation. How can I help you plead your case if you behave this way? Yin, we all see what has happened. This matter has nothing to do with you. Qiyuan quickly interjected on Sheng Jinyan's behalf. Jinchu's gaze darted among the group. Zhao Shi sneered at her, while Sheng Jinyan looked defiant. Enough. Madame Zhao shielded Jinchu behind her. She has narrowly escaped a disaster. The truth remains unclear. How can we hastily condemn her? Mother, Zhao Shi exclaimed urgently. Have you lost your senses? This girl has only been with you for a month. What spell has she cast upon you? Madame Zhao trembled with rage. Zhao Qing ran. Is this not your daughter as well? How can you look down upon her so? Mother, your words are misguided. I stand by principles, not kinship. Jinchu's character is deplorable. She is constantly rebellious, and I have long since lost hope in her. Seeing that the Zhao family was not awakening to reason, the old matriarch's anger intensified. She grasped Jinchu's hand tightly. Jinchu lowered her gaze, overwhelmed by a barrage of slander, insults, and contempt directed at her. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and addressed Zhao Shi, questioning, Mother, why don't you enlighten us today? How could I, 2 years apart from Sheng Jinyan, possibly be her identical twin? A hush fell over the crowd. Sheng Jinyan's mind spun as she bit her lip in distress, looking toward Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi's face turned ashen. Wretched child, what nonsense are you spouting? I'll not hesitate to strike you down. Grandmother, mother is having another fit. Please assist her inside for a rest, Jinchu said, her gaze unwavering towards the old matriarch. It is recorded in the Longxi official records that mother, in her hysteria, mistook the maid Sheng Jinyan for me. Now, she has been misled by Sheng Jinyan, attempting to usurp my identity as the sole daughter of the Sheng family. The blame lies not with mother, but with Sheng Jinyan, who has taken advantage of the situation. Sheng Jinchu. Sheng Jinyan panicked, shaking her head vigorously at the skeptical glances from the crowd. No, it's not me. She is lying. The official records, corroborated by witnesses, cannot be false. Jinchu retorted. Sheng Jinyan fell silent, glancing frantically at Qiyuan, pleading, Brother Yuan, she is lying. I am the true daughter of the Sheng family. Qiyuan nodded. I believe you, of course. This wretched girl is deliberately impersonating and sowing discord. If we drag her away and administer a good beating, the truth will emerge. Jinchu suddenly raised her head. Young Master Qi, I bear no grudge against you. Why must your heart be so cruel as to wish for my demise? Qiyuan sneered. You impersonate Yin Yin and defame her. You deserve death. Zhao Shi quickly regained her composure, nodding in agreement and pointing at Jinchu. I almost fell for your trickery. Someone dragged the second young lady away. Stop! A voice thundered from behind the crowd, causing everyone to turn. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Zhao Shi's expression shifted. Sheng Jinyan was so frightened she scarcely dared to breathe. Was this not the newly appointed Jingzhao Yin? Why was he here? Dressed in a deep blue official robe, tall and imposing. He wore a serious expression and furrowed his brow as his gaze fell upon the disheveled girl kneeling on the ground. Jinchu was equally stunned, bewildered at the unexpected arrival of Lord Lu. The hurriedly arriving Zhao Shang Shu clasped his hands and smiled. Lord Lu's eyelids lifted slightly, exuding an air of authority. Standing before Zhao Shang Shu without yielding an inch, he produced a painting from his robe, unfolding it. I have come on official business. This painting was sold from the Sheng family shop in Longxi, marked with the Sheng family seal. This shop was privately sold by Madame Zhao 3 years ago, thus. I am here to investigate. Zhao Shi's brows twitched, a sense of unease creeping in. It is merely a painting. What sort of investigation could it warrant? Someone inquired. Lord Lu smirked. This painting conceals a border defense map. Gasps rippled through the crowd, and they recoiled, fearing association with Zhao Shi. Zhao Shang Shu's expression darkened. Could this be a misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Lord Lu countered, producing several signed documents, presenting them to Zhao to run. These are documents penned by Zhao Shi herself, along with the testimony of the individual who facilitated the sale of the Sheng family shop. Can they be fabricated? Zhao Shang Shu's complexion paled after reviewing the documents. Zhao Shi, the Sheng family. Lord Lu, I transferred the funds from the sale of the shop 3 months ago. Zhao Shi's words faltered, her demeanor shifting to one of discomfort. The proceeds from the sale of the Sheng family's assets had indeed gone to Jinchu. She glanced at Jinchu, signaling her with her eyes. Jinchu feigned ignorance. Zhao Shi gritted her teeth. Jinchu, I did give you the money from selling the shop. You must be aware of this. Mother, 3 years ago, I was in Defan, mourning my father's death. You sold these shops without my consent. While I indeed receive a money, How does the border defense map concern me? Jinchu blinked, countering. Zhao Shi was at a loss for words. If this implicated the border defense map, the consequences would be severe and the Zhao family would not protect her. She clenched her teeth, reluctantly confessing before the crowd. After my husband's death, I fell into hysteria and misplaced my trust in others. This border defense map must be a frame-up. So, the young lady's claims hold truth. Madame Sheng is indeed afflicted by hysteria and may have mistakenly identified her maid as her own daughter. It is entirely possible. Zhao Shi, hearing the words of the two matrons, felt her blood boil. She quickly retorted, though I suffer from hysteria, yin yin. Mother, think carefully. If the border defense map is verified, the emperor will punish the Sheng family, and yin yin will share in the misfortune. Jinchu interrupted. Zhao Shi's complexion drained of color, struggling to comprehend how Lord Lu, originally from Longxi, had risen to become the Jingzhaoyin. Before Lord Lu, Zhao Shi felt the weight of her misdeeds, forcing her to temper her demeanor. Jinchu turned her gaze back to Sheng Yin. Sheng Yin, do you truly believe you are a daughter of the Sheng family? Sheng Yin's eyelids fluttered, her throat constricting, unable to articulate a response, desperately wishing to vanish into the ground. Chapter 19, even if Yin Yin is a fraud, I shall marry her. Sheng Yin felt as though someone had a vice grip on her throat, unable to speak or swallow, clutching her handkerchief tightly, wishing to faint on the spot. At that moment, Jinchu was pulled up by a sudden force. She looked up at the old matriarch, who held her hand firmly and whispered, "Do not fear. The Zhao family will not abandon you." Once again, Jinchu was moved. She pressed her lips together. The evidence was irrefutable. Comme fort. Lord Lu raised his hand, and the soldiers behind him stepped forward. Zhao Shi shouted, "Hold on." Lord Lu turned his gaze back to Zhao Shi, who pointed at Sheng Yin. Yin Yin is my adopted daughter. For the past 3 years, she has served me diligently. I cannot bear to see her wronged. I intend to provide her with a future, and thus I have publicly declared her as the legitimate daughter of the Sheng family. The true daughter of the Sheng family is only Sheng Jinchu. Boom! Sheng Yin's face turned pale, as if her true nature had been exposed. She raised her head, trembling as she looked at Madame Qi, who wore a disdainful expression. My lord, all the assets of the Sheng family rightfully belong to Sheng Jinchu alone. If punishment is to be meted out, it should be upon her. Zhao Shi, in a frenzy, pointed accusingly at Jinchu, resembling a vengeful adversary. Jinchu inhaled deeply, astonished by the chaos Lord Lu's arrival had incited, forcing Zhao Shi to publicly acknowledge her identity. Stepping forward, she fixed her determined gaze upon Lord Lu. Lord Lu, I am the sole daughter of the Sheng family, and I shall cooperate with the investigation. She raised both hands, appearing as one ready to be taken away. Lord Lu raised an eyebrow, surveying the crowd's fearful expressions, and sighed, calling out, "Come forth." My lord. Zhao, old matriarch, stepped forward, nervously stating, "Could this be a misunderstanding? How could such a young girl be connected to the border defense map? Surely someone is framing her." Mother. Zhao Shi grasped the old matriarch's sleeve, coldly asserting, "I have vaguely heard the Sheng family mention the border defense map." At her words, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. The old matriarch, livid, exclaimed. Zhao Qing ran. "What nonsense are you spouting? If the border defense map implicates someone, it could lead to the destruction of our family, and you will not escape either. This fool." The old matriarch wished to pry open Zhao Shi's head to see what foolishness resided within. Realizing her blunder, Zhao Shi lowered her head sheepishly. Lord Lu inquired, "I was a close friend of the late Master Sheng. After his passing, Madame Sheng left Longxi with her dowry, failing to observe the mourning period or support her own daughter. Thus, it stands that Madame Sheng and the Sheng family have severed all ties." Zhao had just intended to nod when Tan Mama pulled her back. Lady Zhao sighed and explained, "Lord Lu, at the time of the Sheng family's misfortune, I was unfortunately ill. Day and night, I longed for my daughter who had married far away. In my frail state, I wished for her return to serve me, not because she did not wish to remain with the Sheng family, but because she was overly concerned for my well-being. Thus, she remains a woman of the Sheng family." Zhao felt a twinge of discontent. Upon returning to the capital, she forbade anyone from calling her Madame Sheng. She despised the Sheng family. Since both my grandmother and mother have left the Sheng family, why not allow me to substitute for my father and grant my mother a divorce? In the future, regardless of the Sheng family's misdeeds, they will not bring calamity upon her. Jinchu spoke gravely. According to the law, the crimes of a family do not extend to a married daughter or divorced wife. Lady Zhao gazed tearfully at Jinchu, her heart nearly melting. How could such a fine girl be scorned by Zhao? Before Lady Zhao could speak, Jinchu knelt before Lord Lu. Lord Lu, my mother suffers from hysteria. Many of her actions are incited by others, and the fault does not lie with her. I implore you to be a witness. From this day forth, my mother shall no longer be a woman of the Sheng family. Lord Lu's eyelids flickered as he appraised the young girl. Many present were inspired by Jinchu's spirit. At such a tender age, she displayed composure and clarity of speech, entirely unlike Zhao's description of her as unruly. In contrast, Sheng Jinchu appeared far more petty, hiding behind Zhao without a word. The noble ladies who had come to visit, accustomed to all manner of intrigue, quickly recognized the disparity between Jinchu and Sheng Jinchu. Lord Lu turned his gaze to Zhao, who hung her head in silence, then to Zhao Shangshu, who also remained quiet. The situation was untenable. To engage would only confirm Zhao's cowardice and selfishness. Silence enveloped the room. Ultimately, it was Lady Zhao who broke the stillness. Jinchu, today I shall be your witness. Write the divorce letter. From now on, your mother shall have no ties to the Sheng family. Zhao looked at Lady Zhao in astonishment. Lady Zhao then called for ink and brush, personally handing them to Jinchu while grasping her hand. Right. Jinchu swiftly penned the divorce letter, not once mentioning Zhao's faults. It was a clean break, wishing her mother peace. Jinchu pricked her fingertip and pressed it onto the paper, leaving a blood-red mark. Looking at the sanguine impression, she felt a wave of relief. Whatever she was to face next, the divorce letter meant she had severed ties with Zhao. Lady Zhao inscribed her own name and handed the document to Zhao, who reluctantly accepted it, unable to meet Lady Zhao's disappointed gaze. Zhao shot a glare at Jinchu, seemingly relieved, awaiting the moment Jinchu would be seized and beaten. Lord Lu, there must be a misunderstanding regarding the border defense map. I will stake my life that Jinchu was unaware. Lady Zhao held tightly onto Jinchu's hand. Lord Lu remained silent, but a young eunuch behind him chuckled. What Lady Zhao says is indeed correct. The border defense map has no connection to Miss Sheng. The crowd turned to look at the young eunuch, who turned out to be Eunuch Ji from the imperial court. Lady Zhao was taken aback. Eunuch Ji produced a bright yellow imperial edict, raising it high. The legitimate daughter of the Sheng family received the edict. Everyone present knelt. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees. The Sheng family has selflessly donated provisions for the Northern Liang War, assisting the Northern Liang. Sheng Yuan has sacrificed for the nation, and I am deeply pained. Today, I posthumously elevate Sheng Yuan to the title of Duke of Sheng, and his legitimate daughter is conferred the title of Princess Liangjin. Thus, it is decreed. Eunuch Ji bowed and presented the edict to Jinchu. Princess, the emperor has heard of your arrival in the capital and has mentioned you several times. The ground is cold. Please rise. Jinchu, still in a daze, looked blankly at Lord Lu after being helped to her feet. Lord Lu clarified. The border defense map is indeed a matter, but it was not a leak. Rather, it was a deliberate maneuver to confuse the enemy, thus achieving merit. At this, Zhao gasped and fainted. Sheng Jinchu hurriedly supported her, pinching her to revive her. Zhao glared at Lord Lu upon awakening. You conspired with her against me. Lord Lu raised an eyebrow. From the beginning, I have never claimed it was a punishment. The edict states legitimate daughter of the Sheng family. I am here to announce the decree. Hearing of the two young ladies from the Sheng family, I merely sought to clarify matters. You, Zhao, enraged, felt darkness encroaching upon her vision. Lord Lu cast a meaningful glance at Jinchu before bowing and departing. After their exit, the atmosphere turned peculiar. Zhao was on the brink of becoming the Duke's wife, yet she had foolishly sought a divorce. Jinchu clutched the imperial edict. Numerous ladies approached her, concerned and warmly greeting her. Jinchu appeared as though she had survived a calamity, looking towards Lady Zhao. Lady Zhao took a deep breath and signaled to Lu Shi. Soon, Lu Shi began to disperse the gathering. With so many unexpected events unfolding, the Zhao family had no desire to continue the banquet. Guests began to leave in succession. Madame Qi was the first to depart, but Qi Yuan objected, stepping forward to declare, regardless of whether Yin Yin is a legitimate or adopted daughter, my intentions remain unchanged. I shall marry only Sheng Jinchu. Hearing this, Madame Qi nearly stumbled, incredulous as she turned to her son. What nonsense are you talking? Qi Yuan replied earnestly. Mother, no matter what methods Sheng Jinchu employs, I will not marry her. Be quiet. Madame Qi shouted in anger, struggling to maintain her composure as she explained to those around her. He has had a bit too much to drink. Do not take his words seriously. Absurd. How could an adopted daughter enter the Qi Duke's residence? Even to carry her shoes would be too much. Sheng Jinchu looked at Qi Yuan with tear-filled eyes, deeply moved. Qi Yuan broke free from Madame Qi, kneeling on the ground and bowing fervently. I beg you, mother, to grant us your blessing. Madame Qi swayed, clenching her teeth. She is merely a servant's daughter. How could she be worthy of you? Are you out of your mind? Mother, Yin has a kind heart. You will surely recognize her merits in time. I implore you to grant us your blessing. Qi Yuan's forehead bled from his fervent bows, his resolve unwavering. Zhao quickly interjected. The heir and Yin are mutually affectionate. Though Yin is an adopted daughter, she bears the Zhao family's title of cousin, and in the future, mutually affectionate? Madame Qi scoffed, interrupting. The Qi Duke's residence has an engagement with the Sheng family's legitimate daughter. I have been mistaken all along, allowing them to meet privately. Now that their identities are clear, the Qi Duke's residence will naturally marry the princess. Sheng Yin staggered, biting her lip, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Qi Yuan. That glance nearly melted Qi Yuan's heart, and he swore to the heavens, I would rather live a life of solitude than marry Sheng Jinchu. Unable to stop her son, Madame Qi stomped her feet, glaring at Sheng Yin as if she were a dagger. If you refuse to marry, I shall not allow you to marry either. Why not sever the engagement right here? Jinchu stepped forward. A forced marriage is never sweet. I am not acquainted with you, and a marriage contract would only bring misfortune upon you. Qi Yuan's face lit up with joy. Your understanding is greatly appreciated. Very well, since Qi Shixi is determined to break the engagement, let it be so. The Sheng family lost much in a fire previously. Today, let us draft a letter of separation, parting ways amicably. Lady Zhao declared. Lady Zhao. Madame Qi was reluctant to easily relinquish this marriage, for the Sheng family's only daughter was wealthy and now a princess. Such a daughter-in-law would be easily managed. Lady Zhao waved her hand, summoning someone to draft the annulment. Qi Yuan signed without hesitation. Jinchu followed suit. Seeing she could not obstruct the proceedings, Madame Qi could only relent, stomping her foot as she pulled Qi Yuan away. To marry Sheng Yin was out of the question. Jin Chao furrowed her brow. Throughout 2 lifetimes, she had never asked Qi Yuan for anything. She merely sought to reclaim her identity. She had no concern for Qi Yuan's fate. Yet she would not be treated as a soft persimmon, subjected to repeated humiliation. If the young master possessed any evidence, why did he not present it to Lord Liu just now? In the absence of proof, such accusations amounted to slander. Why must the young master demean a solitary girl like her? Jin Chao's eyes glinted with cold resentment, tinged with an undercurrent of hatred. Had the young master been swayed by some malicious gossip, deliberately tarnishing her reputation? You, Qi Yuan stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts before retorting, sharp-tongued as ever. Just wait and see. With that, he turned on his heel and swept away. Jin Chao frowned, only to hear Tan Mama suddenly raise her voice, Miss. Several onlookers followed her gaze, witnessing the shocking sight of Madame Zhao collapsing, blood spilling from her mouth. Sheng Yin gasped, cradling Madame Zhao in a fit of tears, as though her mother were on the brink of death. Suddenly, she looked up at Jin Chao, her expression filled with reproach. Second sister, you know Mother's health is fragile and cannot withstand such provocations. Why must you expose this matter, bringing her such embarrassment? If you have grievances, direct them at me. For Mother's sake, I can endure anything. As guests began to depart, a few lingered, glancing back, their eyes flitting between Zhao and Jin Chao. Be silent, Lady Zhao scolded. From this day forth, she recognized the stark contrast between Sheng Yin and Jin Chao, a disparity far beyond mere appearances. One remained unperturbed, prioritizing the greater good, while the other exhibited pettiness and selfishness, caring only for herself. Grandmother, Sheng Yin lamented, tears streaming down her face, ever since second sister arrived. Mother has fallen ill time and again. Today, during the Zhao family's flower viewing banquet, all the esteemed guests were ruined by second sister's actions. At this, Lu Shi's expression soured, her gaze shifting between the two sisters. No need to wait until tomorrow. News of the Zhao family's banquet will spread like wildfire tonight. What a splendid event, now disrupted. Jin Chao bent her knee before Lu Shi, maintaining her composure. Aunt, I implore you to summon a physician. Mother has caught a chill. Lu Shi frowned. Only then did they realize Madame Zhao remained on the ground. Sheng Jinchu's wailing faltered, her face flushing with embarrassment as she frantically instructed the maidservants to assist Madame Zhao into the inner chambers. Fetch the doctor, Lu Shi commanded, suppressing her impatience. The maidservants hurried off to comply. Lady Zhao surveyed the surroundings, sending Jin Chao to change clothes and dismissing the servants, leaving only her trusted confidants and a few Zhao family members. Unable to contain her frustration, Lu Shi spoke. Not long ago, we managed to send an invitation to His Highness. Yet before he arrived, the banquet was already disrupted, with the prince's selection of a consort imminent. The Zhao family worked tirelessly to place the invitation in the prince's hands, and the messenger returned with word that the prince is likely to attend. Lu Shi felt a great weight upon her chest. The Zhao family had rejected numerous marriage proposals, all in pursuit of that coveted position. In the past, she had turned a blind eye to the antics of Zhao and Sheng Jinchu, but today her anger was undeniable. Lady Zhao rubbed her temples, her irritation directed at Zhao and Sheng Jinchu's lack of decorum. She sought to pacify Lu Shi. To the outside world, you are unaware of these matters. Once resolved, outsiders need not implicate the Zhao family. After all, Longxi is 1,000 miles from the capital, and this incident is solely Sheng Jinchu's fault. Lu Shi chuckled bitterly. Yin is the lifeblood of my sister. If she is dealt with, my sister may not consent. What kind of life had Sheng Jinchu led in the Zhao family these past 3 years? Lavishly adorned and attending grand banquets, she lived more freely than the 3 legitimate daughters of the Zhao family combined. Those present understood that as long as they shifted the blame entirely onto Sheng Jinchu, they could avert disaster, claiming ignorance and asserting that they had been deceived by her. No, Zhao Zhan interjected. Today, the young master of the Qi state has consistently defended Jinchu, insisting on her presence. He is favored by the Qi imperial concubine and maintains close ties with the 3 princes. Should anything change, there lies a potential escape route. Lady Zhao furrowed her brow. With the prince's return, and being the firstborn, how could anyone threaten his position? Mother, as long as the prince is not yet enthroned, there remains the possibility of upheaval. Minister Zhao remarked, his gaze fixed on Lu Shi. Unless the position of princess consort falls to the Zhao family, we would gamble everything. Lu Shi nodded in agreement. That is indeed the case. After much deliberation, they devised a plan, tacitly acknowledging Sheng Jinchu as Zhao's adopted daughter, asserting publicly that Madame Zhao had succumbed to hysteria. Mistaking identities, Sheng Jinchu had been by her side day and night, nourishing Madame Zhao with her own lifeblood, thus allowing her condition to stabilize. But what of Jin Chao? Might she have any contrary sentiments? Lu Shi inquired. Lady Zhao inhaled deeply. This child is clever and sensible. I shall personally persuade her. Only then did Lu Shi feel reassured. Both daughters of the Sheng family resided within the Zhao household. One, the affluent Princess Liangjin, unbound by any engagement, would rely on the Zhao family for future matrimonial alliances, thus benefiting them. The other, the cherished one of the young master of the Qi state, held favorable relations with the Qi family, presenting no disadvantage to the Zhao family. It was merely a matter of adding a few more chopsticks to the table. After their discussions, Tan Mama returned with news that Madame Zhao had awakened. Lady Zhao went to check on her, only to find Jin Chao standing in the corridor. Dressed in simple attire, her porcelain-like face bore a glistening gaze, and Lady Zhao's heart softened as she beckoned. Jin Chao, come here. Jin Chao approached. Your mother has awakened. She nodded. I know. I visited her just now. Suddenly, Lady Zhao grasped the situation. Madame Zhao must have verbally assaulted Jin Chao. Taking a deep breath, she gently caressed Jin Chao's head. You have endured much today. Your grandmother will have a serious talk with your mother. Madame Zhao's demeanor was worse than Lady Zhao had anticipated. In a fit of rage, she hurled insults at Jin Chao, using such vile language that even Lady Zhao could not bear to listen. With a swift motion, she slapped Madame Zhao across the cheek, silencing her tirade. Madame Zhao, covering her face, stared at Lady Zhao in disbelief. Jin Chao is also your daughter. By speaking so harshly to her today, you tarnish your own reputation. Do you believe Yin Yin will emerge unscathed? Upon mentioning Yin Yin, Madame Zhao regained her composure. Do you not know the formidable character of Lady Qi? Indeed, Jin Chao has done nothing wrong, Lady Zhao asserted. Madame Zhao scoffed coldly. Lady Zhao resolved to administer a potent dose of reality, whispering, "After today, Lady Qi may very well refuse to allow Yin Yin to enter her household." Madame Zhao looked up in shock, her eyes betraying her growing panic. She grasped Lady Zhao's hand, pleading, "Mother, it is my fault. Yin Yin is innocent. We cannot let her suffer because of today's events. To salvage Yin Yin's reputation, one must treat Jinchao kindly. If she agrees to acknowledge Yin Yin as her elder sister, Yin Yin can marry into the Sheng family as one of their daughters." Lady Zhao continued to remind her, "The Sheng family is no longer the same merchant family. They are now the Sheng state duke's household, ranked among the 3 dukes." This revelation jolted Madame Zhao back to reality. "For Yin Yin's sake, I will not hold grudges," Lady Zhao added. "Jinchao is a child who responds better to kindness than harshness. Treat her well, and you shall gain nothing but benefits." Madame Zhao exhibited a look of disdain, yet for Yin Yin's sake, she resolved to be more courteous towards Jinchao. Chapter 21. The fractured mother-daughter bond. The side courtyard of Songtang had burned down, leaving it uninhabitable. Yet fortunately, the main courtyard remained unaffected, and Lady Zhao continued to reside there. Lu Shi dispatched workers to repair the damaged quarters overnight, and after cleaning another courtyard, she arranged for Jinchao to move in. As night deepened, the estate lay in tranquil silence. "My lady," a voice spoke softly, "the Zhao family has not pursued the investigation regarding the fire, nor have they sought to address the events of today's banquet, clearly showing they do not regard you with importance. Should you return to Longxi, at least you would be your own master and not have to endure such indignities." Fian's eyes glimmered with indignation. Jinchao stood by the window, gazing into the distance, her fingers icy, as if her heart had been doused with cold water. Since her arrival in the Zhao family, she had endured again and again. Lady Zhao did possess a modicum of compassion for her, yet that compassion was ultimately overshadowed by the indulgence bestowed upon her biological daughter, Madame Zhao. Jincha's lips curled into a cold smile. She would not easily depart until she had driven the Zhao family and Sheng Yin to the brink of madness. She was eager to observe how long the Zhao family could endure the presence of Zhao Shi and Sheng Yin. The following day, she visited the Songtang courtyard to pay her respects as usual. The old matriarch Zhao, taken aback, grasped her hand and gently reassured her. "You must have been frightened yesterday?" Jinch nodded in response. The old matriarch's face was filled with affection as she comforted her for quite some time before subtly signaling to Tan Momo, who soon withdrew. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Shi arrived, her pale face glistening with tears. Upon seeing Jinch, she rushed over, exclaiming, "Jinch, my child, you have suffered. It is all my fault. I mistook someone in my illness." Jinch found herself forcibly embraced by Zhao Shi, nearly struggling for breath. Observing this, Tan Momo quickly interjected, "Miss, the second young lady is magnanimous and would not hold it against you." Zhao Shi loosened her grip. Jinch then turned to Tan Momo, saying, "Momo, please be cautious with your words. Yesterday, Lord Lu confirmed that I am indeed the only daughter of the Sheng family. I am Shengda." Tan Momo was momentarily taken aback and chuckled awkwardly. "It was just an old servant slip of the tongue. I hope the young lady can forgive me." Beside them, Zhao Shi inhaled deeply, grasping Jinch's hand as she nodded. "What my daughter says is true. From this day forth, Yin Yin shall remain your maidservant. You are the sole legitimate daughter of the Sheng family. No one can alter your identity." The old matriarch Zhao, surprised by Zhao Shi's transformation, chose not to confront the issue, observing the two women converse amicably, a smile gracing her lips. Since the banquet, Zhao Shi's kindness towards Jinch had become well known, taking her on shopping excursions and inquiring after her well-being. She even prepared delicate pastries for Jinch, accepting them graciously despite their being her least favorite, the plum blossom crisp. She also knew that during the day, Zhao Shi would dote on her, but as night fell, she would flatter Sheng Yin. The lady had ordered 2 sets of nearly identical jewelry from Quebaishan and several outfits in Sheng Yin size from Genie Pavilion. Fian inquired, "What the Duke of Qi's residence?" She was curious about their stance following the uproar. "I have inquired. After the banquet, young Master Qi has been punished to kneel in the ancestral hall. The Duke of Qi has issued a stern statement, firmly refusing to marry Sheng Yin. The marriage between the Sheng family and the Duke of Qi's residence had been arranged by the previous generation. With the Sheng family's misfortunes, the Duke's withdrawal from the engagement would be seen as an act of betrayal against a solitary daughter." Fian, present, The fire is not yet sufficient. It requires further fuel. Jinch beckoned to Fian, whispering a few words, to which Fian nodded vigorously. I understand. A sudden chill swept through the air, prompting Jinch to adjust her outer garment. Mama Fong hurriedly closed the window, pulling her back inside with a worried expression. Miss, I fear the old matriarch may provide you support. Support? Jinch had never harbored such expectations. Time swiftly passed, and several days later, numerous invitations to spring banquets arrived at the Zhao residence. Madame Lu accepted them, often taking only her youngest daughter to the events, while the legitimate daughters remained at home to learn etiquette. On this day, just before departing, Madame Lu returned, her expression somewhat grim. Upon entering the main courtyard, she could not contain her anger, shattering several cups in a futile attempt to vent her frustration. Her heart raced, and she stood up only to walk toward the Songtang courtyard. Upon seeing Zhao Shi, her fury intensified. Sister-in-law has arrived, Zhao Shi greeted with a smile. Madame Lu suppressed her anger and greeted the old matriarch Zhao, casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Shi's sister. Have you ordered several sets of jewelry from Quebaishan and garment from Genie Pavilion? Zhao Shi, perplexed, nodded. For whom are these items intended? Madame Lu demanded. Zhao Shi furrowed her brow, displeased by the inquiry, while the old matriarch Zhao sensed an underlying tension. Is there something amiss? Madame Lu gritted her teeth. Today is the birthday banquet of old Madame Li. I took one Jie to the event, and upon reaching the entrance, I overheard Madame Yu and Madame Wang discussing this matter. A few sets of clothing and jewelry are worthy of gossip from two esteemed matrons? The old matriarch Zhao furrowed her brow. Mother, Madame Lu retorted, I am not so naive as to concern myself with mere garments and jewelry. It is my sister who recently took Jinch to have several outfits made, and now different sizes are being crafted. The jewelry is encrusted with rubies and pearls, exceedingly opulent, and the fabric is rare as gold. Many are whispering that these garments and jewels are intended for Yin Yin. On the day of the flower viewing banquet, I intended to find an appropriate moment to address this, but now that rumors are circulating, it seems my sister's protection of Yin Yin has led to speculation that Yin Yin is your illegitimate daughter. As the words fell, Zhao Shi leapt her feet. Nonsense. A bunch of people are spouting nonsense. Sister-in-law, how can you believe such things? Madame Lu scoffed. Whether I believe it or not is inconsequential. The capital is abuzz with talk of how you mistreat your legitimate daughter while indulging a maidservant above her. Zhao Shi's complexion shifted, her anger bubbling. It is merely 2 garments. Sister, several months ago, you had garments made at Genie Pavilion, and those were for Yin Yin size. Madame Lu was incensed by Zhao Shi's foolishness, continuing her reckless behavior even amidst the scandal. Madame Lu looked plaintively at the old matriarch Zhao mother. It is not that I am unwilling to accommodate. The young ladies of the household are of marriageable age, and due to the uproar surrounding the 2 young ladies, I truly cannot face attending the birthday celebration and must return hastily. Zhao Shi, unable to counter Madame Lu's arguments, could only plead with the old matriarch Zhao. These are but rumors. Rumors? Madame Lu laughed in anger. Yin Yin's identity remains unclear. Whether she is a foster daughter, a maidservant, or something else entirely must be clarified to silence the gossip. Prolonging this situation is untenable. Zhao Shi had told Jinch that Yin Yin was a maidservant, yet Yin Yin's current treatment was no different from before, residing in a separate courtyard attended by several maidservants. Behind closed doors, Zhao Shi clandestinely compensated Sheng Yin with luxurious garments and exquisite jewelry, leaving no room for doubt. The old matriarch Zhao's brow furrowed deeply as she sighed. A clarification is indeed necessary. Zhao Shi, anxious, exclaimed, Mother, we cannot allow Yin Yin to marry into the Duke of Qi's residence as a maidservant. Let us wait. I will find an opportunity to discuss this with Jinch. At this moment, Madame Lu, filled with rage, laughed derisively. Sister, you may not yet know, but since the flower viewing banquet, young Master Qi has been kneeling in the ancestral hall. The Duke of Qi has commanded him to apologize. Otherwise, he will remain there until his death, resolutely refusing to betray his commitment and marry another. The Duchess has also sent word, covertly inquiring about Jinch. Zhao Shi's mind was reeling. How can this be possible? With the matter laid bare, Madame Lu lost her patience, turning to the old matriarch Zhao. Mother, if this continues, the marriage prospects for the Zhao daughters will be delayed. I implore you to decide swiftly. Mother, Zhao Shi panicked. unwilling to see Yin Yan relegated to maidservant status. She had never intended for Yin Yan to suffer such indignities. Upon returning to the capital, Zhao Shi had resolved not to let Yin Yan endure hardship. I shall speak with Jinch and plead our case. The old matriarch, Zhao, fixed her gaze upon Zhao Shi, her tone somber. What if Jinch refuses? She wouldn't dare. Zhao Shi spat through clenched teeth. I am her mother. She would not defy me. Madame Lu frowned, regarding Zhao Shi as though she were a fool. To persuade Jinch to acknowledge Yin Yan, you must soften your approach. Rigidity will yield no results. Zhao Shi halted, contemplating Madame Lu's words. An hour later, several doctors arrived at the residence, bustling in and out, creating quite a commotion in the Songtang courtyard, drawing the attention of maidservants and matrons alike. The noise did not escape Jinch's notice as she held a cup of tea. Fian leaned in and whispered, Ten Momo just visited. It seems the lady has fallen ill, and several doctors have deemed her condition beyond remedy, requiring Sheng Yinyan's heart's blood to stabilize her condition. Jinch raised her brows in surprise. What else was said? Tan Mama remarked that today, the esteemed mistress had returned from a visit, spending more than half an hour in Songtang courtyard, discussing Sheng Yinyan's fate. It was the mistress who had suggested the idea to the lady, leading to her prolonged illness. A sense of bitter irony gradually surfaced in Jinchu's eyes as she subtly smirked. Zhao Shi was not ill at all and had never utilized Sheng Yinyan's precious blood. Feigning illness was merely a ruse to exonerate Sheng Yinyan and force her into submission. Suddenly, Jinchu stood up, her long legs striding purposefully, her delicate brows furrowing. Fian, accompany me to take a look. Yes. Chapter 22. Encountering Lord Lu again, exposing Zhao Shi's feigned illness. Zhao Shi's courtyard was crowded, with no room to spare. The old lady Zhao sat in the main hall, her face etched with worry, while Lu Shi stood beside her. Jinchu merely glanced from outside. Second sister. A familiar voice came from behind. Sheng Yinyan approached, her face displaying concern, yet her eyes glimmered with a triumphant smile. Although you refuse to admit it, I will always consider you my sister. Jinchu regarded her silently. Second sister, once I rescue mother, I will come to apologize. Sheng Yinyan strutted away like a proud peacock. All the servants greeted her with respect, calling out, Miss Sheng. This scene was rather jarring. Mississippi Fian softly reminded her. Dr. Li is highly skilled, particularly in extracting precious blood. He is currently fishing in the outskirts. Let us go. Hastily exiting Zhao's residence, they hired a carriage and raced toward the countryside. The curtain lifted, revealing a glimpse of the bustling capital. Street vendors shouted loudly, and dozens of customers gathered around a steaming wonton stall, enjoying their meal with expressions of satisfaction. Just before leaving the city, Jinchu suddenly called out to the coachman. Stop. Take me to Dr. Li's residence. Fian was puzzled, but Dr. Li is in the outskirts. Jinchu nodded, I know. We should not be aware of Dr. Li's whereabouts. Fian understood at once. The carriage turned around, heading toward Dr. Li's residence. Jinchu disembarked and stood at the steps, instructing Fian to deliver a message and speak highly of their purpose. This young lady, my master left at dawn and is not home, the steward replied. Fian quickly inquired. Then where is Dr. Liang? The steward shook his head, indicating he did not know. Fian, flustered, stomped her foot and returned to Jinchu's side. Miss, Dr. Liang is not at home. What shall we do? Jinchu's eyes reddened, looking lost and pitiable. Miss Sheng, Lord Lu, spotting a familiar figure from afar, halted in his tracks. It was indeed Jinchu. Noticing her misty eyes, Lord Lu was taken aback, stammering, What has happened? Have you been wronged at Zhao's? It should not be so. After all, Miss Sheng was a county princess, and Zhao's family ought not to mistreat her. The steward of Liang's residence peeked out, respectfully replying to Lord Lu, This young lady is here to see Dr. Liang, but unfortunately, my master left early. Lord Lu glanced at the Liang family plaque, his brow furrowing. Miss Sheng, I happen to be going to the outskirts. I know where Dr. Liang is. Jinchu looked at Lord Lu in astonishment, realizing that he always appeared when she faced difficulties, and joyfully nodded. I am most grateful, Lord Lu. They resumed their journey in the carriage, heading out of the city together with Lord Lu. Upon arrival, Dr. Liang was leisurely chatting and fishing with friends, looking quite content. The one in the brown robe is Dr. Liang, Lord Lu pointed out. Jinchu hurriedly expressed her gratitude and rushed to Dr. Liang's side, anxiously explaining her intent. Dr. Liang was taken aback. Extracting precious blood? Indeed. Absurd. Dr. Liang scolded, frowning. Who proposed such a malicious method? Jin Chu looked innocent. Precious blood can save loved ones. I read it in medical texts. Please, Dr. Liang, say my mother. Dr. Liang, known for his fiery temper, would have cursed her out long ago if not for Jin Chu's delicate charm. Nevertheless, his expression remained stern. No, no, such a sinister method is detrimental to one's lifespan. You should seek someone more capable. He waved his hand, dismissing her. Jin Chu's face flushed, perhaps not expecting such a resolute refusal. She stubbornly stood by the riverbank, silent, her tears glistening as she gazed at Dr. Liang. In this state, he soon found it unbearable, throwing his fishing rod down. When he lifted his head and caught sight of her, the scolding he had prepared was swallowed back, causing him to cough repeatedly, his face turning crimson. Jin Chu stepped forward to support Dr. Liang and gently patted his back. Dr. Liang, what troubles you? After a moment, Dr. Liang took a deep breath. Very well. Today's fishing trip has been disrupted. I shall accompany you. Thank you, Dr. Liang. Jin Chu knelt in gratitude. The group returned to the capital together. Stopping at Zhao's residence, Jin Chu disembarked and led Dr. Liang inside. Upon reaching the courtyard gate, they overheard a doctor discussing. Miss Yinyan's blood donation to save a life is extremely harmful to her health. She must consider this carefully. No need to persuade me further. I have made up my mind, Shang Yinyan declared resolutely. Beside her, Lu Shi spoke. Yinyan, you saved Qingran back then. She sincerely acknowledges you. Now that you are being criticized, yet selflessly saving someone, you are a benefactor to the Zhao family. And if I can save my mother, I will have no regrets. Expecting nothing in return, Shang Yinyan smiled slightly. To serve my mother as an adopted daughter for 3 years is sufficient. The crowd was moved by Shang Yinyan's altruism. It seems we have misjudged this young lady. It was a misunderstanding when Madame Sheng fell ill. For these 3 years, Yinyan has used her blood to nurture Madame Sheng. Now that Miss Sheng has returned, she cannot allow a maid to usurp her identity, which led to Madame Sheng's illness. In this world, who can truly discern the truth? Alas, what a pity for such a good girl. The courtyard buzzed with chatter, mostly sympathetic to Sheng Yinyan. It was unclear who called out, Miss Jin Chu has arrived. Sheng Yinyan immediately turned to Jin Chu, a fleeting expression of triumph quickly replaced by feigned helplessness. Second sister, you have finally returned. Mother was just mentioning you, yet you were nowhere to be found. The maid said you went out to play. At her words, many looked at Jin Chu with disdain. Your mother is ill, and you still find time to play? Jin Chu, your mother is ill, and you owe a debt of gratitude to Yinyan. She is your mother's savior and must not be treated poorly. Lu Shi feigned urgency, grasping Jin Chu's wrist. The doctor said that this time, Yinyan's extraction of precious blood poses a life-threatening risk. I believe, if Yinyan survives, let her be your mother's adopted daughter. Rest assured, in your mother's heart, you will always be first. Yinyan cannot surpass you. Such words suggested that if she did not agree, it would be tantamount to endangering Zhao's life out of jealousy, a truly ruthless sentiment. Shang Yinyan fixed her gaze on Jin Chu, waiting for her to plead. Jin Chu subtly released Lu Shi's grip and turned to the doctor who had spoken earlier. Medical texts state that the precious blood of close relatives is more effective. My blood should suffice, as I share a direct bloodline with my mother. Sheng Yinyan was momentarily stunned, having never anticipated Jin Chu's unexpected response. However, Lu Shi reacted swiftly. Jin Chu, extracting precious blood incurs great harm. It is not a trivial matter. Aunt, my life was given by my mother. It is merely a matter of extracting precious blood, nothing of consequence. Jin Chu shrugged, her expression earnest, adding, as for whether my mother acknowledges Sheng Yinyan as her adopted daughter, that is her business. I have never obstructed it. Right now, saving a life is of utmost importance. Her words silenced Lu Shi. Lu Shi was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond, when Sheng Yinyan stepped forward. Second sister, are you truly considering using heart's blood in medicine? If it fails, the consequences are unimaginable. Sheng Yinyan was agitated, as this was a predicament of Sheng Jinchu's own making. A failed blood extraction could lead to immediate death, leaving the Sheng family to be inherited by her. Without hesitation, Jinchu nodded. Then, Sheng Yinyan cast a glance at several doctors. Nonsense, doctor. Liang's furious voice interrupted. What ailment could possibly warrant the use of a close relative's heart's blood? It was then that the onlookers recognized it was Dr. Liang. He was dressed in casual attire today, having taken the day off, blending into the crowd until now. When several doctors recognized him, their expressions changing in unison. Lu Shi blurted out in surprise, "Why did you invite Dr. Liang?" Jinchu lowered her gaze, replying, "I have heard that Dr. Liang possesses miraculous skills, particularly in blood extraction, and I specifically requested his presence. Aunt, rest assured, with Dr. Liang here, Mother will surely turn her crisis into safety." Now, it was Lu Shi and Sheng Jinchu who were unsettled. Everyone knew Dr. Liang was notoriously difficult to invite with a temper to match. Even the crown princess could not summon him. Yet, here he was, summoned by Jinchu. How could she dare trouble Dr. Liang? Sheng Jinchu grew anxious to have Dr. Liang examine the pulse, which surely revealed the ruse. Zhao Shi was not ill at all. The blood extraction was merely a pretense. Flustered, Sheng Jinchu was at a loss for how to refuse, glancing at Lu Shi for guidance. Lu Shi forced a couple of awkward laughs, praising Jinchu's filial piety. "Dr. Liang, time is of the essence. Please save my mother." Jinchu pointed inside, and Dr. Liang nodded, following her in. Just as they reached the door, a maid's joyous voice emerged from behind the screen. "The young lady has awakened." Dr. Liang paused. Jinchu hurried inside and indeed saw Zhao Shi stirring. Her face filled with fury. Pretending not to notice, Jinchu exclaimed, "Mother, why do you look so unwell?" "Dr. Liang, no need. I'm fine." Dr. Liang's presence was dismissed. Jinchu rushed forward, tightly embracing Zhao Shi's neck, weeping loudly. "Mother, mother." Her overwhelming cries drowned out Zhao Shi's protests. Gathering her strength, Zhao Shi quickly signaled Fei Yan, who feigned assistance to Jinchu, her fingertip deftly wielding a silver needle. Zhao Shi fainted in Jinchu's arms. "Mother, please wake up." Jinchu cried desperately. "Miss, you must let Dr. Liang take a look." Fei Yan withdrew her hand and pulled Jinchu aside, who hastened to summon Dr. Liang. Fei Yan, using her strength, blocked several maids, allowing Dr. Liang to enter. After feeling Zhao Shi's pulse, Dr. Liang's expression shifted dramatically, and he withdrew his hand with irritation, which doctor prescribed the blood extraction medication. Outside, silence fell. Several doctors hung their heads, not daring to lift their gazes. Dr. Liang cursed vehemently. "Nonsense. This lady is strong and healthy. She has no need for heart's blood in her medicine. You quacks." After berating them, Dr. Liang left in a huff. Jinchu stared blankly at Lu Shi, whose face was awkward, wishing she could find a hole to hide in, but she had to maintain appearances. Thus, she scolded the doctors and expelled them. Chapter 23. Pinning Sheng Jinchu down to her maid status not long after Dr. Liang departed, Zhao Shi regained consciousness. The maid quickly recounted the events, nearly causing Zhao Shi to faint again in anger. Upon lifting her head, she found Jinchu standing at the threshold. Their eyes met. Jinchu's gaze was as cold as ice, sending shivers down the spine. "If Mother wishes to acknowledge Sheng Jinchu as her daughter, I will not stand in her way. However, she should not coerce me into submission in such a manner." Jinchu pressed her hand to her heart, feigning deep anguish. Zhao Shi, abandoning all pretense, retorted, "Sheng Jinchu, if it weren't for your meddling, I would not have to resort to such measures. Today, I will directly tell you. In order for Yin to marry into the Qi Guogong's residence smoothly, I will certainly acknowledge her as my daughter." "Mother." Sheng Jinchu was overwhelmed with emotion, throwing herself into Zhao Shi's embrace. Jinchu inhaled deeply. "As long as Sheng Jinchu is not under father's name, do as you wish." Zhao Shi's expression darkened as she glared at Jinchu. "How I choose to act is none of your concern. Yin has grown up alongside you like sisters. It is merely a matter of status. Why must you be so calculative? Second sister, I will not compete with you for mother-s affection. I share a mutual love with the heir and will marry into the Guogong's residence. This will only benefit you," Sheng Jinchu assured repeatedly. Lu Shi seized the moment to interject. "Jinchu, you once said that a forced fruit is not sweet. Why must you be so aggressive? Why not turn a blind eye?" A crowd urged her to be magnanimous. Yet, it was clear that the wrongdoers were not herself. Jinchu's disappointment was palpable as she fixed her resolute gaze upon Zhao Shi. Mother has publicly accepted the divorce decree and is no longer a member of the Sheng family. She has no right to adopt a daughter for father. If Mother insists on proceeding, I will risk my life to seek justice for the reputation of the Sheng family. Her voice resonated, echoing within the room. Zhao Shi was incensed, her chest heaving with rage as she pointed at her. Unfilial wretch. Jinchu regained her composure and turned to Lu Shi. Aunt, I believe you were unaware of today's events. Please persuade Mother not to let one person jeopardize the entire house's honor. Lu Shi was taken aback by Jinchu's words, as if struck by a sudden realization. Jinchu. Sister-in-law, do not listen to her nonsense. She is young and unlearned, yet has learned to threaten others. Today, I must teach her a lesson. Zhao Shi was beside herself with anger as her plans repeatedly fell apart. How could she not be furious? Jinchu remained silent, believing Lu Shi to be wise enough to weigh the situation. Indeed, Lu Shi's expression turned cold as she reprimanded Sheng Jinchu. Yin, you have deceived your mother into confusion, even going as far as to feign illness for blood extraction. You have greatly disappointed me. Aunt, enough. I have no maid niece. The Zhao family's only cousin is Jinchu, Lu Shi declared sternly. Sheng Jinchu's eyes widened in shock. Zhao Shi, flustered, attempted to speak, but Lu Shi interrupted. If my sister cannot discern people clearly, she should leave the residence. The Zhao family is too small to accommodate your grandeur. This one statement caused Zhao Shi to shrink back, her demeanor deflating. At that moment, old lady Zhao arrived late, grasping Jinchu's hand. Good child, you have suffered. The matter of adopting a daughter will not happen. The Sheng family has only you. You have a final say. This served as a guarantee. Jinchu, sensing an opportunity, realized that everyone would know Zhao Shi risked everything for Sheng Jinchu, while she, Sheng Jinchu, was dutiful and obedient, willing to shed blood for her mother. She lowered her gaze, knowing that one day, she would entirely sever ties with Zhao Shi. Old Lady Zhao instructed Granny Tan to lead Jinchu back. Jinchu feigned a dazed expression, nodding as she walked back. Granny Tan surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of others before whispering to Jinchu. Cousin, you are astute. I did not misjudge you. As they spoke, Fei Yin discreetly handed over a pouch, lowering her voice. Thank you for your guidance today. Although the pouch felt light, Granny Tan's eyes lit up with delight, surely containing silver notes, as she nodded to assure she would look out for Jinchu. The group parted ways at a crossroads. However, Jinchu's heart felt heavy. Granny Tan had mentioned that Lu Shi had advised Zhao Shi on the idea of impersonation. Had Lu Shi been involved in that scheme? Her father's death was undoubtedly tied to the Sheng family's wealth, which was enough to provoke envy. Returning home laden with questions, Mama Fong served tea, and upon seeing Jinchu lost in thought, she refrained from interrupting. Soon after, Fei Yin brought news. The old lady has put Madam under house arrest and instructed Sheng Jinchu to move out immediately, retracting her allowances. From now on, no one is allowed to call Sheng Jinchu cousin. Jinchu was not surprised. Zhao Shi had crossed the Zhao family's bottom line. If left unchecked, it would implicate the entire Zhao family. She furrowed her brow, unable to fathom why Lu Shi would go to such lengths to support Zhao Shi. Was it for benefits, or because of Sheng Jinchu's origins? Fian, inquire about what transpired in the Zhao family 17 years ago concerning my mother. It would be best to locate those who attended to her at that time, or perhaps someone close to the Lu family. Fian understood and made a note of it. The Zhao family, despite being of noble lineage, presented a puzzling situation, a legitimate daughter of the Zhao family marrying my father and moving to Longxi. Furthermore, after marrying, she remained absent from the capital for 15 years, seldom making an appearance in Longxi, leading to a scarcity of knowledge about Madame Sheng's appearance. The groundwork laid by the Zhao family over those 15 years, likely aimed at having Sheng Jinchu usurp her status as a legitimate daughter, must have been motivated primarily by wealth. This deduction suggests that my father's demise may indeed be linked to the Zhao family, for had he lived, the Zhao family would have never returned to the capital, and my identity would not have been supplanted by Sheng Jinchu. Following my father's death, a sudden fire at the Sheng residence claimed many lives, which also raises suspicions. Jinchu was startled by her own thoughts, as if she had lifted a veil of mist. Sheng Jinchu, in a bid to claim the Sheng family fortune, had usurped her identity and married Qi Yuanan. The Qi family maintained close ties with 3 princes. Could it be that someone had long been coveting the Sheng family's wealth and orchestrated this scheme, thereby legitimizing their claim to the Sheng estate? Jinchu furrowed her brow, unable to comprehend. At that moment, Lu's voice reached her ears. accompanied by several maidservants bearing an assortment of fine silks. Jinchu snapped back to reality, observing Lu's approach, her expression radiating warmth, a stark contrast to her earlier accusatory demeanor. "You have suffered," Lu said, taking Jinchu's hand, hesitating to elaborate. Jinchu lowered her gaze. Her heart chilled at the thought that Lu might be connected to the downfall of the Sheng family. She fought the urge to shake off Lu's hand, gritting her teeth to suppress her emotions, softly addressing her aunt. "Aunt knows you have faced difficulties. It is my oversight amidst family affairs, and I promise to make amends in the future," Lu assured her, still holding her hand. When Jinchu lifted her head, her expression had transformed into one of gentle innocence as she smiled faintly. "Thank you, aunt." Fortunately, Lu did not linger long, exchanging a few comforting words before departing. Once she was gone, Jinchu took out a handkerchief and vigorously wiped the spot where Lu had touched, filled with disgust. "Fian, here," she beckoned, whispering a few instructions. Fian nodded and quietly slipped away when the opportunity arose. In Yulon Pavilion, Sheng Jinchu watched as her garments and jewelry were confiscated by the maidservants, her heart bleeding as she bit her lip to stifle her tears. "Cousin, no. From this day forth, you are a second-tier maidservant," a matron reprimanded sternly. "You will have daily tasks and may not slack off." As Yin prepared to protest, the matron pinched her sharply, causing tears to well up from the pain. After enduring several beatings, Yin quickly learned to be more submissive. With no one to attend to her, she went without dinner and had to wash her own clothes and bedding. Just as she finished, someone splashed dirt onto her. Without a moment's hesitation, the matron turned on Yin, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? Do you really think you are a distinguished lady? Bah, you are nothing but a wretched girl, dreaming of marrying the heir." Even her sleep was disturbed, as she found herself in a corner. Just as she dozed off, she was doused with cold water. Startled, Yin screamed, scrambling to sit up, trembling in the corner. The maid who had splashed water on her spat in disdain, utterly dismissing Yin's plight. Infuriated, Yin nearly fainted, gritting her teeth to endure the humiliation, vowing silently that one day she would exact revenge on these tormentors. "Mind your own business. The heir is about to marry your cousin. You think you stand a chance?" A maid scoffed. Yin was taken aback. "What did you say?" The maid, uninterested in further conversation, turned to leave. Anxious, Yin recalled that Brother Yuan had promised never to marry anyone but her, declaring that a merchant's daughter could never be worthy of him. She was the one destined for him. As night fell, Sheng Yin could no longer contain herself, stealthily leaving her room to venture into the backyard, where she stumbled upon two matrons inebriated and swaying. Chapter 24. The entire capital knew of Sheng Yin's late-night escapade. Yin held her breath and swiftly retrieved the key from the matron's grasp, opening the back door and sprinting into the night, disappearing into the darkness. No sooner had she left than the news reached Jinchu. "Well done. Reward each person with 50 taels of silver." Fia nodded. During this time, the young lady had unknowingly bribed numerous individuals. No one would turn down silver, especially not with such generous sums from her. The gatekeeper had feigned drunkenness to allow Yin to escape. "We must keep a close watch on the Zhao family." Fia nodded. In the capital, Jinchu had no foundation and did not know where to begin her inquiries. She could only explore the Zhao family little by little, trusting that the Zhao family's concern for Sheng Yin would lead to their strategic response upon learning of her predicament. She was increasingly curious about how much Sheng Yin truly knew. The news of Sheng Yin's disappearance did not circulate until the following day. A maid reported it to the matron early in the morning, who then relayed it to the steward. The steward, startled, thought, "Can a living person simply vanish? Search! We must find her." The entire Zhao family turned upside down in their search, but to no avail. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the steward nervously reported to Lu, who frowned. "Could you be hiding?" "Madam, we have searched everywhere. Someone saw Sheng Yin slip out through the back door last night." "What?" Lu's heart raced with unease, her teeth grinding in anger. "That little wretch is nothing but trouble." "Search. Take more people with you and bring her back." The steward complied. Lu, however, did not inform old Madame Zhao of this incident, as she had been unwell and was already in a foul mood. She thought perhaps Sheng Yin had gone to find Qi Yuanan and would return after facing rejection. A whole day passed, and somehow the news leaked to the Zhao family, prompting an urgent confrontation with Lu. "Did you send Yin away out of annoyance?" How could a living person just disappear? Sister, why would I send Yin Yin away? Lu replied, exasperated. Zhao accused her. 3 years ago, when I returned, you treated Yin Yin with disdain, and now that she's in trouble, you must be hiding her. If anything happens to Yin Yin, I will make you pay dearly. Confronted with such public humiliation, Lu's face turned a mix of green and white, feeling both ashamed and enraged. Qingran, you are being foolish. I must see Yin Yin today. Otherwise, I will not hold back. Zhao's tone turned severe. Others may not know, but you do. Yin Yin is not merely a maid. Her identity is of utmost importance. Lu was startled by Zhao's words, and without thinking, she covered Zhao's mouth, scanning the area to ensure no one was listening before sighing in relief. Zhao, Qingran. Yin Yin may have just gone for a stroll and will return soon. If you continue to speak recklessly and jeopardize the Zhao family, do not blame me for not warning you. Realizing the gravity of her words, Zhao regained her composure, shaken by the implications, and urged, go find Yin Yin. Little did they know, every word had reached Jinchu's ears. As night fell, she remained awake, contemplating the situation. The only certainty was that Lu and Zhao were in cahoots. Young lady, Fian whispered excitedly, Sheng Yin Yin has found the Qi heir, and he has taken her back to the Duke's residence. Is that true? I witnessed it myself. Jinchu smirked. Sheng Yin Yin, alone with a man in the Duke's residence. Thought she could still aspire to be the heir's wife? A mere fantasy. Spread the word. In the dead of night, Sheng Yin Yin and the Duke's heir met in secret. Fian nodded. Sheng Yin Yin shivered as she waited at the back gate of the Duke of Qi's residence for over half a day before finally spotting a familiar guard. She approached him to greet him, and upon recognizing her, the guard promptly returned to deliver the news. In no time, Qi Yuan emerged, his heart aching at the sight of Sheng Yin Yin, drenched and trembling with cold. He immediately enveloped her in his embrace and led her inside the estate. After changing into dry clothes, drinking warm water, and having a few snacks to fill her stomach, Sheng Yin Yin, feeling wronged, recounted the events of the past 2 days with embellishments. Ever since Jinchu arrived, my life has been turned upside down. Brother Yuan, what have I done wrong? As she reflected on the grievances she had endured, a mix of anger and resentment surged within her. With both hands tightly gripping Qi Yuan's arm, she hid in his embrace, shivering and weeping inconsolably. Holding the beauty in his arms, Qi Yuan felt a surge of tenderness. Yet his eyes burned with fury. That wretched Sheng Jinchu deserves nothing less than death. It's too merciful that she died in prison last time. Had I known she was so loathsome, she should have been flayed alive. But then he thought, Sheng Jinchu's fate in this life would be no different. A sense of relief washed over Qi Yuan, and he resolved to double her torment in this lifetime. He grasped Sheng Yin Yin's hand and declared, Yin Yin, regardless of what others say, I believe in you. Really? Are you serious? Sheng Yin Yin blinked innocently at Qi Yuan, but then a thought struck her, and she added, Brother Yuan, now that I am no longer the legitimate daughter of the Sheng family, will you despise me and marry Jinchu instead? Qi Yuan repeatedly assured her, no matter your status, you're the only one in my heart. Their gazes locked, and Sheng Yin Yin's cheeks flushed with shyness as she leaned against Qi Yuan, her lips curling into a cold smile. Once she secured her position as the Duke of Qi's legitimate wife, she would surely repay today's humiliation in kind. In the dead of night, alone together, with mutual affection, Sheng Yin Yin playfully draped her arms around Qi Yuan's neck, nuzzling her face against him, softly calling out, Brother Yuan. Qi Yuan's eyes instantly darkened with desire, memories of their past sweet moments flooding his mind. They were destined to be husband and wife, and given their previous life together, it seemed only natural. Comforting himself with this notion, he instinctively wrapped an arm around Sheng Yin Yin's waist, pulling her close and passionately kissing her crimson lips. As dawn broke, rumors spread throughout the capital that Sheng Yin Yin had secretly visited the Duke of Qi's residence in the middle of the night and had not left after being coaxed by Qi Yuan. Technically, Sheng Yin Yin was merely a maid, possessing a hint of beauty and charm, which led her to tempt the heir of the Duke, making her little more than a concubine in the grand scheme of things. However, Qi Yuan sought out Madame Qi, kneeling until he was granted permission to take Sheng Yin Yin as his legitimate wife, causing Madame Qi to faint from the shock. The news traveled quickly, and many awaited further developments. This heir truly seemed to be a lovesick fool, intending to marry a maid as his primary wife, which explained Madame Qi's distress. This maid indeed had some cunning about her, having tricked Madame Sheng into mistaking her for a noble lady for 3 years. She now found herself in the heiress bed, managing to persuade him to insist on marrying her. What remarkable skill! The capital had not seen such a scandal in ages, and with a few whispers fueling the fire, discussions erupted everywhere. Street vendors exchanged laughter and gossip, while storytellers embellished the tale. The story grew more sensational, spiraling out of control. As Madame Lu exited, she was intercepted by a maid who whispered a few words, causing Madame Lu's expression to change dramatically, prompting her to hurry back. Madame Lu. Zhao Shi rushed over, eyes aflame with anger, grasping Madame Lu's sleeve. The streets are rife with slander against Yin Yin. You cannot turn a blind eye. For several days, Madame Lu had lost sleep over Sheng Yin Yin, her anger now boiling. She shook off Zhao Shi's grip, disdainfully replying, after spending a day as a maid, she couldn't resist the loneliness and went to seduce the heir. Who could have stopped her? You're talking nonsense. Madame Lu scoffed. The Zhao family has gone to great lengths to secure her position as the legitimate wife. And now she willingly descends into depravity. The Zhao family has no face left to seek her out. Zhao Shi, furious and desperate to retort, could only glare in frustration. Madame Zhao, hearing the commotion, arrived to deliver a sharp slap to Zhao Shi, admonishing her, "Have you had enough? If you hadn't been so eager to have her replace Jinchu, we wouldn't be in this mess." Stunned by the slap, Zhao Shi calmed down, covering her face with a mix of grievance and confusion as she looked at Madame Zhao. "Mother," Madame Zhao warned her, "if you continue to meddle and ruin the Zhao family's reputation, I will have no choice but to send you away." Terrified, Zhao Shi shook her head, falling silent. Finally, Madame Zhao turned to Madame Lu. "As the matriarch of the Zhao family, you must take charge of this matter, regardless of her status. We need to come to an understanding." Hearing this, Madame Lu felt a wave of disgust wash over her, her eyelids twitching with discontent. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "It has escalated to this point. We cannot bring her back now. We can only strive for her to be recognized as a favored concubine. Of course, if the heir insists on her as his wife, the Zhao family will certainly prepare a grand dowry." Chapter 25. Yin Yin will not agree to be a concubine in the Duke of Qi's residence. Madame Qi, enraged, fainted. A maid produced a life-saving pill, holding it to her nose for an extended period until she finally opened her eyes. Upon noticing Sheng Yin Yin standing there nervously, her face turned ashen. "Who allowed you to come here?" Startled, Sheng Yin Yin looked anxiously at the kneeling Qi Yuan. "Mother." Qi Yuan moved closer to the couch, grasping Madame Qi's hand, urgently explaining, "It was my son who brought her here." "Mother, please calm down. Things are not as you think." Madame Qi was in no mood to listen to Qi Yuan. The thought of having mistakenly cherished a maid as her beloved for 3 years sent her into a fury. She could easily imagine the mockery from those outside. "Get out." Madame Qi's agitation grew. "Mother," Qi Yuan pleaded, but Madame Qi clutched her chest, several maids rushing forward to help her regain her composure. Helpless, Qi Yuan had no choice but to lead Sheng Yin Yin out, where she wept helplessly, looking to him for comfort. "Brother Yuan, it's all my fault for making Mother angry." "Yin Yin, this is not your fault. Once Mother calms down, I will explain everything." Qi Yuan was resolute in his determination to marry Sheng Yin Yin. Soon after, a maid emerged from the inner chamber, instructing Qi Yuan to enter. "Madam has something to say." Without hesitation, Qi Yuan stepped inside. As he did, the maid did not leave but instead cast a scornful glance at Sheng Yin Yin. Whispers had circulated about the sounds of a man and woman tangled together in the heiress quarters the previous night, and after a few requests for water, the maids had assumed she was being favored as a concubine. Little did they know, as dawn broke, it was revealed that Sheng Yin Yin had secretly climbed into the heiress bed, shamelessly enticing him. TSK, what a wretched creature. Sheng Yin Yin felt a surge of anger as she was scrutinized. "Sheng Yin Yin, Madam said she cannot attend to you right now due to pressing matters. I will escort you out," the maid said coldly. Frustrated, Sheng Yin Yin attempted to push past her but was blocked. "Sheng Yin Yin, you are a maid who has not been formally released. The estate cannot keep you here. If the heir truly wishes to marry you, he will come to the Zhao family." She pondered this for a moment and realized it might be true, so she ceased her struggle and quietly replied, "I will leave after I see the heir. Madam is unwell, and the heir is occupied with her care. He has no time to speak with you." The maid retorted mercilessly, beginning to usher her away. This was the first time Sheng Jinchu had been treated with such disdain, and while she seethed with anger, she ultimately did not dare to cause a scene. Nodding reluctantly, she left, unwilling to linger any longer. Inside the room, Madame Qi gazed at Qi Yuan with disappointment. She lamented that she should not have concealed her identity and groaned close to him. For 3 years, she had tried to please him, but her intentions were ulterior. Marrying such a person would surely bring calamity. It was a pity that her heartfelt devotion to Sheng Jinchu over these 3 years had been wasted on a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. The marriage between you and Sheng Jinchu cannot be dismissed. She is the sole daughter of the Sheng family, possessing their wealth, and now has ascended to the rank of a princess. By marrying her, you would inherit the title of Duke of Sheng, a dual nobility that is a matter of great honor. Madame Qi came to a realization. Regardless of Sheng Jinchu's character, her value far surpassed that of Sheng Jinchu. She suddenly felt regret for not heeding her mother-in-law's advice. Sheng Jinchu was indeed 100 times superior to Sheng Jinchu. After all this, it had become a ridiculous farce. Mother, Qi Yuan exclaimed anxiously, it is Sheng Jinchu who is cunning. Jinchu has a kind heart, and you will surely come to see her virtues in the future. Yuan, Madame Qi interrupted sharply. No matter how good Jinchu may be, she is merely a maid and cannot become the wife of a duke's heir. Seeing Madame Qi growing increasingly agitated, Qi Yuan feared that if he spoke another word, she might faint from anger. At that moment, a maid announced, the matriarch has arrived. As the words fell, the curtain was lifted, and Grandmother Qi entered, leaning on her dragon-headed cane. She glanced at Madame Qi's expression and let out a barely perceptible sigh. Grandmother, mother, they both called out. Grandmother Qi waved her hand dismissively. We are family. There is no need for formality. Since the matter has already transpired, let us think of a way to resolve it. Madame Qi's face darkened. No matter what, I will not allow a maid to occupy the position of a duke's wife. Upon hearing this, Grandmother Qi turned her gaze to Qi Yuan, who appeared resolute. She casually found a seat and waved her hand to dismiss the maids. The room fell silent as Grandmother Qi spoke. The die is cast. Sheng Jinchu must enter the household. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan's face brightened. But then he heard Grandmother Qi continue. If Sheng Jinchu is to enter, then so must Sheng Jinchu. The position of the duke's wife rightfully belongs to Jinchu. As for Sheng Jinchu, elevating her to a concubine is not inappropriate. When Qi Yuan objected, Grandmother, Jinchu would never agree to being a concubine. Grandmother Qi's expression turned serious. Whether she agrees or not is no longer her decision. Last night, she offered herself, causing the entire capital to know of her indiscretion. How could such a frivolous and uncultured girl be made the principal wife? Continuing, Grandmother Qi signaled to Madame Qi. Having multiple concubines need not damage the bond between mother and son. Enlightened by Grandmother Qi's words, Madame Qi took a step back. Very well. If that girl has submitted herself to you, let her be a concubine. Mother, Qi Yuan interjected. Are you trying to drive me to despair? Madame Qi clutched her chest in anger. Grandmother Qi, speaking in a calm tone, stated, Yuan, let her enter the household first. If she shows promise, it will not be difficult to elevate her status later. With the conversation reaching this juncture, Qi Yuan recognized he could not argue further and conceded, lowering his head. I will defer to Grandmother's arrangements. Grandmother Qi's expression softened, and she turned to Madame Qi. If your health improves, make a visit to the Zhao family soon. Zhao family. Madame Qi frowned. After the uproar at the flower banquet, publicly breaking off the engagement, they may not agree to a reconciliation. Grandmother Qi chuckled lightly. The Zhao family's daughter wishes to secure a position by the crown prince's side. They will not allow this matter to escalate for fear of tarnishing her reputation. Moreover, the Zhao family will certainly agree to this marriage for Sheng Jinchu's sake. But Sheng Jinchu is not their biological daughter, Madame Qi protested. Just go, Grandmother Qi urged. After some contemplation, Madame Qi relaxed. Grandmother Qi would not harm the Qi family. With these reassurances, her health improved significantly, and she instructed the maids to prepare for her visit to the Zhao family with ample gifts. Meanwhile, at the Zhao family, the commotion caused by Sheng Jinchu had left old Madame Zhao fainted, and she was currently resting on a couch as the doctor prescribed medicine. Granny Tan exited with the prescription in hand. Jean Chun sat nearby, offering soothing words, while old Madame Zhao expressed her frustration. I misjudged her. I never expected her to be so shameless. Jin Chun remained silent. At that moment, a maid announced that Sheng Jinchu had returned in the Duke of Qi's carriage. How dare she come back? Old Madame Zhao exclaimed, pressing her hand to her chest in distress. Send her away. Old Madame, the Duke's wife has come with her. The maid added. Old Madame Zhao frowned in confusion, her eyelids twitching. Where is the wife? She inquired. She left an hour ago, came to reply. With Lu not present. Old Madame Zhao had no choice but to sit up, but Jin Chun pressed her back down, causing Old Madame Zhao to look puzzled. Your grandmother is unaware that Sheng Jinchu selfishly ran off to the Duke's residence. I suspect there are two possibilities for Madame Qi's visit, Jin Chun explained. Old Madame Zhao involuntarily reclined again, patting Jin Chun's hand to indicate she should continue. Jin Chun elaborated. Sheng Jinchu's reputation is ruined. She has only two paths. Either enter the Duke's household, or shave her head to become a nun. Qi Yuan still harbors feelings for Sheng Jinchu and would not want her to become a nun, which means Madame Qi is here to negotiate. Given Sheng Jinchu's status, she cannot become the principal wife, so I surmise that Madame Qi intends to further solidify the connection between our families, Jin Chun concluded. Old Madame Zhao, upon being reminded, quickly regained her composure and regarded Jin Chun with newfound appreciation. Despite her youth, she remained calm and could analyze the situation clearly. Embracing Jin Chun, she said, I apologize for putting you in a difficult position. Jin Chun shook her head. Grandmother, Qi Yuan despises me. At the flower banquet, Madame Qi mistakenly accused me of breaking the phoenix pendant. If I were to marry into their family, I would surely suffer. Rest assured, grandmother would never push you into a fire pit, old Madame Zhao promised, firmly rejecting the notion of allowing Jin Chun to marry into the Qi family. Jin Chun, however, remained somewhat skeptical. After old Madame Zhao collected her thoughts, she ordered the maid to bring Madame Qi to the courtyard. If Madame Qi dared to utter another offensive word, she would immediately faint. As Madame Qi was escorted in, she was startled to see old Madame Zhao's pale face, frail against the bed, and her ire towards Sheng Jinchu intensified. This wretched girl had caused great harm. Sheng Jinchu rushed forward, kneeling before old Madame Zhao. Grandmother, it was my moment of folly. I fainted on the street while seeking solace yesterday, and fortunately, the Duke's household saved my life. This explanation had been concocted by Sheng Jinchu herself. She had acted impulsively and now felt some trepidation. She could only force herself to maintain this facade, hoping old Madame Zhao would not hold a grudge. But old Madame Zhao was not one to be easily deceived by Sheng Jinchu's flimsy excuses. Dismissing her with a wave of her hand, she commanded, Go kneel outside. Grandmother, Sheng Jinchu pleaded. Get out. Old Madame Zhao snapped in anger. Reluctantly, Sheng Jinchu retreated, casting a resentful glance at Jin Chun as she left. Jin Chun, prepare some snacks. Old Madame Zhao instructed kindly. Jin Chun nodded, about to leave when Madame Qi seized her arm. It has been days since we last met. Miss Jin Chun. You are growing more charming by the day. Truly a dutiful and attentive child. If I had a daughter as understanding as you, I would wake with a smile from my dreams. How easily one could twist the truth with mere words. Madame Qi's disdainful gaze during the flower banquet was still vivid in Jin Chun's memory. Thank you for your praise, Madame Qi, Jin Chun replied quietly, withdrawing her hand. Such a good child, do not be so formal with me. Madame Qi began, but old Madame Zhao swiftly interrupted, shooting a knowing look at Jin Chun, who then turned to leave. Madame Qi remained fixated on Jin Chun's graceful figure as she departed, her demeanor poised and elegant, embodying the essence of a refined lady raised in privilege. Chapter 26. Sheng Jinchu enters the door only as a dowry as Jin Chu stepped outside. She was greeted by the sight of Sheng Jinchu kneeling in the corridor, a smile playing on her lips as she looked down at her adversary. Do not be too pleased with yourself. Sheng Jinchu, slightly agitated by the gaze, gritted her teeth and retorted, no matter how hard you try, in the end, I am the one who will marry him. As long as I am here, you shall not dare approach Brother Yuan even a step. Jin Chu remained poised, her smile unwavering, embodying an air of indifference to honor or disgrace. No matter how Sheng Jinchu taunted her, she simply replied, Madame Qi may have bent to the wishes of young Master Qi to enter the residence, but that does not guarantee she intends to marry you. With your status as a maid, To aspire to become the wife of a noble heir is truly a foolish dream. Sheng Yinyan's expression shifted slightly. Miss, the madam has sent some shoe brocade for you to select a few pieces. In a few days, during the grand birthday banquet of the eldest princess, it will be good for you to accompany us as a guest. Fian hurriedly approached, her tone rising with excitement. I just purchased your favorite sesame green dumplings. The whole street is praising you, daughter of the duke's residence, a princess bestowed by the emperor. Even girls I do not know are saying they wish to invite you out for outings. Jinchu declined. My grandmother is still ill. I cannot bring myself to go out. Perhaps another time. With that, she turned to leave. Jinchu. Sheng Yinyan was greatly provoked. She couldn't help but feel envy towards Jinchu, as everything seemed to rightfully belong to her. The title of the duke's daughter, the status of a princess, and the wealth of the Sheng family should all be hers. Yet, Jinchu had emerged, disrupting her plans and stealing what was hers. For 3 years, Sheng Yinyan had not dared to flaunt her identity as the legitimate daughter of the Sheng family, instead subtly guiding others' perceptions while attending banquets alongside the Zhao family. In front of the noble ladies of the capital, she remained cautious. Now, the very thing she yearned for was within Jinchu's grasp. How could she not feel anger? My mother will surely help me, Sheng Yinyan thought, her teeth clenched, almost revealing the truth to Jinchu. Jinchu continued to observe her with cool detachment, her eyes devoid of emotion, yet with a glimmer that seemed to freeze the air. In truth, you are your mother's daughter, of noble birth, only hidden from view. Sheng Yinyan froze, incredulous as she looked at Jinchu. You know? Jinchu maintained her composure, her fists tightly clenched as she bent slightly, aligning her gaze with Sheng Yinyan's, and smiled subtly. But what does that matter? You remain a concealed, illegitimate child. Your mother is unable to assist you. She neglected to inform you that she too is ill, confined by your grandmother, and can see no one. Sheng Yinyan swayed slightly, her previous confidence shattered before Jinchu. She gritted her teeth. You knew all along. Sheng Yinyan, rather than opposing me, you should consider how to persuade Madame Qi to allow you to enter the duke's residence. Whether as a wife or a concubine, that is your only option, Jinchu shrugged. Do not compare yourself to me. I am the legitimate daughter of the duke's residence. Whoever marries me will inherit the duke's estate, a tremendous advantage before me, while you ought to focus on your own situation. I have heard that the heir is extremely filial. With that, Jinchu gracefully lifted her skirt and departed, her demeanor elegant and untroubled, showing no signs of being a mere guest in someone else's home. Sheng Yinyan clenched her teeth, unwilling to admit, yet unable to deny, that Sheng Jinchu possessed the upper hand, both in wealth and status. A concubine? She would never become one. Just then, the door creaked open, and Madame Qi emerged with a frosty expression, casting a disdainful glance at Sheng Yinyan, her gaze filled with barely concealed contempt. Madam, Sheng Yinyan quickly adopted a pitiful and obsequious demeanor. Madame Qi approached her, lowering her voice. Sheng Yinyan, if you wish to enter the gates of the Qi Duke's residence, there is but one path. Sheng Yinyan's eyelids twitched ominously. You must accompany Jinchu as a dowry, marrying together, otherwise as long as I am here. You may as well give up on that hope. Madame Qi, fuming, swept away in a huff. Sheng Yinyan's face turned pale, collapsing onto the ground, her mouth opening in vain for words. Suddenly, she heard voices from within the house, and, gritting her teeth, pushed herself to enter, kneeling before the couch. Grandmother, what did Madame Qi discuss with you just now? Her accusatory tone displeased old Madame Zhao immensely. How dare you? Old Madame Zhao shot her a glare. Who permitted you to rise? Get out. Grandmother. Sheng Yinyan straightened her back, gritting her teeth. My status is not inferior to Jinchu's. I merely cannot speak of it. If my father learns of my mistreatment in the Zhao family, he will certainly stand up for me. Mentioning Sheng Yinyan's biological father startled old Madame Zhao. Do you dare threaten me? Sheng Yinyan shook her head. Yinyan would never. Grandmother, you should find a way to maneuver on my behalf. When my true identity is revealed, I will certainly speak well for the Zhao family. You. Old Madame Zhao trembled with rage, wishing to tear Sheng Yinyan apart, but the fury took her breath away, and she fainted. Old Madame, Granny Tam panicked, quickly sending for a doctor. Sheng Yinyan had not anticipated that old Madame Zhao would become so enraged as to faint. She swallowed hard, retreating in guilt. Meanwhile, Madame Qi, having faced adversity from old Madame Zhao, did not leave easily, but but instead remained in the carriage, waiting for Lu Shi to return home. She intercepted Lu Shi. Lu Shi frowned. The three daughters of the Zhao family were clever and charming, yet were led astray by this unknown maid. Only the Qi family could step in to preserve the reputations of the three young ladies. Madame Qi, like a serpent striking its target, used a few words to halt Lu Shi's steps. Especially in the royal court, family reputation was of utmost importance. Madame Qi smiled enigmatically. Lu Shi took a deep breath and then replied to Madame Qi, 1 hour from now, at Tianxiang restaurant. Good, Madame Qi agreed. After the carriage departed, Lu Shi entered and summoned the maid, only to learn that Madame Qi had returned Sheng Yin and had spoken with old Madame Zhao for nearly an hour before leaving. Lu Shi's eyelids twitched as she pondered, deciding to first gauge old Madame Zhao's sentiments. She hastened to the Songtang courtyard, where she found several maids in the corridor, discussing how the old madam had fainted with anger. Fortunately, the doctor arrived promptly, and after a few needles, old Madame Zhao revived. Upon seeing Lu Shi, old Madame Zhao's expression darkened, waving her hand to dismiss everyone, and gritted her teeth as she recounted Madame Qi's intentions. Madame Qi still wishes to marry Jinchu? Lu Shi was incredulous. After such an uproar at the flower banquet, how could she still have the audacity to propose marriage? What about Sheng Jinchu? To enter the Qi duke's residence as Jinchu's dowry, to be given the status of a concubine. Old Madame Zhao rubbed her temples, visibly agitated. Had it not been for the Zhao family's anxious machinations, this matter could have been handled more gradually. Now it had escalated to this point, dragging the Zhao family into the fray. Lu Shi pursed her lips, recalling Madame Qi's earlier threat, and tentatively inquired, "What is your mother's stance?" Old Madame Zhao, exasperated, replied, "The one to blame is Sheng Jinchu. Why should Jinchu be involved?" Hearing this, Lu Shi was taken aback, realizing that in less than 2 months, Jinchu had secured a place in old Madame Zhao's heart and was being fiercely defended. "Mother, I too believe that the Qi duke's residence is unworthy of Jinchu. This child is beloved. I cannot let her go." Lu Shi nodded in agreement, then quickly shifted the conversation. But Sheng Jinchu has indeed tarnished her reputation. For years, she is paraded as the legitimate daughter of the Sheng family. Others will surely think the Zhao family is complicit. The three sisters have yet to be betrothed, and the royal family values reputation above all. Lu Shi hesitated, but pressed on, "We must consider the Zhao family's interests. Moreover, today, Madame Qi has actively sought to marry Jinchu, a sign that misunderstandings have been cleared. When Jinchu marries, Madame Qi, out of gratitude for the past, will surely treat her well." Old Madame Zhao's expression soured. She had previously promised Jinchu to wait 2 years before marrying again. Now, to sacrifice Jinchu for the Zhao family's reputation was unbearable. "Mother, Jinchu's status has changed. She is now the legitimate daughter of the duke's residence, and also a cousin of the Zhao family. Once married, no one would dare to bully her." Lu Shi continued to persuade her. Furthermore, this marriage was arranged by her late husband personally selecting Jinchu. This statement plunged old Madame Zhao into a deep quandary. The arrangements of parents and matchmakers should not concern us. Moreover, young Master Qi is exceptionally talented in both literature and martial arts, destined for greatness. Even if things do not go well, Jinchu still holds a title, and her life should not be too bleak. The old matriarch, Zhao, no longer expressed her resistance. She rubbed her temples and said, "Allow me to contemplate." Upon hearing this, Lu was filled with joy. Chapter 27. The anger of Sheng Jinchu's father. A sudden gust of cold wind swept through the corridor, prompting the young girl to adjust her clothing. Her gaze occasionally fixated on the tightly closed door of Songtang courtyard. It had already been over half an hour. The old matriarch, Zhao, had dismissed the servants and was engaging in idle chatter with Lu. "Miss, Madame Qi's carriage has gone to the Tianxiang tavern," Fian reported timely. Jinchu Wen. When Madame Qi arrived, Lu was not in the residence. She had sent someone to watch for Lu's return, but unexpectedly encountered Lu chatting with Madame Qi at the entrance. Unable to hear their conversation from afar, Jinchu speculated that Madame Qi was undoubtedly negotiating with Lu. As expected, Madame Qi had sought out the tavern, now waiting for Lu to respond. "Miss, this household is still under the old matriarch's control. The first wife dares not act independently," Fian advised. Jinchu shook her head, a sense of frustration swirling within her. "This residence bears the Zhao surname. I am merely a guest under someone else's roof." How could she offend the Duke's household for my sake? Besides, Lu, having previously conspired against the Sheng family with the Zhao family, holds no affection for me and would not care for her own well-being. This visit to Madame Qi must be an attempt to secure a favorable deal for herself. Lowering her voice, she instructed Fian in whispers, and Fian nodded, turning to leave quietly. The old matriarch Zhao would soon seek her out for a conversation. There were matters she could not address directly, but it did not mean she would let it rest. With a creak, the tightly shut door finally opened, and Lu hurriedly exited. Soon after, Mama Tan approached her. "Cousin, the old matriarch requests your presence." She obediently complied, stepping inside. The old matriarch Zhao lay languidly, but upon seeing her, she opened her eyes, affectionately beckoning her to sit on a nearby stool. "Is grandmother feeling any better?" Jinchu inquired with concern. The old matriarch sighed. "These are merely old ailments. It's nothing serious. Yet, you have suffered grievances. With grandmother supporting and advocating for me, how could I possibly feel wronged?" Jinchu blinked, her eyes glistening and fixed on the old matriarch, pure and innocent. This made the old matriarch feel somewhat guilty. She coughed awkwardly, diverting the topic. "It is my fault for not noticing your mother was ill and unrecognizable, causing you to endure distress. A good match has been disrupted, and my heart aches." With tears in her eyes, the old matriarch choked. "Your father treated the Zhao family very well while he was alive, always generous during festivals. Now that he is gone, you're left all alone. If I do not secure your future, how can I face your father's past kindness?" Mention of her father ignited a simmering fury within Jinchu, rendering her speechless. The old matriarch, observing her silence, grew anxious and continued, "Jinchu, there was a misunderstanding that led Madame Qi to harbor biases against you. Everything was orchestrated by that wretched Sheng Jinchu." Upon hearing this, Jinchu's patience with the old matriarch dissipated. She had thought the old matriarch might possess some semblance of conscience compared to others, at least defending her in front of people. Ultimately, some truths slipped from the old matriarch's lips. "Jinchu, in due course, every girl must marry. The Duke's household owes you a debt, and they will not treat you unjustly in the future. Furthermore, you have the Zhao family backing you. Young Master Qi, fooled by others in his youth, has now awakened from his dreams. This match was personally selected by your father. I should not override your father's wishes. After all, this marriage remains the most suitable." The old matriarch's tone was imperious, leaving no room for rebuttal. Her earlier frailty vanished, her gaze locked onto Jinchu. After a moment of contemplation, Jinchu nodded obediently. "I will heed grandmother's words." To the old matriarch's surprise, Jinchu acquiesced so swiftly, prompting her to affectionately grasp Jinchu's hand. "Good child, the Zhao family will not treat you poorly." As Jinchu exited Songtang courtyard, it was already noon. Her expression turned cold, fists clenched, a smirk of derision creasing her lips. She had painstakingly severed ties with the Duke's household. How could she willingly plunge back into the mire? Miss Mama Fong offered support. Jinchu shook her head, saying nothing, returning to the courtyard, where she met a hurried Fian rushing back. Fian appeared anxious, on the verge of tears. Jinchu, concerned, asked, "What has happened? Were you bullied?" "And no, it's not me." Fian wiped her tears, grasping Jinchu's hand with fervor. "According to your instructions, I went to Tianxiang Tavern, but before the first wife arrived, something happened to Madame Qi." Jinchu, perplexed, pulled Fian into the courtyard to continue. Madame Qi had reserved a private room, and not long after, strange noises emerged from within. Madame Qi's maid burst in. And can you guess what happened? Madame Qi was found in Tianxiang with two men, disheveled, caught red-handed by several patrons dining there. Jinchu's eyes widened in shock. "Is that true?" "Not only that," Fian continued, "on my way back, I discovered the first wife's carriage had lost control and crashed into the city wall, killing the driver on the spot, and the first wife sustained serious injuries." A collective gasp filled the room. Jinchu was taken aback, her mouth agape. The timing was too coincidental. Setting aside Lu's carriage incident, it was evident that Madame Qi had been schemed against. There was no reason for her to engage in such scandalous behavior at Tianxiang, only to be caught in the act. The news spread quickly. Lu was brought back, reportedly covered in blood, her nasal bone fractured, unconscious. The family summoned several doctors who diagnosed her with multiple fractures, the most severe being her right leg, which was deformed from the injury. When Jinchu arrived at Lu's courtyard, she was met with heart-wrenching wails echoing throughout, sending chills down her spine. Lu's 3 daughters anxiously gathered in the corridor, each with tear-filled eyes. How could this happen? The horses have never gone wild before. I heard it was to avoid Princess Rongxian's carriage that they collided unexpectedly. The 3 lamented, their words laden with blame. How could this occur at such a crucial moment? The princess's banquet is just days away. Jinchu's my. Her own mother lay gravely injured, yet they still thought of attending the banquet. Truly, the Zhao family was heartless. Simultaneously, another piece of devastating news reached the Zhao family. Zhao Zhan was implicated in a case and was suspended by the emperor, returned by the palace's imperial guards. Upon hearing this, the old matriarch Zhao truly fainted from anger. The Zhao family was thrown into chaos. Jinchu's eyelids twitched. Her first instinct was that the Zhao family had offended someone significant. Surely, that little wretch had reported them, causing their downfall. In her contemplation, Lu learned of the news and raised her voice in fury. Zhao Qing ran, "You troublemaker, I won't let you off." Zhao Wuzhu, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, suddenly turned to glare at Jinchu. "It's all your fault. Ever since you and your mother came to the Zhao family, there's been no peace." Once one spoke, the others joined in, collectively accusing her. "It's all you're doing." Furious, Jinchu retorted with a laugh. "I have remained in this residence without stepping out. How could I have harmed you? If the Zhao family cannot tolerate me, I will pack my things and leave immediately." Without hesitation, "Unruly child, do not speak carelessly." Zhao Zhan entered with a stern expression, signaling her 3 daughters. Apologized to Jinchu, seeing her father's grim demeanor. Zhao Wuzhu trembled and quickly regained her composure. If Jinchu were truly driven away, her own reputation would suffer irreparably. Who would dare marry her then? "Guxin Jinchu. I spoke out of turn in my haste. Please forgive me." Zhao Wuzhu softened her tone, retracting her earlier contempt. As soon as the words left her lips, Zhao Zhan immediately remarked, "There should be limits to jesting among sisters. Such behavior must not be repeated." The 3 sisters acquiesced. Zhao Zhan, suppressing her frustration, reassured Jinchu, "You are a good child. Do not overthink it. Spend more time with your grandmother. We have a physician here." This was clearly an indication to usher her away. Jinchu obediently nodded and departed. Once she was gone, Zhao Zhan turned to her 3 daughters, instructing, "Return and transcribe the scriptures 100 times. You may not leave until you have completed it." The 3, too intimidated to utter a word of dissent, left in dejection. Subsequently, Zhao Zhan dismissed the servants in the room, and upon entering, she found Lu Shi lying on the couch, her face pale and occasionally mumbling incoherently. Anger surged within Zhao Zhan, almost compelling her to shake Lu Shi into silence. Seeing Zhao Zhan's grim countenance, Lu Shi trembled in fear, momentarily forgetting her pain. "Master, what on earth happened today?" Zhao Zhan inquired angrily. Lu Shi, with a look of grievance, explained that she had arranged to meet Madame Qi at Tianxiang Building. But on the way, she was unexpectedly overturned by a powerful force. She had no place to hide and was violently thrown from a carriage. Had it not been for a clever maid who shielded her, Lu Shi was convinced she might have been crushed by the carriage. "It must be the mischief of Qing Ran and her mother," Lu Shi exclaimed, a mix of fury and bitterness evident in her voice. For years, she had been cautious and diplomatic, rarely offending anyone. Recently, however, she had punished Sheng Jinchu, demoting her to a maid, and now, after such an incident, she suspected that Sheng Jinchu's father had exacted revenge. Zhao Zhan, breathing heavily, looked at Lu Shi and said, "From this moment, cease disparaging Yin. Let Qing Ran assist you in managing the household and restore Yin to her previous status." Lu Shi's eyes widened in shock. "Our family's fate lies in that person's hands. We must tread carefully to avoid greater loss. As for Jinchu, I will devise a plan." Zhao Zhan spoke solemnly. Chapter 28. Misfortune strikes the Zhao household. No evidence remains on her way to Song Tang courtyard. Jinchu encountered Sheng Jinchu, who was adorned in a splendid brocade gown, her hair embellished with exquisite jewelry, followed by several maids, as if she were the moon surrounded by stars. "Sheng Jinchu." Sheng Jinchu raised her foot to block Jinchu's path, a smug smile dancing on her lips, her demeanor exuding haughtiness. "I have warned you before not to covet what does not belong to you. No one in this world can insult me, and today, they will all receive their due punishment." Jinchu frowned. In the next moment, Sheng Yin raised her hand, ready to strike Jinchu's cheek. But Jinchu reacted swiftly, grasping Sheng Yin's wrist. "Release me." Sheng Yin glared in anger. Jinchu forcefully flung her hand aside and retorted, "So, you mean to say that Madame Qi was also punished for offending you? Was it your benefactor who orchestrated your uncle's downfall?" Sheng Yin coldly laughed. "You recognize the situation well. Anyone who offends me meets a dire fate." Her voice rang out, loud enough for passing maids to hear. Unbeknownst to her, she continued, "Sheng Jinchu, with my status, I could never be a concubine. You shall forever be beneath my heel." Yin, Zhao Shi, having been released, appeared in elegant attire, gazing affectionately at Sheng Yin, appraising her. Following the incident with Zhao Zhun, the old matriarch had awakened from her faint and, after contemplation, ordered Zhao Shi's release, reinstating Sheng Yin's former privileges. This time, Sheng Yin was directly referred to as Zhao Shi's adopted daughter, with no mention of the Sheng family. Elated, Sheng Yin immediately changed into new attire, seeking vengeance on the maid who had bullied her the previous day. Zhao Shi intervened. "Yin, you are a lady of distinction. Why stoop to quarrel with an orphan? Mother is absolutely right." The mother and daughter embraced each other closely. Jinchu observed them, increasingly curious about Sheng Yin's true identity. What manner of person could simultaneously provoke Madame Qi, Lu Shi, and the current Minister of Revenue? Counting them, there were only a few influential figures in the capital. Who could it be? In Zhao Shi's presence, Sheng Yin restrained herself, refraining from targeting Jinchu, while Zhao Shi, preoccupied with thoughts of the old matriarch, had no time for further conversation. The mother and daughter departed hand in hand, leaving Jinchu to hastily return to her courtyard, summoning Fei Shuang. "Have you managed to uncover the events from 17 years ago?" Fei Shuang shook her head. "I have inquired over the past few days, and not a single servant in the estate has been here for 17 years. They know nothing of the past. Those who served the mistress were sold long ago, leaving no trace of information." Jinchu was certain that a significant event had occurred in the Zhao family 17 years prior, and the entire household was complicit in the deception. Those privy to the truth had been dealt with. Was this the end of the thread? "Miss, is Sheng Yin's father truly that formidable?" Fei Shuang questioned in astonishment. Jinchu did not respond. Anyone who could compel the Zhao family to acknowledge Sheng Yin must possess considerable influence. Could she ever bring down such a powerful figure? Uncertainty gripped her until a sudden image flashed in her mind, prompting her to rise abruptly and hastily leave the estate with Fei Yin and Fei Shuang. "Miss, where are we going?" "To see Lord Lu." At that moment, Lu Hong rubbed his nose and sneezed heavily, sniffling a couple of times, his eyelids twitching. A servant approached. "My lord, the spring weather is chilly. Shall I bring in another stove?" Lu Hong shook his head. "No need. The weather in Longxi is colder than in the capital, and it's not yet spring." Just as he finished speaking, he was informed of a visitor. A visitor? Who could it be? Lu Hong frowned, pondering who in the capital could be considered an acquaintance. It was likely someone seeking his assistance. Irritated, he waved his hand dismissively. "I have no time." As the servant turned to leave, Lu Hong suddenly recalled something. "Wait, is the visitor male or female?" "Reporting to you, my lord, it is a young lady." "Very well." Lu Hong sighed, let her in. He then ordered a fire to be lit in the room to warm it slightly and had tea and snacks prepared. Moments latte. He indeed saw Jinchu's figure appear. "Lord Lu." Jinchu greeted with a bow. Lu Hong waved his hand. "You are now of the status of a princess. There is no need for such formalities. Please take a seat." He discreetly assessed Jinchu, ensuring she bore no signs of distress or injury before retracting his gaze, and casually inquired, "What brings you here?" "If you're inquiring about Minister Zhao, the matter is confidential and I cannot disclose anything. As for the incident involving the horses, we are still investigating." Lu Hong quickly discerned the purpose of Jinchu's visit. Jinchu chuckled softly, asking gently, "Might I know if it was an accident or foul play? Is this matter of great significance to you?" Jinchu considered for a moment before nodding. Lu Hong did not rush to respond. Rather, he sought to reassure her. "It does not concern you. It is best if you remain uninvolved." That being said, it indicated foul play. Just as Lu Hong was about to dismiss her, Jinchu stood up, a hint of disappointment on her face. Before she left, Lu Hong remarked, "There are two properties on Dongjie Street and Juke Street. Which one do you prefer? Huh? The abrupt question left Jin Chu momentarily stunned. Lu Hong cleared his throat and explained, "Your father has been posthumously honored as a duke. Ordinarily, he would be entitled to a residence, and the emperor has entrusted the selection of the property to me. In due time, the emperor will bestow a plaque." Jin Chu had not anticipated such fortunate news. Her heart swelled with joy as she knelt before Lu Hong. "Thank you, Lord Lu. The emperor's intentions are clear. You need not thank me." Lu Hong evaded the gesture of gratitude, winking at her. Jin Chu pondered, "The location of Zhuke Street is quite convenient. I find it most agreeable." Lu Hong nodded. "I shall make a note of this matter." The matter of the bestowed residence soon alleviated Jin Chu's concerns regarding the various events that transpired in the Zhao household today. She held a firm belief that Lord Lu would not deceive her. As for the marriage alliance with the Qi family, there was no need for undue worry. Jin Chu was taken aback. The Qi family was too esteemed, and excess often leads to downfall. Without uttering any further words, Lu Hong waved his hand, signaling for her departure. As Jin Chu exited the Lu residence, her steps were light, and a gentle smile adorned her face. Behind her, Lu Hong watched a retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation. This girl, if not guarded, will attract the gaze of many. "My lord, the Duke of Qi has arrived," came the report. Lu Hong frowned at the news and lifted his chin. "Please show him to the main hall." In the hall, the Duke of Qi wore a sullen expression, clearly displeased. "I have heard that Lord Lu apprehended several troublemakers at Tianxiang Tower today. What have you discovered from your inquiries?" "My lord, I indeed captured a few individuals today, but I am uncertain which incident you are referring to." Lu Hong feigned ignorance. The Duke felt a tightness in his chest. Rumors were rampant throughout the capital that Madame Qi had been embroiled in a scandal at Tianxiang Tower, engaging with two men. Such disgrace had never befallen the Qi family. For the Duke to voice this matter was akin to adding fuel to his fury. "Lord Lu, cease your riddles. Are you truly unaware of the events at Tianxiang Tower today?" Lu Hong chuckled lightly. "I apprehend many individuals daily and handle numerous cases. My memory is not the best. I would appreciate your reminders, my lord." "You." The Duke glared in anger. "It concerns the ruckus caused by those individuals before Madame Qi." A servant by Lu Heng's side timely reminded him. Realizing the connection, Lu Heng's expression shifted to one of embarrassment as he looked at the Duke. Regrettably, "Those two troublemakers have passed away." "Passed away?" The Duke raised his voice, standing abruptly to glare at Lu Hong. At that moment, Madame Qi had been disheveled, and amidst the chaos at Tianxiang Tower, a report had been made, prompting Lu Hong to dispatch men to apprehend the two men in her company. Fearing disbelief from the Duke, Lu Hong ordered the two bodies to be brought forth. They died on the way to the magistrate's office, before any interrogation could take place. They had concealed a deadly poison within their mouths, leading to their demise. The Duke's gaze fell upon the blood at the corners of the men's mouths, his fury palpable. With their deaths, there would be no witnesses. If the Duke wished to take the bodies away, he could sign the necessary documents at any time. Lu Hong maintained a demeanor of official business. The Duke's expression darkened as he regarded Lu Hong, snorting disdainfully before departing in a huff. Lu Hong waved for the bodies to be removed and buried. "My lord, the Duke is quite enraged. Today, you may have offended him considerably," the anxious servant remarked. Lu Hong dismissed the concern. The Duke's only reliance lies with the imperial concubine and the three princes. The servant's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that not enough of a backing? As Jin Chu left the Lu residence, she coincidentally crossed paths with the Duke of Qi's carriage. Noticing him dismounting in a fury and heading directly towards the Lu estate, she furrowed her brow. Fei Yin suddenly knelt beside Jin Chu. "When Madame Qi caused a stir today, I discreetly reported it, and I witnessed Lord Lu taking away the two men who were involved with Madame Qi." Jin Chu's eyelids twitched. "You killed them?" Fei Yin hurriedly clarified. "Only in death can there be no evidence against Madame Qi. They bullied you, and they deserve death." Listening to Fei Yan's words, Jin Chu's expression tightened, feeling both anger and sorrow. Yet, Fei Yin reassured her, "Do not worry, my lady. If anything were to happen, I would never implicate you." She had already contemplated the consequences before taking such action. She would rather die than drag Jin Chu down with her. Jin Chu's face darkened. "Fei Yin, you are my maid. How could I abandon you? Your actions today were indeed reckless. You shall transcribe scriptures 10 times as punishment." For Fei Yin, copying scriptures was hardly a punishment at all. Afterward, Jin Chu helped her up and inquired, "Was there anyone else who witnessed it?" Aside from Lord Liu, no one else was present. Recalling Lord Liu's expression, which had shown no change, Jinchu felt a measure of comfort, believing that if he chose not to pursue the matter, it might remain concealed. If the Duke pressed for answers and the truth surfaced, she had already resolved not to involve Lord Liu. For now, wait and see. Upon returning to the Zhao household, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Granny Feng informed her that the Princess Rongxian had come to apologize. It seemed that two carriages had collided due to the excessive speed of the other, startling the horses and causing a crash against the city wall. Lady Liu had sustained severe injuries, while Princess Rongxian had also been harmed, though not as gravely. She inquired about the condition of the old matriarch. Granny Feng sighed. The Songtang courtyard has summoned a physician. The old matriarch is quite agitated. Sheng Jinchu publicly killed several maids as a warning. Jinchu frowned. Sheng Jinchu was no longer even pretending to maintain decorum. Once the princess departs, I shall visit the Songtang courtyard. Granny Feng agreed. It was not until the evening that the princess finally left, and confirming that no one was in the Songtang courtyard. Jinchu set off. The old matriarch was reclining on her couch, just having taken her medicine, and upon seeing Jinchu, her brow relaxed. Jinchu has come. As Jinchu inhaled the faint fragrance in the air, it grew more distinct the deeper she ventured in, stirring a memory within her. This scent she had once perceived on her father. Old matriarch, the princess's carriage collided with the ladies, which has indeed caused the Zhao family considerable loss. Lord Liu's affairs will surely be favorably mentioned by the princess before the emperor, so you ought to rest assured and recuperate, Granny Tan said, half squatting as she massaged the old matriarch's calves. Jinchu's eyes flickered. Did the princess just leave? Granny Tan nodded. Having served the old matriarch for nearly 2 months, she had never smelled that scent before. It only wafted in after the princess departed. This fragrance belonged to the princess. The old matriarch cast an annoyed glance at Granny Tan, who fell silent, and then placed her hand atop Jinchu's. Jinchu, I have given this careful thought. The marriage to the Duke of Qi is not suitable for you. Let this engagement be set aside for the time being. Was it truly possible for the old matriarch to change her mind within just half a day? The young master of Qi and Yin Yin are in love. He insists on marrying her. You would not be well received there, so it would be better to fulfill their union. Jinchu found it amusing. Sheng Yinyan's reputation had been thoroughly tarnished, yet the Zhao family seemed undeterred, eager to elevate her status. Jinchu, Yin has been with you for 10 years. Your mother cannot do without her. Thanks to her care over these past 3 years, your mother has remained well. The consequences would have been dire otherwise. You are a good child. You ought to understand the importance of gratitude. The old matriarch's grip tightened as she continued. Rest assured, you will always be the sole daughter of the Sheng family. Yin need not retain the Sheng surname. She will adopt your mother's surname, Zhao. Jinchu remained silent, listening quietly. She did not believe matters could be so simple. There would surely be further implications. As expected, the old matriarch added, Yinyan's status is humble. You only need to bestow half of the Sheng family's wealth upon her as a dowry, allowing her to enter the Duke of Qi's residence with dignity and granting your mother peace of mind. Does that not sound agreeable? Jinchu's patience with the old matriarch had worn thin. Gently, she pushed aside the old matriarch's hand and stepped back. Grandmother, regardless of Yinyan's surname, it concerns me not. I will not give her a single coin from the Sheng family's wealth. Seeing Jinchu's refusal, the old matriarch's expression darkened. Jinchu, are you defying me? Grandmother, this is the wealth of the Sheng family. No one can make decisions for me except myself. You, the old matriarch, taken aback by Jinchu's sudden assertiveness, had expected to easily persuade her. The old matriarch's breath quickened. Jinchu, though you bear a princess's title, you have no standing in the capital. Once you leave the Zhao family, you are nothing. Everyone will look down upon you. Such words hinted at a potential severing of ties. Jinchu had made her decision. She would depart from the Zhao family, even if the outside world was fraught with dangers. One day, she would face it all alone. Jinchu cast a disappointed glance at old Madame Zhao, her gaze unsettling the elder, who promptly turned away. The Zhao family was in distress and required assistance from the Duke's household. Only by providing Yin with a dowry could the noble consort persuade the emperor on their behalf. Jinchu, grandmother is left with no choice. I will compensate you later, the old madam said. Jinchu had heard these words numerous times, yet each time a situation arose, old Madame Zhao would insist she compromise first. If uncle is innocent, the emperor will surely investigate, Jinchu retorted. Jinchu, old Madame Zhao exclaimed, her hand pressed against her heart, her tone growing impatient. It's merely half of the family fortune. For you, it's just a nod. Are you truly so unfeeling? Jinchu lifted her gaze defiantly and countered in the vast Zhao family. Providing a dowry for Yin is hardly a challenge. You, old Madame Zhao, was so enraged she could not articulate her thoughts, pointing a finger at Jinchu and commanding, "Go reflect on your behavior." Without a word, Jinchu turned and left, while behind her, the old madam criticized, "No wonder Qingran has held her in disdain for years. I thought her to be obedient and sensible, yet she is so selfish." "Calm yourself, old madam. The young lady merely needs time to understand," someone interjected. "Who else can she rely on if not the Zhao family?" "Indeed, I shall speak with her later. Do not let your health be compromised," they added. Jinchu felt somewhat numb as she paused briefly in the corridor before departing. Moments later, Granny Tan hurried after her. "If you wish to offer counsel, it is unnecessary," Jinchu stated. "Miss," Granny Tan replied awkwardly, glancing around before lowering her voice, "you have misunderstood. There is something I wish to discuss with you." Jinchu nodded. "Let's talk in the courtyard." Upon entering the courtyard, Granny Tan, now unreserved, smiled at Jinchu, who quickly glanced at Fian, who brought forth a thick sachet. Granny Tan took it. Her voice hurried. "Today, the eldest princess has advocated for the second prince to take you as a concubine, and the old madam has already consented." Crash! The teacup slipped from Jinchu's grasp, shattering on the floor. Granny Tan was momentarily taken aback as Jinchu's face turned pale. "What did you say? Old madam, I mean." "The eldest princess has indeed endorsed the second prince's desire to marry you as a concubine, and the old madam has agreed. You are to be sent to the mansion on the 8th of next month." Granny Tan's voice weakened. Jinchu's breath quickened. "Miss, the second prince's wife has borne no children for many years. If you marry him and bear a son or daughter, the blessings will be boundless, supporting the Zhao family. In the future, they could even advocate for your rightful position as the primary wife. What an honor that would be." Granny Tan's words echoed in her ears as Jinchu clenched her fists, her fragile frame trembling. It was her own folly to underestimate human nature. What good was the Zhao family? She had been foolish, walking into a trap, being manipulated. With a swift motion, Jinchu presented Granny Tan with a banknote of 1,000 taels, her voice trembling. "Thank you for informing me." Granny Tan beamed as she accepted it, expressing her gratitude. Once she departed, Jinchu, filled with rage, seized the remaining teacups from the table and smashed them to the ground. "This is intolerable." The room fell silent. It was the first time anyone had witnessed their young lady so incensed. After her outburst, Jinchu gradually regained her composure. Since it was all a scheme, she felt no guilt. With a cold smile, she announced her discomfort and retreated to the courtyard to rest. Granny Tan returned to Songtang Courtyard, first speaking kindly on Jinchu's behalf before advising old Madame Zhao. "Perhaps we should allow the young lady more time. She may come to understand." Old Madame Zhao snorted coldly. "Time is of the essence. She has no choice in the matter. If she were obedient and sensible, I would show her some compassion. If she fails to recognize the situation, then I shall have to resort to other measures." Granny Tan dare not respond to this. As night fell, the courtyard of Songtang was quiet. A shadowy figure stealthily entered the inner courtyard, retrieving the health pills regularly used by old Madame Zhao and replacing 2 of them. After accomplishing the task, the figure slipped away, leaving the courtyard still and silent, as though nothing had transpired. The next day dawned bright and sunny, a rare fine day. Jinchu focused her mind on copying scriptures, each stroke executed with utmost diligence. Upon completing the final character, Fian spoke up. "Madame Qi has been sent to the ancestral temple. The second madam of the Qi family has just arrived with a matchmaker to propose marriage for Zhao Yinyin as the heir's wife." Jinchu raised an eyebrow, realizing that all those privy to the circumstances were rallying around Zhao Yinyin, fearful of being ensnared by her powerful connections. Even the Grand Qi family was not exempt. Who, if not the one seated upon the golden throne, could compel the Qi family to acquiesce? The wedding was set for half a month later. Such urgency? Granny Fong inquired, astonished. Fian clarified, "It is said that the heir himself has requested this date. The Qi family is already making preparations." The heir? Granny Fong was momentarily at a loss. "His mother has just been sent to the ancestral temple. Why is he in such haste to marry? Accompanying the second madam of the Qi family, Qi Yuan arrived with a substantial list of betrothal gifts to present to old Madame Zhao. The smile on her face appeared somewhat strained. Yet, Zhao Shi was all smiles, exclaiming, "The heir is so considerate." No one mentioned the matter of Madame Qi. Zhao Yinyan gazed bashfully at Qi Yuan, privately inviting him to the rear garden. Yinyan, Qi Yuan firmly believed that the trajectory of their previous lives would not be disrupted, gripping Zhao Yinyan's hand. "Once you enter the door, you must avenge your mother." She was wronged. Zhao Yinyan was perplexed. "Yinyan, there are things you need not conceal. I'm already aware." Qi Yuan had been restless for several nights, especially after his mother's incident had become a family scandal. The Qi family was even contemplating promoting the illegitimate son. Left with no choice, Qi Yuan had to marry Zhao Yinyan to secure his position as heir. "What do you know?" Zhao Yinyan blinked, confused. Qi Yuan stated, "I know your background, but I do not blame you. You too have your burdens. Yinyan, as we are about to become husband and wife, we should stand united." Zhao Yinyan was taken aback, then gradually calmed, reflecting that if not for Madame Qi, Lu Shi, and Zhao Zhen's misfortunes, she would not have garnered any attention. These people deserve a lesson. "Brother Yuan." Zhao Yinyan hushed him, whispering, "There is no need to mention this again. We will surely be united in heart. Rest assured, I will marry with 10 miles of bridal finery in grand style." Qi Yuan's visit had the very purpose of this. The Qi family was in dire need of funds, and the substantial wealth of the Sheng family was essential to realizing their plans. With Zhao Yinyan's assurance, Qi Yuan finally exhaled, embracing her. "Yinyan, I shall never betray you." Zhao Yinyan laughed joyfully. With the marriage to the Qi family settled, the Zhao family busied themselves preparing a dowry for Zhao Yinyan. Each branch of the Zhao family contributed 5 sets, and Zhao Shi readily offered all her dowry, totaling over 30 sets. In recent years, Zhao Shi had been extravagant, especially after returning to the capital, and had already spent a significant portion. Just months prior, she had returned 100,000 taels to Jinchu. Thus, managing to present over 30 sets was already a considerable strain. "Mother, this is merely 40 sets. I promised the heir I would have 10 miles of bridal finery." Zhao Yinyan pouted in public. Zhao Shi glanced at old Madame Zhao, who gave her silent approval. Zhao Shi promptly declared, "Since Jinchu will become a concubine, it is not appropriate for her to carry such a hefty dowry, overshadowing the second prince's wife. That would be quite improper. Therefore, I will take the lead and have Jinchu contribute half to Yinyan." Zhao Yinyan, however, remained unsatisfied, continuing to pout. Zhao Shi gently patted her arm, offering a reassuring glance. And Zhao Yinyan beamed with joy. "Thank you, mother, for your kindness. You are my daughter. How could I not cherish you?" Zhao Shi replied with a doting expression. Without delay, Zhao Shi brought several burly servants along, approaching Jinchu, who was seated in the corridor reading. Upon seeing them, Jinchu rose abruptly. "Jinchu, Yinyan and the heir of the Qi family have settled their marriage. As her sister, you should also show your support by contributing to her dowry to celebrate this occasion." Jinchu smiled faintly. "What if I refuse?" Zhao did not seem flustered. "You have no choice in the matter. Bring her out." Several maidservants were ordered to search the courtyard, and soon discovered something amiss. The leading maid said, "Madam, the young lady's storeroom is empty." "Empty?" Zhao could hardly believe it. "Mother, I came to the capital in haste, bringing only a few toiletries and several thousand taels in banknotes. The rest remains in Longxi. Have you forgotten?" Jinchu, unhurried, bent down to sit again, with demeanor languid, which only irritated Zhao further. "Did I not remind you to sell all the assets in Longxi and send the proceeds to the capital?" Without turning her head, Jinchu replied, "I acted according to your wishes. Perhaps the dowry is still en route. Blame your impatience for setting the wedding date so soon." "You." Zhao was speechless, exasperated with Jinchu. Undeterred, she continued searching the courtyard, but found nothing of value. She then asked, "What about the 100,000 taels in banknotes? All in Longxi. You deliberately did not bring them." Zhao gritted her teeth, furious with her daughter. This statement was half true. While the dowry was indeed in Longxi and not yet transported, Jinchu had hidden the banknotes, having anticipated Zhao's scheming. Anger aside, Zhao composed herself and coaxed, "Jinchu, consider it a small sacrifice for your mother's nurturing." "Nurturing?" Jinchu lifted her eyelids, smiling mockingly at Zhao. "Do not worry, mother. I believe the timing will be just right. Zhao dared not press further. Pushing too hard would yield nothing, so she exchanged a few pleasantries before departing. Miss Fian, seething with anger, almost resorted to violence. Jinchu restrained her, inquiring, "Has there been any news from the Liu family?" Fian replied, "I have looked into it. Those two have been buried, and the Duke of Qi has not pursued the matter." Upon hearing this, Jinchu felt a weight lift from her heart. Thankfully, Lord Liu had not been implicated. She turned to Fian. The Zhao family and the Duke's residence are both reliant on Zhao Yinyan. The true backing remains hidden. We are at a disadvantage. Miss, after the Crown Prince came of age, he established his own residence and has rarely been seen since his return from the battlefield. He is now of marrying age and is currently selecting a consort. Fian, do you think I stand a chance if I were to enter the selection? Fian was momentarily stunned. Jinchu felt utterly helpless. Having arrived at the Zhao family without uncovering any leads, she had thought the matriarch's favor would offer some support. Instead, it turned out to be a mere whim, a trifle casually dismissed. She felt like a drifting weed on the lake's surface, in danger of being drawn beneath the waves. Unable to resist, it was her own inadequacy. Jinchu clenched the obsidian-yellow jade pendant, engraved with the character Zhan, and handed it to Fian. "Deliver this to the Crown Prince's residence." Fian grasped the pendant, biting her lip. "Miss, have you truly thought this through?" Jinchu nodded. "My singular strength is far too feeble. He is the Crown Prince, wielding military power, and the Emperor's most cherished son. Sheltering under his wing should afford me some ease. I shall go at once." As Fian's figure faded into the distance, Jinchu inhaled deeply, her heart heavy with melancholy. Time passed, and eventually Fian returned, still clutching the jade pendant, which she handed back to Jinchu. Did it not succeed? Jinchu asked anxiously. Fian shook her head. "I met His Highness. He simply said 9 words. Do as you wish. I shall protect you." Jinchu's eyes brightened. Fian recalled how, after presenting the pendant, the attendants of the Crown Prince respectfully ushered her into the inner hall, where the prince soon arrived. Dressed in an elegant dark robe, his countenance remarkably handsome, he radiated an air of nobility and grace. Before she could speak, he conveyed those 9 words. "I said nothing, and yet His Highness understood my intent." Jinchu tightened her grip on the pendant, feeling a sense of calm settle within her. The prince also mentioned that Zhao Yinyan was not of royal blood, merely a muddled lineage. Should matters escalate, the royal family would not lend their support. Jinchu was taken aback. The Crown Prince was aware of this? As she regained her composure, a realization dawned upon her. If Zhao Yinyan was not of royal descent, then Lady Qi, Liu, and her uncle's involvement could not have been instigated by Zhao Yinyan's supposed father. Someone had misinterpreted the situation, mistakenly believing it to be Zhao Yinyan's father's doing. Who, then, was truly behind these events? The lingering gloom of recent days dissipated, revealing clarity. The Zhao family had misunderstood, as had the Duke of Qi's residence. Chapter 31. Why should Yinyan's dowry be donated to the court? Jinchu remained quiet for several days, while Zhao Yinyan and the Duke of Qi's engagement progressed, leading Yinyan to venture out daily. When her maidservants offered caution, Yinyan struck one of them, declaring, "My mother is now in charge of the household. Who dares to stop me?" With Lady Liu recuperating and unable to manage the household, the authority had temporarily shifted to Zhao. Yinyan, brimming with arrogance, paid no mind to anyone. Upon hearing this, the elder matriarch could only turn a blind eye, hoping Yinyan would marry soon to alleviate her worries. Reclining on her couch, she casually twisted a string of 18 Buddhist beads and asked, "Has that girl been behaving these past few days?" Granny Tan nodded. "Cousin is diligently copying scriptures daily, causing no disturbances." The elder matriarch frowned, with Yinyan's wedding approaching. Why has the dowry yet to arrive? Zhao entered at that moment, hastily approaching the matriarch, affectionately taking her hand and cautiously suggesting, "Mother, the Zhao family has not hosted a wedding in ages. Yinyan's marriage is of high importance. We cannot allow the Duke's residence to look down upon us." The elder matriarch's eyelids twitched, but she remained silent. Zhao, unwavering, continued, "I plan to temporarily utilize the dowry set aside for my 2 nieces from the Zhao family's treasury to address this urgent situation. Rest assured, Jinchu has already agreed to provide half of the incoming funds from Longxi to supplement Yinyan's dowry." The elder matriarch's expression shifted slightly as she firmly rejected the proposal. The Zhao family had already faced enough scrutiny for Yin Yan's sake, sacrificing too much. Moreover, Lady Lu would never consent. Think of another way. Do not expect dowries for all 3 daughters, the elder matriarch said, withdrawing her arm from Zhao's grasp, her displeasure evident. Seeing this, Zhao's smile faded, and she reminded, eldest brother's case remains unresolved. It will be some time before the 3 daughters can marry. My actions are for the Zhao family's benefit. With this dowry, the duke and the noble consort will surely not ignore the Zhao family. Zhao Zhan was the elder matriarch's lifeline, and given the stakes, her attitude softened somewhat. With a deep breath, she reluctantly compromised, agreeing to summon Lady Lu. When this news reached Lady Lu, she became upset, causing a scene and demanding to be carried to Songtang courtyard. Weeping and wailing, "Mother, the several daughters of the household remain unwed. The Zhao family has already cooperated sufficiently for Yin Yan." The elder matriarch felt a headache coming on, torn between her granddaughter and her granddaughter-in-law. Naturally, she favored her own flesh and blood. "Dear daughter-in-law, this dowry is merely a temporary measure. It will be returned," the elder matriarch assured. Lady Lu was unconvinced. If Yin Yan does not marry with grandeur, Zhen's case will remain in limbo. Are you prepared to watch Zhen languish at home? As long as Zhen is not reinstated, the other 3 daughters' prospects will be hindered indefinitely. You must think this through, the elder matriarch urged with sincerity. Lady Lu, momentarily at a loss for words, eventually suggested, if the dowry is to be borrowed, let Jinchu sign a document. Zhao, however, did not trust Lady Lu at all. She insisted on hearing Jinchu's agreement herself. The elder matriarch, exasperated by the commotion, had no choice but to send for Jinchu. Moments later, Jinchu arrived, accompanied by Zhao. Upon hearing Lady Lu's demands, Zhao wasted no time fetching ink and paper, thrusting them into Jinchu's hands. Right. Jinchu scoffed, "Zhao Yinyan is merely my maidservant. Our relationship is one of master and servant. For her marriage, I would consider it generous to bestow 10 taels as a dowry." With a resounding thud, she threw the brush to the ground. "Sheng Jinchu." Zhao's family gritted their teeth. "How dare you go back on your word?" Jinchu retorted, "When did I ever promise you anything?" Zhao was infuriated, her eyes wide with anger. Lu, immediately sneering, interjected, "Sister, this is precisely where you are mistaken." Jinchu never agreed. "Why do you take it upon yourself to make decisions for her? I am her mother. I naturally have the right to make decisions for her," Zhao asserted, her tone resolute. Lu merely scoffed, dismissing the argument, and turned to the old matriarch Zhao, spreading her hands. "Mother, it is not that the daughter-in-law refuses to help, but the risks are simply too great. If the 3 daughters are delayed because of this, it could cost them their lives. How absurd to expect her to deplete her family's wealth for Zhao Yinyan's dowry. It is a fanciful dream." The old matriarch Zhao looked at Jinchu with concern. "Jinchu, if you leave behind half of the family fortune, the Zhao family will surely support you in the future. A woman who marries without the backing of her family will inevitably be bullied." Jinchu gazed earnestly at the old matriarch. "Then may I ask, grandmother, when have you ever sought justice for me?" The old matriarch's complexion turned ashen. "You know full well that my face was deliberately ruined before the flower banquet, and Feng Pei was wrongfully accused of being shattered. The fire that nearly cost me my life. Did you ever pursue the matter?" Jinchu's voice was icy as she confronted her directly. The old matriarch, stung by her words, struggled to respond. You eat from the Zhao family, benefit from their protection, yet behave so ungratefully. If you have the ability, why not leave the Zhao family?" Zhao seized upon Jinchu's precarious situation in the capital, mocking, "If you know what's good for you, sign the agreement. You are still a cousin of the Zhao family." Jinchu narrowed her eyes, smiling faintly, and interrupted Zhao. "Actually, I came here today to bid farewell." The 3 of them were taken aback. The old matriarch, incensed, exclaimed, "Jinchu, are you trying to provoke your elders? A young girl with a substantial fortune going out alone will surely attract unwanted attention. Are you intentionally trying to cause concern? Have you had enough of this?" Jinchu shot back. The 3 of them exchanged harsh words, their expressions grim, especially the old matriarch, who was determined not to let Jinchu leave. Just then, a servant arrived with news. "Old madam, the Jingzhao Inn is waiting outside, saying the emperor has granted the Duke of Sheng a residence and has personally inscribed the plaque, intending to send the young lady to the new estate." Upon hearing this, The old matriarch looked at her in disbelief. You knew the Jingzhao Yin was coming all along? Jinchu nodded without hesitation. I donated 1,000,000 taels to the military. The emperor, feeling pity for my plight, granted me a mansion in the duke's residence. In the future, my Sheng family will also have a name. The donation was indeed substantial, facilitated through Lu Heng, and the emperor, pleased, inscribed the plaque on the spot. You what? Zhao stammered, her eyes widening in shock. Didn't you say those banknotes were in Longxi? Jinshu nodded. They just arrived in the capital yesterday. Then why didn't you mention it? Zhao grit her teeth. This is a matter for the Sheng family and does not concern you, Jinshu countered. Zhao was so enraged she nearly lashed out. You would rather give it to the court than use it as a dowry for Yin Yin. How cruel. It was laughable. Zhao Yin Yin received not a single kind word, while the court praised her contributions to the nation and rewarded her, with the entire military remembering her name. Anyone could see that it was better to support the military rather than Zhao Yin Yin. Sheng Jinchu, on what grounds do you donate my dowry? Zhao Yin Yin had met Lu Heng en route, mistakenly believing that her father was aware of her impending marriage and was coming to support her. She rushed back, only to discover that it was for Sheng Jinchu's estate and plaque, and this was purchased with her dowry. How infuriating! You have no ties to the Sheng family. How does this become your dowry? Jinchu mocked. If you have the capability, go to the palace and demand it from the emperor. You. Zhao Yin Yin was furious. Sheng Jinchu, I never expected you to be so ungrateful. During the flower banquet, the old matriarch Zhao defended you at every turn. You were also protected by her when you first arrived in the capital, yet now you turn your back for mere riches. Qi Yuan approached with disdain, dressed in dark robes and a crown, exuding an air of confidence and charm. His sharp gaze fixated on her with contempt, as if she had committed some heinous crime. And he scolded, Sheng Jinchu, you are truly selfish. Zhao Yin Yin nodded in agreement. Jinchu, you are alone in the capital without kin, and ultimately must rely on the Zhao family. Today, you must apologize to everyone and give me the remaining family fortune as a dowry. I promise to protect you in the future, and out of respect for our past, I will find you a good marriage. Upon hearing this, Zhao praised. My daughter has a kind heart. Jinshu, furious, laughed sarcastically. Since both young Master Qi and the Zhao family oppose my donation, very well. I shall head to the palace and reclaim the funds to present as wedding gifts for young Master Qi and Zhao Yinyan. After all, what could be more important than ensuring the military does not go hungry or cold during your marriage? As she turned to leave, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Qi Yuan, quick to react, blocked her path, his words squeezed out between clenched teeth. That is not what I meant. Young Master Qi, my family's wealth has nothing to do with you. Why do you keep fixating on it? Is the Duke of Qi's residence so impoverished that it cannot afford a meal? Sheng Jinchu. Jinchu laughed coldly. If you cannot afford to eat, bring your bowl to the Duke of Sheng's residence, and I will certainly provide you with a simple meal. Qi Yuan's breath hitched, his desire to silence the sharp-tongued woman palpable as he raised his hand to strike her. But Jinchu remained unperturbed, brandishing the imperial edict against her heart. Outside is the Jingzhao Yin. I have a decree from the emperor. Do you dare defy it and obstruct my path? At the sight of the edict, Qi Yuan instinctively panicked, lowering his arm in resignation, finally muttering, I shall see how long you can maintain this indifference to your kin. Jinchu smirked derisively as she strode away, leaving the old matriarch stunned. She never imagined that the once obedient and understanding Jinchu would display such unwavering stubbornness, executing a masterstroke through the Jingzhao Yin that caught the Zhao family off guard. No one dared to impede her. Chapter 32. Departing from the Zhao family, upholding the prestige of the Sheng family as Jinchu stepped out of the Zhao residence. A carriage from Longxi arrived just in time. She nodded and expressed her gratitude once more to Lu Heng, who held the plaque outside. Princess, today is an auspicious day for moving. Do not miss this fortunate time, Lu Heng advised. A procession of dozens of carriages entered the city, countless boxes being carried into the Duke of Sheng's residence, their opulence breathtaking, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Standing beneath the Sheng family plaque, Jinchu stared at the honor her father had secured with his name, her fists clenched tightly under her sleeves. Father, Lu Heng, standing opposite her, cleared his throat. The emperor initially intended to confer you the title of princess, but I declined on your behalf, opting instead for a grace. Jinchu regained her composure. You have my freedom in marriage, free from oppression. Lu Hong believed that a solitary girl with a noble title and substantial wealth would undoubtedly attract countless suitors. Whether as a princess or a noble lady, the title was merely a name. True freedom in marriage was far more tangible. Jinchu was overjoyed. Lord Lu, thank you so much. I am a close friend of your father's. I had hoped that your time with the Zhao family would provide you some protection, but I did not anticipate you would be schemed against. My intention to protect you is born from my regard for your father. But your path ahead must still be forged by yourself, Lu Hong said earnestly. Jinchu nodded. I will remember. The entire capital buzzed with the news of the wealthy young lady from the Duke of Sheng's residence, praised personally by the emperor. Her character was exemplary, her beauty striking, and she was the daughter of a loyal minister. Furthermore, the emperor had expressly stated that Liang Jin's marriage would only proceed with her consent, and no one was permitted to coerce her. Otherwise, they would face military law. In a single night, the name of Liang Jin became renowned. Who would dare provoke someone under the emperor's protection? To bully her would mean answering to the military. After settling all the belongings brought from Longxi into the storeroom, Jinchu encountered Qi Xiao once more. In just a few months, he appeared to have aged several years, with new wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Uncle Qi. Jinchu Hong's eyes brimmed with tears. Qi Xiao called out, Your Highness, do not fear. In the future, we shall have our own home and will no longer be at the mercy of others. The primary reason Qi Xiao had agreed to let Jinchu come to the capital was the jade pendant bestowed by the crown prince. With the crown prince's backing, Jinchu was not likely to lose her life. Remaining in Longxi would eventually lead to a silent demise, with no support. Your Highness, I have brought over 30 loyal followers from Longxi who have served the master for many years. They will undoubtedly assist you in managing the Sheng family estate. Jinchu nodded, feeling a newfound confidence. Managing the Duke of Sheng's household as its sole mistress seemed straightforward. The vast courtyard was even more exquisite than she had imagined. It was even larger than the Zhao family estate, with intricately designed pavilions and towers, and a large pond filled with lotus flowers and koi fish. Standing by the pond, she inhaled deeply, gathering her thoughts before beginning to investigate the events of 17 years prior. Qi Xiao, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed, Your Highness, the Zhao family allowing Zhao Yinyan a grand marriage is an affront. You are the true daughter. I, Qi, will be the first to oppose Zhao Yinyan's marriage into the Duke's household. Jinchu had long since ceased to care about the Zhao family. Our mother-daughter bond has faded. As for Zhao Yinyan, there is no rush. Your Highness, you need not intervene. Zhao Yinyan's life will not be easy. Qi Yuhan's desire to marry Zhao Yinyan was merely based on the mistaken belief that she was of royal blood, eager to curry favor with those behind her, while also eyeing the wealth Zhao Yinyan would bring into the Sheng family. Even if Qi Yuhan were to be given another chance, she would not sit idly by. Let us wait until the Duke's wedding day. I have a grand gift in store. Jinchu smiled, realizing that revealing certain truths too early could diminish their excitement. Turning to Qi Xiao, she instructed him to investigate all of the Zhao family's estates to find any that had been abandoned 17 years ago. Qi Xiao understood and assured her, Rest assured, Your Highness, I will make arrangements immediately. Once they had finished their tasks, Mama Feng approached. Your Highness, you have not eaten all day. The kitchen has prepared some fresh duck soup for you. Prompted by her words, Jinchu realized her hunger. Upon entering the room, the rich aroma of the duck soup was enticing, garnished with a sprinkling of scallions. Under Mama Feng's encouragement, she consumed nearly half a bowl. Your Highness, I have taken a look around the estate. Most of it has been built in the style of our old residence in Longxi. The small kitchen is fully equipped, and we have everything we need. Lord Lu is indeed considerate. Jinchu raised an eyebrow, feeling indebted to Lord Lu for several favors, silently vowing to repay him one day. Mama Feng shared that Lord Lu was originally from the capital, but had been expelled by his family years ago, moving to Longxi. He later achieved success, rising from a mere county magistrate to the esteemed position of Jingzhao Yin at a relatively young age, still unmarried. Lord Lu was handsome and astute, and it was certain that many would seek his favor. She wondered who would be fortunate enough to win his heart. Mama Feng sighed, reflecting on this newfound information about Lord Lu's unmarried status. On her first night in the new residence, Jinchu found herself unable to sleep. The memory of the prison flooded her mind, with a guard lashed down with a long whip, and the Zhao matriarch forced her hand onto a confession. leaving her in a cramped, sealed coffin, desperately pounding for help as the air grew thin until she felt she would suffocate. Cold sweat poured from her as she sat up, eyes wide until dawn. Fian approached, sensing her distress. "Your Highness, are you unable to sleep?" "Yes." She threw off her covers and dressed, sitting at her writing desk to transcribe scriptures, the strokes of her brush flowing gracefully, calming her mind. Before she knew it, daylight had broken. Your Highness, there are guests at the estate," Fei Shuang announced, holding a stack of invitations. "Even at dawn, there are those who wish to invite you to a banquet. Furthermore, Princess Rongxian's carriage is waiting at the door." Princess Rongxian? She had conspired with the Zhao matriarch regarding becoming a favored concubine to the second prince. It was also the familiar scent that lingered around her. Jinchu had not anticipated that the first visitor would be Princess Rongxian. Narrowing her eyes, she composed herself and said, "Go and greet her." She personally went to welcome her. As the carriage door opened, several maidservants assisted a noblewoman in descending. Dressed in a striking crimson gown adorned with large peonies, she exuded elegance and charm. Known for her beauty in the capital, Princess Rongxian appeared youthful, despite being in her 30s, with a stunningly beautiful face. Her peach blossom eyes sparkled with allure, her red lips curving into a gentle smile that accentuated her grace. Jinchu knelt in respect. Princess Rongxian stepped forward, supporting her. "No need for such formalities. I heard you moved into a new residence yesterday and came uninvited. Please do not take offense." "How could I? Your presence brings honor to the Duke's household." After exchanging pleasantries, Jinchu smiled and led Princess Rongxian into the inner courtyard, drawn closer by the scent that enveloped her, which weighed heavily on Jinchu's heart. This fragrance was indeed identical to that which she had detected in the Zhao matriarch's chamber. Just days before her father's departure at sea, she had visited him and caught a whiff of the same scent, jokingly remarking on its pleasantness. Her father had merely smiled, offering no further explanation. As Jinchu pondered, her hands were suddenly grasped by Princess Rongxian. Jinchu, living alone in such a vast duke's residence, must feel rather lonely. "Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me." Faced with the princess's warmth, Jinchu feigned anxiety and nodded hesitantly. Princess Rongxian continued, "Years ago, I visited Longxi and was a close friend of your father. I owe him a considerable debt of gratitude, and now that his daughter is in the capital, I must extend my care." Jinchu found herself unable to agree with that sentiment. Forcing her into becoming a concubine was hardly a form of care. "Thank you, Your Highness," she replied, feeling disoriented. Princess Rongxian engaged in light conversation with her for over half an hour. Before departing, she presented Jinchu with an invitation. "In a few days, I shall host a banquet at my residence. Please do remember to attend." If it were merely an invitation, it seemed unnecessary for Princess Rongxian to visit in person. Jinchu smiled and did not decline, offering a cup of tea in gratitude. "Thank you for your support, Your Highness, but I am at a loss on how to repay you." Suddenly, the teacup slipped from her grasp, spilling onto the princess's gown. Jinchu's expression changed as she hurriedly took out a handkerchief to dab at the spill. A fleeting glimmer of disdain flashed in Princess Rongxian's eyes, but quickly vanished as she grasped Jinchu's hand. "It's just a dress. It is of no consequence." "That cannot be. The spring chill could harm your health. Perhaps you should change into another gown." Observing the tea stain on her dress, which indeed appeared unsightly, Princess Rongxian nodded. "Very well. Fei Shuang, please escort the princess to the next room." Fei Shuang complied and bowed, leading her away. Approximately half an hour later, Princess Rongxian returned in a new gown, citing urgent matters at the estate before taking her leave. Jinchu accompanied her to the second gate before returning to her thoughts. "Fei Shuang, your servant is here. You have a talent for fragrance. Could you reproduce the scent Princess Rongxian wears?" Jinchu inquired. Fei Shuang nodded. "I will do my best." Following this, Jinchu instructed Fian, "Over the next few days, investigate the movements of the second prince and his consort." Today, Princess Rongxian's intentions were not solely to attend a banquet. She likely harbors thoughts of making me a concubine. Chapter 33. Yan Yan's banquet meets with anger. The first spring rain arrived unexpectedly, falling in a gentle patter, with the scent of earth carried by the wind. Jinchu sat indoors, gazing at the curtain of rain outside the corridor. In 5 days, Zhao Yanyan would wed Qi Yuan. The old servant had heard that the Zhao and Lu families had fallen out. The Lu family refused to move the dowry for Zhao Yanyan. and the old matriarch of the Zhao family had been driven to the brink of illness every few days. Truly a calamity. One person's misfortune causing distress for the whole family. Mama Fong shook her head in dismay, her tone laced with disdain and reproach. Yet when she turned to Jinchu, her eyes were filled with boundless compassion. Jinchu smiled quietly, choosing not to speak. The sound of footsteps approached, and Fei Yin, holding an umbrella, walked over from the opposite side, her skirt already dampened. She shook off the oiled paper umbrella and whispered through a window, "Your Highness, I've inquired further. The second prince's consort is frail and has fallen ill. It is said she is at her last breath, without children. The banquet at the residence of the Grand Princess is in 2 days, where both the second prince and his consort will be present, along with the Qi family and the Zhao family on the guest list." Jinchu was not surprised that these individuals would attend. She suspected that the Grand Princess's banquet would likely bring about some unexpected developments. Rubbing her temples, she glanced up at the somber sky, mirroring her own troubled heart, and let out a barely audible sigh. After 2 consecutive days of rain, the day of the Grand Princess's banquet turned unexpectedly clear. Early in the morning, Qi Xiao noticed a luxurious carriage stopping at the entrance, sent by the Grand Princess's servants to ensure that the young lady would not get lost on her way to the banquet. Qi Xiao smiled amiably in response and instructed a young servant to relay the message. Jinchu did not anticipate that Grand Princess Rongxian would be so eager. She pressed her lips together, while Mama Fong grew anxious. "Your Highness, this must surely be a trap. Their intentions are not pure. I cannot recall any connection between the master and the Grand Princess. One can evade the first day of the month, but not the 15th. Mama, I know what I'm doing." Jinchu took along Fei Yin and Fei Shuang. Mama Fong wished to accompany them, but was stopped by Jinchu. Fei Yin is skilled in martial arts and poison, while Fei Shuang is clever. "It will protect me well, so you need not worry." Reluctantly, Mama Fong acquiesced. Jinchu changed her attire, prepared herself, and boarded the carriage. Fei Yin conducted a thorough check to ensure everything was in order before they set off towards the Grand Princess's residence. Half an hour later, the carriage came to a halt. Fei Shuang alighted first, assisting Jinchu down. The expansive Grand Princess's residence exuded opulence, with numerous carriages arriving at the entrance. Some ladies, whom Jinchu had seen at the Zhao family's banquet, were chatting and entering the Grand Princess's residence together. "Are you Miss Sheng, the Liangjin princess awarded by the emperor?" A voice called from behind. Jinchu turned to see a girl in a vibrant green dress approaching her briskly. "I am Zhan Wanling, daughter of General Zhan. My father has praised you, saying you have a remarkable spirit at such a young age, donating $1 million in military funds to alleviate urgent needs. Both you and your father are heroes of Beiliang." Zhan Wanling's smile was bright as she took Jinchu's hand, winking playfully. "I originally didn't want to attend the Grand Princess's banquet, but my father insisted, saying you would be there and that I should keep you company, ensuring nothing goes awry." Zhan Wanling patted her chest confidently. "You will stick with me. I'll introduce you to some other ladies." Jinchu felt somewhat awkward being led by such an outgoing person. "My father said if anything goes wrong at the banquet, he would break my legs." Zhan Wanling touched her calf, feigning fear. Jinchu laughed heartily, gradually growing accustomed to Zhan Wanling's company. Noticing her ease, Jinchu casually inquired, "Do you often visit the Grand Princess's residence?" Zhan Wanling shook her head. "The Grand Princess rarely hosts banquets. The last one was 5 years ago. I just have a good memory. So that was it." The Grand Princess was quite proud, remaining solitary throughout the years, never marrying or bearing children. Zhan Wanling chattered on about various topics, and before they realized it, they had traversed through the hall and arrived at the back garden, where many ladies and gentlemen had already gathered. The garden was in full bloom, and the air was thick with fragrant aromas. Upon glancing up, Jinchu spotted Zhao Yin standing defiantly under the corridor in a pale yellow dress, surrounded by a few admirers. Zhao Yin had long been infamous in the capital, and only Qi Yuan, the fool, regarded her as precious. Zhan Wanling expressed her disdain for Zhao Yin openly. How dare that mistress impersonate someone else, shamelessly climbing into bed? "If I were her, I would have found a place to hide by now." Zhao Yin, overhearing Zhan Wanling's scorn, flushed with embarrassment, her eyes brimming with tears as she approached. "Jinchu, why are you tarnishing my reputation everywhere?" Jinchu frowned. "Zhao Yin, your disgrace is known throughout the capital. I've never uttered a word against you. Do not involve me. Zhan Wanling stepped protectively in front of Jinchu, hands on her hips. Today is the Grand Princess's banquet. Cease your weeping and moping. You. Humiliated by Zhan Wanling's pointed finger, Zhao Yanyan dared not retaliate. Scanning around, she realized many eyes were upon them, prompting her to retreat hurriedly, stifling her tears and defiantly declaring, "You are just jealous that I can marry Brother Yuan. You are deliberately causing trouble. I will live well." With that, Zhao Yanyan turned and left, casting a glance at Zhao Shi, who was beside her, murmuring her grievances as Zhao Shi, infuriated, grasped Zhao Yanyan's hand in consolation. This is truly your biological mother?" Zhan Wanling exclaimed in surprise. She had only heard tales but had never witnessed it firsthand. Unable to believe that a biological mother would dote on a servant girl while neglecting her own daughter, Jinchu smiled nonchalantly. "My mother's health fluctuates. She has grown accustomed to Zhao Yanyan. Forgive me for the embarrassment. It is of no concern. Who does not have a little scandal?" Zhan Wanling waved her hand dismissively, pulling Jinchu into a discussion about the general proceedings of banquets in the capital. It generally involved finding excuses to gather a crowd, providing opportunities for the young talents of the city. Flower viewing, art appreciation, birthdays, housewarming. Any auspicious occasion could serve as a pretext for hosting a banquet. "Miss Zhan, the young princess requests your presence." A maid approached Zhan Wanling. Zhan Wanling immediately grabbed Jinchu to accompany her, but the maid added, "Miss Zhan, the young princess has invited several people to play cards. You're the last one she needs." Upon hearing this, Jinchu realized they did not want her to attend. Sensing the situation, she replied, "Sister Zhan, I would like to explore the Grand Princess's residence." The estate was largely similar, only slightly larger and more lavish than the Duchess' residence. There was little to see. Zhan Wanling waved her hand at the maid. "Return to the young princess. I am unavailable today, but we can reschedule." The maid hesitated, glancing at another lady in the crowd. "Let Miss Li go." Unable to persuade Zhan Wanling, she reluctantly departed to invite Miss Li instead. "Sister Zhan, I am fine. Do you know you are the most sought after in the capital? So many people are keeping an eye on you," Zhan Wanling said earnestly. "With the Duke's title, the princess's status, and your wealth, if you encounter unfamiliar gentlemen at the banquet and lose your reputation, according to the customs of the capital, you would have no choice but to marry down." At this, Zhan Wanling's eyes revealed disdain. "These convoluted social intricacies are the most bothersome. I prefer the battlefield, where one faces real swords and guns." Hearing her words, Jinchu felt an increased admiration for Zhan Wanling. She had heard of General Zhan's renown, being the prince's mentor. The first time the prince went to war, he accompanied General Zhan. During the flower viewing, numerous guests approached Jinchu, inquiring after her well-being and eager to curry favor. In stark contrast, Zhao Shi and Zhao Yanyan stood in a corner, ignored, until the arrival of the second prince and his consort. The third prince and his consort, along with Qi Yuan, prompted the second prince's consort and the third prince's consort to exchange a few words with Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan had only just begun to regain her composure. Under the introduction of Zhan Wanling, Jinchu had become acquainted with several young ladies, memorizing their faces. During a casual conversation with Zhan Wanling, she felt an intense gaze fixed upon her. Glancing over, she noticed a woman clad in a deep purple long gown, her hair adorned with two glimmering phoenix hairpins that swayed gently with her movements. The phoenix hairpin was a symbol reserved for royal wives. The lady's complexion was as pale as jade, her face painted with exquisite makeup, her eyes sparkling with mirth, yet an underlying sorrow could not be concealed. Supported by her maid, she occasionally raised a handkerchief to her nose, gently coughing. Suddenly, the lady approached them. Zhan Wanling, oblivious, was engrossed in watching the koi in the pond, sharing amusing anecdotes from the capital. Jinchu knelt respectfully, greeting the second prince's consort. The consort appraised Jinchu, a warm smile gracing her lips as she nodded slightly before seating herself nearby. "I am unwell and seek a moment of quietude here. I hope I'm not disturbing you both." Jinchu shook her head, swiftly assessing the second prince's consort seated across from her. The lady appeared to be around 18 or 19, her frail form struggling to support the weight of her garments. A thick layer of powder concealing the dark circles beneath her eyes. Though they were not far apart, the medicinal scent emanating from her was unmistakable. The consort coughed delicately, covering her mouth, and, as she reached into her bosom for a pill, Her hand trembled, causing the bottle to fall to the ground. A small pill rolling down the steps into the pond. "My lady," the maid exclaimed in alarm. The consort frowned slightly. "I shall fetch you another dose," the maid insisted. Curtsying to Jinchu, "Please take care of my mistress. I will return shortly." "Wait," Zhang Wanling called out to the maid, then turned to her own maid, instructing Tao Xia, "Go assist the second prince's consort in obtaining her medicine." The consort's maid appeared taken aback. "Just tell Tao Xia where to retrieve it. Do not leave the consort's side," Zhang Wanling added, pulling Jinchu aside. "She is timid. She cannot tend to anyone." The maid cast a conflicted glance at the consort, who gently furrowed her brow and nodded in acquiescence. "Then I must trouble Miss Tao Xia." Tao Xia shook her head, swiftly retrieving the medicine and handing it to the maid. The consort smiled tenderly, taking a pill, and after a moment, her breathing eased significantly. After a brief respite, Princess Rongxian arrived, her face lighting up upon seeing the three. "Ah, so you are all here?" Jinchu and Zhang Wanling knelt in greeting. Princess Rongxian waved her hand dismissively. "There is no need for formalities today. It has been quite a while since I last saw Miss Zhang. Truly, the apple does not fall far from the tree." "Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness," Zhang Wanling replied with composure. Princess Rongxian continued, "A few days ago, I acquired several paintings and invited a few ladies to view them. Jinchu, one of them was painted by your father." Upon hearing her father's name, Jinchu's expression shifted slightly. "It is quite windy here. It would be best for a young lady to avoid such drafts. Let's go and take a look." As Princess Rongxian spoke, she began to lead the way outside. On their path, the third prince's consort stopped Zhang Wanling. "It has been quite some time. Why have I not heard from you?" Zhang Wanling was very close to the third prince's consort, sharing everything with her, and waved to Jinchu, signaling that she would catch up shortly. Jinchu smiled in response. The maid, Fian, grew wary, sensing the obvious intent to separate Zhang Wanling. Jinchu furrowed her brows, her gaze shifting to the second prince's consort and Princess Rongxian ahead, who were exchanging laughter and glances. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" A series of urgent voices broke the cheerful atmosphere. Princess Rongxian steadied herself and turned, frowning. "What is the matter that you are in such a frenzy?" The steward of the princess's residence, panting heavily, pointed towards the entrance. "A man has arrived outside, clutching a scroll of paintings, insisting on entering to see someone. He refuses to leave the front door. Is he seeking a guest at our residence? How does he know we are hosting a flower viewing? It has been 5 years since we last held such an event. This person must be quite presumptuous, deliberately causing a disturbance," several ladies murmured. Princess Rongxian frowned as well. Addressing the steward sharply, "There is no need to admit anyone unimportant. Send him away. Your Highness, he comes bearing a painting. It may be of significance. Perhaps we should allow him entry to clarify, lest we delay something important." Qi Yuan interjected suddenly. Noticing the inscrutable smile on Qi Yuan's face, Jinchu felt a flicker of unease and glanced back at Princess Rongxian. After a moment of contemplation, she relented. "Very well, let him in." Soon, the man was brought forth. Upon seeing his appearance, Jinchu's complexion shifted. The man, appearing to be in his early 20s, was handsome and exuded an air of scholarly demeanor. He was Feng Chang'an, a student whom her father had supported years ago. Her father had praised his diligence, and, seeing his poverty, had provided for him to attend the academy established by the Sheng family, even supplying him with lodging and provisions during the festive seasons. Jinchu had not anticipated encountering Feng Chang'an in the capital. Upon entering, Feng Chang'an's gaze immediately landed on Jinchu, his face lighting up. "Miss Sheng!" His exclamation drew the attention of everyone present. Jinchu noticed Qi Yuan's smug expression and the subtle satisfaction on the second prince's consort's face. "Do you know each other?" Princess Rongxian inquired. Before Jinchu could respond, Feng Chang'an eagerly produced a scroll of paintings, revealing the lower half of a landscape piece, perfectly complementing the upper half Princess Rongxian had just displayed. "Miss Sheng, your father promised me that should I succeed in my studies, you would be betrothed to me. However, after the Sheng family encountered misfortune, I dedicated myself to my studies and did not expect you to leave Longxi for the capital. I hastened here in desperation." Feng Chang'an's voice was loud enough for all to hear, and Jinchu's expression grew somber. "You are mistaken. Sheng Jinchu is already betrothed to the Qi Guogong's family. How could your father promise you her hand?" Qi Yuan raised his voice in protest. Feng Chang'an pointed toward Zhao Yinyan beside him. It was decided that Miss Yin would take Miss Sheng's place in the engagement with the Qi Guogong's family, allowing Miss Sheng to remain in Longxi. Who could have anticipated that Miss Sheng would still come to the capital? Gasps of surprise rippled through the crowd. So, this Zhao Yinyan was indeed permitted to assume her identity by Sheng Leoi, who did not wish to marry off his only daughter to the capital, thus seeking someone to adopt and fulfill the engagement with the Qi Guogong's family? One person remarked, shifting their gaze towards Zhao Yinyan, who bit her lip in distress. Sheng Leoi has passed away. There is no one to corroborate my claims. Whatever I say is in vain. Just think, how could a mere maid bear the Sheng surname and be sent to the capital ahead of time? Yinyan, you have suffered, Zhao Shi lamented, grasping Zhao Yinyan's hand with a feigned expression of helplessness. This marriage was not of her choosing. Now she regrets it and has inadvertently harmed you. I do not have such a treacherous and ungrateful daughter. Zhao Shi glared at Jinchu with indignation. Jinchu clenched her fists tightly. These individuals were relentlessly scheming for the sake of inheritance. Sheng Jinchu, you disdain the Qi Guogong's family, yet seek to tarnish my reputation. How malicious. Qi Yuan scoffed coldly. At that moment, Feng Chang'an stepped forward, standing protectively in front of Jinchu. Your Highness, Miss Sheng did not act with malice. I implore you to show mercy and not hold Miss Sheng accountable. I will take her away from the capital and return to Longxi to fulfill the late wishes of Sheng Leoi. The group engaged in a heated exchange, each voice contributing to the unfolding drama. Jinchu, in a fit of rage, ironically smiled as she confronted Feng Chang'an, questioning, apart from this painting, do you have any other evidence? You cannot simply assert something without substantiation. Feng Chang'an, taken aback, gazed at Jinchu with a wounded expression, exclaiming, are you unwilling to share a life of mutual support with me? Sheng Jinchu, I never imagined you to be such a person, not only betraying trust, but also abandoning the beginning of our bond. Qi Yuan interjected angrily. Young Master Qi, please tread carefully, the second prince's consort interjected, stepping forward to grasp Jinchu's hand, her pale face reflecting determination. I believe the lady is not of such character. What she stated earlier holds true. One cannot determine the truth solely based on a word or a painting. The authentic works of the Duke of Sheng are plentiful in this world. With the second prince's consort defending her, doubts began to surface regarding Feng Chang'an among the crowd. Jinchu regarded Feng Chang'an with indifference. Yet she did not underestimate the second prince's consort. Her fingertips grew increasingly cold, aware that goodwill does not come without reason. Feng Chang'an gritted his teeth, rummaging through his garments until he finally retrieved a jade pendant, raising it high. Miss Sheng, this was a gift from you, meant to inspire me to excel in my studies. Your name is inscribed upon it. Upon seeing the pendant, Jinchu's pupils constricted, and a wave of hatred surged within her. The pendant indeed belonged to her, but it was a gift from the Zhao family, which she had later retrieved under the pretext of needing it back. Jinchu cast a glance at Zhao, who wore a satisfied expression. Ultimately, today's gathering was arranged for her benefit. It's merely a jade pendant. I trust the lady possesses a noble character, not someone who engages in private dealings. Young Master Feng must be mistaken. The second prince's consort continued to defend her. 3 years ago, the lady was merely 12, a naive girl who could comprehend little. Feng Chang'an was momentarily speechless. Master Sheng is from a renowned family in Longxi, well-versed and respected. He would never act in betrayal. The second prince's consort's voice rang out clearly, echoing through the silent crowd. Jinchu remained silent, looking towards the second prince's consort. The second prince's consort smirked coldly, stating, Master Sheng would never allow the lady to marry far away. How could he let you pursue the imperial examination, achieving high honors to serve in the court? Your words are riddled with inconsistencies that cannot withstand scrutiny. Feng Chang'an's complexion shifted dramatically, teeth clenched tightly. I promised Master Sheng that once I excelled, I would resign and return home. Excelling is merely to prove my capability to marry Miss Sheng. I am sincere. The second prince's consort was infuriated by his words, swaying slightly, yet still holding on to Jinchu's hand. Master Sheng is no longer present. These are merely your one-sided claims. You and Miss Sheng are worlds apart. Why pursue her in the capital without knowing your place? She tightened her grip on Jinchu's hand. Do not bully the lady who stand alone. I warn you, Miss Sheng has already been promised to the second prince's residence and will enter it next year. If you dare to continue this pursuit, I will not let you off easily." The crowd was left in astonished silence. I heard days ago that Miss Sheng was to enter the second prince's residence. I did not expect it to be true. The disdainful glances of several noble women towards Jin Chu revealed their contempt. The second prince's consort shielded Jin Chu protectively, adopting a posture that suggested she would support her, turning to the second prince and saying, "Your Highness, I truly do not wish to see the lady misunderstood." The second prince, leaning against his waist, cast a cold gaze upon Jin Chu, stating flatly, "Do not blame you." With the conversation reaching this point, Jin Chu finally grasped the malicious intent behind the entire scheme. The second prince's residence intended to claim her, but due to the emperor's decree, they could not approach openly. Furthermore, the second prince's consort was unwilling to be overshadowed, thus employing Feng Chang'an to create discomfort for her. Even if she were to eventually enter the residence, she would be looked down upon, forever unable to surpass the second prince's consort. Everything was intricately linked, revealing a truly wicked mindset. Jin Chu pushed away the second prince's consort's hand, boldly declaring, "Second prince's consort, be cautious with your words. Today is the first time I have met the second prince. There has never been a promise made regarding entering the second prince's residence." The second prince's consort was momentarily taken aback, her expression slightly awkward as she replied softly, "In this urgent situation, do you wish to be entangled by Feng Chang'an? Rest assured, this is merely a temporary measure. I will not ask you for anything." Such words were even more deceitful. Once she relented, it would imply acceptance of the second prince's consort's assertions as truth. What was this so-called temporary measure? Was it an acknowledgement of an impending fate as a concubine in the second prince's residence? Jin Chu unabashedly exposed the deceit, her gaze fixed upon the woman before her. Devoid of sympathy for her own status, she disregarded the reputation of others, utterly selfish. "Lady," the second prince's consort stepped back, clutching her chest in disbelief as she stared at Jin Chu. "Sheng Jinchu, what madness has possessed you to defy the second prince's consort?" Qi Yuan shouted in anger. Nearby, Princess Rongxian also admonished, "Jin Chu, temper your behavior. Do not create a spectacle." At that moment, Zhan Wanling, entangled with the third prince's consort, finally sensed something amiss and hurried over. Upon hearing the maid recount the events, he scoffed repeatedly. Did the second prince's consort just imply that Jin Chu is to enter the second prince's residence? Does that mean she intends to relinquish her position as the principal consort? How dare you speak such nonsense? The second prince's consort's expression darkened. "Then tell me, by what identity does Jin Chu enter?" Zhan Wanling was known for his notoriously fiery temper. Bolstered by his father's support, he showed no deference to anyone. The second prince's consort, feeling cornered, glanced nervously at the second prince, murmuring, naturally, as a favored concubine. "A concubine?" Zhan Wanling's voice rose. "Master Sheng sacrificed himself for the nation, and Jin Chu donated a fortune to the army. She was personally bestowed the title of lady by the emperor. How could the daughter of a first-rank duke become a mere concubine? Jin Chu, let us go. We shall report this to the emperor. The emperor has explicitly granted you freedom in marriage. How can you be forced into such a situation, falsely accused and maligned? I wish to see if a gentleman's word truly holds weight, and do not let the army lose faith." Each of his inquiries left the second prince's consort pale. Her background was not prominent. Among the noble women, she was of mediocre standing. Without offspring, her position was precarious. If this matter were to be brought before the emperor, the consequences would be dire. "Your Highness," the second prince's consort turned to the second prince for help, who frowned in contemplation. Jin Chu's gaze shifted between the second prince and Feng Chang'an, declaring, "The emperor granted his word. You both have schemed against the Sheng family's heritage, falsely accusing and maligning me. For the sake of the Sheng family's reputation, I must enter the palace to seek justice." Jin Chu, Princess Rongxian urgently grasped her. "Perhaps this is a misunderstanding. It would not be too late to clarify before entering the palace." "Misunderstanding?" Jin Chu scoffed. "A woman's reputation has been repeatedly tarnished. If the emperor is unwilling to bestow a title, he should revoke it." Seeing her speak without discretion, Princess Rongxian's expression darkened. "Jin Chu, do not speak recklessly." Jin Chu raised her chin defiantly, stating, "Is the princess suggesting I accept Feng Chang'an's words or comply with the second prince's consort's temporary measures?" "I." Princess Rongxian was rendered speechless, casting a scathing look at the second prince's consort. The second prince's consort's expression shifted slightly, forcing a smile. If Miss Jinchu is willing, I can grant you the status of principal wife. This was the second prince's consort's greatest concession. Jinchu, know when to retreat, Princess Rongxian urged in a low voice. Zhan Wanling looked toward Jinchu, momentarily unable to decide for her. Suddenly, Jinchu drew a hairpin and pressed it against her pale neck. Her gaze resolute as she addressed Zhan Wanling. Sister Zhan, our acquaintance has been brief. I implore you to ensure my name remains unsullied after my death. It is my folly to arrive in the capital with great wealth, only to be schemed against at every turn. My life is of little worth. But I beseech the emperor to investigate thoroughly, lest the Sheng family's reputation be tarnished. Zhan Wanling was taken aback by her drastic action. No, Jinchu, lady. Jinchu's grip on the hairpin tightened. Suddenly, a force struck Jinchu's hand, causing her hairpin to clatter to the ground. Your Highness, I come to pay my respects, she announced as the others bowed in deference. Jinchu abruptly lifted her gaze towards the source of the voice, her eyes falling upon a tall figure, clad in a black python robe adorned with a menacing serpent design. Above it, a breathtaking visage captured the attention of all, with enchanting eyes that lingered momentarily on her. Jinchu instinctively averted her eyes, lowering her gaze to escape the intensity of the stare. The prince, his expression indifferent, withdrew his attention, resting a hand on his waist as he stepped forward. As he passed by Feng Chang'an, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. You again? Feng Chang'an looked up, bewildered. Your Highness, Feng Chang'an is nothing but a miscreant. Last year in Linen, he used the same trick to force a young lady to leap into the river, nearly costing her life. I never imagined his audacity would grow, daring to come to the capital to swindle. The prince's attendant, Chongqing, delivered a swift kick to Feng Chang'an's chest, knocking him to the ground, breathless and flushed. Chongqing scoffed as he picked up the ink piece that had fallen, wiping away the still wet ink. Such a shoddy work of art, and he dares to use it to deceive. Remarkably, no one noticed. The crowd's expressions shifted as they realized the landscape of 1,000 miles was a forgery. Your Highness, what brings you here? Princess Rongxian inquired, her surprise evident as she disregarded Jinchu and approached the prince with a smile. The prince's cold demeanor softened slightly as he replied, It has been a while, Aunt. I happened to pass by and heard of the flower viewing banquet, so I came to take a look, but it seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment. How could that be? Princess Rongxian interjected, positioning herself to shield Jinchu. Seizing her courage, Jinchu raised her voice. I implore your Highness to take charge. The prince furrowed his brows, shifting his gaze past Princess Rongxian. Who speaks? Princess Rongxian's expression stiffened, yet she remained firm, as the atmosphere thickened with tension. At that moment, Zhan Wanling stepped forward, her father being the prince's mentor, and having met the prince several times, she mustered the courage to speak. This is Sheng Guogong's only daughter, Sheng Jinchu, the princess bestowed by the emperor. Today, she was nearly forcibly taken into a household. We seek your Highness's intervention. The prince regarded Zhan Wanling with patience, as if saying, continue. This person claims that Lord Sheng promised marriage while he was alive, yet how could such a scoundrel be worthy of Lord Sheng? Moreover, the second prince's consort seizes the opportunity, pressuring Miss Sheng to become a concubine. If it were not for your Highness's timely arrival, Miss Sheng would have met a tragic fate today. Zhan Wanling spoke with conviction. The second prince's consort's complexion paled, her knees trembling involuntarily. I heard it with my own ears. It cannot be false. Zhan Wanling scarcely acknowledged her, her words reducing the consort to tears. The prince shot a glance at the second prince. You wish to take the Guogong's only daughter as a concubine? The second prince, terrified, shook his head in confusion. It was merely a misunderstanding. The prince withdrew his gaze, pursing his lips as he glanced at Feng Chang'an. Though I am unaware of the details, this man is a habitual offender. I have shown leniency due to his unfortunate elderly mother, but he has resorted to his old tricks once more. His crimes are unforgivable. Chongqing, at your command, transfer him to the Jingzhou Inn for interrogation. Ensure a thorough investigation. Yes. The prince's smile returned as he handed the gift he had brought to Princess Rongxian. I have matters to attend to. I shall visit you another day. With that, he turned to leave, casting a meaningful glance at the second prince, a look that sent chills down his spine. Zhan Wanling assisted Jinchu to her feet, exclaiming loudly, Jinchu, you are fortunate. Feng Chang'an, the habitual offender, will surely confess under the Jingzhao Yin scrutiny. Should anyone dare to force you into being a concubine, come to the Zhang family, and I will implore my father to take you to the palace to seek justice from the emperor." Her words were directed towards the crowd. The second prince, his face darkened, stormed off in anger, while the consort swallowed hard, nervously glancing at Princess Rongxian, stammering it. Princess Rongxian's expression was no better, casting a sidelong glance at the meddlesome Zhang Wanling before turning to Jinchu. Taking a deep breath, "Jinchu, I shall ensure you receive justice for today's incident." Chapter 36. Yin Yin stops the prince to acknowledge kinship. Jinchu knelt before Princess Rongxian. "I have a humble request, and I hope the princess will grant it." Princess Rongxian's eyelids twitched, sensing something amiss, yet unable to refuse. She nodded stiffly. "Speak." "My father's painting, The Landscape of 1,000 Miles, has been missing for a long time, and today I fortuitously spotted it in the princess's residence. Might the princess allow me to borrow it for replication?" Jinchu emphasized the 5 characters, subtly reminding everyone of the timing of its appearance at the banquet. Princess Rongxian quickly realized the peculiar glances directed at her by the others, casting her gaze at Jinchu, uncertain whether her intentions were deliberate or accidental. This is the work of the Guogong of Sheng. The princess must be feeling sentimental upon seeing it. Someone in the crowd, feeling sympathetic, urged Princess Rongxian to comply. The princess quickly regained her composure, smiling. "This painting was originally intended as a gift for you, as a greeting." She instructed her attendants to prepare the painting and hand it to Jinchu. "Consider it a return to its rightful owner." Jinchu graciously accepted, bowing in thanks. With the commotion settled, the banquet continued, though the atmosphere had shifted, particularly affecting the second prince's consort, who fidgeted uncomfortably and excused herself due to feeling unwell. Zhang Wanling scoffed. After all these years, she remains so petty. Amidst the revelry, Zhao Yinyan observed from the sidelines, her mother gripping her hand tightly, cautioning her against speaking out. "You are to be wed soon. You should not make a scene today. There will be plenty of opportunities to teach Sheng Jinchu a lesson later." Zhao's mother considered the public setting and, as relatives, felt it inappropriate to kick someone when they were down, fearing public gossip. "Mother, I shall heed your advice," Zhao Yinyan replied. However, when the prince appeared, her eyes sparkled with admiration, her posture unconsciously straightening. "Mother, I thought the second prince was handsome, but the crown prince is even more distinguished and graceful." Zhao's mother remained silent. Upon seeing the prince depart, Zhao Yinyan grew anxious and broke free from her mother's grasp. "Mother, I shall be right back." She trailed behind him, lifting her skirts to run until she caught up at the entrance, calling out, "Your Highness, please wait." The prince halted, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features as he regarded her. Chongqing stepped forward but was signaled to retreat. The prince's voice was cool and low, tinged with curiosity. "Who are you?" "Your Highness, I am Sheng Yinyan." "Oh no, I am now Zhao Yinyan," she said, her innocent white eyes fixated on him, expressing her admiration. "The first time I saw the crown prince, I felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity and safety." Chongqing's shoulders trembled slightly at her words. The prince shot him a glance, and he quickly composed himself. Zhao Yinyan, seemingly oblivious, continued, "Your Highness, I have lived in Longxi for over a decade, so you likely do not know me. But that is all right. We will see each other often in the future." "Your Highness." Zhao Yinyan suddenly pouted, feigning innocence. Today, Jinchu was so out of line, causing the second prince's consort to lose face and ruining the atmosphere of the banquet, leaving Princess Rongxian embarrassed. With every mention of Your Highness and Princess Rongxian, she was clearly intent on aligning herself with royal status. Stepping closer, she reached out to wrap her arm around the prince's. "Your Highness, I am soon to marry into the Qi Guogong's household. You must come to support me." The crown prince, driven to the brink of impatience, took a step back to evade Zhao Yinyan's arm, his tone suddenly turning frigid. "Miss Zhao, please maintain your dignity." Zhao Yinyan was taken aback, her hands awkwardly suspended in the air, her eyes reddening with grievance. "Does my prince truly not recognize Yinyan? Our appearances are clearly so alike." The crown prince scoffed. "Shameless." "What?" Zhao Yinyan's mind buzzed, unable to process the remark. As she watched the crown prince sweep away in indignation, she desperately attempted to follow, only to be intercepted by Chongqing, who mocked, "Miss Zhao, I remember you well. You are that maid who brazenly usurped the identity of the Sheng family's only daughter." the one who climbed into the bed of the Qishir heir in the dead of night, soon to be the illustrious bride of the future Duke of Qi. Zhao Yinyan's face turned ashen. Is it you, a person of such shamelessness, who dares to cling on? Take a good look in the mirror. With your appearance, how could you possibly resemble His Highness? Had it not been for the occasion at the princess's residence, you would have been expelled long ago. Chongqing had long harbored disdain for Zhao Yinyan, a scheming girl willing to employ any means, repeatedly pushing another to the brink. Were it not for the crown prince's occasional intervention, that unfortunate individual would have been bullied to death. You, Zhao Yinyan, regained her composure, stamping her foot in indignation. Do you know who I am to dare insult me so? As Chongqing turned to leave, she uttered such a statement, compelling him to pivot back, retorting sharply. What, do you find the identity of the Sheng family's legitimate daughter insufficiently glorious and dream of being a princess in broad daylight? I am. Zhao Yinyan began, but faltered, her expression shifting. She coldly huffed. It is not necessary for me to tell you who I am. Suffice it to say, I have a connection with the crown prince. With that, she sulked back. Chongqing spat. A deluded dreamer. Chongqing. Upon being called, he promptly approached the carriage, grumbling. Your Highness, this Zhao Yinyan is utterly shameless. The crown prince frowned, prompting Chongqing to fall silent, focusing intently inside. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall send another message to Lu Hong. Feng Chang'an must be acting under someone's orders, even if I am to give a wedding gift to Qi Yuanin. Chongqing suddenly grasped the situation, vowing to ensure the task was accomplished. Zhao Yinyan hurriedly returned to the banquet, pouting in displeasure, her face still bearing traces of grievance. Zhao Shi, perplexed, was met with Zhao Yinyan's inquiry. Mother, when will I be able to reclaim my true identity? Even the guards by the crown prince's side dare to mock me. If I could return to my true identity, who would dare to look down on me in the future? Having endured disdain at the banquet, Zhao Shi found the atmosphere unbearable and, after bidding farewell to Princess Rongxian, led Zhao Yinyan home. On the way, Zhao Shi earnestly said, Yinyan, when the time is right, I shall find a way for you to reclaim your identity, but not now. Is that true? Mother, when have you ever deceived me? Zhao Yinyan immediately nestled into Zhao Shi's embrace, cooing, Mother is so kind. Zhao Shi clasped Zhao Yinyan's hand, saying, Today, you face neglect at the banquet. Your father will surely find a way to compensate you. And with the grand wedding in 5 days, he will not remain idle. Encouraged by this, Zhao Yinyan's spirits lifted, momentarily forgetting her earlier displeasure. But then she recalled the banquet. The scroll depicting the vast landscape was indeed genuine. Why did it transform into a fake? Both scrolls have been delivered to Qi Yuanin, the upper scroll given to Princess Rongxian, the lower to Feng Chang'an. There was no way they could be counterfeit. Yet, a guard by the crown prince's side casually discovered wet ink, which was perplexing. Zhao Shi too was at a loss. Could it be that the crown prince assisted her? Zhao Yinyan promptly dismissed this notion. The crown prince would never involve himself in such trivial matters. How could he assist Sheng Jinchu, whom he has no relation to? It must be that Feng Chang'an sold the genuine article and bought a counterfeit to deceive us. This scoundrel, utterly inept. Zhao Yinyan preferred to believe Feng Chang'an had erred rather than to think the crown prince would aid Sheng Jinchu. Zhao Shi nodded in agreement. My child speaks wisely. The banquet at the princess's residence soured the atmosphere and dispersed shortly thereafter. Jinchu, introduced to 2 young ladies by Zhan Wanling, met Xiao Ranqin of the prime minister's residence and Qin Fangyu, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Loyalty and Valor. Both were poised and principled, and the 4 hit it off splendidly. Zhan Wanling, yearning for more, suggested a boat trip by the lake the following day to enjoy music and relaxation. They all readily agreed. Upon reaching the entrance, they reluctantly parted ways. By the time Jin Shun boarded her carriage home, the smile on her face had faded inch by inch. Back at the residence, she hurried to the storeroom, personally selecting a batch of paintings and antiques, particularly those inscribed with the character Sheng. Choosing 2 large boxes to hand over to Qi Xiao. Send these to various pawn shops for a low price. I need cash. Qi Xiao, bewildered, complied nonetheless. After arranging this, Jin Shun contemplated visiting the Lu family at night. Just as she was about to act, Lu Hong sent word. Princess, Lord Lu says Feng Chang'an is a habitual offender. He has confessed that he was bribed by the heir of the Duke of Qi. Confessed? In just 2 hours since returning from the banquet, Lu Heng's speed was astonishing. He has signed and acknowledged it. Lord Lu mentioned he has his own arrangements. Jin Shun understood that Lu Hong intended for her to refrain from meddling, and after some thought, decided to comply. Please convey my regards to Lord Lu. The messenger nodded. As night deepened, the study of the Duke of Qi was brightly lit, the atmosphere tense. The Duke, bowing slightly before the second prince seated above, began. Who could have anticipated the Crown Prince's arrival? This matter nearly came to fruition. Could it be that the Crown Prince harbors ulterior motives towards the Sheng family? How could that be? Qi Yuan shook his head firmly, denying it. Sheng Jinchu has spent many years in Longxi and is not at all familiar with Crown Prince. How could he possibly have eyes for her? In his previous life, the Crown Prince had no interaction with Sheng Jinchu. Had it not been for Ms. Zhang's defense of her today, the Crown Prince might not have intervened. Qi Yuan believed the Crown Prince acted out of regard for the Zhang family, having no connection with Sheng Jinchu whatsoever. The second prince frowned. The Sheng family is immensely wealthy. Any additional support may not be a bad thing. Qi Yuan confidently replied, Second prince, the Crown Prince does not regard the general's residence, the Prime Minister's residence, or the Duke's residence. How could he possibly be interested in the Sheng family? The second prince had been present, and indeed saw no signs of the Crown Prince's interest in Sheng Jinchu. Feeling relieved, he turned to Qi Yuan and Feng Chang'an has fallen into Lu Heng's hands. It is only a matter of time. We must devise a strategy. Today's banquet was a complete failure. Not only had he failed to marry Sheng Jinchu, but he had also incurred suspicion. A bucket of dirty water splashed upon the second prince's residence. The thought of being reprimanded by the censors the next day vexed the second prince. Yet Qi Yuan remained unperturbed. Rest easy, second prince. My wedding is imminent, and no one dares to disrupt it. Upon mentioning the wedding, the second prince fixed a meaningful gaze on Qi Yuan. Cousin, are you truly resolved to marry Zhao Yinyan? Due to their impending nuptials, the second prince had taken particular notice of Zhao Yinyan today, curious about what could inspire his cousin's unwavering devotion. After seeing her in person, the second prince deemed Zhao Yinyan merely a superficial vase, lacking depth. Even less impressive than the poised and eloquent Sheng Jinchu. He concluded that Zhao Yinyan was utterly unworthy of Qi Yuan. The Duke of Qi shared this sentiment. Yet Qi Yuan remained steadfast. Yinyan is not as simple as she appears. Her destiny is precious, and with her, the Duke's residence will ascend to greater heights, benefiting you as well, second prince. The second prince raised an eyebrow, recognizing Qi Yuan's confidence, but refraining from dissuading him, pondering that perhaps he had misjudged. After offering a few words of caution, he took his leave. Once he departed, the Duke of Qi gazed earnestly at Qi Yuan and, Are you truly intent on marrying her? The entire capital is mocking the Duke of Qi's household. It is not too late to reconsider. Qi Yuan resolutely shook his head, stating, Father, I shall marry only Yin Yan. Please trust me this time. I have raised her myself and know her character well. He gritted his teeth, deciding to take a gamble and compromise further, asking, The newly arrived Lord Lu is no pushover. He is impervious to threats and is said to have a connection with Prime Minister Shao. What are your plans? Qi Yuan remained unfazed, believing that Prime Minister Shao, despite being at the helm of the officials, could not sway the Emperor of Beiliang, who ultimately held dominion over the realm. How could the Emperor bear to see his daughter's marriage disrupted? With a mere command, would Lu Hong dare to disobey? Thus, Qi Yuan resolved to take no action. He merely awaited the grand entrance of Zhao Yinyan into his home, anticipating a rise in status and fortune akin to his previous life. Father need not worry. I know my limits, Qi Yuan reassured him. Consequently, the Duke of Qi refrained from further inquiries. In the Zhao household, the atmosphere was equally bright. Upon learning of the failure at the princess's banquet, the old matriarch of the Zhao family felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment. Does this mean that the promise made by Princess Rongxian to speak on our behalf before the emperor is nullified? Zhao's family had long agreed to offer Jinchu to the second prince as a concubine, with Princess Rongxian vowing to plead for Zhao Zhen. Now that the opportunity had slipped away, the old matriarch worried whether Princess Rongxian would still lend her support. Zhao Zhen herself was uncertain, shaking her head in resignation. The old matriarch's face fell. This girl is exceedingly stubborn. The Duke of Sheng's household was only a temporary favor from the emperor. Once he forgets, she will undoubtedly be schemed against. Rather than that, it would be better to enter the second prince's residence as a concubine. The second prince's wife is frail and has no children. If luck is on her side, perhaps. The old matriarch sighed, her heart vexed with Jinchu's obstinacy. It was evident that her intentions were for Jinchu's benefit, yet she failed to appreciate it. The second prince, noble and valiant, was far too esteemed to be paired with a mere merchant's daughter. Zhao Zhen, feeling agitated, replied, "There's no rush. We must proceed cautiously. Opportunities in the capital are plentiful." Yet the old matriarch harbored unease. Today's setback is troubling. In a few days, when Yin Yin is wed, how will we manage without a proper dowry? The plan was for Jinchu to enter the second prince's household with only half the dowry, while the remainder would be gifted to Zhao Yin Yin, ensuring her a splendid bridal procession. However, fate had other designs, and just a slight misstep had led to this predicament. Zhao Zhen was also troubled by the matter, insisting that Lu Shi should provide the entire dowry, supplemented by the Zhao family's resources for Zhao Yinyin's wedding. Though Lu Shi was unwilling, and he himself was hesitant due to the substantial risk involved. Better to wait. Perhaps there would be rewards forthcoming, for he could not bear to see Yin Yin wed in such a haphazard manner. The next day, the skies turned gloomy, and a gentle drizzle began to fall. Mama Fong had prepared everything early, cheerfully remarking, "It is rare for the princess to encounter congenial companions in the capital. You should cherish this." Jinchu smiled, recalling how she had barely managed to extricate herself from a quagmire yesterday without Zhang Wanling's assistance. Armed with carefully prepared gifts, she set off for Jingxin Lake. Several large boats bobbed on the lake, where melodious songs occasionally wafted from the vessels. Zhang Wanling had mentioned that the young ladies of the capital often gathered here to indulge in merriment, free from interruptions. Enjoying the scenery with a few close friends, a delightful experience indeed. As she disembarked, the rain had ceased, and the fragrance of blooming lotus flowers wafted through the air, lifting her spirits. A large vessel approached the shore, and Zhang Wanling waved to her from the deck. "Jinchu, over here." Fei Yin assisted Jinchu aboard, leading her into the spacious cabin, which exceeded her expectations with 3 levels. The first floor was filled with numerous tables, and a puppet theater had already been set up in the center. Soon, the other 2 companions arrived, and Zhang Wanling eagerly instructed a maid to warm the wine, sharing a mysterious smile. "I procured this secretly from my father's chamber. It wouldn't be worth my effort for anyone else." Laughter echoed throughout the cabin as the wine flowed. Jinchu felt a rosy hue bloom on her cheeks. It had been ages since she had relaxed like this. Reborn, she had been consumed with thoughts of vengeance and strategies to approach her enemies while safeguarding her father's legacy. Today was a rare indulgence, perhaps due to the cabin's stuffiness. She decided to ascend to the upper deck for some fresh air. After bidding farewell to Zhang Wanling, who was already tipsy and waving a wine jar, Jinchu climbed to the 2nd floor, only to find the windows locked. Unfortunate, she made her way to the 3rd floor, where faint sounds emanated from the main hall. As she lifted the curtain, she unexpectedly met the indifferent gaze of a figure seated in the center, holding a letter. Upon seeing her, he raised his head with keen interest. In that instant, Jinchu felt as if the world had spun around her. She had never anticipated the crown prince to be aboard the same vessel. She stammered, kneeling, "I pay my respects to your highness." The crown prince's cold eyes fell upon her flushed face, darkening momentarily. "Have you been drinking?" he inquired, the sharp scent of liquor wafting towards her. It seemed familiar. Realizing something, the crown prince's brows furrowed as he set aside the letter. "General Zhan's strong liquor is sweet at first but potent. You should not indulge in such strong drinks on your first experience." Jinchu shook her head, her once clear mind now clouded. The figure before her seemed to fracture and blur, and her ears buzzed, rendering her unable to comprehend his words. The crown prince, with an amused smile, called out to Changqing waiting outside, "Bring some hangover soup." Changqing rubbed his nose. "I am clumsy and cannot prepare such things, and I must protect you. I cannot leave." In truth, Changqing had seen Jinchu and her maid approach from afar and had deliberately avoided them, allowing Jinchu the chance to enter. He glanced at Fei Yin. "As the maid of Princess Liangjin, you should go. It would be less convenient for me to go and might tarnish the princess's reputation." Fei Yin had no doubts about his words and gently helped Jinchu into a chair. "Princess, I shall be back shortly." Once Fei Yin left, Jinchu leaned back in her chair, feeling a weight in her chest and dizziness overwhelming her. Suddenly, her legs gave way, and she fell to the ground. In the next moment, A large hand grasped her arm, lifting her up. Jinchu gazed upward at the exquisite face above her, the misty eyes and tense body trembling slightly. "Your Highness," the Crown Prince patiently reassured her. "Steady yourself." Jinchu composed herself and gently pushed him away, maintaining a respectful distance. "Thank you for your assistance, Your Highness." The Crown Prince regarded her disheveled hair, blown askew by the wind, instinctively reaching out to tuck it behind her ear, suppressing his emotions. "I owe you." The words were barely audible to her, and she felt a searing heat in her stomach, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. Her hands and feet grew increasingly warm, and she closed her eyes, her breathing becoming erratic. The Crown Prince soon sensed something amiss, placing his hand on her forehead, frowning as he produced a pill from his robe, pinching her chin to administer it. "Your Highness," Chongqing exclaimed in astonishment, his mouth agape. That was the Crown Prince's life-saving elixir, scarce in quantity. Using it for Jinchu's hangover was nothing short of wasteful. After taking the medicine, Jinchu quickly felt relief from her pain. The Crown Prince knelt, lifting her effortlessly and placing her on the spacious couch, tucking the blanket around her. His normally icy gaze now burned with intensity. "Your Highness," a trembling voice approached. "Your Highness, it is Miss Qin." The Crown Prince frowned, glancing at the softly slumbering Jinchu before carrying her behind a screen, gently laying her down and ensuring the blanket was secure before returning to his previous seat. Chongqing intercepted Qin Fangyu. "Your Highness, I came to find Princess Liangjin. She has been gone for some time, and I fear she may have gone astray." Qin Fangyu discreetly glanced around the spacious hall, finding it devoid of people. She quietly exhaled in relief, quickly bending her knees. "Perhaps I have come to the wrong place." After speaking, she hurriedly departed, her demeanor suggesting she wished she could flee, fearing that she might be left behind to converse. The Crown Prince, exasperated, noted that it was merely a punishment from her former tutor that had instilled such terror in her at the sight of him, a reaction that occurred time and again. When Fian arrived, she escorted her to the second floor to rest, ensuring her reputation remained untarnished. Chongqing complied. On the day of the grand wedding, the bride voluntarily made her way to the Duke of Qi's residence in a flower sedan. Qin Fangyu, being the eldest among the group, was in a state of distress, having searched the boat both inside and out without spotting Jinchu. "Miss Qin," Fian appeared just in time, gesturing toward the second floor. "Our princess is drunk and resting upstairs. She has already taken the hangover remedy and will be fine shortly." "Really?" Qin Fangyu inquired, and Fian nodded. Unsettled, Qin Fangyu insisted on checking for herself. Upon finding Jinchu, she examined her closely, ensuring she was well before sighing in relief. She then turned to Fian. "Have you two been upstairs?" Fian, ever mindful of Chongqing's instructions, shook her head. "I forgot to mention that the third floor of this ship is off limits. It belongs to someone. Never mind that. Just be cautious in the future." Noticing Qin Fangyu bore no ill intent, Fian obediently acknowledged her words. It was not until half an hour later that Jinchu finally awakened, surprised to see Qin Fangyu watching over her. "Sister Qin, you scared me to death, little ancestor." Qin Fangyu exclaimed with a mix of laughter and exasperation. "We often come here to drink, and I forgot that you do not partake." Jinchu smiled, shaking her head. "It's no trouble." Upon descending to the first floor, the two remaining ladies were still in a drowsy state, awakening only when they heard the commotion. Zhan Wanling let out a hearty belch. "Sister Qin, you can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Your capacity for liquor is indeed remarkable. We must reconvene another day." Qin Fangyu, bemused, replied, "The day is already late. Let us not risk a rainstorm. We can meet again in the capital. There will be other opportunities." With her words, the others nodded in agreement. She instructed them to row toward the shore, and once they docked, they each climbed into their respective carriages. A gust of wind lifted the curtain, and Jinchu inadvertently peered through the gap at the boat, rubbing her cheek, faint traces of medicinal scent lingering at the tip of her nose. The curtain fell, isolating them from the outside world. Leaning against the carriage wall, Jinchu's eyes narrowed slightly. There was a river in Longxi with boats for leisure, all crafted by the Sheng family. As they stood by the shore, she caught a fleeting glimpse of Chongqing. Unbeknownst to her, the carriage came to a halt, and Mama Fong was already waiting at the door. Seeing her return unscathed, her smile widened. "I have inquired, and these 3 young ladies have an excellent reputation in the capital and are not superficial. You have indeed found kindred spirits." "Undeniably." Jinchu shared this sentiment. The three young ladies were truly good-hearted. In the following days, she remained in the courtyard, studying and copying texts, occasionally engaging in embroidery to pass the time. Tomorrow is Zhao Yinyan's wedding day, Mama Feng remarked, her tone tinged with indignation. Jinchu chuckled softly. Without her dowry, Zhao Yinyan's confidence must surely wane. She was curious about the Duke of Qi's stance. Why? Oh why? Had there been no word from the palace? Zhao Yinyan, unable to sit still, gazed at the 40-odd wedding gifts in the courtyard, a surge of unnamed fury brewing within her. After waiting 3 whole days, not a single word had come. Madame Zhao furrowed her brow, muttering, this shouldn't be the case. Shouldn't the father express something for his daughter's marriage? Not long ago, when Zhao Yinyan faced grievances, he had swiftly rectified the situation. Such a significant event as a marriage should not be met with silence. Suddenly, Madame Zhao's eyes lit up. Could it be that they will publicly bestow a title upon you tomorrow? Is that so? Zhao Yinyan's eyes sparkled with hope. The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. If they could not acknowledge her openly, perhaps they would grant her a princess title or a first-rank title, at the very least. A 10-mile dowry would ensure that no one would dare to look down on her in the future. Yinyan, just wait for a magnificent wedding. Zhao Yinyan's cheeks flushed with joy. As dawn broke, the matchmaker, accompanied by maidservants, entered, preparing Zhao Yinyan for her bath and change of clothes. Singing auspicious phrases, a comb for every strand of hair. Gazing into the mirror at the young girl adorned with a phoenix crown and clad in a vibrant red wedding gown, her features delicate and picturesque. Zhao Yinyan held a red apple, stretching her neck to glance repeatedly toward the door, urging the maidservants to check outside. Each time, they returned shaking their heads, leaving Zhao Yinyan furrowed in concern. Meanwhile, at the Duke of Qi's residence, the situation was far more favorable than at the Zhao family home. Being a prestigious household, and with the favored consort Qi still holding influence in the palace, many in the capital still showed deference to the Duke of Qi. Guests filled the residence, and as the auspicious time approached, the Duke of Qi turned to his son, Qi Yuan, who was reluctant to go and fetch his bride. Honor, the auspicious time has come. It is time to welcome the bride. Qi Yuan felt a growing sense of anxiety. In his previous life, when he wed Zhao Yinyan, the emperor had bestowed upon him a fortune of gold and appointed him as a general with an army of 20,000, simultaneously granting Zhao Yinyan the title of a second-rank general's wife. That marriage had garnered immense attention, and he had undoubtedly been the brightest star, rising to wealth and marrying a beautiful bride. Shortly thereafter, Yinyan became pregnant, and the emperor personally bestowed a name upon the child, proclaiming that when the child grew, they would be made a young marquis. In that moment, Qi Yuan had been at the pinnacle of glory, envied by many. Father, let's wait a little longer. Qi Yuan reassured, believing that the emperor of Northern Liang must have been delayed by some trivial matter. He would surely arrive. The Duke of Qi remained patient. After another half hour, some guests could no longer contain their impatience. What on earth is going on? Why haven't we gone to fetch the bride? The auspicious time has passed. Could it be that he has had second thoughts? Ha! The young Master Qi is, after all, a prominent figure in the capital. To give up a marriage to the Sheng family's only daughter for a maidservant, creating such a sentimental scene. I thought there was true affection in this world, but it seems otherwise. A maidservant elevated to the status of a young masteress wife. Only the Duke of Qi's household could pull off such a feat. Laughter echoed among the guests, and the Duke of Qi's expression darkened. Honor, Qi Yuan heard the murmurs, but chose not to respond. Waiting for the servant outside to rush in, his spirits lifted. They've arrived. Speak quickly, Qi Yuan urged excitedly. The servant scratched his head, glancing around awkwardly. Young master, the Zhao family has sent over the flower sedan. A burst of laughter erupted. What a sight. The groom hasn't gone to fetch the bride, yet the bride has come herself in the flower sedan. Is she afraid she won't get married? Truly a marvel. Qi Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, gripping the servant's collar. Is there anything else besides a flower sedan? The servant shook his head. Anya. The Duke of Qi's face darkened with displeasure. What on earth is happening? Qi Yuan opened his mouth, his mind racing, unsure how to explain the situation to his father. He did not dare to face the guests' scrutinizing gazes, steeling himself to go and welcome the bride. On the day of the wedding, summoned to the government office for inquiries, Qi Yuan stepped outside to see the festive flower sedan parked at the Duke of Qi's gates, accompanied by a sparse array of dowries and a procession of wedding attendants. Surrounding them were groups of onlookers, their faces filled with mocking expressions, all reminding him that, in this life, there had truly been no imperial decree. His dreams of becoming a general lay shattered. "Young master, what are you waiting for? It is time to kick the flower sedan and welcome the bride," the matchmaker urged, pressing a large red flower into Qi Yuan's hand. Staring at the vibrant flower, Qi Yuan gritted his teeth, taking a deep breath to steady himself, assuring his thoughts that all would come in due time. It was merely a matter of patience. Once he composed himself, he proceeded forward, following the previous life's customs. And with the matchmaker's guidance, he reached into the flower sedan to draw out Zhao Yinyan, who was veiled beneath a red canopy. Softly, she called out, "Young master." Qiu Yuan forced a smile, grasping her hand. "Yinyan, I have come to marry you." They entered amidst a cacophony of sounds. The Duke of Qi wore a sullen expression and remained silent. The atmosphere in the hall was awkward. The guests felt as if they were enduring a torturous ordeal, wishing they could leave at any moment. Finally, the matchmaker called for the traditional bowing ceremony. "First bow to heaven and earth, second bow to your parents, and now..." The couple bows to each other. After the final declaration, they were ushered into the bridal chamber. Before the guests could offer their congratulations, the commotion outside suddenly escalated. The steward, pale-faced, rushed in with alarming news. "Not good. Lord Lu has arrived unexpectedly, requesting to see the heir at the yamen." The Duke of Qi could no longer sit still, his face darkening. Today is a day of celebration for the Duke's household. Does Lord Lu not know this? Just then, Lu Hing stepped in right on cue. "Of course I know. I simply waited until the ceremony was complete before coming. Rest assured, I shall only ask a few questions and will not delay the heir's time in the bridal chamber." Lu Hong, the Duke of Qi, gritted his teeth. But Qiu Yuan intervened. "Father, I have committed no wrongdoing of late. A clear conscience fears no accusation. If Lord Lu wishes to inquire, let him do so here." Lu Hong raised an eyebrow. "Are you certain?" Suddenly, Qiu Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety. Before he could react, Lu Hong presented incriminating evidence. A few days ago, at the princess's banquet, a man named Feng Chang'an made a confession. Do you all remember him? Upon hearing Feng Chang'an's name, Qiu Yuan sensed trouble and moved to stop Lu Hong, but he spoke swiftly. Feng Chang'an admitted to being bribed by the heir to deliberately tarnish the reputation of Princess Liangjin. The heir promised him a lifetime of wealth and prosperity upon the successful completion of this scheme. Feng Chang'an also confessed that the heir's true aim was to acquire the princess's dowry to bolster his future wife's standing. Nonsense! The Duke of Qi exploded in anger. "Lu Hong, you are spouting baseless accusations. How could the Duke's household engage in such despicable acts?" Lu Hong shook the evidence in his hand. "I have both witness and material evidence. The heir received the 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains painting from Madame Zhao, gifting the upper part to the princess and the lower part to Feng Chang'an. However, Feng Chang'an, being greedy, sold the lower part, and by unfortunate coincidence, was caught by a guard close to the crown prince during the banquet. After thorough investigation, we have retrieved the lower part, and the buyer has confirmed that the seller was indeed Feng Chang'an." This revelation caused a stir among the guests, many of whom had also attended the princess's banquet, confirming the events. The 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains was stolen from the princess's dowry by the heir, but out of respect for past relations, the princess chose not to make it explicit. Such lies? Qiu Yuan's eyes darkened. Lord Lu and Princess Liangjin are from the same hometown. Either Lord Lu is being deceived, or he is colluding in this slanderous scheme. Lu Hong remained unperturbed, clicking his tongue. "I anticipated the heir would not easily admit to this. Thus, I must take you both to the yamen to confront Feng Chang'an. If you are wronged, I shall ensure justice is served." Qiu Yuan remained silent, tension crackling in the air as they locked eyes, neither willing to yield. A clear conscience fears no accusation. If the heir is innocent, he should comply, suggested a guest. Indeed, if Lord Lu dares to accept bribes and falsely accuse the heir of the Duke's household, his official position will be in jeopardy. Seeing the situation escalate, Qiu Yuan took a deep breath. "Very well, I shall accompany you." Just as they departed, others arrived at the Duke's household, demanding an explanation. "We are but small merchants, unable to bear such schemes. We implore the heir's wife to return our silver." A dozen shopkeepers surrounded the entrance, and one knelt before Lu Hong. "My lord, you must help us. A few days ago, someone pawned gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, and paintings at various shops. only to discover that these items were all part of Princess Liang Jin's dowry. The pawners stole them, and now the princess has compiled a list, vowing to reclaim them. If not returned within a day, she will report the shops for selling stolen goods. My lord, we are wronged. Lu Heng's eyelids twitched. He had hoped the young lady would remain quiet today, only to find her waiting for this moment. My lady, after the 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains was discovered missing, we searched the dowry, and upon reviewing the accounts, we found that the Zhao family had pawned numerous items belonging to the Sheng family over the past 3 years. Fian held up a thick ledger. This pawn shop happens to be under the name of the Sheng family. And just a few days ago, someone brought in more items from a Sheng family to pawn. We beseech you to assist the princess. 3 years ago, when a Zhao family returned to the capital, they took numerous items from the Sheng family, and over the years, they had sold quite a few, especially in recent months due to financial strain. Jinchu had long been aware of these activities and chose not to act prematurely, waiting for the right opportunity. The 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains provided the perfect catalyst to expose that the heir's wife was a thief. With the ledger in hand, alongside the pawner's signature, which clearly indicated the Zhao family, this was irrefutable evidence. This revelation not only slapped the Duke of Qi's household in the face, but also severely tarnished the Zhao family's reputation. The Zhao family's intent to substitute a maid for the legitimate daughter of the Sheng family was clear. They aimed to seize the Sheng family's wealth. Time and again, their schemes had failed, prompting the true daughter to retaliate. How brazenly shameless the Zhao family was, attempting to consume the entire estate, treating a maid as a treasure while scheming against their own daughter. In their quest to inherit the only daughter's fortune, they resorted to identity theft, broken engagements, and tarnishing reputations to force her into a concubine's role. What a shameless display of desperation. Guests were instantly incensed. I heard the Zhao family used this trick in Longxi, but fortunately, it was uncovered before they could succeed. They went to great lengths to bring someone to the capital to bully. I have met Princess Liang Jin twice. She is neither servile nor arrogant, and certainly does not resemble the unruly character depicted by the Zhao family. The crowd murmured in agreement. Lu Hong observed the overwhelming support for Jinchu and glanced at Xiao Yuan's darkened expression, exclaiming, I implore the heir to invite his wife to accompany him to the yamen to provide a statement. Xiao Yuan clenched his fists, his face dark as coal. In the new house, Zhao Yinyan was being assisted by her maid to sit on the bridal couch when she urged, who was causing a ruckus at the estate earlier, go see what is happening. My lady, it must be a misunderstanding. Who would dare to cause trouble at the Duke's residence? The maid explained dismissively. Zhao Yinyan considered this, and, feeling unjustly treated, recalled the words of old Madame Zhao when she was forcibly placed in the palanquin. Be considerate. It is not easy for the heir to marry you, so do not ruin the auspicious timing. Thus, Zhao Yinyan was unceremoniously carried away, with no imperial decree or rewards. She was married off in such a shabby manner. She had originally hoped this marriage would be a triumphant turnaround, yet instead, she found herself the subject of ridicule. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she became, her eyes reddening with anger. My lady, it's dreadful. Something has happened. The maid from the second gate rushed in, breathless. There are two groups accusing the heir. One claiming you have stolen the 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains and sold Princess Liang Jin's dowry cheaply. Lord Lu has come to summon you and the heir to the yamen for questioning. What? Zhao Yinyan lifted her red veil, incredulous. Repeat that. The maid recounted the events hurriedly. It's almost come to blows outside. Zhao Yinyan's face turned pale, her fists clenched tightly. Sheng Jinchu, you are ruining my wedding today. I will not let you off lightly. Let us go see. How could she swallow such an insult in public? Chapter 40. Slapping the Zhao family and the Duke of Qi's household outside, where red lanterns and festive silks hung. Three factions clashed vociferously, each asserting their narrative. The Duke of Qi, seeing the chaos unfold, was furious, veins bulging at his temples, and declared in a deep voice, the Duke's household has always been open and upright. How could we covet another's dowry? Bring the heir's wife to me. Father. Zhao Yinyan arrived just in time, kneeling in respect. Father, this is all a deliberate frame-up by Sheng Jinchu. I have never stolen the map of 1,000 miles, nor have I ever taken the dowry to sell it off at a low price. Sheng Jinchu, out of jealousy for my mother adopting me, has intentionally sabotaged my wedding to humiliate the Duke's residence, revealing her vile intentions. The Duke of Qi. already disapproving of Zhao Yinyan, felt even more perturbed by her tear-streaked face, responding with annoyance. Lord Lu claims there are witnesses and evidence. How do you intend to explain this? Zhao Yinyan immediately turned her gaze toward Lu Heng, her eyes filled with indignation. Lord Lu has come today solely to stir trouble for me, assuming I am an easy target. Lu Heng frowned. I initially intended to cover for you, but it seems that is no longer necessary. Zhao Yinyan raised her chin defiantly, stating, what you do not know is that our new Jing Zhao Yin hails from Longxi, has remained unmarried for years, and once sought a marriage with the Sheng family, only to be rejected by my mother. Out of resentment toward her, he has repeatedly made things difficult for us, spreading rumors and employing unknown tactics to come to the capital, and he refuses to relent. Lady of the Air, Lu Heng interjected sharply, do not speak nonsense. I am appointed by the emperor and have no ties to anyone. If what you say is true, does it mean that Princess Liang Jin has bribed the emperor? The Duke of Qi's pupils constricted, hurriedly clarifying that is not what she meant. Zhao Yinyan had also pondered this matter. Longxi was 1,000 miles from the capital. Why would Lu Heng ascend from a governor to a court official under the emperor's feet? It could be a compensation from her father, promoting Lu Heng to support her. Yet Lu Heng had been seduced by Sheng Jinchu's beauty, gold, and jewels, leading him to act against her father's orders. It was also possible that her father was entirely unaware of Lu Heng's duplicity. If trouble were to arise, it would alert her father to Lu Heng's bullying, thus bolstering her standing and compensating for the neglect of today's wedding. Father, Zhao Yinyan declared earnestly, Lord Lu has repeatedly assisted Sheng Jinchu. It is no coincidence that he remains unmarried. He cannot possibly be kind to someone without reason. You speak nonsense. Fian could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, you, a mere servant, dare to slander a high official and defame our princess? You have been reduced to a servant in the Zhao household, sneaking out and climbing onto the bed of Master Qi in the dead of night, repeatedly stealing jewelry from our princess to pawn, with irrefutable evidence. Now you refuse to admit it and dare to turn the tables. Fian's words swiftly stripped Zhao Yinyan of her dignity. You shameless wretch. How dare you compare yourself to the princess? The Duke of Qi must be blind to have taken you as a wife. Someone come quickly. Zhao Yinyan, in a fit of rage, pointed at Fian. Seize her. Two maids rushed forward, but Fian mocked, seeking death. She grasped their wrists, and with a sharp crack, the two maids' faces turned pale, shrieking in agony. As she released them, they writhed on the ground in pain. Zhao Yinyan's complexion darkened further. I am a maid of the Sheng Duke's residence. It is not your place to reprimand me. Fian scoffed, kneeling before Lu Heng, Lord Lu. Zhao Yinyan has been of poor character since childhood. Her lies are blatant, and stealing is a fact. The Sheng Duke's residence will pursue this matter thoroughly. I implore Lord Lu to investigate. After a moment's thought, Fian quickly added, if Zhao Yinyan can provide evidence of her innocence, our princess will publicly apologize to this lady of the air at the city gate. Lu Heng looked at Zhao Yinyan, his gaze as cold as steel, causing her heart to tremble. She opened her mouth, unsure how to refute him, and could only look to Qi Yuan for support. Qi Yuan approached Lu Heng. Lowering his voice, Lord Lu, today is my joyous occasion. Why must you be so aggressive in the capital? What benefit do you gain from offending the Duke of Qi for Sheng Jinchu? The position of Jing Zhao Yin is one that invites enmity. Perhaps I could plead with the imperial concubine on your behalf for another position? He emphasized the words imperial concubine heavily. Lu Heng scoffed, hands clasped behind his waist. His tone icy. Under heaven, all lands are the king's. I serve the emperor and handle cases for the people, irrespective of the occasion. If there are complaints, I must investigate thoroughly. If the heir feels wronged, let him present evidence. Seeing Lu Heng's implacable demeanor, Qi Yuan gritted his teeth, his gaze occasionally darting toward the palace. If an imperial decree were to arrive, how could Lu Heng remain so arrogant? Heir, please, cooperate with the magistrate to avoid delaying your wedding night. Lu Heng gestured towards the magistrate's office. Qi Yuan and Zhao Yinyan exchanged glances, both feeling humiliated, being taken away for questioning on their wedding day. Witnessed by the entire city was unprecedented. Lu Heng, do you truly intend to take them away? The Duke of Qi asked angrily, his face darkening. Lu Heng's expression remained stern, retorting, does the Duke intend to use power to suppress justice, or does he wish for the two to continue bearing suspicion? Gasping in frustration, the Duke of Qi stepped aside with a forced smile. Father, Qi Yuan hurried to his father's side, whispering a few words. The Duke of Qi remained skeptical, but Qi Yuan urged, "Father, trust me just this once." With gritted teeth, the Duke of Qi reluctantly acquiesced. Lu Hong remained unfazed, even congratulating the Duke on his way out, further darkening the Duke's expression. The onlookers followed to the magistrate's office. Meanwhile, at the Zhao household, upon seeing the bridal sedan leave, Madame Zhao inexplicably sighed in relief, though Zhao sure felt discontent. Yin Yan is still a noble lady, having suffered such indignity to be married off so quietly. As her mother, I find it hard to bear. Tears streamed down Zhao Shi's face as she wiped them away, and Madame Zhao glanced at her with indifference. 40 carts of dowry is no small matter. She has received what she wanted. The Zhao family has sacrificed much for this marriage. Do not only think of yourself. You still have 3 nieces whose marriages need consideration. Zhao Shi pouted. If not for your haste in offending Jin Shun, we would not be in this situation. I warned you to take things slowly. Both sides are vital. If pushed too hard, what could happen? If not for Zhao Shi's interference, she would now be the Duchess, enjoying the heights of wealth and honor. Feeling guilty, Zhao Shi averted her gaze. Well, she is married now. That resolves one concern. Madame Zhao massaged her temples. May the Duke of Qi, considering our kinship, speak a few good words on our behalf to Imperial concubine Qi. The ages of the 3 daughters cannot be delayed. Zhao Shi responded, the heir truly loves Yin Yan, disregarding all opposition, which has become a well-known tale. Yin Yan will certainly repay the Zhao family and persuade the heir. Let's hope so, Madame Zhao replied, though she could not shake the feeling of unease as her eyelids twitched increasingly. Chapter 41. 3 years is sufficient to transform a person. Jin Shun is your own flesh and blood. If you neglect her, the world will deem you heartless. Even if you are unwilling, appearances must be maintained, Madame Zhao advised earnestly. This daughter of mine is exceptional in every way, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and poetry, and her beauty is unparalleled. Unfortunately, she was born at the wrong time, encountering that person too late. The subsequent events were merely a series of unfortunate coincidences. After 16 years away from the capital, she has strayed from her true nature. Had Sheng Jinchu not returned to the capital, Zhao Shi would not have faced such setbacks. Zhao Shi smirked derisively. She holds the vast Sheng Duke's residence and the title of princess, possessing untold wealth. What does she lack? Why would she care about my reputation? Thinking of Jin Shun made Zhao Shi frown. That wretched child never allows me to rest easy. If only she would heed her mother's advice and spare a little kindness for Yin Yan, today's wedding would not be so dismal. As her anger rose, Madame Zhao noticed her daughter's visible disdain and frowned, preparing to speak again when Granny Tan rushed in, flustered. In her haste, she stumbled over the threshold and fell heavily to the ground, wincing in pain. The elderly matron, Lady Tan, disregarded her pain, scrambling to her feet and gasping as she exclaimed, "A calamity has occurred." Lady Zhao tightened her grip on the prayer beads in her hand and urged urgently, "Speak swiftly. The cousin has reported the Zhao family and Miss Yin Yan." Lady Tan furrowed her brow and continued in a single breath. The landscape painting at the Grand Princess's banquet was part of the cousin's dowry. Upon investigating her dowry, she discovered that several items were missing. After much effort, she traced them through various pawn shops and reported the matter to the authorities. An hour ago, Lord Lu went to the residence of the Duke of Qi and took away the young heir and Miss Yin Yan. Lady Zhao stared in disbelief, her eyes wide. How could this be? How dare Lord Lu take Miss Yin Yan? Miss Yin Yan's status is unique. How could Lord Lu have the audacity? Lady Zhao dismissed Lady Zhao's concerns and turned anxiously to Lady Tan. How did the cousin trace the pawn shops? Miss Sheng has only been in the capital for 2 months, and all the pawn shops are owned by others. Especially the pawn shops. Their ownership is intricately complex. It is not something she could investigate so easily. Even the Zhao family would require considerable effort to probe into this, Lady Tan lamented. The Grand Princess's banquet was only 5 days ago. Lady Tan sighed. The pawn shop is under the Sheng family's name, and the items that were pawned were all inscribed with the character Sheng. They were sent to the Duke of Sheng's residence. In a fit of anger, the cousin compiled a list of the missing items and dispatched it to the major pawn shops, indicating her intent to accuse them of selling stolen goods. Those shops returned the items promptly, and the cousin also compensated them with silver. At this, Lady Zhao's expression darkened further as she glanced at Lady Zhao, who trembled in fear, waving her hands defensively. Mother, I have not pawned anything in months. The records at the shops only go back 3 years, Lady Tan added quietly. Lady Zhao fell silent. When she returned to the capital, she had taken many valuable items with her, but later, finding them bothersome, she had instructed someone to pawn them for silver to acquire new styles. Lady Zhao, exasperated, remarked, "You cannot even distinguish the Sheng family's pawn shop?" Lady Zhao protested, "Mother, only know the pawn shops in Longxi. I had no idea they extended to the capital. And how could such a large pawn shop be so coincidentally involved?" She had never considered that Miss Jinchu would return to the capital, nor did she anticipate that this matter would be unearthed. "I took my own belongings. How could they possibly belong to her?" Lady Zhao fumed, rising to her feet. "I shall inquire about this at once." "Stop." Lady Zhao's face turned a shade of blue as she rebuked. "Do you not realize your mistakes even now?" Lady Zhao looked back in confusion. "Miss Jinchu is not as easily manipulated as you imagine. Over these 3 years, she has grown wise and calculating. Those ledgers have likely long been in her possession. Today's uproar tarnishes whose reputation?" Lady Zhao felt increasing trepidation. Lady Zhao, however, shook her head. "What cunning can she possess? She is merely someone who has been coddled and spoiled by me for years, knowing only how to indulge herself, wearing gold and silver, a mere fool." Lady Zhao analyzed. From a foot of Mount Dafan, she returned with Sheng's ancestral tablet, purchased loyal servants of the Sheng family to solidify her identity, forcing you to acknowledge her as suffering from hysteria. After returning to the capital, appearing unambitious, the Zhao family managed to sever ties with her in public during the flower appreciation banquet, monopolizing the Sheng family and donating a fortune to secure the titles of duke and princess. Do you still consider all of this mere coincidence? Lady Zhao believed that even Miss Jinchu's favor towards her was calculated. Her gaze unconsciously fell upon Lady Tan, who was startled and bowed her head low. People change over 3 years. At the very least, she has now secured the Sheng family's legacy. And even the emperor and the army must remember the contributions of the Sheng family. Lady Zhao regretted allowing Miss Jinchu to leave the estate. By letting such a prized individual out, the Zhao family was bound to bear the brunt of public scorn. In her pursuit of Zhao Yanyan, she had mistaken pearls for mere fish eyes. Now it was too late for regrets. Lady Zhao was left speechless in shock. Lady Zhao gazed meaningfully at Lady Zhao. "Do you believe she cares for maternal affection? In truth, she has long since forgotten it." "No, that cannot be." Lady Zhao refused to believe. She was always obedient, and as long as I treated her kindly, she would immediately yield. She is consumed with jealousy over Yan Yan. She values affection above all else. She is the last of the Sheng family, and I am her only remaining kin. As Lady Zhao spoke, she looked up and caught sight of Miss Jinchu approaching, a faint smile adorning her face. Through her eyes, she sensed the presence of Sheng's father, elegant and composed, unperturbed by honor or disgrace. "Grandmother, it is the cousin," Lady Tan exclaimed excitedly. Lady Zhao glanced at the approaching figure and resumed her seat, continuing to turn the 18 prayer beads in her hand. Though her expression remained placid, the beads slipped through her fingers with increasing speed. "Grandmother, mother." Miss Jinchu inclined her head. Lady Zhao frowned. "What brings you here?" A glance from Lady Zhao silenced Lady Zhao, who turned away, suppressing her ire. "Miss Jinchu, you have lost weight again. Are you unaccustomed to life outside?" Lady Zhao forced a smile. "Grandmother's Songtang courtyard still has a place reserved for you." Miss Jinchu smiled gently. "Thank you for your concern, grandmother, but at the Zhao residence, I am ultimately an outsider. I must learn to adapt, no matter how uncomfortable it may be." After her polite refusal, Lady Zhao grew displeased. "Your grandmother, at her age, humbles herself to speak with you, and you do not appreciate it. Do you understand filial piety?" Having grown accustomed to Lady Zhao's reprimands, Miss Jinchu reached out to take several pawn tickets from Fei Shuang and placed them on the table. The Zhao brothers, Zhao Qing and Zhao Qing, were distant relatives of the Zhao family and had always worked at the Zhao residence. These pawn tickets were personally signed by them, accounting for 52 items belonging to the Sheng family that had been pawned over the past 3 years. There were only 2 possibilities for their disappearance. Either Lady Zhao or Zhao Yanyan was responsible. Lady Zhao's pupils constricted. "What do you mean by this?" In a moment, The Jing Zhao Yin will come to the Zhao residence to take someone away. Mother, it will be wise to consider how to respond. You intend to accuse me? Lady Zhao's eyes widened in horror, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. I am your mother. Miss Jinchu raised an eyebrow in retort. Are you implying that you either stole and sold these items or are unaware of the prompting from others? Lady Zhao was momentarily taken aback, but Lady Zhao grasped the implication and instructed Lady Tan, help the old lady to the side room. Mother? Lady Zhao protested, but could not withstand Lady Zhao's authority and had to turn away. Once alone, Lady Zhao said, after such a long detour, how do you wish to proceed? It will be better to speak openly. Your father is no longer here. There are matters I can assist you with without hesitation. I will not dwell on past grievances, provided you release your resentment and do not harm yourself or others through repeated mistakes. Miss Jingchu's gaze fell upon the prayer beads on Lady Zhao's wrist, a cold smile dancing in her eyes. A devout practitioner of Buddhism. Yet she repeatedly feigned compassion while secretly advising Lady Zhao. How could she truly be benevolent? I wish to know about the events of 17 years ago. Lady Zhao was taken aback, her expression darkening as she scrutinized Miss Jingchu, her tone no longer gentle but instead edged with intensity. What do you suspect? The Sheng family's wealth is vast, attracting covetous eyes. Without a mother marrying into the Sheng family, how could the Zhao family have established a foothold in the capital? Grandmother, how did my father truly die? Miss Jingchu's gaze bore into Lady Zhao, searching for answers. Lady Zhao's breath hitched, her voice turning hoarse. Did he not perish at sea, caught in a tempest that overturned his ship? Observing Lady Zhao's reaction, Miss Jingchu smiled knowingly. Oh, how forgetful I am. I almost forgot that my father died at sea. Her tone elongated, the inflection ambiguous, leaving Lady Zhao feeling an inexplicable sense of panic. Shortly after her father's death, the Sheng family was targeted by thieves, resulting in a great fire that consumed their ancestral home, erasing all traces of her father. Jing Chu murmured to herself, observing the beads in the hands of old Madame Zhao spinning ever faster, revealing the inner turmoil of her heart. Jing Chu suddenly shrugged. Thank you, grandmother, for your explanation. I shall visit you again in a few days. Farewell. Jing Chu. Old Madame Zhao exclaimed anxiously about the theft. This matter has already been reported to the authorities. There is no need for you to worry, grandmother. The officials will surely investigate thoroughly. Jing Chu replied as she turned to leave, dismissing old Madame Zhao's cries from her mind. Not long after she departed, Zhao Shi returned and, noticing the empty chair, inquired, What did that girl say? Old Madame Zhao abruptly lifted her head, her gaze toward Zhao Shi dark and foreboding. Qing ran. Sheng Jinchu has already begun to suspect the fire at the Sheng family. The Sheng family has been obliterated. Zhao Shi's mind buzzed with disbelief. How? How could this be? Enraged, old Madame Zhao seized a teacup and smashed it on the ground, her fury unbridled. I have warned you time and again. It's just her alone. You must treat her well, fulfill your duty as a mother. It is you who has brought calamity upon the Zhao family. As for the theft, manage it yourself, and do not implicate the Zhao family. As soon as she finished speaking, news arrived that the Jingzhao Yin was coming. Zhao Shi felt a surge of guilt. 3 years prior, only she and Zhao Yinyan had returned to the capital. This incident could only be attributed to her or Zhao Yinyan. Gritting her teeth, Zhao Shi resolved. For Yinyan, she would take the risk. Chapter 42. The Emperor will not advocate for Zhao Yinyan. Once seated in the carriage, Jing Chu caught sight of Lu Heng's silhouette through the curtain. Fei Shuang grasped Jing Chu's icy fingertips. Your Highness. Jing Chu smiled faintly. I am eager to see whether, when faced with a choice, she will prioritize her own safety or defend Zhao Yinyan. The assault on the Zhao family had officially begun. The more tumultuous the Zhao family became, the less likely anyone would dare to speak on Zhao Zhen's behalf during this critical moment. The position of Minister of Revenue was one Zhao Zhen had fought for over a decade. Many eyes were fixed upon it, and they would undoubtedly spare no effort in bringing misfortune upon the Zhao family. The Duke of Qi's household was struggling to maintain its own standing. How could they possibly extend assistance to the Zhao family? Your Highness, not every pair of parents loves their children. Some are inherently cold-hearted, akin to servants who are cast away to the back mountains, only to be rescued by kind souls lest they be devoured by wild beasts. Fei Shuang consoled. Jing Chu smiled slightly. That is indeed true. Upon returning to the Sheng Jinchu mansion, Jinchu found 2 carriages stationed at the entrance, with Zhan Wanling and Qin Fangyu anxiously awaiting her arrival. "What brings you both here?" Jinchu asked in surprise. Zhan Wanling grasped Jinchu's hand. "It's because of you. I heard that your dowry was stolen, and I was concerned you might be deceived. I met Sister Qin on the way, and we decided to come together." Qin Fangyu nodded. "This is not the place for discussion. Let's go inside first." Once inside, Jinchu prepared the finest tea to serve her guests. Zhan Wanling remarked, "Jinchu, what kind of life have you been leading? You have been so unfortunate. Encountering such a linear." Qin Fangyu interjected swiftly to halt her. Realizing she had almost spoken out of turn, Zhan Wanling playfully stuck out her tongue and quickly added, "In the capital, besides the Zhao family, you have no other allies. We are concerned that you might be bullied. I have told my father, and he will ensure this matter is followed to the end." Jinchu expressed her gratitude. "This matter also involved General Zhan. I truly feel embarrassed." "Not at all. The Duke of Sheng has made numerous contributions to the court and the military. My father often says that without the Duke of Sheng, the present state of Beiliang might be quite different," Zhan Wanling replied. General Zhan often reminded Zhan Wanling to be close to Jinchu and protect her from harm. Jinchu humbly shook her head. "Sister Zhan, do not say such things. Serving the nation is a blessing for the Sheng family." Zhan Wanling held Jinchu's hand, her brows furrowed. "You are simply too tolerant. You allow yourself to be bullied to such an extent without retaliation. What is Zhao Yinyan after all? She steals your identity, covets your marriage, dares to commit theft, and even slanders your reputation. I cannot bear it any longer." Qin Fangyu nodded, equally incensed. "I truly cannot fathom what the heir of Qi is thinking. To choose such a fool as Zhao Yinyan. Everyone knows that the Jingzhao Yin was appointed by the emperor. Yet she has the audacity to publicly accuse Lord Lu of having sought to marry you." Jinchu was momentarily taken aback. This was unexpected. Qin Fangyu recounted the details, and Jinchu's face flushed with anger. "Zhao Yinyan, relying on the Zhao family's backing, dares to speak such nonsense. Lord Lu only has a friendly relationship with my father and coincidentally hails from the same hometown as I do. Nothing more." "The Zhao family?" Qin Fangyu scoffed. "That Minister of Revenue has sought many people to plead on his behalf, yet all his appeals have been ignored. The emperor has not even glanced at them. It will not be simple for him to turn the tide." Jinchu looked at Qin Fangyu in confusion. "Sister Qin, do you know why my uncle is being investigated?" Qin Fangyu did not withhold information. "This matter is indeed related to your Sheng family. Lord Lu's promotion is due to a painting that concealed a map of the borderlands, which he intercepted in time. He presented this painting to the court, and the small characters on the border map bear a striking resemblance to those of our unassuming minister." "The border map? Is it not said to be a forgery? How could it be fake?" "Of course it is genuine. What was hidden within 3 years ago was indeed real. However, to avoid stirring trouble after the war, it was publicly declared a forgery. The emperor had intended to promote Lord Lu back to the capital 3 years ago, but Lord Lu refused," Qin Fangyu revealed mysteriously. "I overheard this while my grandmother and father were conversing. The old madam of the loyal and brave marquis is a distant relative of the emperor and frequents the palace. Thus, she possesses more insider information than most." Qin Fangyu only divulged this because she trusted Jinchu. Jinchu fell into deep contemplation. "Rest assured, the Duke of Qi has no support this time. Qi Shizi and Zhao Yinyan are bound to face setbacks." Qin Fangyu scoffed. On the day of the Grand Princess's banquet, the news reached the emperor's ears. The emperor has not visited Qi Guifei for several days and has reprimanded the second prince in front of the officials, sending female officials to admonish the second prince's consort. For several days, the second prince's consort has been learning proper etiquette. My father says that since the crown prince's return, the second prince has been restless, provoking the emperor's ire. Even the grand princess has been implicated, summoned to the palace for reprimand. It is likely that she will be assigned a fief after the new year and sent away, causing her to faint from distress. Qin Fangyu's information was indeed extensive, and Jinchu's brows furrowed slightly. "I believe Qi Yuan has lost his senses. Not only has he taken a liking to Zhao Yinyan, but recently he even dispatched someone to purchase a tract of Bear Mountain land." Unintentional words sparked keen interest in Jinchu. She understood that Qi Yuan was also reborn, having died early and unaware of his past achievements. Jinchu immediately turned to the incessantly chattering Zhan Wanling. How do you know Qi Shixi bought a piece of barren land? Zhan Wanling replied with a hum. That piece of barren land lies several miles from the northern camp. My father took me hunting there, and recently it has been enclosed as a private area, so I sent someone to inquire and discovered it was he. Jinchu nodded in understanding, silently committing this information to memory. The three continued to chat amiably, providing Jinchu with much-needed encouragement, warming her heart. Before departing, Zhan Wanling said, originally, Sister Xiao was also supposed to come see you, but she cannot leave. The crown prince is selecting a consort, and she is among the candidates. The Xiao family has forbidden her from going out, but she sent word through a messenger to convey her regards. Jinchu's complexion paled momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure and nodded, seeing the two off. She turned to Fei Shuang. Has the crown prince already begun selecting consorts? Fei Shuang replied. On the day the crown prince returned to the capital, the emperor decided to begin the selection process. At your age, it is indeed time for him to make a choice. The crown prince's residence is utterly vacant. It is rather inappropriate. Jinchu's eyes flickered as she pressed her lips together in silence. At that moment, Fei Yin hurried back, kneeling before Jinchu. Your Highness, Lord Liu publicly punished Zhao Yinyin, and she has fallen unconscious. Madame Zhao arrived in time and confessed to the theft, claiming she suffered from hysteria and could not bear to see old belongings, prompting her to sell them. Jinchu's expression turned slightly cold. She was not surprised at all. It seemed Zhao Shi was willing to go to great lengths for her daughter, yet she was harsh and unyielding towards herself. She sighed, recalling Zhan Wanling's words, and promptly instructed, you must immediately venture near the Beida camp to search the wilderness and mountainous areas. Keep a close watch on the movements of young Master Qi. Inform me at once of any purchases he makes. Fia nodded, though she was unaware of past events. Following Qi Yuan was undoubtedly a wise choice. Chapter 43. Unashamedly seeking forgiveness, the spring rain fell steadily, and a chill lingered beneath the eaves. Granny Fong draped a cloak over her shoulders, sighing, Your Highness, you have not rested for several days. You should take a break. Since the banquet hosted by Princess Rongxian, Jin Shun had been rising early and retiring late, often found at her writing desk, transcribing several passages of the sutra. Jin Shun shook her head, glancing at the overcast sky, a smile playing at her lips. It seems today is not a propitious day for marriage. As her words fell, a commotion arose at the entrance. A maid reported that a sedan chair had arrived, and the visitor requested to see her. Jin Shun smiled at the news, turned back into the inner room, bent down to sit, and softly commanded, Serve the esteemed guest the Snow Peak Mist tea. Granny Fong exclaimed in surprise, Your Highness, that tea amounts to just over 3 taels. A single stick costs several taels of silver. You hardly dare to indulge yourself. How can you serve it to guests? There's still exquisite dahongpo in the storeroom. Granny, this mist tea is prepared specifically for this guest. Seeing the situation, Granny Fong refrained from further protest and turned to make preparations. As she sat before the bronze mirror, she noticed the sparse adornments in her hair. She opened her cosmetic box and selected a pigeon egg-sized ruby hairpin to insert, instantly enhancing her youthful beauty with an air of nobility. Jin Shun casually adorned herself, unhurried and calm. Granny Fong entered with a furrowed brow. This guest is quite peculiar. They have yet to enter even at the doorstep. Then let us wait a bit longer. The individual was indeed quite eccentric, having served for over 3 months. They still dare to presume? A dream. She picked up an eyebrow pencil and lightly traced a few strokes, smiling at the corner of her mouth. After all, it was not she who was in a hurry. At the entrance of the Duke of Shengwu's residence, Granny Tan craned her neck to peer inside. Finding no sign of movement, leaning closer to the sedan chair, she whispered, Old madam, the cousin has not yet arrived. A cold snort emanated from within the chair. Climbing up the Zhao family by stepping on their backs, now bestowed with the title of nobility, has she truly forgotten her original self? Granny Tan dared not speak. Let us wait a little longer. She could not easily step into the Duke of Shengwu's estate. After all, she was an elder, and that girl had served by her side for 3 months. She must go out to greet her. Half an hour passed with no sign of movement. But news arrived from the magistrate's office. The young lady had received 40 lashes, fainted, and was on the verge of collapse. What? The curtain of the sedan chair was flung aside, revealing the dark expression of old Madame Zhao, who clenched her teeth. How dare Lu Hong? In her fury, a measure of rationality returned. She glanced at the glaring words Duke of Shenghua hanging above, feeling their brightness sting her eyes. Let us go. Old Madame Zhao, losing patience, supported herself on Granny Tan's arm and entered the house, guided by a servant to the main hall. Please wait. My lady will arrive shortly, the servant assured. Old Madame Zhao moved her lips, remembering she was there to beg for assistance, and suppressed her irritation, nodding in response. The maid served tea and presented fruits and pastries. After enduring a lengthy wait, old Madame Zhao, several times on the verge of losing her temper, was thwarted by Granny Tan, who restrained her. Frustrated, old Madame Zhao tightened her grip on the prayer beads, and just as she raised the tea to her lips, she abruptly froze. In an instant, her irritation vanished without a trace. With a loud bang, she set the teacup down on the table, causing the tea to splash onto her sleeves. Granny Tan hurriedly produced a cloth to wipe it, but old Madame Zhao waved her hand dismissively, her gaze fixed intently on the cup of tea. This is mystère. Granny Tan glanced over at the cup. Old Madame Zhao inhaled deeply. There are only 3.5 jin of this tea offered from the outer provinces, all of which belong to the royal family. How could Jin Shun possess it? She recalled having had the fortune to taste this tea once. A special reward from the emperor after Zhao Zhan accomplished a remarkable task. She never expected Jin Shun would use it to entertain guests. The visitor from outside was her grandmother, and the messenger had been remiss, causing her grandmother to wait in vain for so long. Jin Shuan's cool voice broke the silence as she stepped over the threshold, her displeasure evident as she reprimanded the messenger maid, who knelt in innocence, apologizing. Old Madame Zhao regained her composure, her earlier anger dissipating, leaving only politeness and awkwardness. She waved her hand. Do not blame her. It is my fault for not mentioning my identity. I happened to pass by to see you, Jin Shun, in such a grand duke's residence. You are the only one here, making it rather desolate. Jin Shun smiled sweetly, directly taking a seat at old Madame Zhao's lower position. Fei Shuang promptly offered tea, which Jin Shun accepted, sipping before placing it down. What use is it to have more people? Isn't it merely a web of intrigue and suspicion? It is better to be solitary and tranquil. I spent 3 years in Daffin Mountain and have grown accustomed to it. Old Madame Zhao felt a pang of discontent. After they sat down, she found herself a loss for words, her gaze drifting to Jin Shun, who seemed markedly different from the cautious girl she once knew. Remembering the Zhao family, old Madame Zhao steeled herself to speak. Jin Shun, 3 hours ago, your mother was taken away by Lord Lu and subjected to punishment. She is frail and may not withstand it. Jin Shuan's brows furrowed as she turned to old Madame Zhao. Mother has hysteria. It must be Zhao Yinyan's meddling. As long as Mother asserts it was Zhao Yinyan, Lord Lu will surely release her. The implication was clear. If the Zhao family refused to disclose Zhao Yinyan's actions, they were inviting this trouble upon themselves. Old Madame Zhao shook her head. Yinyan has served her mother for 3 years and has developed feelings for her. You know she would not do such a thing, Jin Shun. Human hearts are tender. Does grandmother know what would have happened at the princess's banquet? Had the lower scroll of the 1,000-lead Jiangshan map been authentic, what would have become of me today? Would I have been foolishly married to Feng Chang'an, or become a compromised concubine in the second prince's residence? Old Madame Zhao faltered, unable to speak the words of plea. After much contemplation, she inquired, You went to the Zhao family today to deliver a message. You must have a plan. Speak. How can we save your mother? Jin Shun slowly rose to her feet. Grandmother, I am merely a titular princess without any foundation in the capital. I lack the power to influence Lord Lu. My mother is connected to the Qi family, and they will not stand idly by in this matter. Upon hearing Jin Shuan's refusal, old Madame Zhao sighed. There is no need to speak of such bureaucratic matters. If you truly wish to help, you can certainly save her. The 1,000-li Jiangshan map is a token of affection left by your father for your mother. The lower scroll has been stolen, and your mother remains unaware. The items she has given away were all gifts from your father during his lifetime. She simply did not want to be reminded of him. Such shameless words made Jin Shun want to laugh, her expression revealing her scorn. What then? When Lord Lu charges me with disturbing the peace, what will you say? You and Lord Lu are from the same hometown. He will not target you. Jin Shun, please help your mother. The Zhao family will remember this favor, and in the future, should you have any requests. The Zhao family was currently struggling for survival. Her uncle's hopes of reinstatement were futile, and the crown prince would never select a legitimate daughter from the Zhao family. They could not clear their name from the sins of coveting the Sheng family's wealth. So how could they assist me? Jin Shun bluntly exposed the Zhao family's predicament. She was no longer a child to be easily manipulated by the Zhao family. Old Madame Zhao's complexion shifted between shades, her lips twitching as she glanced at Jin Shuan's resolute face. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Your mother has tarnished her reputation. What good could that bring you? Has grandmother forgotten? My mother has already received the divorce document, personally written in Longxi, severing all ties with me. You." Old Madame Zhao felt a lump in her throat, unable to truly tear her face apart. She softened her tone. "Very well. Your mother was indeed excessive before. She deserves a lesson. It was my momentary folly to put you in a difficult position." The other party softened their tone, and Jinshu's expression also eased considerably. They casually engaged in small talk until Lady Zhao could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "You mentioned that your uncle's reinstatement is somewhat difficult. Did you hear any rumors?" Jinshu replied candidly, "My uncle sheltered my mother, using a maid to impersonate the legitimate daughter of the Sheng family, attempting to misappropriate their fortune. This matter was reported by more than one individual. The emperor, in a bid to placate the military, conferred upon me the title of princess and posthumously honored my father. Yet my uncle defied this, which is tantamount to slapping the imperial family in the face." This explanation only deepened Lady Zhao's frustration. Recently, Sheng Jinchu had been demoted to a maid and had sneaked away in the dead of night. The following day, both the Zhao family and Madame Qi encountered misfortune. Lady Zhao had believed that the emperor was punishing the Zhao family, which is why she consented to Sheng Jinchu being adopted into the Zhao family lineage. Little did she know, the Zhao family's calamity stemmed from Zhao Jinchu, unable to endure any longer. Lady Zhao lost her resolve to plead on behalf of the Zhao family, and felt that the 40 lashes administered by the Minister of Justice were far too lenient. Before departing, Lady Zhao affectionately grasped Jinshu's hand, saying, "Regardless of your mother's actions, you will always remain my dear Jinshu. The Songtang courtyard will forever have a place for you. You may return anytime." Jinshu smiled in response, watching as Lady Zhao left in a huff. She glanced at the tea stains on the table, not regretting the hefty sum she had spent on it. At least it made Lady Zhao aware that she was not without supporters. "Your Highness, another lady has arrived outside, claiming she wishes to see you," a maid reported. Jinshu raised an eyebrow in surprise. The visitor turned out to be old Madame Qi, in stark contrast to Lady Zhao's understated demeanor. Old Madame Qi arrived with a retinue of dozens, carrying lavish gifts to pay a visit. Jinshu understood her intentions all too well. "Let's go see," she said. At the entrance, Jinshu encountered old Madame Qi standing under an umbrella, clad in a brown robe, her expression grave and sorrowful. As old Madame Qi observed Jinshu approaching, holding the umbrella with one hand and with her foot slightly raised, her icy beauty was striking. Each graceful movement exuded an innate nobility that resonated with old Madame Qi. From the first glance at Jinshu, old Madame Qi held a favorable impression of her, far surpassing that of Zhao Jinchu. Yet her grandson, who had always been disciplined and reserved, was inexplicably infatuated with Zhao Jinchu. If today, Qi Yuan were to marry Sheng Jinchu, old Madame Qi could hardly fathom the envy that would engulf the capital society. What a pity. Jinshu knelt and performed her greeting. Old Madame Qi donned an apologetic smile, saying, "I hope you forgive my intrusion, Your Highness. Today I have brought a modest gift, which I hope you will graciously accept." A dozen maids presented valuable gold and silver jewelry. Jinshu cast a glance, maintaining her composure, and replied with a gentle smile, "Old Madam, you are too kind. If you don't mind, please come in for some tea to warm yourselves." "That will be most delightful," old Madame Qi beamed. The two entered together, with old Madame Qi discreetly appraising Jinshu, growing increasingly satisfied with her appearance, while Jinshu feigned ignorance and maintained her distance. Upon entering the grand hall, Fei Shuang presented a crimson robe. Old Madame Qi remarked, "What a shame. If only it were not for that little setback. You would have become the granddaughter-in-law of the Qi family. Alas, my unworthy grandson lacks the fortune to deserve a clever and charming girl like you." Jinshu lowered her gaze, offering a resigned smile. Indeed, fate can be cruel. However, Yin Yin and the heir share a mutual affection, which is a lovely tale in its own right. Speaking of this, old Madame Qi felt a twinge of frustration. The engagement with the sole daughter of the Sheng family had been thoroughly disrupted by Zhao Yinyan. Old Madame Qi's eyes flickered as she probed. Zhao Yinyan impersonated someone else and concealed her identity from the Duke's residence. Heiress was deceived, and now she has committed theft. The Duke's residence cannot allow such a person to be the heir's wife. It is truly unfortunate that Heiress has missed a good match. This engagement was personally arranged by her father during his lifetime. It is indeed regrettable that the Duke's residence failed to discern the truth. And when I meet your father in the afterlife, I shall have no face to show him. Jinchu's expression reflected sorrow and a hint of sadness. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears, but she inhaled deeply and suppressed them, saying, "The engagement has been established, so there is nothing to be done." The matron behind, old Madame Qi, immediately discerned her mistress's thoughts and chimed in, "Not at all. If the princess wishes, the Duke's residence can annul Zhao Yinyan's engagement and remarry you with great fanfare, ensuring a splendid wedding. With the support of old Madame, you shall not suffer any grievances." Old Madame Qi did not refute this, tacitly agreeing. Jinchu was taken aback, her face flushing with an unnatural hue as she tightly clutched her handkerchief in silence. Witnessing her reaction, old Madame Qi's initial anger dissipated significantly, replaced by a knowing smile. At that moment, the rain outside intensified, pouring down in torrents accompanied by thunder and lightning, creating a terrifying atmosphere. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed. "Who is it?" Jinchu looked towards Fei Shuang. Fei Shuang ventured outside with an umbrella, returning shortly with an infuriated figure. Qi Yuan. He was drenched, still clad in a bright red wedding robe, shouting, "Sheng Jinchu, you wretched woman! I know it was you causing trouble behind the scenes. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Old Madame Qi recognized the familiar voice, her eyelids twitching as she hurriedly glanced at the matron beside her, who nervously replied, "Indeed, it seems to be the heir's voice. Sheng Jinchu, come out." With that, Jinchu dropped the teacup she had been holding, panic gripping her heart. Why is he here? In a fit of rage, Qi Yuan stormed in, brandishing a sword and pointing it at Jinchu. "Anea!" Old Madame Qi's expression darkened as she scolded. "What a disgraceful display. Apologize to the princess at once." Qi Yuan was taken aback by old Madame Qi's presence, and, seeing her demeanor of caution, his anger flared even more. "Grandmother, why are you here? Has this wretched woman troubled you? Are you hurt?" "Silence. Grandmother, this wretched woman deserves to die. 1,000 cuts and being buried alive would not be enough." Qi Yuan scoffed. The phrase "buried alive" struck a chord with Jinchu, a fleeting flash of hatred crossing her eyes as she looked up at Qi Yuan with trepidation. "Qi heir, what have I ever done to offend you? Why you slander me so?" Qi Yuan retorted, "Stop with the pretense. If it weren't for you reporting me, how would Yin Yin have been captured? You and Lord Lu are in collusion. Don't think that just because you have someone to support you, you can act with impunity. I tell you." A sharp slap interrupted Qi Yuan's words. Old Madame Qi's face was filled with disappointment as she exclaimed, "I see you are the one bewitched, led astray by Zhao Yinyan. How dare you raise your voice in the Sheng Duke's residence? Apologize to the princess at once." "Grandmother, you don't understand the situation. You've been deceived by her." Qi Yuan fumed. "Enough." Unable to restrain Qi Yuan, old Madame Qi decided to take him away in the rain, saying, "He is in a foul mood and intoxicated today. He will certainly come to apologize another day." With that, she hurriedly led him away. Fei Shuang sighed. Why does Qi Yuan lack any common sense? To come here and cause such a ruckus at this critical moment, as if the Qi family does not have enough notoriety. Jinchu's expression returned to its icy demeanor, rather than being concerned about Qi Yuan's outburst. She was more intrigued as to why he was not at the court undergoing interrogation. A servant, who had been monitoring the situation at the court, quickly returned with news. When Lord Lu summoned the Qi heir, a decree from the palace arrived, requesting to see him. So Lord Lu had no choice but to release him. The Qi heir unexpectedly came to the Sheng Duke's residence while on his way to the capital. Jinchu suddenly understood. The Qi family had the backing of 3 princes and a favored concubine. Toppling them would not be an easy task. However, it is unacceptable for Qi Yuan to let today's uproar pass unaddressed. He instructed to summon a doctor, claiming that he had fainted from shock. Jinchu glanced at Fei Shuang, who immediately understood the implication. Qi Yuan's reckless intrusion into the Duke's residence, causing distress to Princess Liangjin, would undoubtedly ignite a scandal for the Qi family. To protect Qi Yuan, the favored concubine Qi would be defying imperial authority. What about Zhao Yinyan? Jinchu inquired with curiosity. With the Zhao family bearing the blame, Zhao Yinyan was exonerated and currently stood at the entrance of the duke's residence. Within the duke's estate, the matriarch Qi forcibly took away Qi Yuan, only to be stopped by palace servants along the way. Learning that her grandson had been summoned by concubine Qi, with no choice, she allowed him to leave. From now on, you are forbidden to set foot in the duke's residence without my permission. Grandmother, are you trying to kill me with anger? Qi matriarch's face darkened, leaving Qi Yuan with no option but to concede, and only then was he permitted to depart. Upon returning home, he caught sight of a figure in red standing at the entrance, causing Qi matriarch's eyelids to flutter. Greetings to grandmother. Zhao Yinyan rushed over, already soaked and trembling. Her delicate makeup washed away by the rain, leaving her in a disheveled state. Qi matriarch looked at her with disdain. What are you doing here? Lord Lu asked a few questions before releasing me. Zhao Yinyan forced a smile, reaching out to assist, but was coldly rebuffed by Qi matriarch. No need. As the door opened, Qi matriarch entered, with Zhao Yin closely following, fearful of being left behind. The heavy rain had ruined her wedding. The red silk of the duke's residence had been taken down early, and the courtyard was restored as if nothing had occurred. Qi matriarch cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Yinyan. In 1 hour, meet me in the Jingning Hall. Zhao Yinyan dared not refute and nodded repeatedly in agreement. She hurried home to change her attire, personally removing her phoenix crown. Looking into the mirror, she felt increasingly aggrieved, taking a deep breath, vowing to repay today as humiliation 100-fold in the future. Upon arriving at the Jingning Hall, Qi matriarch bellowed, "Kneel!" Zhao Yinyan instinctively sank to her knees on the mat, nervously clenching her fists. Qi matriarch brandished a long ruler, her murky eyes glinting with malice. I ask you, what is the truth behind the thousandly rivers and mountains painting? Should you conceal even a fragment of the truth, I shall not spare you. Zhao Yinyan opened her mouth, her gaze fixed on the ruler in Qi matriarch's hand, and stammered, I am unaware. Crack! The ruler struck her back. Instantly, Zhao Yinyan's face turned pale. What is your relationship with the Zhao family? How could she neglect her own daughter for you, using Lord Sheng's thousandly rivers and mountains as a pretext to harm the princess? Qi matriarch sensed something amiss. Without the Zhao family's backing, how could Zhao Yinyan, a mere maid, dare to impersonate someone of significance? What motive would the Zhao family have to act in such a manner for a maid? Grandmother! Crack! Another strike. Unable to contain herself, Zhao Yinyan cried out, curling her body on the ground, Grandmother, I truly do not know. If you refuse to speak the truth, I shall have no choice but to send you back to the Zhao family. Qi matriarch's patience wore thin. The threat terrified Zhao Yinyan, prompting her to rise. Looking defiantly at Qi matriarch, I am indeed not a maid. I hold another identity. It would be unwise for you to inquire further, lest the duke's residence cannot bear the consequences. Today's wedding was disturbed, and there will surely be someone to support me. Qi matriarch had contemplated countless justifications from Zhao Yinyan, but was unprepared for such a bold assertion, momentarily taken aback. Grandmother, my status is no less than Sheng Jinchu's. It is not that I am unworthy of the heir. Rather, the heir has overreached. Zhao Yinyan clutched her wound, feeling wronged. Some matters cannot be openly discussed. Please be patient, grandmother. Soon someone will face misfortune. Chapter 45. How could the once kind-hearted Yinyan become so cold-hearted? Qi matriarch fixed Zhao Yinyan with a furious stare, her anger morphing into a mocking smile. The duke's residence has overreached for you? After all these years, who in the capital dares to speak so arrogantly? She has a daughter and 2 sons. The eldest holds a prestigious position with real authority. The eldest daughter is a favored concubine in the palace, and the youngest son is exceptionally gifted. Not to mention that the younger generation surpasses the older. Zhao Yinyan nodded earnestly. Grandmother, Before she could finish, Qi matriarch scoffed. Even if a prince visits the duke's residence, he must bow respectfully. Such arrogance from you. Zhao Yinyan was taken aback. In the Zhao family, many had once revered her. Those days were past. This is the duke's residence. Some bad habits must be curbed. Qi matriarch's expression darkened, instructing a nearby matron. Take her to the ancestral hall to kneel. She is not to rise without my command. The matron complied. Grandmother. Zhao Yinyan hastily sought to protest, but the matron had already seized her arm, pulling her away Today, the matriarch is in a foul mood. It is best not to provoke her. We shall wait until the Duke and the heir return. Reluctantly, Zhao Yinyin knelt in the ancestral hall. As the hours passed and darkness approached, neither the Duke nor Qi Yuan had returned. Zhao Yinyin rubbed her aching knees, removed her ring, and handed it to the doorkeeper, asking him to find out why Qi Yuan had not yet returned. The matron accepted the offering and summoned a young maid. Giving her instructions, the maid dashed off and soon returned, breathless. The Duke has returned, but the heir is detained in the palace, currently kneeling before the emperor for reflection. Zhao Yinyan's eyes widened in disbelief. How can this be? The heir is my husband. After all the commotion surrounding their wedding today, the emperor could not possibly be unaware. How could he punish his own son-in-law? Surely he would reward him handsomely and severely reprimand Lu Heng instead. The young maid quickly explained. Upon the Duke's return, he was furious. I heard that the heir was detained for forcibly entering the Sheng Duke's residence. Zhao Yin was perplexed, learning from the maid that after being summoned by concubine Qi Yuan had stopped by the Sheng Duke's residence to find Sheng Jinchu. As a result, Sheng Jinchu fainted from fright, prompting the Sheng Duke's household to call for a physician. They happened to encounter the general's household servants, and General Zhan mentioned this incident before the northern Liang emperor. Furious, the emperor ordered Qi Yuan to kneel before him for reflection. Understanding the sequence of events, Zhao Yin sighed with relief. It was merely a forced punishment for Qi Yuan. However, her thoughts turned to the Zhan family with irritation. Why meddle in the affairs of the Duke's residence? They were courting disaster. Had it not been for General Zhan's pressure, the emperor would never have acted in such a manner. Before the palace gates were locked, Qi Yuan finally returned, limping from the carriage, supported by two servants as he entered the Duke's residence. Passing through the main hall, he saw the Duke sitting there with a grim expression. Qi Yuan's eyelids twitched, and he made his way to the hall. Father. The Duke waved his hand, dismissing the attendants, his expression solemn as he looked at Qi Yuan. Ever since you expressed your desire to marry her, the Duke's residence has become the subject of ridicule. On your wedding day, you have caused a stir at the government office, and now our reputation lies trampled beneath people's feet. Even from a distance, the attendants could hear the Duke's furious roar. Qi Yuan lowered his gaze, fists clenched. Not only had his wedding not resulted in the title of general of the northern camp, but he had also been punished to kneel for several hours, enduring mockery and disdain, an experience starkly contrasting with his former glory. He gritted his teeth, stepping forward. Father, what I am about to say may sound strange, but it is the truth of my existence. The Duke's brow furrowed in skepticism. Zhao Yinyin is not a maid. She is a princess, though her identity cannot be revealed for the time being. For many years, the emperor has owed her a debt. After marrying Zhao Yinyin, my fortunes will surely rise. She is a fortunate woman, a pearl hidden in the dust. Qi Yuan confessed to his rebirth. Looking directly at the Duke, Father may not believe me, but I can provide proof. The Duke raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What proof? There is a piece of wasteland near the northern camp, long neglected. Beneath it lies a royal tomb from a previous dynasty, filled with countless treasures and thousands of chests of weaponry. Qi Yuan exuded confidence. In his previous life, he was the commander of the Beida camp. During a training exercise, a soldier unexpectedly unearthed a long-lost weapon while foraging in the mountains. Upon receiving it, he initially suspected it might be a tool of an assassin or an enemy, prompting him to dispatch men to search the vicinity. To his astonishment, they stumbled upon the entrance to the imperial tomb. He immediately concealed the discovery and instructed further excavation. Upon opening the tomb, they were met with an abundance of gold, silver, and innumerable weapons. With these treasures, the Qi Duke's residence flourished like never before. The barren land had been discreetly acquired by me. Once the Beida camp relocates, we can seize the opportunity to excavate, Qi Yuan asserted. The Qi Duke remained skeptical, but Qi Yuan proceeded to share two more pieces of information. The esteemed Miaochuan from Shiliu Alley was 3 months pregnant with twins. The mention of Miaochuan caused the Qi Duke's expression to shift. She was his carefully nurtured concubine, hidden deeply. You, Father, rest assured, I have never disclosed this to anyone. A man having multiple wives is quite normal. We are united in purpose. Why should we worry about future endeavors? Qi Yuan replied. The Qi Duke was now convinced. Yin possessed a rare fate, destined to bring prosperity to the Qi family. This was merely a minor tribulation. Once I ascend to the position of commander of the Beida camp, Our Qi Duke's residence will command respect in the capital. The father and son conversed for nearly half an hour, during which the Qi Duke's anger dissipated entirely. Addressing Qi Yuan, he said, "Your grandmother has punished Yin Yin, and she remains in the ancestral hall. Bring her back. I will speak to your grandmother personally." Qi Yuan bowed in gratitude and promptly made his way toward the ancestral hall. In the dead of night, the ancestral hall was eerily silent. Zhao Yin, shivering from the cold, knelt on a mat, drowsy and fatigued. The creaking of the door announced Qi Yuan's arrival, revealing this distressing scene. For reasons unknown, Qi Yuan recalled the incident at the residence, where Zhao Yin had vehemently denied stealing the map of 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains, placing all blame on the Zhao family. In his memories, Yin was gentle and kind-hearted, particularly devoted to filial piety. "Husband." Zhao Yin turned at the sound, her surprise and joy causing her to tumble into Qi Yuan's embrace, her voice laced with concern. "Husband, are you all right?" Qi Yuan shook his head, convinced that Yin must have her reasons. He believed she would never forsake the Zhao family. "The night is late. Let us return." "All right." They supported one another as they walked. The bridal chamber was still adorned in red. The wedding candles had burned down significantly, and the feast had long gone cold. The maidservants rushed forward as the couple arrived. Zhao Yin waved them away and approached Qi Yuan, unfastening his clothing with flushed cheeks and a shy demeanor as she looked up at her new husband. However, she was met with a gaze filled with confusion. Qi Yuan took Zhao Yin's hand and guided her to sit down. "Yin, your mother is still at the residence. What are your thoughts on this matter?" Zhao Yin paused, unsure what to say. She had already cast aside thoughts of the Zhao family. "What plans could I have? My mother has confessed. Lord Lu will not easily pardon her. If we involve ourselves, we might be implicated." As she spoke, Zhao Yin noticed Qi Yuan's troubled expression and quickly amended her words. "Husband, I meant that the Zhao family will not neglect her. The Qi Duke's residence is too conspicuous. Intervening recklessly could bring harm to you. Today, due to the map of 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains, I already feel guilty for causing you trouble. If I drag you further into this, I fear my grandmother and father will blame me." Qi Yuan's frown relaxed. His Yin was still as kind-hearted as ever, not indifferent to the Zhao family, but reluctant to entangle him in their troubles. He embraced her gently, saying, "Yin, I will not abandon your mother." Zhao Yin's face lit up with a tearful smile as she tightly clung to Qi Yuan's waist, her mind racing with thoughts of their wedding night. "It is getting late. Let us rest." They lay down fully clothed, and Zhao Yin dared not move, feeling a bit wronged. When she looked up, she found Qi Yuan had already fallen asleep. The next day dawned with persistent rain. Jinchu arose early. And Mama Fong sighed. "Princess, the doctor advised you to rest well yesterday. There is no need to rise so early without a master in the residence." However, Jinchu adjusted her clothing, a smile gracing her face. "Please prepare a few snacks for me. Rose pastries, cheese puffs, and lotus powder osmanthus pastries." Without hesitation, Mama Fong rolled up her sleeves and headed to the kitchen. Shortly after, she returned with a food box. Jinchu restrained Mama Fong's hand, which was about to exit, saying, "Come with me to the residence." Mama Fong was taken aback. "Are you going to visit the Zhao family?" "Yes." "Princess, the prison is dark and damp. It holds all sorts of people. You, as a precious maiden, should not venture into such a cursed place." Mama Fong knew she could not dissuade her, so she merely expressed her concerns while ensuring Jinchu was adequately dressed. Fei Shuang and Fei Yin accompanied them, with Fei Shuang holding an umbrella and closely following. On the way, they discussed the events that transpired at the Qi Duke's residence, mentioning that Zhao Yin had returned home with the elder matriarch and was punished to kneel until the dead of night, only to be brought back by young Master Qi upon his return from the palace. Jinchu simply smiled in silence, and soon their carriage came to a halt in front of the residence. Fei Yin entered to relay the message and was granted entry shortly after, with a jailer leading the way. Upon descending, they were met with a wave of dampness and chill, the air thick with the stench of mildew, making one feel nauseated. "Princess, allow me to deliver these items for you," Fei Yin suggested, worried that Jinchu might struggle to endure the atmosphere. Jinchu, however, shook her head. She was well accustomed to this place, having endured many days of confinement and beatings in her past life. She was determined to see if her old acquaintances were still working here. After an indeterminate amount of time, the jailer halted and pointed to the left cell. "Princess, You must be quick. Do not make it difficult for me. Thank you, Jinchu replied. Inside the cell, a figure was curled up, slowly raising her head upon hearing the commotion. Upon recognizing the visitor, her expression shifted, and she snapped. Are you here to gawk at my misfortune? Mother, how could I possibly find humor in your plight? I knew well that the painting was sold after your illness. I would never report you. Jinchu waved the food box in her hand, opening it to reveal 3 plates of pastries. Mother, I made your favorite treats. Zhao Shi glanced at the pastries, frowned, and turned her head away. There is no need. Yin Yin will come to visit soon. Take the food away. Jinchu feigned ignorance and continued, Mother, I will plead with Lord Lu to pardon you swiftly. It is merely a painting. It is of no consequence. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shi finally offered a semblance of warmth, shifting her position slightly, only to wince in pain. Hiss, Mother. Jinchu retrieved some healing ointment and extended it through the bars, her eyes filled with concern. You were born a legitimate daughter, cherished and pampered, and now you suffer such indignities. Zhao Shi's expression stiffened, unable to move, feeling a twinge of shame at Jinchu's care. She retorted, You should not have reported yesterday. You ruined Yin Yan's marriage. That is the most significant day in a young lady's life. How will you allow Yin Yan to navigate her future with her in-laws? If you still care for me, as your mother, you should personally go to the Qi Duke's residence to apologize. Jinchu could only laugh at this. Zhao Yinyan had been with her for 10 years, selfish by nature. Without hesitation, she had shifted all blame onto Zhao Shi. After finally returning to the Duke's residence, how could she easily visit Zhao Shi? It is my fault. I should not have let my mother suffer. Had I not fainted yesterday, I would have rushed to the residence to block this. Jinchu choked on her words. Zhao Shi sensed something amiss, but had no time to ponder before another figure approached. Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan stared in surprise at Jinchu, who was crouched on the ground, her hair adorned with only a few plain hairpins, her skin smooth as cream, and her eyes red with concern. His gaze flickered. Princess. Fei Shuang reminded her. Jinchu turned her head to face Qi Yuan, her expression shifting rapidly as she quickly composed herself and hid behind Fei Shuang, not forgetting to say to Zhao Shi, Mother, I will seek out Lord Lu immediately to clarify that this is all a misunderstanding. Zhao Shi interjected, Wait a moment. Jinchu halted her steps. Zhao Shi pointed at Qi Yuan, saying, Your Highness has arrived just in time. There are matters that require clarification. The map of the vast rivers and mountains and the lost assets of the Sheng family have nothing to do with Yin Yan. I sold them during a moment of confusion. Just now, Jinchu and I have already cleared up the misunderstanding. Please do not let such trivial matters affect your marital harmony. At that moment, Zhao Shi resembled a devoted mother, reminiscing about her daughter outside the prison walls. Despite her dire circumstances, yet, she failed to consider, had Zhao Yin come today? Zhao Shi cast a glance at Jinchu, urging her to speak. But Jinchu lowered her gaze, pretending not to see, and continued to hide behind Fei Shuang. This provoked Zhao Shi's impatience. Jinchu, you must say something. Jinchu, bewildered, raised her head and nodded vaguely. Yes, what mother says is indeed correct. Zhao Shi quickly turned her attention back to Qi Yuan. Your Highness, you see, this is all a misunderstanding. Whether it was a misunderstanding or not, Qi Yuan's heart was as clear as a mirror. After all, the map of the vast rivers and mountains had been personally handed to him by Zhao Yinyan. His gaze settled on Jinchu, who was concealed behind Fei Shuang. The petite figure, with half of her profile visible, was breathtakingly beautiful. He suddenly recalled that this morning, he had suggested to Zhao Yinyan that they visit Zhao Shi in prison. With several days of continuous rain, the prison must be damp and cold, and Zhao Shi's health would surely suffer, especially after the punishment she endured yesterday. It would be prudent to bring some ointment. However, Zhao Yinyan had firmly rejected the idea, asserting, Husband, the Zhao family will not stand idly by. Our visit to the magistrate's office will only cause trouble. Zhao Shi's stay in prison will tarnish Sheng Jinchu's reputation. She is Zhao Shi's legally acknowledged daughter. In that moment, Qi Yuan felt a sense of disorientation. Was this truly the kind-hearted Yin Yan? Your Highness, where is Yin Yan? Why hasn't she come? Zhao Shi craned her neck, peering outside, but saw no sign of Zhao Yinyan, and her anxiety grew. Is it possible that something has happened to Yin Yan? Your Highness, all the blame rests with me. Please do not direct your anger at her. Chapter 46. Qi Yuan discovers a different reality from his previous life and Zhao Shi's eyes filled with hope and urgency. Qi Yuan felt as though he had swallowed a dead fly, caught in his throat, unable to speak. Your Highness? Zhao Shi grew frantic, forgetting her injuries as she pounded on the railing, only to gasp in pain as it tugged at her wound, turning her face pale. Mother! Jin Chu rushed to support Zhao Shi, reassuring her, Yin Yin will come. She will definitely come. She is now a married woman. It is not so easy for her to come and go. Zhao Shi sighed with relief. That is true. Being married is not the same as being a maiden. The dimly lit prison cell was cold and damp, and the occasional sound of whips cracking sent shivers down one's spine. A guard approached, urging them, visiting time is over. Please do not make it difficult for us. Jin Chu tightly grasped Zhao Shi's hand. Mother, I will go find Lord Lu to clarify matters. Please wait a moment. With that, she lifted her skirt and headed for the exit. Qi Yuan quickly followed her out, watching as the young woman stepped into the rainy gloom. Gradually disappearing from view, his gaze somewhat dazed. Can the lady send someone to the prison to make arrangements? He suddenly inquired. The servant behind him shook his head. Qi Yuan's brow furrowed deeper. Upon leaving the prison, Jin Chu made her way straight to the magistrate's office. Fei Shuang could no longer restrain herself, advising, Princess, do you truly wish to release them? Jin Chu shook her head. She had no intention of pleading for them, merely wishing to express her gratitude to Lord Lu. A servant emerged with news. Lord Lu left the city half an hour ago. Princess, please visit another day. She smiled gently and turned to board her carriage. For several consecutive days, Jin Chu visited Zhao Shi, each time bringing the same 3 snacks. Zhao Shi's demeanor towards her gradually softened. Have you gone to the Duke of Qi's residence to apologize? Zhao Shi questioned. Jin Chu hesitated, remaining silent. While Fei Shuang quickly interjected, the princess did visit, but was turned away by the people around the young lady. They even humiliated her and refused to let her in. Zhao Shi frowned, realizing that Yin Yin had only recently entered the Duke's residence and had not yet secured her position, compounded by the misunderstandings with Jin Chu, which explained her reluctance to meet anyone. Mother, has Yin Yin not come these past few days? Jin Chu asked nonchalantly, her clear eyes fixed intently on Zhao Shi, inadvertently glancing at the untouched snacks, unable to suppress a sneer. These treats were her father's favorites, yet Zhao Shi had never deigned to partake. But she was determined to provoke Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi's expression stiffened, unsure how to respond, and then countered, Have you not yet seen Lord Lu? Jin Chu truthfully shook her head, explaining that Lu Hong had gone out on official business and had yet to return. Zhao Shi cast a disdainful glance around the filthy prison, her body reeking of sourness, her patience wearing thin. The thought of the true culprit filled her with frustration. Jin Chu seemed to sense Zhao Shi's feelings and quickly spoke up. It is my daughter's fault. I've been too insistent on guarding the Sheng family's interests. For the sake of my mother, I shall no longer pursue Yin Yin. She effectively stifled Zhao Shi's words and, somewhat begrudgingly, took Jin Chu's hand, praising her for being understanding. As visiting time came to an end, Jin Chu stood to leave, and Zhao Shi urged Jin Chu, find a way to send a message to Yin Yin, asking her to visit me. Jin Chu hesitated for a moment, but then nodded obediently before departing. Once outside the prison, she furrowed her brow. Despite visiting Zhao Shi at different times each day, she had not encountered the 2 familiar guards. Just as disappointment set in, Fei Shuang gently tugged at Jin Chu's sleeve, exclaiming, Princess, it's the young master. Jin Chu raised her gaze, her pupils narrowing in disbelief as she focused on the servant trailing Qi Yuan, dressed in a navy long robe, his face brimming with sycophancy. It was a face she would never forget, not a guard but Qi Yuan's personal attendant. As she pondered this, Qi Yuan noticed her and strode toward her with an icy smile. Why waste your efforts? Even if you manage to escape a calamity, your fate is inevitably sealed. After returning to the residence that day, Qi Yuan had contemplated for a long time why so many things diverged from the course of his previous life. According to the trajectory, Sheng Jinchu should have been buried alive by now, and he should have been a commander in the northern camp. Yet now, everything seemed to be in opposition. Qi Yuan began to suspect that Jin Chu, like himself, had also been reborn. Jin Chu clenched her fists, forcing herself to remain calm. She was sharp-minded, aware that he was testing her. Raising her head in confusion, her indifferent gaze remained unruffled. I bear no animosity toward your highness. Why must you persist in making things difficult for me? Qi Yuan scrutinized Jin Chu's expression. She remained composed, steadfast, yet somewhat aggrieved and furious. Suddenly, Qi Yuan withdrew his probing gaze, offering a slight smile as he gestured to the attendant behind him. Does the princess recognize this person? A Nan, also from Longxi. The attendant, named Nan, knelt before Jinchu, greeting her. I pay my respects to the princess. Nan was the very guard who had whipped her daily in prison, one of her enemies. During these days, she had been seeking him while visiting Zhao Shi. Qi Yuan brought Nan before her, likely hoping to see her panic or rage, thus revealing the truth of her rebirth. Unfortunately, Qi Yuan had acted too slowly, only now realizing the implications. Jinchu regarded Nan with a calm expression. With a population of tens of thousands in Longxi, how could a young lady like me possibly know a common man? Your Highness, a woman's reputation is exceedingly precious. I beg you to exercise restraint. Qi Yuan scoffed. Princess, take a closer look. This Nan wields a whip with great skill. Your Highness, a voice interrupted from nearby. Unbeknownst to them, a luxurious carriage had come to a halt not far away. The crown prince standing with one hand clasped behind his back, his expression frosty as he approached. 10 or so guards followed closely behind, 2 of whom were dragging a person who was battered and bloodied, hair matted and unkempt, making it impossible to discern their face. As they dragged the individual across the ground, a trail of crimson followed. Your Highness, the 2 bowed. The crown prince halted before Qi Yuan, raising an eyebrow. Your Highness has come at just the right time. I have matters to discuss with you. Qi Yuan clasped his hands and said, Your Highness, please speak. The crown prince cast a glance at the man being dragged away, and a guard lifted the man's hair to reveal his face. Upon recognizing him, Qi Yuan's expression shifted subtly. Even Jinchu's countenance changed discreetly. This man had been following him stealthily while he was investigating a case in the outskirts. And after being beaten nearly to death, he had only managed to utter a single character. Qi, in the capital. The most prominent Qi belonged to the Duke of Qi's residence. Does the crown prince know this man? The crown prince's smile was enigmatic. His gaze as cold as a 1,000-year-old glacier. Qi Yuan furrowed his brows. The crown prince glanced at Jinchu again, commanding, no idle folk should linger. Jinchu quickly regained her composure, hurriedly bowed, and took her leave. As she climbed into the carriage, she faintly heard the crown prince's voice. This man has a strong will. Does the young master have a way to pry open his mouth? As the carriage moved, the voice faded away. Jinchu clenched her fists. The man was another prison guard. But how could he be in the hands of the crown prince? Confused, she returned home, where Mama Fong brought her tea. Noticing her unusual demeanor, she attempted to inquire, but was stopped by Fei Shuang. Thus, they sat in silence from afternoon until dusk. Fei Yin, here. Fei Yin entered, having anticipated the inquiry, and said, after we left the prison, His Highness handed that man over to young Master Qi, instructing him to investigate. The one named Nan has gone to serve in the prison. Jinchu pressed her lips together, feeling as if the fog of her past life was gradually clearing. Excellent. Have there been any discoveries near the desolate mountain by the north camp? Fei Yin shook her head. Continue to send people to search. Qi Yuan would not expend effort to purchase a barren mountain without reason. There must be secrets. Chapter 47. Young Master Qi begins to dislike Yin Yin, the Duke of Qi's residence. By the time Qi Yuan returned home, night had fallen. His expression was as dark as water as he entered the study, where a shadow awaited him. Young Master. The shadow bowed. Qi Yuan raised his hand and asked, how could Huai Yuan fall into the crown prince's hands? And Nan and Huai Yuan were both Qi Yuan's confidants. He had never sent Huai Yuan to follow the crown prince, so how could he be captured? The shadow replied, young master, the tasks you assigned recently have been repeatedly obstructed, primarily due to interference from the crown prince. Huai Yuan was captured as soon as he left the city and was subjected to severe torture. It was bad enough that he had been tortured. Huai Yuan's limbs and tendons had been crippled, along with his throat, ears, and eyesight. What could a useless person yield in interrogation? A chill ran down Qi Yuan's spine as a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could the crown prince, like him, also be reborn? It was understandable that he was overthinking. The crown prince's recent appearances were too coincidental. The map of 1,000 miles was confirmed to be a counterfeit by someone close to the crown prince. Huai Yuan rarely appeared, but had been captured by the crown prince. Perhaps the truth about the missing daughter was also exposed by the crown prince, preserving Sheng Jinchu's identity and forcing Yin Yin to abandon her surname Sheng, becoming merely a nurtured daughter of the Zhao family. thus disqualifying her from inheriting the Sheng family assets. It was tantamount to cutting off his support. Therefore, Sheng Jinchu's fate was altered entirely because the crown prince sought to suppress him. The more Qi Yuan pondered, the more alarmed he became. If the crown prince's outcome differed from the last life, and he insisted on competing. Lost in thought, the door creaked open. Zhao Yanyan entered, adorned in a scarlet gown, her smile radiant, exuding a fragrant scent. He raised his eyes to find Zhao Yanyan's face delicately made up, her gaze lingering on him as she called out, "Husband." Qi Yuan instinctively frowned. "I heard you visited the prison today and encountered Sheng Jinchu." Zhao Yanyan pouted, displeased. "Sheng Jinchu is eloquent and possesses ulterior motives. You mustn't believe her cunning words." Qi Yuan regained his composure and feigned indifference, saying, "She went to visit her mother-in-law. Hypocritical. If it weren't for her, how could my mother have been imprisoned?" Zhao Yanyan scoffed, her countenance filled with disdain. Qi Yuan continued, "Your mother has been in prison for several days. Does the Zhao family have any plans?" Zhao Yanyan, undeterred, approached and draped her arms around Qi Yuan's neck, softly saying, "I heard that my maternal grandmother visited the Sheng Duke's residence looking for her. After all, she is her biological mother. She cannot easily abandon her. Even for the sake of reputation, she will find a way to rescue her. The charge of framing her own mother is one she cannot bear." Qi Yuan suppressed a hint of distaste, gently pushing Zhao Yanyan away. "Today, I am busy with official matters. You should return for now." "Husband, you have not visited my quarters for 3 days." Zhao Yanyan's delicate face was filled with grievance. After marriage, she felt something had changed. Qi Yuan's affection for her seemed less than before. Seeing Zhao Yanyan on the verge of tears softened Qi Yuan's resolve. He took her hand and said, "Sheng Jinchu is, in name, your mother-in-law's biological daughter, while you are merely a nurtured daughter. Everyone in the capital says your mother-in-law treats you exceptionally well. Her imprisonment is also to shield you from blame. Out of courtesy and reason, you ought to pay her a visit." Zhao Yanyan immediately ceased crying, her eyes wide with grievance. "Husband, do you think me heartless, indifferent to family ties? When I married you, I faced much controversy. Sheng Jinchu was jealous of my favored status and harbored resentment against my mother, setting this trap to ensnare us both. My mother and I have long seen through the scheme. It was she who repeatedly cautioned me not to get involved in this matter." Zhao Yanyan sniffled. "You truly wrong me, husband." Qi Yuan's brows, which had just unfurled, knitted together once more. He had visited the prison twice and clearly heard Zhao's desperate wish to see Yanyan. Suddenly, he found the Yanyan before him somewhat unfamiliar. "Young master." A guard outside knocked and reported. Zhao Yanyan sniffed, standing up from Qi Yuan's lap. "Husband, I shall take my leave." With that, she turned to leave. Once outside, her expression darkened, and she instructed her maid, "Prepare. We shall visit the prison later." She had sensed Qi Yuan's displeasure in his presence. She had always been cautious and gentle. She hadn't expected to be questioned merely for not visiting the prison. No, that couldn't be right. Surely Sheng Jinchu had taken the opportunity to say something. With this thought, Zhao Yanyan hastily commanded people to prepare for the prison visit. Upon seeing Zhao Yanyan, Zhao Shi initially thought she was dreaming and rubbed her eyes in disbelief. "Yanyan, you have finally come." Zhao Yanyan looked disdainfully at the dark and damp prison surroundings, wrinkling her nose. "Mother, it's not that I do not come to visit, but rather that I have only just married. It is truly inconvenient to come out." Zhao Shi observed Zhao Yanyan's aloof demeanor, devoid of concern for her mother. She frowned. "Sheng Jinchu has set schemes that nearly cost me my life. I am now in a precarious position, facing scrutiny, unable to reveal my identity, and must tread carefully to appease the Duke's residents. All of this is thanks to her. Mother, I am clearly of higher status than she." Zhao Yanyan's voice brimmed with resentment and blame as she recounted her grievances. The stark contrast in the two daughters' attitudes only deepened Zhao Shi's discomfort. She had showered Zhao Yanyan with care, fearing she might owe her something, while being strict with Jinchu, even assisting Yanyan in plotting against her. Yet, in the end, she was met with complaints. Zhao Yanyan glared at the pastries in the corner, her anger flaring. "A few plates of stale pastries have won over hearts. Mother, do you still hold her in your heart?" Zhao Shi was eager to defend herself, but Zhao Yanyan could no longer tolerate it, turning to leave. Yanyan, regardless of Zhao Shi's desperate calls, she did not stop. Once outside the prison, Zhao Yinyan marched straight to the Zhao family, confidently entering and sitting in the main seat. Upon hearing of her arrival, the old matriarch of the Zhao family frowned. Why is she here? Old matriarch, the young master's wife, must be here regarding her aunt's affairs, Ten Mama remarked. The old matriarch snorted. If it weren't for her excessive ambition, how could she have fallen to this state today? The old matriarch waved her hand, not wishing to see Zhao Yinyan, sending someone to dismiss her. Yet, moments later, Zhao Yinyan personally arrived, self-importantly stating her purpose. Mother is in prison. You cannot sit idly by and watch her suffer. We must find a way to rescue her. The Zhao family is barely holding on. The young master's wife is resourceful. Surely she has a way. The old matriarch retorted sarcastically. Zhao Yinyan furrowed her brows, realizing that her conversation with the old lady, Zhao, had reached an impasse, and with no solution in sight. She had no choice but to depart. No sooner had she returned to the duke's residence than she heard the alarming news that the old lady, Zhao, had inexplicably fallen into a coma, and her life was in grave danger. A chill gripped Zhao Yinyan's heart, and she instinctively sensed that the situation was dire. Chapter 48. Princess Liang becomes the prince's lifesaver. Zhao Yinyan stood momentarily stunned before an idea struck her, and she grasped the hand of her maid Qingxing. Hurry to the residence of Duke Sheng and inform them that the old lady is ill and wishes to see Sheng Jinchu. Qingxing, taken aback, replied, My lady, the old lady Zhao has not expressed a desire to see Princess Liang. What if the truth is revealed? Do you not understand? Grandmother has been protecting Sheng Jinchu for the past few months. If she is unwell and Sheng Jinchu does not visit, her faade of filial piety will undoubtedly crumble. Zhao Yinyan's anger ignited at the thought of Qi Yuan's incessant praise for Sheng Jinchu. She could not believe that Sheng Jinchu could maintain her charade indefinitely. Go at once, she urged. Qingxing, not daring to linger, turned and left. Once inside the residence, Zhao Yinyan made her way to the storeroom, retrieving a number of rare medicinal herbs, preparing for the opportune moment to send them to the Zhao family. After a relentless drizzle, the sun finally broke through the clouds in the afternoon. Qingxing returned in a rush, breathless. My lady, the old lady Zhao, is gravely ill. Zhao Yinyan's heart sank. What did you say? As her words fell, Qi Yuan followed closely behind, his penetrating gaze fixed on Zhao Yinyan. Have you been to the Zhao residence? For reasons unknown, Zhao Yinyan felt a twinge of guilt as she nodded. I sought the Zhao family's aid to rescue my mother and took the opportunity to visit my grandmother. Qi Yuan's breath hitched, his expression darkening. Yinyan, you have caused a calamity. Zhao Yinyan's eyelids twitched. The case involving Zhao Zhan had made significant progress, and the emperor intended to reinstate him. Yet at this critical juncture, news of the old lady Zhao's grave illness had emerged. Zhang Rang, from the Ministry of Personnel, had long been eyeing the position of minister. And no sooner had the Zhao family disseminated their news than Zhang Rang had approached the Duke of Loyalty and Valor, likely intending to use the guise of filial piety to delay Zhao Zhan's reinstatement. How could this happen? Qi Yuan's face was grim. A severe illness implies that Zhao Zhan will not be reinstated anytime soon. If the old lady Zhao passes away, Zhao Zhan will be in mourning for 3 years, relinquishing the ministerial position to another. Zhao Yinyan finally grasped the seriousness of the situation. Zhao Zhan was the pillar of the Zhao family. Without his reinstatement, they would be unable to hold their heads high. If the old lady Zhao truly passed, the repercussions would extend to the 3 legitimate daughters of the Zhao family, who would be bound to mourn for 3 years. No, it cannot be. Grandmother has merely succumbed to worry. Once the doctor arrives and administers some medicine, she will recover. Zhao Yinyan reassured herself, attributing the old lady's ailment to her age-old maladies. Qi Yuan rubbed his temples, his tone laced with reproach. You should not have taken it upon yourself to visit the old lady Zhao. The Duke of Qi's residence had painstakingly maneuvered to bring Zhao Zhan's case before the emperor, and it was on the brink of success. However, the Zhao family's affairs had delayed it. Yet the emperor would eventually reinstate Zhao Zhan. Now, with Zhao Yinyan's interference, all their efforts seemed wasted. Zhao Yinyan felt increasingly aggrieved. I only wish to save my mother. This statement irked Qi Yuan inexplicably. He found himself compelled to console her as he embraced her, despite the tears in her eyes. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he pulled away and spoke earnestly. Yinyan, I will ask my aunt to summon you to the palace. If you have the chance to meet with Imperial Physician Li, beseech him to save her. Imperial Physician Li was the exclusive court doctor to the Northern Liang Emperor, seldom attending to others. Meeting him was secondary. The foremost priority was to make an impression in front of the emperor. Zhao Yinyan considered this possibility and nodded. All right. At the Sheng residence, Granny Fong waited outside, glancing at the sky and then at Jin Shun, who was seated at her desk examining accounts. Confused, she inquired of the maid Fei Shuang beside her. Is the princess not visiting the prison today? Fei Shuang shook her head, unable to fathom the princess's thoughts. Moments latte. Jin Shun set down her pen, and Fei Shuang entered to serve her, whispering, Princess, Lord Lu has returned to the capital. Jin Shun stretched and yawned. With Lord Lu back, there's no need to go. She had no intention of seeking Lord Lu's pardon for the Zhao family. The Zhao family, having willingly accepted their guilt, deserved to remain in confinement for reflection. Especially after witnessing Zhao Yinyan today, the Zhao family had begun to experience the bitterness of being forsaken by Zhao Yinyan. Fei Shuang, perceptive, did not press further. At that moment, Fian returned. Princess, Zhao Zhan is frantically searching for a doctor in the streets to no avail, having sought out several imperial physicians. A smile crept onto Jin Shuan's lips as she observed the position she had labored for over the years slipping away. Could Zhao Zhan not be anxious? As for the old lady Zhao's illness today, it was entirely expected, the night before departing from the Zhao residence. Jin Shun had instructed Fian to switch the old lady's calming incense. The old lady had been burning the problematic incense daily, awaiting the perfect opportunity for it to take effect. Zhao Yinyan was that opportunity. Thanks to Granny Tan's assistance, after Zhao Yinyan departed, the scent of an incense pouch had been introduced, provoking the old lady's condition. All the effort spent on Granny Tan was not in vain. Once Zhao Zhan lost the ministerial position, it would be akin to severing his own limbs, granting Jin Shun greater confidence and leverage against the Zhao family. After receiving the news, Lord Zhang had already entered the palace, accompanied by 2 other censors, and it was highly likely that this matter would succeed. Fian remarked, however, until Lord Zhang secures his position as minister, the situation remains uncertain. Suddenly, Fian's expression shifted to one of alarm as she lowered her voice and leaned closer to Jin Shun, whispering, Several items were discovered on that desolate mountain in the northern camp. They appear to be relics, and I sent someone to seek out experts in the town. It seems to be a grand tomb. A tomb? Jin Shuan's eyes lit up. Indeed. There was something on that desolate mountain. Continue to monitor Qi Yuan's actions closely. Whatever he purchases, we must investigate meticulously, leaving no stone unturned. Understood. She could not fathom Qi Yuan's motivations for acquiring the desolate mountain tomb. Should the tomb's occupant have a noble identity, there would undoubtedly be numerous burial treasures. As her curiosity grew, Jin Shun rose to her feet and instructed Fian, Prepare gifts. We are going to find Sister Zhan. The carriage halted before the general's residence. Jin Shun announced her name, and the guards, having been instructed by the general and his daughter, allowed her entry without a second thought. As Jin Shun followed the servant inside and passed through an archway, the servant pointed toward the nearby courtyard. That is the training ground. At this hour, the general and his daughter are likely training. Please wait a moment. Through the archway, she could hear the sounds of practice. Nodding patiently, she waited. After what felt like an eternity, Zhan Wanling approached, her face lighting up with joy as she grasped Jin Shuan's hand. What brings you here? Have you been waiting long? Zhan Wanling was drenched in sweat, her hair clinging to her cheeks, her eyes sparkling as they focused on Jin Shun. I had some free time and thought to visit Sister Zhan for a chat. Wonderful. I was just about to look for you. Wait for me to bathe and change, and then I will join you, Zhan Wanling declared. Jin Shun smiled slightly. There's no rush. Once Zhan Wanling had changed into fresh attire, she took Jin Shuan's hand. Jin Shun, you have yet to explore the capital since your arrival. Shall I show you around? Sister Zhan, we can talk when we return. Zhan Wanling, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, My father just gifted me 2 magnificent horses. I want to try them out. Seeing Zhan Wanling's enthusiasm, Jin Shun refrained from interrupting and nodded in agreement. The 2 of them climbed into the carriage, and along the way, Zhan Wanling animatedly recounted her recent experiences, her sunny smile infectious to Jin Shun. Upon reaching the outskirts, the guards delivered the 2 splendid horses, their snow-white coats gleaming and their limbs strong, snorting with vigor. Can you ride? Zhan Wanling inquired. Jin Shun immediately nodded. I can. Her equestrian skills were honed under her father's tutelage. In Longxi, she had her own beloved steed and instinctively reached out to stroke the horse. Zhan Wanling handed her a riding whip. This one is a gift for you. Zhan Jia. It is unthinkable. This horse is too precious. Jin Chu shook her head, only to see Zhan Wanling already mounted, pointing in a direction. Let us race. If I lose, this horse will be yours. If you lose, you shall take good care of it in my stead. Upon hearing this, Jin Chu was both amused and exasperated, and to refuse further would seem overly dramatic. She nodded and mounted the horse, gripping the reins tightly. The two galloped through the outskirts. Jin Chu lost herself in the moment, gradually shaking off the remnants of her earlier displeasure, weaving through the trees. Sunlight dappled her form, and her flowing gown of cloud-like hues fluttered in the air. A vision of beauty. Suddenly, branches swayed, casting flickering shadows, and an ominous energy filled the air, making even the horse beneath her restless. Whoosh! A bright flash grazed her cheek. Jin Chu, be careful, Zhan Wanling cautioned, her face etched with concern. Jin Chu glanced around and found, to her astonishment, that they were alone in the vast forest. Heart racing, she tightened her grip on the whip. Zhan Jia, where does this path lead? Zhan Wanling's eyes flickered with uncertainty before she replied. Not far ahead lies Chaoxia Temple. As soon as she spoke, a multitude of figures leapt from beneath the branches, their faces obscured, blocking their path. Jin Chu reined in her horse, which began to pivot anxiously. Not far ahead, the sounds of a struggle echoed. Zhan Wanling gritted her teeth. What audacity! To obstruct my path in broad daylight is a death wish. Turning to Jin Chu, she instructed, you must run ahead towards Chaoxia Temple. Remember, do not look back. I can handle these foes. Your presence would only hinder me. I will find you once I deal with them. Jin Chu nodded, concern etched on her face. Zhan Jia, please be careful. Understood. Zhan Wanling unsheathed a slender sword from her waist, leaping into battle against a dozen dark-clad assailants. Jin Chu, heeding Zhan Wanling's words, gritted her teeth and lashed the whip, speeding away from the fray. Gradually, she distanced herself from her pursuers, urging her horse onward, eager to encounter others. Ahead, a lavish carriage appeared, vaguely familiar. With no time to ponder, she raced toward it, the ground littered with corpses and stained with blood, the scent of iron thick in the air. The sounds of combat drew ever closer. Protect the Crown Prince. A booming voice rang out above her. The Crown Prince? Jin Chu was taken aback, and in a fleeting moment, she indeed spotted a familiar figure not far away, the Crown Prince leaning against a tree, surrounded by a scant few guards. Clearly at a disadvantage, panic surged within her. She wished to be in 100 places at once to save him, yet she was untrained in combat. Her palms nearly bloodied from gripping the reins too tightly. Soon, she made a bold decision, abandoning her horse to leap onto the carriage, seizing the reins, and charging toward the chaos, calling out, quickly, get the Crown Prince into the carriage. The curtain lifted. The guard successfully placed the Crown Prince inside. Jin Chu felt her heart leap into her throat, sprinting with all her might, while the Crown Prince's guards engaged the assailants, momentarily creating distance from the carriage. Finally, they reached the foot of Chaoxia Mountain, where several carriages stood, and those beside them wore official garb. Jin Chu's heart eased. The Crown Prince has been attacked. We must save him. With that, she dismounted and shouted to the approaching figures, hurry, follow me to save him. Those arriving dared not hesitate, immediately following Jin Chu to the rescue. She pointed ahead, just over there. Upon arrival, she found Zhan Wanling seated astride her horse, a few traces of blood on her face, waving at Jin Chu. Jin Chu. Seeing Zhan Wanling unharmed, Jin Chu nearly collapsed from relief, rushing to her. Zhan Ye, are you all right? I am fine, thanks to you bringing reinforcements that scare them off. Jin Chu's heart raced as she examined Zhan Wanling, ensuring her safety before exhaling deeply. Zhan Wanling smirked. I am the daughter of a general. How could I be frightened by a few assassins? Rest assured, I sustained only minor injuries. Only then did Jin Chu's spirit return, recalling the Crown Prince and mentioning, I encountered someone pursuing the Crown Prince earlier. I wonder how he fared. The Crown Prince? Zhan Wanling gasped in surprise. The two hastened back to Chaoxia Temple. The carriage remained where they had left it, but Lu Hong had also arrived in time. He glanced at Jin Chu, who was disheveled, her dark hair tousled, and her clothing muddy, a stark contrast to the refined lady he remembered. Thanks to the princess. The crown prince's life was spared, Lu Heng remarked. Jinchu swallowed hard. What the crown prince? His injuries are serious. What? Jinchu exclaimed, astonished. Lu Heng continued. The imperial physician is already inside. They waited outside, tension palpable. Zhan Wanling gave Jinchu a thumbs up. Jinchu, you are truly remarkable. You saved the crown prince. Jinchu felt a sense of oddity creeping in, unable to pinpoint why. Chaoxia Temple, a royal temple, was bustling with visitors, and the news of the crown prince's assassination spread rapidly throughout. Everyone soon learned that it was Princess Jinchu who had saved the crown prince, and she became his savior. After waiting for an entire hour, the imperial physician finally emerged from the room. The crown prince's injuries are grave, but fortunately, they were discovered in time, and his life is not in immediate danger. The crown prince's chief guard, Chan Qing, bowed deeply to Jinchu. Thank you, princess, for saving his life. Princess Liang Jin, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Shenghua, is indeed a warm-hearted person. The crowd praised her, extolling her virtues. Chapter 49. An audience with father? Jinchu did not see the crown prince again, as the throng surrounded him, with Lu Heng providing protection, leaving her no opportunity to approach. Zhan Wanling urged her to return to the capital. The crown prince often encounters assassins since returning. We just happen to be unlucky enough to witness it. Lord Lu will investigate thoroughly. Do not worry. Zhan Wanling continued to reassure her, holding her cold fingers tightly, concern gleaming in her eyes. Go home and drink some calming tea and get a good night's rest. All right. Zhan Wanling personally escorted her back to the Duke of Shenghua's residence before taking her leave. By then, evening had fallen. After consuming a bowl of calming tea, Jinchu found herself unable to sleep, her mind racing through the day's events. Tossing and turning, she finally sat up. Fei Yan entered. Princess, in your opinion, who possesses greater martial prowess, you or Zhan Jie? Fei Yan pondered for a moment before confidently declaring, I would narrowly prevail. Can you face 15 assassins alone? If they are trained assassins, defeating 10 would be manageable, but 15 would be somewhat challenging. A fortunate victory would come at a high cost. Jinchu realized Fei Yan was specifically trained, and if she said so, yet Zhan Jie had emerged unscathed from a confrontation with 15. It was perplexing. Had Zhan Jie concealed her true strength? Jinchu suppressed her doubts and rubbed her temples, preparing to lie down when Mama Feng knocked at the door. Princess, it is Dyer over at old Madame Zhao's. In the Songtang courtyard, Zhao Zhan stood under the corridor, his face dark with concern. Listening to the physician declare that old Madame Zhao's condition was beyond hope, estimating that her time was drawing near. Is there truly no other remedy? Zhao Zhan asked anxiously. The physician shook his head. Zhao Zhan closed his eyes, his mood growing heavier. After sending off the physician, Lu Shi emerged, having overheard the conversation. Anxiety intensified. Sir, just as you are about to regain your position, this unfortunate event occurs. Lu Shi, her mouth blistered from stress, cursed Zhao Shi and Zhao Yinyan numerous times. Her frustration unrelenting. To curry favor with Zhao Yinyan's father, they had dragged Zhao Jin down, affecting their 3 daughters as time slipped by. Lu Shi's hatred for Zhao Shi and her daughter was profound. Zhao Zhen, ignoring his own distress, dispatched someone to closely monitor the palace's movements. Today, Zhang Rong had eagerly rushed into the palace to report the news of old Madame Zhao's grave condition. This implies that his official career is likely to be interrupted. My lord, just now, someone from the Qi State Duke's residence came to relay a message. Young Master Qi has taken his wife into the palace to pay respects to the noble concubine, hoping to persuade Dr. Li to lend his assistance. Upon hearing this, Lu was irked and retorted, only when trouble arises do they think to seek help. It's as insincere as a cat weeping for a mouse. However, Zhao Zhan's eyes brightened, and he grasped Lu's hand. Do not involve yourself in this matter. Tend to mother first. Whatever is needed, do not hesitate to ask. Perhaps Yin Yin may have the opportunity to meet the emperor and plead for mercy. After a moment of contemplation, Lu nodded in agreement. In the Yikeng Palace, young Master Qi led Zhao Yinyan in kneeling to pay their respects. At the head of the room, the splendidly dressed Qi noble concubine, her exquisite beauty tinged with annoyance, sighed deeply. And I have watched you grow up, and you have always understood decorum. Yet since your marriage, you have increasingly shown a lack of restraint. Aunt, Saving lives is of utmost importance. I will seek your forgiveness at another time. Young Master Qi bowed deeply before the Qi noble concubine, his sincerity evident. The Qi noble concubine sighed again, recalling that since the princess held her banquet, the Emperor of Bailiang had not set foot in Yikeng Palace, and she had stubbornly refrained from seeking him out. Yet, with her nephew's earnest plea before her, her heart softened, and she spoke gently. I have heard that Zhao Zhan was forced into the border map incident, and the Emperor has already clarified that he is not involved. Instead, it is the Duke of Sheng whose actions over the years have raised suspicion of collusion with enemy states. Had it not been for the Zhao family's imprisonment, Zhao Zhan would have long been reinstated. Now, with the Zhao matriarch gravely ill, it is indeed difficult for Zhao Zhan to retain his position. Very well. Since you have come to me, I cannot remain indifferent. The Qi noble concubine rose slowly. Let us go. Young Master Qi was overjoyed, bowing with Zhao Yinyan in gratitude. The two followed closely behind the Qi noble concubine as they made their way to the Emperor of Bailiang. Compared to young Master Qi, Zhao Yinyan was nervous, her palms damp with sweat. At long last, she would see her father. Surely, he would not hold Zhao Zhan accountable. He would reinstate Zhao Zhan, release her mother from prison, and lend her support. Upon reaching the Emperor's audience, they were stopped. The servants greeted the noble concubine. Long live the noble concubine. A young eunuch knelt in reverence. The Qi noble concubine frowned. Where is the Emperor? In response, the eunuch replied, the Emperor is currently meeting with several ministers and is not seeing anyone. Please wait in the side hall. The Emperor of Bailiang was known for his clear boundaries between public and private matters, finding it most objectionable to be disturbed during official duties. Having been in the palace for many years, the Qi noble concubine adhered to the rules and did not make things difficult for the young eunuch, proceeding directly to the side hall to wait. Naturally, Qi Yuan and Zhao Yinyan did not dare to urge her, and they stood for a long time. Finally, Qi Yuan whispered, "Aunt, the Emperor is likely meeting with Zhang Rong and two other censors." The Qi noble concubine raised her brow. Not only them. There are also the Marquis of Ian and Prince Yong. Qi Yuan was taken aback. These two were the Emperor's trusted aides, especially Prince Yong, who had guarded the Western Front for over a decade and seldom returned to the capital. He suddenly recalled that Prince Yong had returned with ample evidence, proving the Sheng family's collusion with foreign factions, revealing that Sheng Yuan was not even a native of Bailiang, but rather half-blooded from the Great Qing. The origins of the Sheng family's vast wealth were dubious. The Emperor of Bailiang, in a fit of rage, ordered a thorough investigation of the Sheng family. 1 year later, the Sheng family was condemned for treason, their graves desecrated, and their bones scattered, becoming the object of public scorn. Henceforth, the Sheng family was reviled by all. He then thought of Sheng Jinchu, whose fate had been tragically different this time around. Instead of suffering a miserable death, she had enjoyed a few days of luxury, but ultimately, she too would meet a dire end. Why endure such turmoil? With this in mind, Qi Yuan grasped Zhao Yinyan's hand, resolved to set the trajectory of the past right. He was about to become the commander of the Beida camp, with Yinyan destined to be the fated daughter, priceless beyond measure. Unbeknownst to them, they waited for another hour. The Qi noble concubine's impatience was palpable. The teacups on the table replaced time and again. Finally, she could no longer restrain her inquiry. Has the Emperor still not concluded his matters? The eunuch, bowing, informed her. The Emperor has summoned several other ministers. Reluctantly, they continued to wait. As evening approached, the Emperor's affairs were finally resolved, and a young eunuch came to announce, "Noble concubine, the Emperor summons you." The Qi noble concubine rose, leisurely arranging her attire and makeup with the help of her maidservants. Stepping out of the side hall, just as her foot crossed the threshold, the leader of the Imperial Guards came rushing in, exclaiming loudly, "Your Majesty, it's terrible. The Crown Prince has been attacked." Everyone stood frozen in shock. A glimmer of joy involuntarily crossed the Qi noble concubine's face before she quickly suppressed it, only to hear the anxious voice of the Emperor of Bailiang asking, "Is the Crown Prince injured?" In response, they reported, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's injuries are grave." The Emperor's expression darkened suddenly. "Where is he now? Has the assailant been apprehended?" In response, they explained, "The Crown Prince has lost too much blood and is in a coma. He has just been taken back to the East Palace, and several physicians are working to save him." As the words fell, a figure clad in bright yellow rushed past. brushing past the Qi noble concubine and disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. The Qi noble concubine frowned. "Aunt, the crown prince has been attacked?" Qi Yuan's heart raced. The crown prince had always been a short-lived soul. Would he meet his end prematurely? The Qi noble concubine regained her composure. "I have heard. Let us set Zhao Zhen's matter aside for now, and first check on the East Palace." At this moment, even with all her courage, the Qi noble concubine would not dare to request Dr. Li to treat the Zhao matriarch. Qi Yuan, however, discerned the urgency of the situation, stating, "There is no immediate need for the Zhao matriarch." He turned to comfort Zhao Yinyan, who was staring intently at the bright yellow figure, her eyes glistening, biting her lip in excitement. Qi Yuan was aware of her longing to meet her biological father, yet the timing had not been right. He assured her, "Do not fret. There will be other opportunities." Zhao Yinyan nodded. Chapter 50. Yinyan's delusions of importance compared to the crown prince at this moment. The East Palace was surrounded by many, making the bright yellow figure nearly invisible. The entire Imperial Medical Department was stationed at the East Palace. "Mother." The second prince hurried into the palace upon receiving the news, glancing inside with a smile he could not suppress. Following the Qi noble concubine's signal, he managed to restrain himself. "How was the crown prince?" The Qi noble concubine replied gravely, "I have only heard that his injuries are severe and he is in a coma." "What brings you here?" Upon hearing the news, "I naturally came to the palace to see." The Qi noble concubine's eyelids twitched as she exchanged glances with her son. The second prince subtly shook his head, indicating it was not his doing. Seeing this, the Qi noble concubine discreetly let out a sigh of relief, her expression brightening with a hint of delight that even Qi Yuan could not help but mirror. The crown prince was a source of great concern for the Qi family. He must die, especially since he had been reborn. His death was even more imperative. Before long, they heard the Emperor of Bailiang's furious voice from within. "Investigate. Find out who had the audacity to attempt an assassination on the crown prince right under my nose. Summon Lu Hong." The atmosphere in the East Palace plummeted. No one dared to breathe loudly. The Qi noble concubine took a deep breath, stepped forward, and knelt before the Emperor. "I greet your majesty." Seeing the Qi noble concubine, the Emperor's expression softened somewhat. He gestured for her to rise. The Qi noble concubine stood. "I have heard that the crown prince was attacked. I wish to know how he fares." The Emperor replied, "His rescue was timely. His life is not in immediate danger." Hearing this, the Qi noble concubine felt a tinge of disappointment, but quickly feigned concern. Who had the audacity to attack the crown prince? Thankfully, the crown prince had the protection of heaven. As her words fell, Chongqing knelt down. "Your Majesty, it was Princess Liangjin who saved His Highness. Had it not been for the princess, the consequences would have been dire." "Princess Liangjin?" The Emperor of Bailiang was taken aback. The Qi noble concubine inquired with curiosity, "Are you certain?" "Princess Liangjin is just a young girl. How could she possibly save the crown prince from the assailant?" Chongqing responded, replying to the noble concubine, "Today, Princess Liangjin and Miss Zhan were racing in the outskirts when they fortuitously encountered His Highness being attacked. It was indeed the princess who single-handedly drove the carriage to whisk His Highness away to Qinsha Temple, buying him precious time. This can be corroborated by those at the temple today." The Qi noble concubine pressed her lips together. Qi Yuan's expression grew increasingly awkward, while behind her, Zhao Yinyan appeared utterly dazed, realizing that it was Sheng Jinchu who had saved the crown prince. Zhao Yinyan lifted her gaze to scrutinize the Emperor of Bailiang, instinctively touching her own face, and the more she looked, the more she felt a striking resemblance to her biological father. She shifted her feet slightly. Lu Hong had approached at some point, kneeling on the ground. "Your Majesty, 2 groups attempted to assassinate His Highness today. We have captured 2 alive and are currently interrogating them." The Emperor of Bailiang narrowed his eyes. "Was it Princess Liangjin who saved the crown prince?" Lu Hong nodded. "Indeed. Miss Zhan also played a part. She held off the assassins while the princess timely led His Highness away. They encountered several ladies at Chaoxia Temple who were there to pray, and with the protection of their guards, they collectively repelled the attackers, buying precious time for His Highness to receive medical attention." His words were measured, not attributing all the credit solely to Jin Shao. The Emperor of Bailiang maintained a stern silence. Zhao Yinyan moved her lips, attempting to rush forward several times, but Qi Yuan restrained her hand, whispering, Yin Yan, it is not wise to act impulsively at this moment. Clearly, it was not an opportune time for recognition. The crown prince was gravely injured, and the emperor had little inclination to acknowledge Zhao Yinyan. No matter how much he favored her in private, before the crown prince, the emperor would undoubtedly lean towards him. This was something Qi Yuan was acutely aware of. "Your Majesty, His Highness has awakened," a voice called from behind the screen. The emperor, filled with excitement, rushed towards the screen. Concubine Qi exchanged glances with a few individuals behind her, and Qi Yuan half-pulled, half-dragged Zhao Yinyan away. Once outside the East Palace, Zhao Yinyan lamented, "Our trip here was in vain. Yinyan, the crown prince holds a position in the emperor's heart that no one can rival. Since the empress's death, the crown prince has been personally raised by the emperor, entrusted with military power, and often acts as regent. As the crown prince's wings grew strong, he was sent to the battlefield to achieve merit, win the people's hearts, and stabilize the army. Had the crown prince not died prematurely in the previous life, the throne would never have belonged to anyone else. At this critical juncture, saying anything could lead to missteps. Zhao Yinyan pursed her lips, unable to refute. Her brother was the heir apparent, and she naturally could not compare herself. Suddenly, she remembered that Sheng Jinchu had saved her brother. Sheng Jinchu is not skilled in martial arts. How could she have saved the crown prince? Your Highness? There must be something amiss. Qi Yuan also harbored doubts. I will investigate this matter. It is getting late. We should leave the palace. The news of Sheng Jinchu saving the crown prince had already spread throughout the capital. The Zhao family had also received word. Zhao Zhen's expression grew increasingly grim. Regretting having driven away his own niece for the sake of Zhao Yinyan, for otherwise, the title of duke would belong to the Zhao family. You shall visit the residence of Duke Sheng tomorrow and convey that your mother is thinking of her, Zhao Zhan instructed Lu Shi. Lu Shi gritted her teeth, bitterness flooding her heart. Since Jinchu left the Zhao family, she had not been mistreated but rather thrived. She had befriended several noble women and had now become the crown prince's savior, enjoying endless wealth and prestige as long as the crown prince remained. But Yinyan has already entered the palace. If she discovers this, she may not be pleased, Lu Shi cautioned. Zhao Zhan snorted coldly. The palace is not lacking in hidden gems. With so many princes and princesses, if one truly cared, Qingran would not still be imprisoned. His words awakened Lu Shi. Indeed, the Zhao family was still in prison. Tomorrow morning, I will go to the Sheng family, Lu Shi resolved. As night deepened, Jinchu found herself sleepless, her mind consumed with the events of the day, finally dozing off only as dawn approached. Granny Fong personally stood guard at the door, instructing Fian and Fei Shuang. The princess has been exhausted these days and was startled yesterday. She has only just managed to rest. I will keep watch here, and today we are likely to have visitors. If they are from the palace, it is acceptable, but if it is someone seeking to gain favor, send them away. If it is a friend of the princess, do not offend them. Simply say the princess is unwell and cannot receive guests. The two girls agreed. Granny Fong's prediction proved true. As soon as Fian and Fei Shuang reached the door, they spotted Lu Shi arriving. Fian blocked her at the entrance. The princess was startled yesterday and is unwell. She cannot see anyone. Lu Shi, feeling awkward, expressed concern. Is Jinchu all right? Thank you for your concern, madam. The princess is unharmed, Fian replied. Regardless of Lu Shi's insistence, Fian refused to let her in. Lu Shi found herself at a loss, feeling uncomfortable under the gazes of those passing by, and left a message. Miss Fian, when Jinchu awakens, please convey that the old lady is gravely ill and wishes to see her. Fian's expression darkened, her thoughts brimming with contempt. What feelings could she possibly have that require a visit? Even in death, she seeks to pave the way for herself through our princess. Fian nearly shouted in anger, but held back for fear of tarnishing the princess's reputation. No wonder Granny Fong had us watch over them. The Zhao family truly had thick skin. Fei Shuang huffed in agreement. The two maidservants stood guard until noon, when Granny Fong finally sent someone to bring them back. Jinchu was sipping porridge when she noticed the furious expressions on their faces and couldn't help but laugh. Who has made you two so angry? Fei Shuang, quick-tongued, recounted Lu Shi's words from the morning, prompting Granny Fong to quickly interject. Princess, you must not go. You have severed ties with the Zhao family. Do not let yourself be sullied, as you will have to observe mourning for the old lady for a year. Is that so? Fei Shuang exclaimed in surprise. Granny Fong nodded. According to the customs in the capital, If a maternal elder passes away, the younger generation residing in the household must observe a year of mourning. The Zhao family is truly despicable, Fei Shuang said, stomping her foot in anger. Even in death, they cannot find peace. Jin Xiao picked up a piece of pastry and stuffed it into Fei Shuang's mouth. All right, do not be angry. Lift your spirits. There will be much to do ahead. As Fei Shuang chewed on the treat, she mumbled curiously, what is there to be busy with? The princess is now a prominent figure in the capital. I have heard that the crown prince has awakened, and it is likely the palace will soon issue a decree for you to enter, Fian responded. Chapter 51. The Sheng family accused of treason? The gates of the Sheng duke's residence had remained tightly shut for 3 days. Jin Xiao continued her daily routine of practicing calligraphy and copying scriptures in the morning and calculating accounts in the afternoon. The Zhao family, undeterred, knocked on the door daily. For the first 2 days, Lu Shi had come personally, but after several instances of being turned away, she sent servants who were all blocked by Fian. On the 4th day, still no commendation or imperial decree arrived, but rumors began to circulate about the Sheng family in the capital. In the morning, Zhan Wanling knocked on the door. Upon seeing the visitor, Fian immediately opened the door without hesitation. Sister Jin Xiao, Zhan Wanling called out, panting as she rushed into the hall to find Jin Xiao. Jin Xiao poured tea and handed it to her. Sister Zhan, please sit and speak. Zhan Wanling sat down, her mind elsewhere as she placed the teacup on the table. Speaking urgently, do you know that the Yong Wang and Ian Ho accused the late Duke Sheng during today's morning court? Jin Xiao's eyelids twitched at the news. I also heard my father mention it. 5 days ago, Yong Wang returned to the capital secretly, bringing with him several individuals who had once served the late Duke Sheng. They discovered that the Duke had a significant portion of the Qing bloodline. For years ago, the court had provided grain supplies, which were intercepted en route, and the culprit was the late Duke Sheng. The border maps hidden within the scrolls are genuine, and there are not just 1, but 3 maps. These 3 were handed over to the emperor by Yong Wang, and the scroll bears the Duke's handwriting. If it were not for the old lady of the Zhao family being gravely ill, the emperor would have already considered reinstating Zhao Zhen. Zhan Wanling trembled as she spoke. Those who serve the country with loyalty and sacrifice bring honor to their entire family. But if what Yong Wang claims is true, it would confirm charges of treason. The late Duke Sheng, rather than being a loyal servant, would be seen as a traitor deserving of death. And as the legitimate daughter of the Sheng family, you would undoubtedly be implicated. Jin Xiao's complexion turned pale. Nonsense. My father is loyal and devoted. How could he be accused of treason or intercepting supplies? Sister Jin Xiao, please do not panic. I believe in you, Zhan Wanling reassured her. This matter will not simply be based on Yong Wang's words. The emperor will surely investigate thoroughly and bring justice to the Sheng family. Jin Shun trembled with anger. When the grain supplies were intercepted, the front lines were left without food, and morale plummeted. Many soldiers lost their will to fight, but her father tirelessly sought out provisions and personally delivered them to the front lines. Now, with a resounding victory achieved, certain individuals sought to undermine the Sheng family, resorting to slander. Taking a deep breath, Jin Shun steadied herself. Sister Zhan, my father's ancestral home is in Longxi, not Daqing. These are mere rumors. Zhan Wanling explained. This time, the brave king brought 4 individuals into the palace, all of whom were trusted by your father during his lifetime. They have identified Sheng Wugong as having met privately with the 3rd prince of Daqing and secretly transported intercepted grain to Daqing, donating only a small portion to the front lines, thus earning a reputation and becoming a benefactor to the army. The situation was dire, leaving no room for Jin Shun to evade it. The brave king. She had never heard of this person. Thank you for informing me, Sister Zhan. Jin Shun was deeply grateful to Zhan Wanling for sharing this at such a critical moment. Zhan Wanling shook her head. My father held Sheng Wugong in high regard, calling him a heroic figure and a man of integrity. He would never commit such an act. Jin Shuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she clenched her fists, lamenting her own lack of strength. At that moment, Fian noticed a young servant being led in by a maid, furrowing her brow as she recognized him as someone from Lord Lu's household. The servant conveyed the message, greetings to the princess. An hour ago, the Zhao family was released. Jin Shun raised an eyebrow, her unease deepening. Why were they released? Replying to the princess, it was the emperor's decree. 2 hours ago, Lord Zhao Zhen was summoned to the palace and publicly accused the Sheng family. The servant bowed and retreated. Jinchun was left in a daze for a while. While Zhan Wanling fumed, the Zhao family has gone too far. They are relatives, after all. How can they kick someone when they are down? Jinchun was not surprised by the Zhao family's betrayal, as Zhao Ji and Zhao Zhan were inherently selfish individuals. Striking the Sheng family now was merely an attempt to extricate themselves from potential blame. A chill flashed in Jinchun's eyes. Unable to contain herself, Zhan Wanling slammed her hand on the table. They're truly crossing the line. Do they think we have no allies? She then comforted Jinchun. I will go find Sister Qin and Sister Xiao. Don't. Jinchun quickly stood and grasped Zhan Wanling's arm, forcing a smile. I appreciate your kindness, but I do not wish to involve you unless absolutely necessary. I will handle this myself. Jinchun feigned nonchalance. The weight of treason and betrayal was too grave, and she was uncertain of her path forward. She did not want to drag Zhan Wanling into the fray. Not long after sending Zhan Wanling away, someone from the palace arrived to summon Jinchun. The carriage was ready. Taking a deep breath, she adjusted her hair and attire, determined not to tarnish the Sheng family's reputation. With her head held high, she approached with an air of composure. Surrounded by a dozen guards, a eunuch of about 50 or 60 stood at the front, his white brows slightly raised, eyes conveying a sense of regret. Princess Liangjin, it's time to go. His tone was brusque, lacking any respect, mirroring the coldness in his gaze. He gestured for Fian and the others to stay behind. The princess may enter alone. No need for others to follow. With a wave of his hand, he commanded leave. The carriage sped away, nearly tossing her out. Jinchun clutched the window tightly to steady herself. After what felt like half an hour, they finally halted. Before her loomed the red walls and tiled roofs of the palace, an interminable corridor stretching ahead, exuding an aura of solemnity. Following the loyal eunuch, she occasionally caught sight of a few palace maids bustling by. At last, they arrived at Qianqing Palace, where dozens of armed imperial guards stood, exuding an intimidating presence that commanded respect. The loyal eunuch approached, and a young eunuch bowed and whispered a few words. From a distance, Jinchun could vaguely hear mentions of Lord Zhao and the brave king. Once the young eunuch finished reporting, the loyal eunuch glanced knowingly at Jinchun and ushered her inside. Your Majesty, for years, Sheng Yuan has used the pretense of shipping to traverse the seas, secretly transporting goods to Daqing. For years ago, the grain sent from the capital to the border was intercepted by Sheng Yuan, who stealthily diverted it to Daqing. Bei followed Sheng Yuan for many years and was thrown into the sea when he learned too many secrets. Fortunately, he encountered a fishing boat and was rescued. In fact, Sheng Yuan had already married in Daqing and had 2 sons and 2 daughters. Upon discovering that his actions had been exposed, he fled by ship but was caught in a storm, leading to his demise. His daughter, Sheng Jinchu, is not a meritorious descendant, but a criminal. The plea was made to the emperor to revoke Sheng Yuan's title of duke and strip Jinchun of her status as a princess, demanding her imprisonment. As Jinchun entered, she overheard this conversation. Before her were several individuals kneeling, and the speaker, clad in a black dragon robe embroidered with cloud patterns at the collar, appeared to be the brave king. To her surprise, she also spotted Zhao Zhan, kneeling with a rigid posture, his eyes reddened as if bearing great grievance. Your Majesty, Princess Liangjin has arrived, the loyal eunuch announced. The hall fell into silence, all eyes turning toward Jinchun. She knelt and bowed toward the elevated throne. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Long live the emperor. A heavy silence enveloped the room as Jinchun dared not move, acutely aware of the piercing gazes upon her. After a long pause, the Beiliang emperor spoke in a deep voice, lift your head. Upon hearing this, Jinchun raised her gaze. Did you hear what was just said? The Beiliang emperor inquired. Without hesitation, Jinchun nodded, straightening her back. Your Majesty, I have a few questions for the brave king. The brave king scoffed. What qualifications does the daughter of a criminal have to question me? Just because you enjoyed a few days of being treated like a meritorious subject, you believe yourself to be one? Jinchun frowned and instead looked toward the Beiliang emperor. Your Majesty, I am the last of the Sheng family. Our vast estate has been targeted numerous times. I am not surprised by the slander. After all, it has been 4 years, and the brave king has only now found evidence. Yet, in this time, there is no living witness. I would like to know how my father managed to intercept the grain under the watchful eyes of so many, without leaving a trace. The Beiliang emperor's expression shifted to one of surprise. What do you mean? Your Majesty, This is either a frame-up or an attempt by someone to stir the waters and create chaos. Regardless, as long as there is one member of the Sheng family left, we will not allow anyone to tarnish our name, Jin Shun declared boldly. Presumptuous. The brave king thundered. This is the Golden Lawn Hall, not a place for you. A criminal's daughter, to speak recklessly. His eyes bulged with fury, as if he might devour her whole. Jin Shun, do not overstep, Zhao Zhan urged, tugging at her sleeve. You were young at the time and unaware of many matters. If you admit your guilt, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Do not act foolishly. A cold glint flashed in Jin Shuan's eyes. Your father committed treason, lying in wait at Wuxiao Mountain to steal grain, killing those who transported it, and transporting it from a port 30 kilometers away. Bei and Nan are witnesses. Furthermore, your father's handwriting is present on the maps of the border, identical to the letters he sent to the Zhao family. There could be no doubt, Zhao Zhan asserted. Afterward, Zhao Zhan bowed to the Bei Liang Emperor, Your Majesty. This girl may not be aware. Lord Zhao, the Emperor interrupted, treason is a capital offense. She has enjoyed 15 years of wealth and privilege. If she is let off easily, how will others not follow suit? The brave king retorted sharply. Jin Shun clenched her fists, ready to speak, when a sudden fit of coughing erupted from above. Your Majesty, the loyal eunuch exclaimed, rushing to support him. All attention turned to the emperor, whose complexion had turned ashen. He wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, revealing blood, and then fainted, eyes closing ominously. Quick, summoned the imperial physician. Panic ensued as the matter of accusations was momentarily forgotten. The Northern Liang Emperor was carried into the inner hall, and Dr. Li hurriedly entered with his medical kit, leaving the others to wait anxiously outside. An hour later, Eunuch Zhong emerged, delivering the emperor's decree. From this day forth, the crown prince would govern the state, with full authority over all court affairs. The announcement left everyone stunned, particularly Zhao Zhan, who felt a chill creeping up from his feet, causing him to instinctively glance at Jin Chu. Sensing Zhao Zhan's gaze, Jin Chu abruptly turned her head, a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Zhao Zhan stammered, quickly looking to Prince Yong. Your Highness, what has happened? Why has the power to govern been bestowed upon the crown prince? The series of inquiries vexed Prince Yong, who himself was at a loss for an explanation. He turned to Eunuch Zhong, asking, what is the matter with the emperor? Eunuch Zhong sighed, Your Highness, this is an old ailment of the emperor's. A few days ago, the crown prince was attacked, and the emperor has been unable to sleep, consumed with worry. The physician advised that he must rest without further concern. Rising to his feet, Prince Yong declared, I shall go and see. Eunuch Zhong did not restrain him, allowing him to enter. Less than half an hour later, Prince Yong emerged, his face darkened, visibly angered. The news of the Northern Liang Emperor's fainting had not been kept secret. Consort Qi rushed in with several princes and soon exited, her expression equally grim. She glared at Eunuch Zhong, her voice sharp. Why didn't you dissuade the emperor from overexerting himself? How could you allow him to tire himself so? Your Highness, how could I dare? Eunuch Zhong replied. Foolish creature. Consort Qi scolded, her gaze laden with meaning as it met Prince Yong's. They exchanged a brief look before averting their eyes. Jin Chu remained kneeling on the cold ground, a chilling sensation creeping up from her knees, rendering her nearly numb. What further investigation was needed when the evidence against the Sheng family was irrefutable? Consort Qi approached Jin Chu, bending down from her elevated position, her delicate fingers tracing Jin Chu's tender face. Since your appearance, nothing but misfortune has followed. If not for you, how could the Qi Guogong's household be ridiculed? You and your father are both sources of trouble. Your Highness. With a swift motion, Consort Qi struck Jin Chu hard, silencing her retort. Standing upright, she delicately wiped her palm with a handkerchief, discarding it disdainfully upon Jin Chu's cheek. Do not think that saving the crown prince absolves the Sheng family of their treasonous crimes. The crown prince is righteous and would never be swayed by personal feelings. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to the man in the moon-white robe who had just entered. Long live the crown prince. As the crown prince passed by, everyone bowed in respect. He moved through the crowd with measured steps, his cold eyes quickly assessing the swelling on Jin Chu's face, his expression darkening ominously. An invisible pressure emanating from him that rivaled that of the Northern Liang Emperor. The crown prince has arrived, Consort Qi remarked, a smile playing at her lips. Consort Qi, the inner palace must not meddle in governance. You have overstepped. The crown prince's tone was calm, yet turbulent emotions roiled beneath the surface, his imposing stature overshadowing consort Qi. Her complexion shifted as she retorted, "Your brother, the emperor, has entrusted you with governance, not to abuse your power. How dare you confront Yenner?" The crown prince's impatience was palpable. "If you seek evidence, I shall provide it." With a command, Chongqing brought forth 3 battered men. "For days ago, your highness was attacked at Chaosha Temple. We captured a few survivors, and under duress, they all claimed they were instructed by the second prince. We also found a token from the second prince's residence on one of the assailants." Chongqing raised the token high, passing it before consort Qi. "Preposterous. This is a frame-up. I have never dispatched anyone." "Silence." The crown prince frowned, his voice icy with authority. "Is this hall a place for raucousness? Take them away and administer 20 lashes." "Your highness," consort Qi exclaimed, her eyes wide. 30 lashes. You dare. 50. Consort Qi's complexion shifted, her finger trembling as she pointed at the crown prince, her body shaking with fury as she turned to seek the northern Liang emperor. Halfway through, eunuch Zhong blocked her path. "The emperor has decreed that no one is to be seen." Before she could respond, the second prince's voice called out, prompting consort Qi to glance at the crown prince. "This must be a misunderstanding. Will you not investigate? With both eyewitnesses and material evidence. How can this be a miscarriage of justice?" The crown prince replied nonchalantly, his gaze shifting back to Zhao Zhan. "Bring forth all those implicated in the Sheng family case and imprison them." The crown prince's voice rang out. Chongqing approached Jinchu, his demeanor more respectful. "My lady, I apologize for the inconvenience. As for the others, their fortune was far less favorable, especially Zhao Zhan, who was forcibly dragged away by the guards." As they exited the grand hall, the crown prince's voice echoed ominously. "Imprison Zhao Zhan and Zhao Yinyan as well. Furthermore, confine the heir of the Qi Guogong to his residence. He is not to leave without permission." As chapter 53 unfolded, Jinchu, a fellow reborn soul, recognized the crown prince's power and influence. As Chongqing escorted her out, they passed the second prince, who was being punished. She caught a glimpse of his pale face. His teeth clenched in silence. Perhaps sensing her gaze, the second prince met her eyes, a coldness emanating from him. Treason against the Sheng family is a capital offense, and the crown prince can only aid you for a moment. Before Jinchu could respond, Chongqing cleared his throat discreetly. Bang! The executioner's grip tightened, and the second prince let out a muffled groan, sweat beading on his forehead, speech escaping him. "My lady, please follow me." Chongqing indicated a direction, lowering his voice. "Rest assured, the prince will not neglect this matter. However, you have endured much hardship these days." Jinchu looked at Chongqing in surprise. His expression had returned to its usual aloofness as he led the way. An hour later, in the prison of the Yamen, Jinchu was confined. But unlike her previous life in a dark, cramped, filthy cell, this one boasted a window, allowing sunlight to stream in and infuse the space with a rare warmth. Lost in thought, she heard the voices of Zhao Zhan and Zhao Yinyan. "I'm the wife of the Qi Guogong's heir. How dare you arrest me?" Such audacity! Zhao Yinyan's shouts echoed through the cell as she was thrust into an adjacent room. The guard, unyielding, struck Zhao Yinyan harshly with a whip. Her scream pierced the air. "Yinyan!" Zhao Zhan hurried to support her, turning to glare at the guard. "How dare you inflict punishment without cause?" The guard sneered, brandishing the whip. "You have fallen to such depths. Do you still hope to be released?" Bang! The cell door slammed shut, locking them in chains. Zhao Yinyan curled up in Zhao Zhan's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Zhao Zhan felt a mixture of anger and sorrow. Having just emerged from her own confinement without even changing her clothes, only to be captured again, the two clung to each other. Zhao Zhan offering comfort until her gaze inadvertently shifted to Jinchu in the next cell. "Jinchu!" At the mention of her name, Zhao Yinyan turned, spotting Jinchu with a swollen face sitting on a pile of straw. She sat up, mocking, "You, the crown prince's savior, have also been imprisoned." Jinchu raised an eyebrow. "We are all in the same predicament. Why should the wife of the heir mock another?" "You." Zhao Yinyan was momentarily speechless. Before long, Zhao Zhan was brought over. Unlike the others, she bore the marks of punishment, wearing a prisoner's garb, bloodstains marring her appearance, her hair disheveled, looking utterly disheartened. "Brother." Zhao Shi exclaimed in astonishment, quickly aiding Zhao Zhen to her feet, incredulous as she spoke. How could things have turned out this way? Zhao Zhen gasped for breath, enduring the pain as she leaned against the railing, her gaze fixed intently on Jinchu. Isn't it all her doing? Thus, Zhao Zhen recounted the events that transpired before the emperor with embellishments, igniting Zhao Shi's fury. She turned to Jinchu, glaring fiercely, "You wicked one! Why would you even conspire against your own kin?" Insults and accusations flew incessantly. Jinchu, her expression icy, regarded the trio with indifference. Rather than hurling insults here, you should contemplate how to exonerate the Zhao family. Otherwise, on the day the Sheng family is condemned, I shall ensure the Zhao family shares their fate. The three fell silent, taken aback. Having benefited from the Sheng family, they still sought to distance themselves. A flustered Zhao Yanyan spoke up, "Jinchu, I am not a member of the Sheng family. The emperor will not penalize me." As if struck by a thought, she added, "As for my elder brother, the crown prince will surely favor me instead of you. We cannot be compared." Just then, two jailers entered, placing a food box on the ground while calling out, "Mealtime, everyone eat." The three had no appetite and remained still. When the jailers approached Jinchu, their demeanor noticeably softened as they gently set down the food box. "Your Highness, it is time for your meal," they said. Jinchu nodded in gratitude and moved to retrieve it, but a glint of a dagger suddenly flashed as it lunged toward her. Jinchu's expression shifted, and retreating was no longer an option. Bang! A figure darted past, delivering a powerful kick to the jailer's chest. Moments later, two guards swiftly restrained the jailer, who thrashed on the ground. Chongqing approached, casting a glance at the jailer. "Silence him and take him away for rigorous interrogation." "Yes," came the reply as the jailer was dragged off. The atmosphere returned to silence. And Chongqing turned to Jinchu. "Are you hurt?" Jinchu shook her head. "I assure you, this matter will be reported to His Highness. To ensure your safety, I shall station guards outside." Chongqing beckoned two guards, instructing them to remain vigilant. "From today onward, the food and drink for your Highness must be scrutinized." They nodded in affirmation. Chongqing then departed. The commotion had drawn laughter from the adjacent cell, and Jinchu closed her eyes, feeling like a fish on the chopping block, at the mercy of others. She felt akin to floating duckweed on a lake's surface, bobbing aimlessly. After an indeterminate time, Fei Yin was ushered in, speaking in hushed tones. "His Highness personally visited the Sheng Duke's residence and instructed me to look after you." Jinchu's eyes flickered. With these words, an inexplicable sense of reassurance washed over her. When a maid arrived, she mentioned that Lord Liu had also been suspended pending investigation. All the jailers had been replaced, and even the brave king had been barred from entry. In the Qi Duke's residence, Qi Yuan was brought back from a tavern where he had been conversing with friends. Suddenly, a group of imperial guards burst in. "By order of the crown prince, you are hereby forbidden from stepping outside the Qi Duke's residence. Please return at once." Qi Yuan was bewildered. His friends, filled with trepidation, cautiously asked, "Young master, how have you offended the crown prince?" "What did I offend him?" Qi Yuan retorted angrily. The leader of the guard sneered. "A few days ago, His Highness was ambushed in the outskirts, and several captured assailants confessed that they were incited by you." The group's expressions shifted, quickly distancing themselves, fearful of being implicated. "Nonsense," Qi Yuan protested, but the guard leader had lost his patience. "If you are wronged, His Highness will surely vindicate you. Now please." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qi Yuan was forced out, walking down the street as countless fingers pointed at him, wishing he could vanish into the ground. At this moment, the Qi Duke's residence was already surrounded by dozens of imperial guards. Upon entering, Qi Yuan learned that Zhao Yanyan had been forcibly taken to prison, causing his expression to change dramatically. The Qi Duke stormed in, dismissing others with a wave of his hand, demanding, "How dare you send someone to attack?" Qi Yuan defended himself. "Father, I did not do this. The crown prince is not long for this world. Why would I take such a risk?" The Qi Duke's voice was grave. "The emperor is gravely ill, and now the crown prince governs. All matters of state fall under his purview." Qi Yuan's eyelids twitched ominously. Today, the brave king and the Earl of Ian reported treason against the Sheng family, and somehow it became entangled with the assassination case, resulting in a number of arrests. Just as he finished speaking, the steward rushed in, panic-stricken. "My lord, it's terrible. Today, someone attempted to assassinate Lady Liang Jin in the prison, and the assailant was captured by His Highness's guard. Chongqing. That person has implicated the Qi Duke's residence. The Qi Duke erupted in fury. Absurd. Moments later, word came that the Crown Prince requested to see Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan swallowed hard, sensing that today would not be peaceful. With the Crown Princess summons, he dared not refuse and steeled himself. But the Qi Duke interjected, "You need not worry. I shall accompany you." Very well. Within the Jingzhao Yin's office, as Lu Hong hailed from Longxi and had deep ties with the Sheng family, he was temporarily confined within the estate under close guard. The Crown Prince swiftly took control of the entire office, with imperial guards visible everywhere. The Qi Duke and his son were ushered inside, and from a distance, they saw the Crown Prince sitting by the pond, leisurely feeding fish, exuding an air of tranquility. Approaching, they bowed. "We pay our respects to your highness." The Crown Prince regarded the duo calmly, responding with a nonchalant Qi Yuan, unable to contain himself, blurted out, "Your highness, I am wrongfully accused. I had no knowledge of Lady Liang Jin's imprisonment, and I did not send anyone to assassinate her. The assassination attempt 4 days ago is unrelated to me." Once Qi Yuan finished, the Crown Prince replied, seemingly uninterested, "In the past 2 months, you have sent quite a number of individuals to the prison, have you not?" Qi Yuan was momentarily speechless. Recently, he had indeed captured Huayuan and handed him over to his father, but he had not sent anyone to assassinate Jinchu. This individual was a servant purchased 5 years prior by the Qi heir, who had changed his status to a commoner a year ago. Not only him, but also 12 others had been sent to the prison by the Qi heir. The Crown Prince leaned back on the bench, holding a stack of testimonies, each bearing signatures and seals. He raised his eyes slightly, as if to imply a trivial matter. "What defense do you have, Qi Yuan?" Gazing at the stack of papers, Qi Yuan's composure began to crumble. The Crown Prince had thoroughly investigated his secrets. As a fellow reincarnator, his current strength paled in comparison to the Crown Prince's. If it came to confrontation, he would undoubtedly lose. Chapter 54. The Qi heir faces imprisonment and whipping. Confronted with the eyewitness accounts and physical evidence, Qi Yuan stubbornly maintained his innocence. "Fabricated charges are abundant. I am wrongfully accused." The Crown Prince raised an eyebrow. "So you deny your guilt?" "Your Highness, please see clearly." The Crown Prince smiled without humor, resting his arms on the stone table, his fingertips rhythmically tapping the surface. The atmosphere grew tense. Even the air seemed lighter. If the Qi heir did not confess, the Crown Prince would have no choice but to imprison him. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Take him away." "Your Highness," the Qi Duke exclaimed in alarm. The Crown Prince's gaze was heavy. "Is the Duke of Qi attempting to obstruct my investigation?" The Duke of Qi moved his lips, repeatedly denying such intentions. Yet he could only watch as Qi Yuan was taken away. Within a single day, numerous individuals were imprisoned. Everyone involved in the 2 cases was apprehended, causing widespread panic. Outside, the sky grew darker, and a chill swept in. Fei Yin removed her outer garment to drape over Jinchu, saying, "The maidservant has trained in martial arts since childhood, and her physique is robust. Your Highness must not catch a chill." Leaning against Fei Yan's shoulder, Jinchu felt drowsy, her mind foggy. Occasionally, she could still hear Qi Yuan's anguished cries. Frowning, she forced her eyelids open. Glancing around, she found no sign of Qi Yuan and realized she had imagined it once more. Suddenly, Fei Yin felt a weight on her shoulder and raised her hand to touch Jinchu's forehead, startled by its heat. "Your Highness, your Highness?" Jinchu had already slipped into unconsciousness. In her hazy state, she vaguely sensed someone prying her lips apart and pouring a bitter, unpleasant medicine into her mouth. She tightly closed her lips, and the intruder sighed in resignation. "Your Highness refuses to open her mouth. What should we do? Let us brew a few more bowls." The familiar fragrance wafted under her nose, and she strained to open her eyes, barely able to discern a shadowy figure before her. A large palm rested on her forehead, testing her temperature repeatedly, followed by a series of sighs. When she finally opened her eyes again, it was noon, still in the same cell. Jinchu looked toward Fei Yin, doubting whether the previous night had been a dream, especially since she had dreamt of the Crown Prince. Fei Yin quickly felt Jinchu's forehead, relieved to find it cool. "Your Highness, you have finally awakened." Jinchu, still dazed, listened as Fei Yin explained last night. "You had a high fever that would not subside. His Highness took you under the pretext of questioning and took care of you all night." She paused, astonished. "Truly His Highness?" Fei Yin nodded vigorously. It was no dream. The Crown Prince had said, that it would not be difficult for her to leave. But the Sheng family had yet to be officially recognized. Interrupting, Jinchu stated, "I understand. I wish to leave this cell openly, without scandal. Thanks to the Crown Prince's protection." She comprehended the Crown Prince's intentions. Suddenly, the anguished cries resounded again, disrupting Jinchu's thoughts. Qi Shitzi had been imprisoned and interrogated all night. Fei Yin clicked her tongue, finding the cries oddly satisfying. Soon, Qi Yuan was returned to the cell. Zhao Yanyan rushed over, embracing Qi Yuan. "Husband, how are you? Are you hurt?" Her cries were incessant. Qi Yuan's tattered garments hung loosely on him, bearing numerous whip marks, and he weakly opened his eyes, his gaze landing on Jinchu. The whip, yet again, Qi Yuan realized, was the Crown Prince's punishment. He had lost count of how many blows he had received. The interrogators had not uttered a single question, replacing 3 waves of tormentors who mercilessly beat him until he bled, waking him with cold water only to continue the assault time and again. I am fine." Qi Yuan struggled to sit up and turned to Zhao. Suddenly, her eyes twitched at his cold gaze. Qi Yuan spoke softly, "Mother-in-law, could you write a letter for me? I will have someone deliver it to the Empress Dowager." He believed that if he was imprisoned, the Empress Dowager would not ignore him. When someone came to check on him, he would pass the letter along. If it reached the Emperor of Bailiang, they would be saved. Zhao was bewildered, staring at Qi Yuan. What letter? Just then, the sound of chains echoed. The jailer opened the cell and took Zhao away. "Where are you taking me?" She struggled. "The old lady is gravely ill. His Highness has granted you leave from prison." Hearing this, Zhao Yanyan panicked, repeatedly banging on the bars. "Where is His Highness? I have something to say to him. Please relay my message to the Crown Prince." The jailer did not even spare her a glance, ruthlessly dragging Zhao away and locking the door behind him. "Crown Prince, I want to see you," Zhao Yanyan shouted. The jailer, infuriated, swung his whip against the bars. "Be silent." His roar frightened Zhao Yanyan, prompting her to shrink back behind Qi Yuan, feeling wronged and pitiful. "Husband, the affairs of the Sheng family have nothing to do with me. When will the Crown Prince let me go?" Qi Yuan, grievously injured, had no time to consider Zhao Yanyan's feelings. Thus his tone became harsher. "Crying resolves nothing. It is better to think of a way out." Zhao Yanyan was taken aback. Having known Qi Yuan for so long, he had always treated her with tenderness, never raising his voice. She blinked, tears rolling down her cheeks. Qi Yuan felt increasingly irritated, especially in contrast to Jinchu's silence next door, causing him to feel a tinge of dissatisfaction toward Zhao Yanyan for the first time. Once Zhao Yanyan ceased her crying, the cell fell silent. Zhao Zhan suddenly looked at Qi Yuan. "Is there a way to break this predicament?" "Break the predicament?" Qi Yuan felt uncertain. Zhao Zhan continued. "I always think the Crown Prince is deliberately creating confusion to exonerate certain individuals." This was Zhao Zhan's conclusion after a night of contemplation. Qi Yuan frowned. Zhao Zhan's voice was low. "Do not forget, for years ago, the Sheng family sent supplies to the front lines. Who was the commander in charge at that time?" Everyone seemed to overlook this point, only remembering to smear the Sheng family's name, bullying the lonely woman, and attempting to seize the vast fortune of the Sheng family. But who remembered that the supplies sent by Sheng Yuan had saved the Crown Prince? 3 months ago, when the Crown Prince returned victorious through Longxi, I had someone inquire. Sheng Jinchu had also returned home from Defanshan during that time. Lu Hong had helped her several times. Perhaps it was an orchestrated effort to bestow titles and grant her nobility. Do you not think it all seems meticulously planned? Qi Yuan fell silent. This was impossible. How could the Crown Prince harbor such schemes for Sheng Jinchu? Zhao Yanyan directly denied it, refusing to believe her brother would act thus. Zhao Zhan ignored Zhao Yanyan and continued to fixate on Qi Yuan. On the surface, the Crown Prince has not shown any partiality. Do you remember that painting of the vast rivers and mountains? At the mention of the painting, Qi Yuan's brow furrowed. He had privately investigated Feng Chang'an, yet the man seemed to have evaporated from existence. As for the authenticity of the painting, there was no way to ascertain. This matter had since been left unresolved. If I am correct, His Highness intends to overturn the testimony to protect the Sheng family. Zhao Zhan expressed his frustration, unaware that the Crown Prince had orchestrated such a grand scheme to shield the Sheng family. However, Zhao Zhan was puzzled. How could the Crown Prince have known in advance that someone would plot against the Sheng family? Chapter 55. The Zhao family enters the palace to plead for Yan Yan. Zhao Zhan's words struck Qi Yuan like a bolt from the blue, awakening him to what he had overlooked. In his previous life, the Sheng family bore the crime of treason, and the only one who pleaded for them was the crown prince. He had knelt before the emperor of Bailiang for 3 days and nights, fainting in the process, which enraged the emperor and caused a rift between them. The crown prince gradually lost power, never seeing the emperor again. And even his funeral was conducted with the standard of a common prince, hastily buried in the royal tombs. The Sheng family. The crown prince's efforts to save the Sheng family were also for his own sake. The brave king returned to the capital secretly, which the crown prince should not have known about. As for that assassination, it was suspicious. Despite suffering severe injuries, how could he suddenly assume regency? The emperor had never heard of any illness, nor had he fainted for no reason in the court. Zhao Zhan found himself utterly perplexed. Could it truly be an act of gratitude? Qi Yuan understood, but did not elaborate, offering only vague reassurances. However, Zhao Yanyan was relentless, gripping Qi Yuan's arm. Are you suggesting that the crown prince's feelings for Sheng Jinchu? Touched by the wound, Qi Yuan's expression shifted slightly, which Zhao Yanyan failed to notice. Zhao Zhan remarked, at such a time, why discuss this? If Sheng Jinchu is guilty, you are almost the daughter of a criminal, and you too cannot escape responsibility. Zhao Yanyan's face flushed. The emperor's illness is what allowed the crown prince to assume regency. If he awakens, he will surely release me. She was a cherished daughter of the heavens, incomparable to Sheng Jinchu. The crown prince's brother confines himself, unaware of his true identity. Had he known, he would surely set himself free. Zhao Zhan moved her lips, but found no inclination to argue. Day after day, she could tell through the window that 3 days had passed. During this time, Qi Yuan was mercilessly whipped over 100 times each day, his body covered in wounds. His condition growing increasingly frail, left on the ground like a dead dog. Initially, Zhao Yanyan would offer him comfort, but gradually she dared not approach. For the sight of his mangled flesh was terrifying. When the jailer came to deliver food, after 3 days of hunger, Zhao Yanyan could no longer resist. She bit into the steamed bun, regardless of its staleness, devouring it greedily, even finishing Qi Yuan's share. Qi Yuan, lying on the pile of straw, moved his fingertips, watching as Zhao Yanyan satisfied her hunger, not leaving him even a drop of water. Disappointment flickered in his eyes. The woman he cherished for 2 lifetimes did not care for him at all. After she finished and looked into the empty bowl, her face flushed with guilt as she glanced at Qi Yuan, only to see him squinting as if asleep. She shrugged, pretending nothing had happened, and returned to her seat, hoping that upon her return to the Zhao family, they could devise a plan to rescue her. Suddenly, a fragrant aroma wafted in from the next cell. Zhao Yanyan turned her head to see Fei Yin bringing out steaming food, chicken, duck, fish, and exquisite pastries, all a feast for the eyes. She widened her eyes in disbelief. How can you eat so well while imprisoned? This is utterly unfair. Fei Yin, indifferent to Zhao Yanyan's outburst, carefully served a bowl of congee to Jing Chu, garnished with fragrant green onions, its aroma enticing. Jing Chu sipped delicately from a bowl. What kind of tricks have you played to deserve such treatment? Zhao Yanyan protested, quickly attracting the jailer's attention. The jailer scoffed. If the young lady desires to eat, she may do so. If she has silver to spend. Zhao Yanyan searched her pockets. She had been thoroughly searched upon entering the prison, leaving her with nothing. She pointed at Jing Chu. What about her? Why does she get to eat? The princess is imprisoned, yet the Sheng family sends silver daily. If you can receive silver, I will ensure you receive food as well. You. Zhao Yanyan was infuriated. The jailer brandished his whip. If the young lady does not quiet down, do not blame me for the consequences. Seeing the blood-soaked whip, Zhao Yanyan dared not speak further, shrinking her neck and obediently sitting on the ground, prompting the jailer to click his tongue in disdain as he turned away. During midday, Chongqing came and moved Jing Chu to a different cell, more a refined room than a prison. It was furnished with a bed, table, and chairs. Before leaving, Chongqing remarked, in the coming days, His Highness will begin to hear cases. It may be noisy outside. I ask for the princess's patience. If you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know. Thank you. Chongqing waved his hands, dismissing the gratitude. Once the door closed, sealing them from the outside world, Fei Yin pointed to the garments and daily necessities laid out on the bed, along with writing materials, softly murmuring, His Highness is truly considerate. Fearing she might be bored, There was even a practice book for calligraphy. Jingchu's mindset gradually calmed. With nothing to do, she practiced her writing, slowly becoming accustomed to the distant sounds of anguish. Have the items been delivered? The crown prince looked up from his desk as Chong Qing returned, setting down his brush. What was the reaction? Chong Qing replied. The princess remains unperturbed. Is that so? Chong Qing rubbed his nose, pondering before saying, I noticed the princess's complexion was not good. She seemed quite frightened. Moreover, she could only speak to one of my guards. What more could she say? The crown prince frowned. Chong Qing continued, Your Highness, I was stopped by Zhao Shi upon my return. She wishes to see you. At the mention of Zhao Shi, the crown prince felt only disdain, harboring no favorable feelings towards her, as she had been excessively cold and indifferent to Jingchu. Send her away. I did, but she stubbornly insisted on waiting, claiming that the delicate young lady could not withstand this and seeks your mercy. Chong Qing sighed, knowing that if Zhao Shi mentioned the princess, the crown prince might relent. Returning to his documents, the crown prince said without looking up, if she wishes to stand, let her. Keep a close watch on her in prison. Seeing the crown prince unwilling to elaborate, Chong Qing wisely chose not to press further and quietly withdrew. Zhao Shi, having faced repeated rebuffs and even fainting twice before the government office, returned to the Zhao family in despair. Lu Shi, upon seeing her return, hurriedly inquired, Did you see the crown prince? Zhao Shi shook her head. Lu Shi's expression soured. Her eyes filled with resentment. With father's fate in the prison uncertain and mother barely holding on, how are we to survive? As she spoke, Lu Shi's eyes lit up with a sudden idea. If there is an opportunity to enter the palace and plead with a noblewoman, could that not change our fortunes? Zhao Shi's expression shifted, displeased as she glared at Lu Shi. What do you take me for? A courtesan selling smiles? Is there not enough chaos already? Seeing Zhao Shi's anger, Lu Shi grew irate as well. What a critical moment this is, and you still refuse to bow your head? Must we face ruin to satisfy your pride? Their quarrel ended in discord. Back in her room, Zhao Shi wept bitterly, clutching a jade pendant. Her resolve hardening as she changed into another outfit and instructed someone to prepare a horse. The carriage stopped at the palace gate, and Zhao Shi produced the jade pendant. I wish to see the emperor. The guard at the entrance glanced at the pendant, raising an eyebrow, his tone laced with scorn. You think you can just waltz in to see the emperor with a mere pendant? You must be dreaming. Away with you. Don't block the door. The guard ruthlessly shooed her away. Zhao Shi's face flushed with embarrassment and anger. Open your eyes and see clearly. This is a gift from the emperor. The two guards exchanged glances, uncertain. One of them turned to report, and soon a eunuch arrived, carefully examining the pendant before looking at Zhao Shi with an unsettling gaze. After a long pause, he permitted her entry. Finally, Zhao Shi stood before the emperor. Upon recognizing her, expressed mild surprise and approached. What business do you have with his majesty? I plead for the release of Yan Yan. She is unaware of many matters and should not be punished for her ignorance. Zhao Shi's voice trembled, her fragile figure resembling a delicate flower swaying in the wind. Evoking sympathy, the eunuch replied, Madam, please wait a moment. I shall report this at once. A short while later, the eunuch reappeared. Madam, you may return. The young lady will soon be released. Overjoyed, Zhao Shi's eyes instinctively darted to the closed gate. She opened her mouth to speak, but hesitated, unsure how to express herself, her hands nervously clutching her handkerchief. The eunuch subtly inquired, You treat the crown prince's wife quite well. If you were to plead for Liang Jin's release, perhaps she could also return home. Absolutely not. Zhao Shi frowned in refusal. To secure Yan Yan's release is already a blessing. I would not dare to ask for more. Yan Yan is not a daughter of the Sheng family and remains ignorant of many matters. But Jinchu is the daughter of a traitor. Some things must bear their consequences. Zhao Shi presented herself with an air of moral superiority. The eunuch, undeterred, pressed further. Are you truly unwilling to plead for Liang Jin? Zhao Shi shook her head resolutely. Very well, madam, please return. The eunuch waved for someone to escort Zhao Shi away, his expression revealing thinly veiled mockery. As he turned back, those inside had just emerged. The eunuch hastily bowed. Your Highness. Chapter 56. Zhao Yan confesses her identity and decides to enter the palace to acknowledge her father. In the cell, after another round of beatings, Qi Yuan was thrown onto the pile of straw. Zhao Yan had grown numb, too weary even to move, turning her gaze away, unwilling to look. At that moment, a guard entered and unlocked the chains. Zhao Yinyan, you are hereby released. Zhao Yinyan sprang to her feet in disbelief, her ears barely able to comprehend the words. Even Qi Yuan appeared stunned. Why am I being released? Zhao Zhan could not help but ask. The guard replied, it is thanks to Zhao Yinyan's good mother, who personally entered the palace to plead for her. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yinyan was filled with overwhelming excitement. Her mother had entered the palace to meet her father, which meant that her father had issued an edict for her release. Soon, her true identity would be made public. Thrilled by this thought, Zhao Yinyan lifted her skirts in eagerness to leave. But Qi Yuan struggled to grasp the hem of her gown, calling out, Yinyan. Turning back, Zhao Yinyan looked down at Qi Yuan, her eyes shimmering. Qi Yuan, someone has incited an assassination attempt on His Highness the Crown Prince. The evidence is irrefutable, and His Highness has commanded the immediate detention of the prime suspect. A guard interrupted Zhao Yinyan before she could finish her words. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yinyan's eyes flickered, and she bent down to pry Qi Yuan's fingers open one by one. Then, urged by the guards, she rose and left without looking back. Qi Yuan stood there, staring blankly at Zhao Yinyan's diminishing silhouette, a scene so profoundly ironic. After leaving the prison, Zhao Yinyan spotted a carriage not far away. Zhao Shi hurriedly lifted the curtain and stepped down, her face alight with joy as she looked at Zhao Yinyan. Yinyan, you have suffered. Mother. Zhao Yinyan plunged into Zhao Shi's embrace, sniffling and exhaling a sigh of relief. Mother, I have finally seen the light after enduring the darkness. Thank you for your tireless efforts on my behalf. Zhao Shi gently stroked Zhao Yinyan's hair, her face adorned with a loving smile. You're my daughter, of course. I worry about you. Zhao Yinyan nodded vigorously, looking up to ask, Mother, has father mentioned when he will confer the title of princess upon me? In response to Zhao Yinyan's eager gaze, Zhao Shi's expression shifted uncomfortably. She had not even seen the Emperor of Bailiang. Not wanting to dampen her spirits, she could only offer a vague response. Now is not the time. Once the crown prince resolves the case, perhaps an edict will be issued. Zhao Yinyan considered this, acknowledging the truth in it. There had been too many recent events, and the Emperor of Bailiang would undoubtedly be preoccupied. Once everything's settled, an edict would be issued, allowing her to ascend as a princess in splendid fashion. News of her release quickly reached the ears of the Duke of Qi, who hurried over and happened upon the mother-daughter duo. Dismounting from his carriage, the Duke of Qi inquired, what transpired inside? Zhao Yinyan felt a pang of guilt as she looked at him, her eyes reddening as she shook her head. My husband was injured, but is not in immediate danger. The Duke of Qi had been tirelessly running around for Qi Yuan's sake these past few days, his hair graying under the strain. Do not worry too much. Considering the circumstances, the crown prince will not be overly harsh, as he is Yinyan's husband. Zhao Shi felt that her entrance into the palace had effectively broken the ice, trusting that the Emperor of Bailiang would instruct the crown prince to reveal the truth. It wouldn't be long before the crown prince released Qi Yuan. The Duke of Qi wore a disappointed expression. Duke Qi, Long Qing called from afar, prompting them to turn. They saw Long Qing carrying a stretcher, upon which lay none other than Qi Yuan. The Duke of Qi rushed forward, only to breathe a sigh of relief when he saw Qi Yuan open his eyes and realize he was still alive. What does this mean? Long Qing explained. His Highness has uncovered that the assassination attempt was a setup by others, and not the doing of the heir. However, the heir did send someone to assassinate the county lord, which was unsuccessful. Today, having received the county lord's generous decision not to pursue the matter further, His Highness has released the heir to return home. Zhao Yinyan was taken aback. Just moments ago, the guards had claimed the evidence was undeniable. How could he be released in such a short time? Qi Yuan propped himself up, his gaze coldly and distantly sweeping past Zhao Yinyan. The disappointment in his eyes sent Zhao Yinyan into a panic, and she rushed forward to grasp his hand warmly. This is wonderful, husband. I was planning to find ways to plead for your release after I got out. Qi Yuan suppressed the urge to shake off her hand, offering a perfunctory nod. This is not the place for conversation. We should return. The Duke of Qi, meanwhile, instructed someone to fetch a doctor. Zhao Shi fabricated an excuse about attending to the elderly matriarch Zhao and departed in the carriage, with Zhao Yinyan naturally following back to the Duke's residence. The group traveled in silence within the carriage. Upon arriving at the Duke of Qi's residence, the doctor tended to Qi Yuan's wounds. Looking at his ghastly state, The Duke of Qi seethed with anger. He calls it a misunderstanding? How absurd. I cannot swallow this. Qi Yuan advised, it is merely superficial wounds, father. Do not provoke the crown prince. He is not to be trifled with. The recent imprisonment had made him acutely aware of the true nature of those close to him. Zhao Yinyan's actions had left him feeling utterly disheartened. Rather than feeling joy at his release, Qi Yuan was beset by unease. The 12 individuals had indeed been sent to prison by him, a fact that was indisputable, and they all bore witness. Regardless of the truth behind the assassination of Sheng Jinchu, he could not escape the stigma attached to that crime. Yet the crown prince had released him. And not only that, he had subtly glossed over the attempted assassination. It all felt suspiciously strange. Father, the situation is uncertain. We should observe for now, Qi Yuan urged. The Duke of Qi, also sensing the crown prince's recent peculiar behavior, nodded in agreement, cautioning him, if it were not for Zhao Shi's intercession today, the crown prince may not have released you so swiftly. Qi Yuan lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Treat Yinyan well in the future, as he said. Her status is not simple. Father, I will act with discretion, Qi Yuan replied. He was determined to marry her, no matter how difficult the path ahead might be. After taking his medicine, Qi Yuan fell into a deep sleep, only awakening in the evening to find Zhao Yinyan seated nearby. Husband. Zhao Yinyan approached him as if nothing had transpired, her expression unchanged and tender. You are finally awake. I was so worried about you. Qi Yuan cleared his throat, glancing around before settling his gaze on Zhao Yinyan. Where are the maidservants? You need not attend to me personally. You are my husband. It is my duty to serve you. Zhao Yinyan poured a cup of tea and offered it to him. Qi Yuan accepted it and drank deeply, finishing 3 cups before stopping. Zhao Yinyan observed him and took a deep breath. I am actually a princess, not a maidservant. My father is gravely ill, and I wish to enter the palace to pay my filial respects. Qi Yuan had long been aware of Zhao Yinyan's true identity, but in her previous life, she had never been acknowledged as a princess by the Emperor of Bailiang. Looking at Qi Yuan's calm demeanor, Zhao Yinyan furrowed her brow. Do you not believe me? Qi Yuan immediately shook his head, surprised as he explained, It is just so sudden, Yinyan. I feel unworthy of marrying you. His astonished and envious expression delighted Zhao Yinyan, who smiled and stood tall. Rest assured, even as a princess, I will not abandon you. We will remain a loving couple. Zhao Yinyan had firmly decided to enter the palace to meet the Emperor of Bailiang. She feared that if the Emperor passed away, who would validate her status as a princess? By fulfilling her filial duties, she might even secure further rewards. For a moment, Qi Yuan wished she would not reclaim her identity, thinking that remaining an invisible princess might be preferable. Given Zhao Yinyan's temperament, if she truly became a princess, he feared he might not be able to manage her. Find a way to send a message to the favored concubine about my desire to enter the palace. Zhao Yinyan urged, unable to restrain her impatience. She lamented that she hadn't revealed her identity during her first visit, which had led to her suffering for so many days. Upon seeing her father, she vowed to petition for Sheng Jinchu's death sentence. How infuriating! Chapter 57. It is father. A sudden downpour on a spring day obstructed Zhao Yinyan's path to the palace. Standing under the eaves, she muttered, It was just fine a moment ago. This wretched weather is quite vexing. Through the window, Qi Yuan fixed his gaze on Zhao Yinyan's figure, lost in thought. When she turned around, his expression quickly transformed to one of anticipation, as if all his hopes rested upon her. Zhao Yinyan bit her lip. The second prince had been punished, and her aunt was under house arrest for a month, temporarily losing the right to summon anyone. Yinyan, your mother must have a way to enter the palace and meet the emperor. Qi Yuan, feeling restless, resolved not to wait any longer. Having endured decades of glory, he found this new reality suffocating. He could no longer bear the oppressive days. Therefore, Qi Yuan decided to allow Zhao Yinyan to seek recognition from the Emperor of Bailiang. Zhao Yinyan's eyes flickered, her tone lightened as she remarked, Indeed, my mother has endured so many grievances over the years. She deserves compensation. Had it not been for her mother's stubbornness regarding her position, leading to a quarrel with the Northern Liang Emperor and her subsequent hasty marriage to an ordinary man in Longxi, Yinyan would not find herself in such a precarious situation today. Qi Yuan stifled the peculiar emotions welling within him, feigning his customary warmth. If this troubles you, I can endure it. After all, it is better to avoid conflict. He is, after all, His Royal Highness. and one cannot contend with such power. Zhao Yanyan retorted with determination. No, having married you, I will not allow anyone to trample upon the dignity of the Qi Duke's household. With that, she commanded preparations for the carriage, her maid trailing behind with an umbrella. The two entered the rain, their figures gradually fading until they vanished from sight, and the smile on Qi Yuan's face evaporated in an instant. Shortly after their departure, the matriarch Qi arrived, standing before the bed with concern etched on her face as she sighed. The heir of the Qi Duke's household is a paragon of both literary and martial prowess, a dream suitor for countless young ladies in the capital. When you were 16, how many sought to inquire about your marriage? As she recalled this, her regret deepened. Her once promising grandson had seen his fortunes dwindle since marrying Zhao Yanyan, and his reputation had suffered considerably. Qi Yuan forced a smile, attempting to reassure her. Grandmother, it was merely the crown prince's doing, not the emperor's. We are not of the same ilk as the crown prince, who only dares to employ petty schemes against me, which I did not take to heart. The matriarch, recalling her original intent, probed cautiously. I heard that Jinchu was imprisoned by the crown prince's direct order, and Zhao sought to plead for Yan Yan, but neglected her. If only. Grandmother. Qi Yuan interjected hastily, shaking his head. Sheng Jinchu's fate was sealed long ago, and now she is the daughter of a condemned man. We cannot afford to show her leniency, and besides, if Yan Yan were to learn of this, she would be displeased. Zhao Yanyan was about to acknowledge her family, and Qi Yuan was determined not to provoke any discontent in her, especially given the delicate nature of the relationship between Sheng Jinchu and the crown prince. Whether it was a deliberate act of favoritism or a display of integrity, he could not yet fathom. The matriarch, sensing his resolute stance, chose not to press further, instead expressing concern for Qi Yuan's health. The carriage halted before the Zhao residence, and Zhao Yan alighted, hastily approaching the door while holding her umbrella. Upon recognition, the doorman stepped aside. Is my mother at home? She inquired of the maid stationed at the entrance. The maid nodded. Your ladyship is in the Songtang courtyard. Without hesitation, Zhao Yanyan made her way towards the courtyard, disregarding the rain-soaked hem of her dress. Upon entering, she was met with an overpowering stench of medicine that made her frown. There, she found Zhao seated on a small stool, spooning medicine into the mouth of the ailing matriarch, whose complexion was a ghastly shade of dark green, lips blackened, and eyes clouded, breathing heavily. Noticing Zhao Yanyan's arrival, the matriarch's eyes flickered. Feeling uncomfortable under the matriarch's gaze, Zhao Yanyan tightened her brow. Why have you returned? Zhao asked in surprise, setting aside the medicine bowl. Has the Duke's household been unkind to you? Zhao Yanyan cast a meaningful glance around the servants. Understanding her cue, Zhao waved them away. Mother. Zhao Yanyan stepped forward, grasping Zhao's hand with urgency. I have heard that the emperor's health is deteriorating. If we do not establish our connection soon, we may lose our chance altogether. Zhao's eyelids twitched in surprise. She had not anticipated that Zhao Yanyan had returned solely for this purpose, and her demeanor grew tense. Mother? Zhao Yanyan pressed. It has been so many years. Can you not forgive father? From a young age, Zhao Yanyan had been aware of her extraordinary lineage, and upon reaching adulthood, she learned of her identity as a princess. She had longed to reclaim her rightful place. It was Zhao who had informed her that 17 years prior, the Northern Liang Emperor had promised Zhao a higher status, only to break that promise under pressure from the previous dynasty. Zhao, with her pride intact, preferred to be a merchant's wife rather than a concubine to the emperor. After losing her higher status, she chose to marry Sheng, distancing herself from the capital and her past rather than enjoying the lavish life it offered. Zhao Yanyan held deep respect for her mother's integrity. The crown prince remained oblivious to her true identity, persistently targeting the Qi Duke's household. If the Qi Duke's household failed, could she truly fare any better? Despite her mother's intervention to secure her and her husband's release from the emperor, what would happen when the emperor was no longer there? Who would protect her then? Zhao Yanyan continued, oblivious to the turmoil and hesitation on Zhao's face. With the Duke's household backing you, who would dare to bully you? The crown prince has already investigated this matter. Mother. Zhao Yanyan's face flushed with anger as she raised her voice. I only seek to establish my identity. You have hidden me for 17 years. Must I remain estranged from my biological father for life? Faced with her daughter's accusations, Zhao was rendered speechless. Today, no matter what, I must enter the palace. Zhao Yanyan declared resolutely. She was determined to become a princess. The matriarch emitted a low moan from her bed, casting a glance at Zhao. Zhao Yanyan quickly added, "Mother, if we could invite physician Li, perhaps grandmother could be saved." Upon hearing Li's name, a glimmer of hope shone in the matriarch's murky eyes, and she gazed at Zhao with tears welling up. Under their watchful eyes, Zhao inhaled deeply. "Very well. I shall visit the palace at once." Zhao Yanyan's heart soared with joy as she affectionately linked her arm with Zhao's. "Thank you, mother, for your support." The Zhao family's carriage made its way towards the palace gates. Upon arrival, Zhao displayed her jade pendant once more, and the guards at the gate permitted their entry. Zhao Yanyan was filled with excitement, her gaze fixated on the highest palace, each step bringing her closer. At last, they reached the audience chamber. A young eunuch blocked their path, and soon after, Gong Zhong emerged, eyeing them with a frown. "What brings the duke's wife and Lady Zhao here?" Before Zhao could respond, Zhao Yanyan interjected swiftly. "We have come to pay our respects to the emperor. Please inform him at once." Gong Zhong, taken aback by Zhao Yanyan's assertiveness, raised an eyebrow, contemplating something before turning to relay the message. Within the chamber, a rich yellow figure sat upon a long bench, reviewing memorials. Gong Zhong bowed low. "Your Majesty, the Duke's wife and Lady Zhao seek an audience." After the Crown Prince marked the document with approval, he replied without lifting his head, "Let them in." Gong Zhong, momentarily startled, responded, "But your Majesty is still in seclusion. Physician Li has declared that no one should disturb you. This Duke's wife is not an outsider. You may admit them," the Crown Prince instructed, picking up another document to peruse. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed outside, causing him to glance up, furrowing his brow as he looked towards Chongqing. Understanding, Chongqing hurriedly exited. The two anxious individuals waiting outside were guided into the inner chamber by Gong Zhong, and Zhao unconsciously tightened her grip on her handkerchief. Zhao Yanyan's eyes darted around until they landed on an intricately painted screen depicting the 8 immortals crossing the sea. Through it, she caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure in rich yellow. "It's him, it's father," Zhao Yanyan exclaimed with excitement. Gong Zhong, hearing her exclamation, turned back, puzzled, and rounded the screen, bowing. "Your Majesty, the Duke's wife and Lady Zhao seek an audience." Chapter 58. "Father, father, it is I, Yanyan." Separated only by the screen, Zhao Yanyan felt an invisible pressure envelop her, causing her to suppress her joyful expression, bowing deeply and remaining still. Moments later, footsteps approached. The Northern Liang Emperor cast a discerning glance at the two women, and as Zhao's eyes met his, her breath caught in her throat. Your subject wishes to greet your Majesty," Zhao stammered, bowing. The Emperor scrutinized Zhao's face for what felt like an eternity before a smirk crept upon his lips. Zhao Qing ran. "Is it truly you?" Zhao's face flushed, and she bowed again. "Your subject comes to express gratitude for the Emperor's mercy towards the Duke in Yanyan." The Northern Liang Emperor grew increasingly perplexed until the loyal eunuch Zhong whispered in his ear, "Your Highness, it is because you have thoroughly investigated and found no connection between the assassin and the heir, which is why they were released without guilt. As for the heir's wife, she is not of the Sheng family, and your Highness has not pursued the matter. It was Lady Zhao who misunderstood." Upon receiving clarification, the Northern Liang Emperor rose with purpose, seating himself in a grand chair, his fingers entwined with a string of prayer beads. His gaze meandered over Zhao's form, causing her to feel a wave of discomfort, wishing she could vanish into the ground. However, Zhao Yanyan, emboldened, slowly lifted her head, straightened her chest, and gazed at the Emperor with eyes full of yearning and admiration, nearly calling out, "Father." "Impudent!" Eunuch Zhong chided softly, "You lack decorum." After being reprimanded, Zhao Yan bit her lip tightly, on the verge of tears, hastily lowering her head and drawing closer to Zhao. Though Eunuch Zhong was about to scold her again, he was halted by a stern glance from the Northern Liang Emperor. "I have been informed, and I understand. You may withdraw," he commanded, waving his hand dismissively. Zhao was taken aback, while Zhao Yanyan, in her urgency, disregarded the warnings given by her mother and knelt, inching toward the Emperor. "Father, father, it is I, Yanyan. I am your biological daughter, and I miss you dearly." Her voice, filled with grievance, echoed within the hall, leaving everyone stunned. The Emperor's smile faded. "Daughter?" "Yes. Yanyan is your daughter." Zhao Yanyan nodded vigorously like a chick pecking a grain, striving to lift her head higher for the emperor to see her clearly. It was evident they bore a striking resemblance. Yet, contrary to expectation, the emperor did not express joy. Instead, he inquired in a detached tone, "Is this what your mother told you?" Zhao Yinyan nodded. The emperor then turned his gaze to Zhao, rising to his full height, surveying her with disdain. "How can I not recall that you bore my child? 17 years ago, shortly after my ascension to the throne, during a birthday celebration at the empress's maternal home." At the mention of the past, Zhao's complexion drained of color, and she hastily interrupted, "Your Majesty, it was the fault of this humble woman. I was ignorant of the rules, but Yin is innocent." The northern Liang emperor clicked his tongue, bemused by Zhao's maternal affection for the heir's wife. Eunuch Zhong's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yet, the emperor raised an eyebrow, suddenly asking, "Where is Sheng Jinchu?" Eunuch Zhong, oblivious, replied, "In the prison." "What a display of maternal love," the emperor remarked, leaning against his waist, his eyes filled with disdain as he addressed Zhao. "Get out." Zhao hurriedly bowed and prostrated herself, dragging Zhao Yinyan out with her. As they exited the hall, the torrential rain continued to pour, and the biting cold wind pierced through them. Zhao Yinyan finally sensed something was amiss. This was not the reunion she had envisioned. Shouldn't the northern Liang emperor have helped her rise, taken her hand, and granted her a title as a princess? Why was his demeanor so frigid? "Mother, what is happening? Why does father refuse to acknowledge me? And what transpired back then?" Zhao Yinyan grasped Zhao's arm, questioning earnestly. Zhao steadied her nerves, explaining, 17 years of misunderstanding cannot be easily resolved. It is merely love turned to hatred. We have not sought him in the 3 years since our arrival in the capital, harboring resentment. Yinyan, once the anger subsides, what is due to you will not be lessened." With these words, Zhao Yinyan felt a sense of relief. For now, there was nothing left but to wait. Within the hall, the northern Liang emperor cast a sidelong glance at Eunuch Zhong. "Who permitted you to bring these two before me?" Eunuch Zhong faltered and knelt, just as the voice of the crown prince requesting an audience sounded from outside. The northern Liang emperor saw Eunuch Zhong's relief and grunted twice, gesturing for him to open the door. Moments later, the crown prince entered. "Father, did you allow these two to enter the palace?" the emperor inquired. Without hesitation, the crown prince nodded. "The identity of the heir's wife from the Qi kingdom has spread quietly. I thought, given your prior acquaintance with Lady Zhao, it would be bold yet fitting to allow her entry. Perhaps this heir's wife is indeed my sister." The northern Liang emperor, furious yet amused, retorted, "Do you take me for a fool, so desperate for a connection that I would accept anyone?" Feigning ignorance, the crown prince replied, "Did you release them due to rumors?" The emperor, realizing the implications, pressed, "You were swayed by gossip and released them?" The crown prince's expression shifted, and he lowered his gaze in silence, inciting the emperor to slam his hand on the table. "After resting for a few days, I entrusted you with the governance of the state. How could you let rumors dictate your actions?" "I acknowledge my error," the crown prince admitted quickly. Seeing the crown prince's prompt acknowledgement, the emperor's anger dissipated significantly as he explained, 17 years ago, I was deceived and found myself alone with Zhao. I never laid a finger on her. As for who tarnished her reputation, I am unaware." After the incident, the northern Liang emperor was deeply troubled but felt restrained due to the empress's family, which prevented him from pursuing the matter further. Later, Zhao was married off far away in Longxi, and he chose not to investigate any further. Years later, he had nearly forgotten, only to be reminded that Zhao shamelessly believed Zhao Yinyan to be his child. The thought was distasteful to him. He turned to the crown prince and asked solemnly, "What progress has been made regarding the Sheng family's case?" The crown prince shook his head again. "I have been absent from the capital for years, unable to take action. The Liangjin princess remains imprisoned, and I ask for your patience." The northern Liang emperor's expression hardened, discerning an underlying tone. "Has someone obstructed your investigation?" Eunuch Zhong could not help but interject. "I have heard that on the day the princess was imprisoned, the heir of Qi bribed the guards to carry out an assassination, fortunately thwarted in time. How outrageous!" He called off the engagement, yet insists on marrying the heir's wife, showing no remorse for the princess and resorting to violence. Such behavior is unbecoming of a gentleman. The uproar over the engagement cancellation had been widespread, and the northern Liang emperor had only regarded it as a case of mutual affection, believing that the engagement was a mismatch. However, it now seemed that Qi Yuan had mistaken Zhao Yinyan for a noble lady. The Northern Liang Emperor's gaze darkened as he scrutinized the crown prince. After all, the Liangjin princess was personally appointed by me and is your savior. Certain matters can be overlooked. A young lady, ignorant of the facts, should not be punished. The crown prince unhurriedly retrieved a thick stack of memorials from his voluminous robes. Father, these documents call for severe punishment of the princess, including torture for confessions and confiscation of property. The memorials were laid open before the Northern Liang Emperor, revealing their contents, starting with a memorial from the brave king, detailing how the Sheng family colluded in rebellion, demanding harsh punishment. Following that were submissions from the Earl of Ian and even the Duke of Qi. Counting them, there were about a dozen high-ranking officials from the court. The Northern Liang Emperor regarded the crown prince with a sardonic smile. And what do you propose? The crown prince maintained a calm demeanor. I find it perplexing that the Duke of Sheng, having stolen provisions, would personally deliver supplies to the border to aid me. Were it not for the Duke, I would have undoubtedly faced defeat in that battle. Yet, with such concrete evidence, I am left bewildered as to why so many are fixated on the Sheng family. Could it be they truly are at fault? The Northern Liang Emperor glanced at the memorials, his breath tightening. Another memorial was presented, and the crown prince continued. Lu Hong discovered something unusual near the northern Great Camp. I dispatched someone to investigate, and it turned out to be a royal tomb from a previous dynasty, rumored to contain treasures. The Northern Liang Emperor's eyes brightened at the mention of the northern Great Camp. The state treasury had been depleted from years of warfare, and the last time they had managed to alleviate the crisis was due to Sheng Jinchu's generous donation of 1,000,000 taels of silver. After dismissing the crown prince, the Northern Liang Emperor scrutinized the memorials, growing increasingly somber, until he forcefully slammed one down onto the ground. Foolishness! Do you truly think I am blind? How dare you attribute every fault to a young lady? As the Northern Liang Emperor's fury escalated, the servants in the hall knelt in silence, afraid to breathe. After an indeterminate time, the emperor's fingers lightly tapped the table, and he proclaimed, "Let it be known, the heir of the Duke of Qi, Qi Yuan, is both talented in literature and martial prowess, deeply favored by me. Henceforth, he shall be promoted to the commander of the Northern Great Camp, assuming office in 3 days." The imperial decree brought great joy to the Qi Duke's residence. After the loyal eunuch finished reading, he handed the decree to Qi Yuan, exclaiming, "Your Highness, the emperor intends to favor you greatly. Congratulations." Qi Yuan held the decree in both hands, astonished and elated, bowing repeatedly towards the palace. "I humbly accept the emperor's grace." Upon returning to the Zhao family, Zhao Yinyan learned of Qi Yuan's promotion. Her maid remarked, "My lady, it was none other than the loyal eunuch from the emperor's side who personally delivered the decree. It cannot be false." Hearing this, Zhao Yinyan was filled with indescribable joy and looked towards the Zhao family. "The emperor still cares for me." The Zhao family nodded in agreement. "If it weren't for your connection, the emperor would not have issued this decree. You should hurry back to see." Without delay, she boarded the carriage and hurried back, arriving at the Qi Duke's residence to find the atmosphere filled with celebration, the maids laughing and chatting joyfully. Zhao Yinyan stood tall, finally able to hold her head high. Upon her arrival, a servant called out, "The young lady has returned." The voice stirred the master of the hall, especially Qi Yuan, who forced himself to come out and greet her, his face beaming with delight. "Yinyan." Zhao Yinyan lifted her chin, her demeanor imbued with pride, her gaze sweeping across the room, where everyone regarded her with smiles. The stark contrast delighted her. Now that her status was clear, some matters could be openly discussed. As long as she thrived in the Duke's residence, wealth and honor would surely follow. At the head of the hall, old Madame Qi cast a glance at Zhao Yinyan, unable to tolerate her smugness, and with a feigned excuse of feeling unwell, she slowly departed with the help of her maids. Zhao Yinyan frowned but, considering old Madame Qi's age, chose not to dwell on it. Hearing this, the Qi Duke forced a stiff smile. "The hard days are behind us. May you all enjoy the good times ahead." Qi Yuan nodded in agreement. After everyone dispersed, Qi Yuan took Zhao Yinyan back to their quarters, his excitement palpable. "Yinyan, it's all thanks to you. The Qi Duke's residence has faced misfortune these past few months, and the northern camp commander holds substantial power." Before he could finish, a servant interrupted from outside, "Your Highness, the brave king and the Earl of Ian have arrived." Qi Yuan's eyelids twitched involuntarily, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Zhao Yinyan, unaware, rubbed her forehead and yawned lazily. "Dear husband, You go on with your matters. I shall rest. Qi Yuan smiled slightly, leaving with a quiet step. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was tense. The brave king sat with a dark expression, and the Earl of Ian appeared equally displeased. A servant was sent to fetch the Qi Duke, while the brave king insisted on seeing Qi Yuan specifically. After a moment, Qi Yuan arrived, wearing a spirited smile. I was unaware of the esteemed guest's arrival. I apologize for not welcoming you sooner. The brave king waved dismissively. You flatter me. Now that Commander Qi has caught the emperor's eye, how could I blame him? The sarcastic tone made Qi Yuan furrow his brow, and he looked towards the Earl of Ian, who scoffed. Commander Qi, in his ambition, has exposed the northern camp's royal tomb. Such audacity is truly commendable. Mention of the northern camp's royal tomb darkened Qi Yuan's expression. Confused, he asked, My lord, have you misunderstood? I have never. Still pretending. The brave king slammed his hand on the table. I just came from the palace, and the emperor praised you for your loyalty to the nation. You did not discover the royal tomb alone. How dare you take all the credit? Both the brave king and the Earl of Ian had also discovered the tomb by chance, and, upon learning of Qi Yuan's ownership, had hastily arranged to excavate it together, only to find themselves with nothing but suspicion from the northern Liang emperor in return. Qi Yuan's expression grew increasingly grim. Are you suggesting that someone has reported this tomb to the emperor under my name? The brave king snorted coldly. Unable to remain silent, the Qi Duke interjected. This must be a misunderstanding. The position of northern camp commander is, though difficult to articulate, the Qi Duke recounted the situation, attributing all credit to Zhao Yinyan. The brave king, upon hearing this, looked at the father and son as if they were the subject of a grand jest, while Qi Yuan felt a growing sense of dread, sensing something was amiss. Today, indeed, the emperor mentioned Zhao's visit to the palace, but he never referred to any princess. From the emperor's demeanor, I found it laughable and even penalized the guards at the palace gates for allowing anyone unauthorized to enter. The Earl of Ian nodded. I can corroborate this. The palace is filled with treasures lost to time. Aside from the crown prince, I have never seen the emperor place such importance on any other prince or princess. If the young lady were truly a princess, after 3 years in the capital, she would not still be unrecognized. Suddenly, the brave king fixed Qi Yuan with a peculiar gaze. You did not back out of your engagement with the Sheng family because you knew Zhao Yinyan was a princess, did you? Qi Yuan hastily denied, Your Highness. Please be cautious with your words. Yinyan and I are in love, irrespective of status. The brave king clicked his tongue. The matter of the northern camp's royal tomb loomed heavily over Qi Yuan's heart, and he felt powerless to defend himself against the accusations. When it became clear that no further information could be gleaned, the brave king and the Earl of Ian left in frustration, not forgetting to issue a final warning. This matter must not involve the young master. Otherwise, I will not let it rest. Once they departed, the Qi Duke anxiously turned to Qi Yuan. What on earth is happening? Qi Yuan was equally perplexed. Investigate, he commanded coldly. An hour later, news spread throughout the capital about Zhao Yinyan's failed attempts to entangle the Sheng family and her subsequent conflict with the palace, with rumors swirling that the true daughter had transformed into a genuine princess. The Qi family soon caught wind of this development, and Qi Yuan's expression darkened. Taking a deep breath, he could no longer contain himself and decided to confront Zhao Yinyan for clarity. As he reached the door, a maid rushed in, exclaiming, My lady, Princess Liangjin has been exonerated, and the palace has bestowed upon her the title of Princess Liangjin. Qi Yuan halted abruptly. Crash! The sound of porcelain shattering echoed from within. What did you say? How could this be? Zhao Yinyan's eyes widened in disbelief as she shouted, Are you mistaken? How could the emperor bestow a title upon the daughter of a traitor? My lady, I have confirmed this thoroughly. There is no mistake. After leaving our residence, the loyal eunuch went directly to the Sheng Duke's house, and many from the palace came to congratulate them, showering them with gifts. The maid halted mid-sentence. Startled by the fierce glare Zhao Yinyan directed at her, Zhao Yinyan felt her heart race. If her father had not executed Sheng Jinchu, how could he have conferred a title upon her? Shouldn't that honor have been hers? Seeing the title of princess slipping away, she could no longer remain seated and stood to leave, only to collide with Qi Yuan. He grasped her wrist, wearing a half-smile. Where are you going? To the palace to see father. Zhao Yinyan replied defiantly. The Sheng family is a family of traitors and deserves to be eradicated. How can Sheng Jinchu be made a princess? Qi Yuan pressed his lips together and inquired, "Did you and the emperor recognize each other today?" The words recognize each other felt like daggers to Zhao Yinyan's heart, deflating her confidence as her gaze faltered. "I am undoubtedly the emperor's true daughter." "So the emperor did not acknowledge you?" Qi Yuan interrupted her defense. Zhao Yinyan swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss for words, attempting to frame the situation as merely a matter of timing. Her father would eventually acknowledge her. Father has his reasons. It is only a matter of time. She remained steadfast in her belief that now was not the right moment, and that once the Northern Liang Emperor's anger subsided, he would surely grant her the highest honors. Qi Yuan's expression twisted into a smile tinged with anger, his tone growing grave. "The royal family places great importance on lineage. If you were truly a princess, the royal family would not neglect you." Zhao Yinyan's delicate face suddenly turned pale as she exclaimed in indignation, "Are you severing ties after crossing the river? If it weren't for my father's regard for me, how could he have suddenly appointed you as the commander of the northern barracks?" Observing Zhao Yinyan's fervent demeanor and recalling the events of her previous life, Qi Yuan found himself at a loss as to why the emperor of Bailiang had favored him. Softening his tone, Qi Yuan remarked, "The streets are abuzz with discussions about your identity. If we do not provide an explanation, it will be difficult to silence the rumors." Qi Yuan's anxiety was mirrored by Zhao Yinyan's, especially with Sheng Jinchu having secured the position of princess that she had long coveted. How could she possibly accept this? "I shall return to the palace once more." Zhao Yinyan resolved to establish a stronger bond with the emperor of Bailiang and reveal Sheng Jinchu's true nature. Remembering the words of the brave king, Qi Yuan recalled that the emperor had decreed that no one could enter the palace without permission. Zhao Yinyan, being of noble birth, surely would not be denied entry. With this thought, Qi Yuan turned to his attendant and commanded, "Prepare the carriage." He intended to accompany Zhao Yinyan into the palace to uncover the truth. Chapter 60. The princess's title when the carriage arrived at the palace gates. Zhao Yinyan flung aside the curtain and leapt down, determined to storm inside. Suddenly, the guards drew their swords, their blades glinting menacingly. Startled, Zhao Yinyan halted her advance and lowered her voice, "I demand to see my father. Step aside." The guards feigned ignorance, refusing to budge, their gazes fierce, causing Zhao Yinyan's face to flush with anger. At that moment, a carriage stopped right in front of her. The curtain was lifted, revealing an astonishingly beautiful face. Zhao Yinyan turned her head to look at the newcomer, her pupils constricting. "Your Highness, we extend our greetings. May you live for 1,000 years," the attendants announced. Bowing deeply, dressed in a simple long gown adorned with only a few jade hairpins, Jinchu descended the carriage with the assistance of Fian, her gaze landing calmly on Zhao Yinyan, as if observing a stranger. In the presence of Jinchu, Zhao Yinyan felt diminished, and recalling the 10 years she had spent serving Jinchu only fueled her indignation. She was the true princess. It should be Jinchu who knelt before her in homage. Jinchu, with a serene demeanor, averted her gaze and walked past Zhao Yinyan. The palace guards instinctively parted to make way for her. A eunuch approached, bowing deeply, "Your Highness, you have finally arrived. The emperor has been waiting for you." Not a single person acknowledged Zhao Yinyan, completely ignoring her presence. Her face flushed with humiliation as she gritted her teeth and turned to the carriage, exclaiming, "It must be that Sheng Jinchu has employed some trickery to deceive my father." One day, from behind the curtain, Qi Yuan could imagine Zhao Yinyan's contorted expression. Closing his eyes to mask his own emotions, he sighed deeply. "Let us return home." Reluctantly stomping her foot in frustration, Zhao Yinyan could only climb back into the carriage, her anger unquenched. The torrential rain of the day had transformed into a gentle drizzle by evening, as Fian held an umbrella, carefully shielding Jinchu. Upon reaching the entrance of the Golden Lawn Hall, a young eunuch led her inside. The warmth of the inner hall enveloped her as Jinchu quickly glanced around. Taking note of the crowded assembly, the Emperor of Bailiang, seated on the dragon throne at the head of the room, immediately spotted her. Overwhelmed, Jinchu's body weakened, and she knelt before him. "It is rather unseemly to disturb the resting places of our ancestors. Should future generations discover this, how would we face them?" General Zhan's deep voice resonated. "After years of warfare, the soldiers at the borders are barely able to feed themselves. Why should we concern ourselves with such formalities? Moreover, that royal tomb has long been excavated. We could restore it, thus performing a meritorious deed. The mention of the royal tomb caught Jinshui's attention, and she was taken aback. Had that tomb truly been discovered? General Zhang's words were misguided. The ministers and military officers debated whether to excavate the royal tomb or not, oblivious to Jinshui's presence until the emperor of Bailiang interrupted with a cough, commanding. Liang Jin stepped forward. At his command, the argument ceased, and all eyes turned to Jinshui. Gritting her teeth, she approached. "I pay my respects to your majesty." The emperor regarded Jinshui's frail figure with a hint of compassion. Before he could speak, General Zhang directed his gaze to the brave king across the room. "Your Highness returned to the capital from the western borders with 4 traitors who implicated the Sheng family. The lone survivor of the Sheng family nearly perished due to these false accusations. Had it not been for the emperor's wisdom, the Sheng family would have been extinguished, and Duke Sheng would not find peace in the afterlife." The brave king, taken aback by General Zhang's challenge, retorted angrily, "I acted with the court's interests in mind. How could I have known those 4 were traitors?" Just hours prior, the crown prince had delivered a memorial to the emperor regarding the personal grievances between the brave king and Duke Sheng. The emperor had personally interrogated the 4 individuals brought by the brave king, all of whom were loyal to Duke Sheng and had initially accused him of colluding with the enemy. However, after enduring torture, they retracted their statements, claiming they had been coerced into making such accusations, or else their families would face dire consequences. None could describe the instigator behind the scenes. Upon hearing this, the emperor rebuked the brave king harshly and promptly decreed Jinshui's release, granting her the title of princess to appease the public. To return just to target a young girl. "How patient the prince has been," General Zhang scoffed. The brave king's face paled in anger. Amidst the argument, Jinshui caught sight of a familiar figure standing out among the crowd. The crown prince, clad in white, stood at the forefront, his expression cold and unreadable. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before he quickly averted his gaze. Jinshui's heart raced, and she hastily lowered her head. The young girl was frightened. Duke Sheng had sacrificed his life for the country and contributed countless resources to Bailiang. Without the Sheng family, the crown prince's battles might not have succeeded. It was shameful for so many to bully a single girl. It made General Zhang's face flush with embarrassment. He slapped his own cheek. The other officials who had previously conspired against Jinshui were equally mortified, unable to lift their heads in shame. Amidst the hushed tones, one voice suggested, "We must hold the Zhao family accountable for this. Zhao Zhen's sister is Duke Sheng's wife. After 17 years in Longxi, our doubts were merely that, suspicions. Zhao Zhen and her family misled us, leading to our grievous errors. Indeed, this is Zhao Zhen's fault. It seems she wished to cut all ties." Enraged and seeking to lay blame, another chimed in. "Months ago, the Zhao family had caused a stir in Longxi with a maid impersonating someone else, only to be exposed by Lu Hong. Upon arriving in the capital, they showed no signs of restraint. Had Zhao Zhen not insisted that the Sheng family conspired against the state, we would never have been so easily deceived." Exactly. The chorus of voices united in pushing the blame onto the Zhao family. However, the emperor's gaze fell upon the crown prince. "What are your thoughts, Crown Prince?" Silence enveloped the room. The Crown Prince's eyes narrowed as he regarded the brave king. The Zhao family bears responsibility, but the brave king also shares an undeniable burden. The Sheng family is a loyal subject of Bailiang. If we do not address this matter promptly, we risk alienating the hearts of the people and the military. The brave king grew increasingly uneasy. "Crown Prince, I too was deceived." The Crown Prince pressed on. "The brave king nearly harmed the loyal daughter of a faithful subject. Such matters cannot simply be overlooked. I believe the brave king should emulate Duke Sheng's loyalty to the throne, donate his private estate, relinquish military power, and remain in the capital for 3 years. Furthermore, the Earl of Ian appears to have encouraged this situation. Thus, his daughter shall not participate in the selection of candidates, nor shall any of his descendants be allowed to take the imperial examinations." The Crown Prince's words struck hard, causing the brave king and the Earl of Ian to change color instantly, especially the Earl of Ian, who had a son of remarkable talent. To be barred from the examinations would effectively sever the Earl's lineage's prospects. "Your Majesty," the Earl of Ian knelt, weeping profusely. "I was mistaken in my judgment. I accept my guilt and implore your mercy." The corners of the emperor's mouth twitched as he looked at the Crown Prince, who remained composed and unhurried, stating, The house of Qi Guogong cannot escape its share of responsibility either. I propose that to atone for their actions, they must pay 500,000 taels in military funds within 3 months. A collective gasp arose among the crowd. 500,000 taels? Was this not a decree for the downfall of the Qi Guogong mansion? Yet, it did not take long for some to realize the prince's intention was to compel the Qi Guogong mansion to excavate the royal tombs of the previous dynasty. The northern Liang emperor, who was about to voice his dissent, swallowed his words and nodded, conceding to the prince's will. "Your Majesty," the Duke of Ian exclaimed anxiously. The northern Liang emperor rubbed his temples in irritation, gesturing for the court to disperse. Before departing, he instructed that a golden token be bestowed upon Jinchu. The heavy token felt bewildering in her grasp. It was not until a familiar voice echoed from above that she snapped back to reality. "The ground is cold. Why are you still on the floor?" Jinchu looked up to meet the gentle gaze of the prince, who smiled and said, "From this day forth, no one shall question the loyalty of the Sheng family." Jinchu managed to rise to her feet, kneeling before the prince. "Thank you, Your Highness." Observing the frail figure of Jinchu, the prince sighed in resignation, taking a step forward but halting when he noticed she had not followed. He turned to her and said, "If you do not hurry, the palace gates will be locked." Jinchu, coming to her senses, hurried to catch up with him. The Sheng family has always been loyal, but the Zhao family, the Qi Guogong mansion, the Yonwang mansion, and even the Duke of Ian's family have had their disputes. The prince began to explain. Unable to contain her curiosity, Jinchu interjected, "Your servant wonders why the 4 from Anan, who had previously allied with the Yonwang, have suddenly reversed their stance. These 4 individuals had nearly led the Sheng family to ruin, yet they were the ones who ultimately overturned the situation." The prince's lips curved into a faint smile, revealing that he had spent 2 years assembling these 4, sending them to the Yonwang to deceive him and draw him into the capital. "It is often easier to act against those who are within reach," he remarked. Perhaps it was a moment of conscience. Jinchu was skeptical of this assertion. As they parted ways at the palace gates, the loyal eunuch, Gong Gong Zhong, approached the prince with a respectful smile. "Your Majesty has commanded me to deliver a message to the Qi Guogong mansion." The prince raised an eyebrow in acknowledgement, prompting the eunuch to continue. "I almost forgot. Your Majesty has decreed that you are to meet with the princess tomorrow." The prince's brow furrowed upon hearing this. "Do not worry, Your Highness. The Zhao family will be summoned as well," the eunuch added, easing the prince's expression. Chapter 61. The emperor denies Yan Yan's identity. By the time Jinchu returned to the Sheng residence, dusk had fallen. Mama Fong had been eagerly awaiting her return at the entrance, brandishing a bamboo branch and waving it at Jinchu while muttering, "The bad luck has dispersed." "It has dispersed." Jinchu smiled slightly. The group entered the courtyard, where Mama Fong had already prepared a meal, her face filled with concern. "You have lost weight after being away for half a month. You must eat well." Under her watchful eye, Jinchu finished a bowl of rice before retiring to her room, where she sat quietly by the window. Fei Shuang approached, bending slightly. "My lady, news has leaked about the barren land in the northern camp. Several items have surfaced at the pawn shop, and both the Yonwang and Duke of Ian's men have visited the northern camp." Jinchu realized that perhaps Qi Yuan's underlings were careless, leading to their exposure. Fei Shuang continued, "I have gathered that the Zhao family has sought audience with the palace twice on behalf of Zhao Yanyan. Now, the entire capital is buzzing with rumors about her origins. 17 years ago, Zhao Shi had caused a stir at a banquet in the Murong residence. Shortly after, she had gone to Longxi, where Zhao Yanyan was born and later brought back by the Zhao family, only to return to Longxi 6 years later. The timeline matched perfectly, as Zhao Yanyan had come to Jinchu's side when she was 4. Zhao Shi had merely claimed to have purchased a maid for her. A decade had passed in the blink of an eye. Jinchu pondered, having heard the prince assert that Zhao Yanyan was not of royal blood. Yet Zhao Shi remained adamant in her claims. Suddenly, a clap of thunder jolted her from her thoughts. "My lady, the heir of the Qi family and Zhao Yanyan are waiting outside to see you," Fei Yan reported. "Jinchu Zhao Wen, what could they possibly want at this late hour in the rain?" Fei Yan replied, "I tried to send them away, but Zhao Yanyan insisted on seeing you, claiming she wished to beg for your mercy to visit the old matriarch one last time." Mentioning the old matriarch ignited Mama Fong's ire. Did they not consider the consequences when plotting against you? Now that they are in dire straits, they regret it too late. Mama Fong cried, preparing to rush out, muttering, "I shall confront those two outside." Mama, Jinchu called, halting her. Mama Fang Bozid. Jinchu raised her brow slightly. Let them stand there if they wish. Previously, she had hesitated, concerned about her reputation. However, at this point, she had shown ample restraint in not retaliating against the Zhao family. After a restless night in the prison, her heart finally settled upon returning to her own courtyard. Fei Shuang lit a calming incense, and Jinchu quickly fell into a deep slumber, indulging in a pleasant dream. The next day, she was awakened by the commotion outside before dawn. My lady, the palace has sent someone to escort you, Fei Yin announced. Jinchu suddenly felt more alert, hastily donning her clothes and washing up before heading out with Fei Yin and Fei Shuang. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the sight of a carriage parked at the entrance. Zhao Yinyin, pale and standing beside the carriage, looked up as she heard the noise. She hurried over. Jinchu, grandmother's time is short. She has always cared for you above all else. Regardless of past grievances, she is your elder. Be magnanimous and do not hold grudges. Her voice trembled with urgency, tears brimming in her eyes, yet upon closer inspection, there was no hint of genuine concern. Her dramatic pleas could be heard by those nearby, drawing the attention of a young eunuch sent to escort her into the palace. Jinchu furrowed her brow, recognizing the ploy. Why should I be coerced into an act of injustice against the Sheng family for the Zhao family's treachery? This debt cannot be forgotten. Zhao Yinyin stepped back in shock. Jinchu, how can you be so heartless? If it weren't for grandmother's protection, the heir's wife had only visited the Zhao family twice since her release from prison, each time for no more than half an hour, while the Zhao family had kept her there for 3 years. The heir's wife had brought a substantial dowry to the Zhao family. If it were a matter of filial piety, she had fulfilled her obligations. Now it was time to address the princess. Fei Yin stepped forward, emphasizing the title of princess with great weight. Zhao Yinyan's face shifted, her fist clenching. It is merely a case of seizing what is not rightfully yours. Qi Yuan's voice emerged from the carriage as he lifted the curtain, casting a condescending glance at Jinchu, his eyes glinting with a hint of menace, prompting Jinchu to furrow her brow. My lady, time is of the essence. It is time to enter the palace, urged the young eunuch. Jinchu steadied her resolve and boarded the carriage. Upon arriving at the palace gates, she spotted Zhao Shi, adorned in a flowing green gown, her hair adorned with jeweled pins, and her face painted with meticulous makeup, exuding a faint floral fragrance. Her demeanor radiated both arrogance and allure as her gaze fell upon Jinchu, openly expressing disdain. With a dismissive tilt of her chin, Zhao Shi warned, be cautious of your words once you enter the palace. You are of my blood. Our bond cannot be severed at will. Jinchu pressed her lips together, and Zhao Shi continued, yesterday, Yin Yin and the heir waited outside the Sheng residence all night. The situation has improved. We must prioritize the greater good. Zhao Shi's incessant nagging continued as they walked from the palace gate to the main hall, laden with reproach and reminders of her supposed immaturity and pettiness. Suddenly, Jinchu halted, turning her calm gaze upon Zhao Shi, causing the latter's eyelids to twitch involuntarily. Without further inquiry, they were led into the inner hall by eunuch Zhong. Your servant pays respects to the emperor. Your daughter pays respects to the emperor. The two performed their courtesies. The atmosphere in the hall was serious, and Zhao Shi bowed her head in trepidation. After a moment, the voice of the northern Liang emperor resonated. Zhao Qing ran. Do you comprehend that confusing the royal bloodline is a capital offense? Zhao Shi looked up in astonishment. The capital is currently engulfed in a tumultuous uproar. How could I, the emperor, ever be entangled with you? How has Zhao Yinyin suddenly become my illegitimate daughter? The emperor of Beiliang seethes with anger. In light of Yun Ruo, I have turned a blind eye, yet you have become increasingly brazen. His furious roar freezes the smile on Zhao's face, her countenance paling as she bites her lip, struggling to find her voice. The emperor, equally enraged, declares, 17 years ago, I inadvertently entered the guest room in the back courtyard. Upon realizing something was amiss, I left immediately, never once laying a finger on you. Your Majesty, Zhao implores, trembling like a delicate lotus swaying in the wind, visibly shaken. I distinctly recall that day. Had it not been for dire circumstances, I would never have revealed this matter in my lifetime. The two stand in confrontation, each asserting their own reasoning. A sense of grievance flashes across Zhao's still alluring face. tears glistening as she gazes at the emperor. Do you truly believe I would tarnish my daughter's purity for the sake of a baseless accusation? The emperor scoffs, brutally exposing Zhao's deceitful scheme by slamming a letter onto her face. Zhao lowers her gaze to inspect it. Reading the words, Zhao Qingran personally opened. A wave of unease washes over her as her trembling hands unfold the letter, hastily skimming its contents. Upon finishing, her face turns ashen, shaking her head in denial. No, this cannot be true. It must be a fabrication. This letter was discovered among the relics of the late Duke Sheng, having been preserved for many years. Were it not for the emperor's investigation into the duke's case, this matter would have remained hidden, a loyal eunuch explains. Staring at the yellowed letter, the overwhelming disparity leaves Zhao in disbelief, a metallic taste rising in her throat as she grits her teeth to suppress it. She lifts her gaze to the emperor, hoping to discern something in his expression. The emperor remains inscrutable, allowing her to probe. Finally, his gaze softens as it lands on Jinchu, transforming from sharpness to warmth. Liang Jin, I have summoned you to the palace today to inform you that your father was a good man, devoted to his country and its people. Jinchu, overwhelmed with gratitude, kneels to express her thanks. The Zhao family has been deceived, committing numerous wrongs and causing you harm. I shall seek justice on your behalf. The emperor gestures for her to rise. What would it take for you to find peace? Jinchu slaus then, her fingers digging into her palm as she compels herself to calm down. Words that nearly escaped her are swallowed back in an instant. She shakes her head. The emperor furrows his brow. I am content with my current situation, and my uncle has learned his lesson. He must surely recognize his mistakes. Jinchu tilts her head back, her expression innocent and unassuming. I have no family left in the capital. I beseech your majesty for mercy. Upon uttering the word mercy, Jinchu notices the emperor's previously furrowed brow gently relax. A dull ache resonates in her palm, as if a heavy stone weighs upon her heart. The emperor sighs deeply, then turns his attention to Zhao. Marrying into the Sheng family was your choice. The child is innocent, and you should not place your grievances upon her. Zhao's gaze shifts to Jinchu, her expression growing complex. Your majesty, there is trouble. Lord Zhao has suddenly passed away, a young eunuch hurriedly reports. The emperor's expression shifts. When did this happen? Just an hour ago. Upon hearing of her brother's demise, Zhao's vision darkens, unable to bear the shock. She collapses to the ground. The emperor waves his hand. Take her back to the Zhao residence. The emperor then looks at Jinchu. The man is deceased. Let past grievances be laid to rest. Holding on a hatred will not serve you well. With that, he dismisses Jinchu. Dazed, she exits the grand hall, squinting up at the overcast sky, heavy with dark clouds that seem to press down like an invading army, making it hard to breathe. She cannot recall how she made her way back from the palace. Halfway there, a flash of moonlight obscures her path. She looks up, her lips move slightly, and a large hand brushes her forehead before retracting. Are you frightened? The crown prince inquires. Jinchu fixes her gaze on him, summoning her courage to ask, Your Highness, is Zhao Yinyan truly a princess? The crown prince shakes his head. Then today, Zhao Zhen. The crown prince nods decisively. Jinchu is taken aback, not expecting such a swift admission from him. He continues, Some matters are better resolved by oneself than relying on others. Jinchu fao purple. Could it be that Zhao Zhen has offended the crown prince as well? The crown prince raises his hand to gently tap Jinchu's fair forehead. Some matters, as long as they do not threaten the interests of others, may be overlooked with grace. Do not perceive everything as overly simplistic. Jinchu continues to look at him earnestly. But what of you, Your Highness? Would you scheme against others for your own gain? The crown prince meets her earnest gaze, his lips parting as he firmly states, I would. A chill runs down Jinchu's spine. Thus, the Sheng family is merely a facade in the power struggle. As for herself, she is merely a tool to quell public outrage and enhance her own reputation. The Sheng family has saved my life, Jinchu. I will never betray the Sheng family or you for my own selfish desires, the crown prince swears, raising 3 fingers in an oath. Jinchu's bewildered eyes gradually clear as she watches the crown prince's figure recede into the distance. Dazed, she returns to the carriage, where Fei Shuang remarks, I just saw several imperial physicians heading toward the Zhao residence. Could it be that the old lady Zhao is unwell? Jinchu ponders for a moment. Let's go to the Zhao residence. Chapter 62. Unveiling the Conspiracy from a Distance. The sounds of weeping can be heard emanating from the Zhao residence. Standing at the entrance, upon learning of her arrival, Zhao Yinyan storms over with fury. Stop pretending. Just now, how audacious. Fei Shuang retorts angrily. The princess is here. How dare you question her? Zhao Yinyan furrows her brow, her eyes blazing with anger as she glares at Fei Shuang. Jinchu glances at Zhao Yinyan, her impatience evident. Step aside. Zhao Yinyan, breathing heavily, dares not confront Jinchu in front of the crowd. She bites her lip and ultimately steps aside, but not without muttering as Jinchu passes. You shamelessly usurped my identity. One day, I will rightfully reclaim what is mine. Jinchu Feng Ingodang. Continuing forward to find Mrs. Liu sitting in a chair, weeping inconsolably. How could such a well person simply cease to exist? Heavens! Mrs. Liu's voice is hoarse from crying. Jinchu stands at the door, glancing inside to see several physicians present, including an examiner conducting an investigation. From a maidservant, she learns that Zhao Zhen has passed away suddenly, the cause of death unknown. Jinchu steps in a Songtang courtyard, entering with familiarity, and Mama Tan, rubbing her eyes, initially thinks she is mistaken, exclaiming, "Cousin, how's my grandmother?" Jinchu Ingui. Mama Tan's gaze flickers. She remains the same. The doctor says she cannot last much longer, sustaining herself on ginseng soup daily. Jinchu nods, about to enter, but Mama Tan grabs her sleeve, signaling her to be cautious of the eldest lady. Zhao Wu. Jinchu understands and enters to find the old lady Zhao reclining on a couch, likely aware of her son's death. The old lady's murky eyes are filled with sorrow. Upon seeing Jinchu, her emotions surge, and she incoherently pleads, spare the Zhao family. This matter was not my doing, Jinchu responds. The old lady Zhao looks bewildered. The Sheng family has been vindicated through investigation. The emperor has declared me a princess. And the ministers led by Wang Yong and Marquis Ian have shifted the blame for the Sheng family's slander entirely onto the Zhao family, who face dire consequences. Your uncle will not survive this, she continues. Turning back, she adds, today the emperor summoned my mother and me, denying that Zhao Yinyan is of royal blood. Her true father is someone else entirely. I can see that the emperor harbors a profound disdain for the Zhao family. The old lady Zhao's eyes widen in disbelief. You are lying. Jinchu smiles. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with my mother shortly. Madame Zhao's breathing grew increasingly rapid. For the sake of Zhao Yinyan, she had endured for so many years, only to discover in the end that it was all a fade. Grandmother. Jinchu suddenly raised her hand to grasp Madame Zhao's. Uncle has passed away, and the Zhao family is now laden with disgrace. It will be even more challenging for the Zhao family to rise again. Madame Zhao's fingers trembled violently as she stammered. What? What do you wish to ask? Jinchu retrieved the golden medallion bestowed by the Emperor of Bailiang the previous day and waved it gently. I understand that uncle was compelled to scheme against the Sheng family. The Zhao family became a useless pawn and was promptly discarded. Upon seeing the medallion, Madame Zhao's pupils constricted, her eyes suddenly filled with terror and anger. As long as physician Li was willing to intervene, her illness might not be a death sentence. Yet for reasons unknown, he refused to come. Jinchu Sai Haopa. What good is the glory of the Sheng family? I, a solitary girl, cannot uphold the family name. If only I had a brother to rely upon. Even if it meant inheriting the Duke's estate, I would be content. The mention of a brother struck a chord with Madame Zhao, who gathered her strength to seize Jinchu's hand. Are you willing to allow a Zhao male to be your brother? Jinchu note that. As long as grandmother tells the truth. It is better for a cousin to inherit the Duke's estate than for an outsider to take it. Madame Zhao seemed to have made a tremendous decision. Gritting her teeth as she said, your mother's marriage from the beginning was. Mother. Zhao Shi's urgent voice rang out from outside. Jinchu glanced anxiously at Madame Zhao, who appeared equally distressed, her face flushed. Your mother was promised in marriage, but after her reputation was sullied, she had to be sent to Longxi. She could only marry your father in this lifetime. Why? Jinchu asked, perplexed. Your father came to the capital to trade years ago and met your mother only once, having seen her as the only daughter of a prominent family, Madame Zhao urged. The door creaked open, and Madame Zhao staggered back heavily, her countenance returning to normal. Jinchu frowned, feeling a tinge of disappointment. As she had nearly extracted information from Madame Zhao, she stood up. Zhao Shi looked at Jinchu warily. "Why are you here?" "Since my uncle has suddenly passed away. As his niece, I should come to pay my respects." Zhao Shi sighed, finding no grounds to argue, and sat down despondently, gripping Madame Zhao's hand tightly, tears flowing freely. Jinchu knelt and turned to leave when Madame Zhao suddenly called out, "Jinchu." She turned back. Jinchu, your uncle deserves to die 1,000 deaths. You need not be heartbroken. The Emperor's grace is vast. The Zhao family is grateful." With a final effort, Madame Zhao spoke, gasping for breath. Jinchu stood frozen, unable to regain her composure for a long while. After today, she had formed a bold conjecture. The grain supplies being seized had been a ruse from the start. The court had never allocated supplies to the front lines. The crown prince could not win without provisions. Yet the Sheng family managed to turn defeat into victory, indicating that someone did not wish for the crown prince to triumph. The brave king's 200,000 troops lay in wait at the western pass, ready to assist after a defeat. Jinchu dared not ponder further, her grip tightening around the golden medallion, filled with a loathsome desire to shatter it. Chapter 63. Zhao Yinyan proves her identity as a princess before the morning hall as Jinchu exited the Songtang courtyard. The Zhao family had already prepared the morning hall. Everything draped in white, the sounds of weeping deafening. There were even more people than when she first arrived. No one had anticipated that the illustrious minister, who had been so full of life just months ago, would suddenly perish. After composing herself, she approached the morning hall and lit 3 incense sticks. Clad in white, Lu Shi, upon seeing her, grasped Jinchu's hand with fervent excitement. "Jinchu, your uncle's greatest regret in life was believing others' words. He wronged the Sheng family and your father. Do not take it to heart." Lu Shi's icy fingers clutched her hand, akin to a snake's constricting grip, sending chills down Jinchu's spine, prompting her to instinctively pull away. "Cousin, death settles accounts. We are still family, and I implore you to grant the Zhao family an opportunity for recompense." Zhao had just risen from a corner, also dressed in white, her pallid complexion and delicate frame swaying lightly like a white lotus in the wind. Tears streamed down her cheeks, adorning her garments, evoking deep sympathy from the guests who approached to console her. "The princess is magnanimous and will not bear grudges. Ignorance is no crime. Miss Zhao is innocent. The princess should not dwell on the past," the crowd chimed in. Jinchu raised her gaze and comforted Zhao Wu. "Cousin, fret not. I will not hold it against you. I have already promised before grandmother to select a brother from the Zhao family to inherit the duke's estate." At this pronouncement, gasps filled the air. Was she truly about to relinquish the duke's estate? Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Lu Shi's expression shifted dramatically, swallowing hard. Do you have someone in mind?" "Let's first attend to my uncle's funeral before discussing this matter further," Jinchu replied. Lu Shi found herself momentarily speechless. Anxious? How could they not be? The Zhao family had 3 main branches, totaling 5 legitimate sons and 7 illegitimate ones. The main branch did not have a good rapport with Jinchu, and Lu Shi could hardly expect to secure such a significant advantage. "You show such kindness?" Just then, Zhao Yinyan strode in, glancing at Zhao Wu, who had long since forgotten her in favor of Jinchu, acting as if they were sisters. This irked Zhao Yinyan, her expression shifting as she silently cursed Zhao Wu for her betrayal. Jinchu looked at Zhao Yinyan in surprise. "Having made a promise, why should I not keep it? Why does the young lady of the air have such animosity towards me?" Under public scrutiny, all eyes turned to Zhao Yinyan, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she stammered. "Those unaware are not at fault, but I know of your underhanded tactics, your deceit and disguise." "Yinyan." Lu Shi gently tugged at Zhao Yinyan's sleeve, signaling her to remain silent. Today was not the day for such disputes. "Aunt." Zhao Yinyan, however, could not suppress her indignation, exclaiming, "Sheng Jinchu has first snatched my identity as a princess, and now, as her identity is on the verge of exposure, she deliberately uses the position of the duke's heir to manipulate you into being her advocates." Zhao Yinyan was convinced this was Jinchu's sinister plot, intending to ally with the Zhao family to pressure them into persuading Zhao Shi to refrain from seeking justice for her. Only in this way could Sheng Jinchu preserve her identity as a princess. Jinchu furrowed her brows, having died early in her previous life. She was unaware of the events that transpired in the capital thereafter. Initially, she had believed Zhao Yinyan to be adept at disguise and clever. However, it now seemed she had overestimated Zhao Yinyan, who had lost all reason in her quest for the title of princess. Yinyan, Lu Shi feigned urgency, attempting to pull Zhao Yinyan away. Let's not speak of this. There may be misunderstandings. Misunderstandings? Zhao Yinyan looked around the hall, noting the numerous attendees, including many noble families. The indignities she had suffered in recent days ignited her rage anew. Last night, I implored her to visit grandmother, yet she avoided me, only to feign concern today. Is that not an indication of her guilt? She thinks some trifling benefits will win hearts. Let me assure you, no one will be deceived. How did you come by your identity as a princess? If it is false, it will eventually be revealed. Zhao Yinyan grew increasingly agitated, pointing an accusatory finger at Jinchu, heedless of their surroundings in the morning hall. Recently, she had heard rumors regarding the identity of the duke's heir. Could it truly be a princess? Her fervent conviction seemed genuine, as several individuals rallied to Zhao Yinyan's side. A triumphant smile spread across her face as she raised her chin high. Sheng Jinchu, now is your chance to relinquish your identity as a princess and return the Sheng family's assets to me. If you do so, I may choose to overlook this and plead with my father to spare you. In a fit of rage, Jinchu laughed mockingly and raised her hand to deliver a resounding slap to Zhao Yinyan's fair cheek. The sound rang out, crisp and clear. The morning hall must remain silent. Zhao Yinyan, it appears you have succumbed to madness. Jinchu exclaimed angrily. Take her outside. Zhao Yinyan, covering her face in disbelief, stared wide-eyed at Jinchu, ready to retaliate, but was stopped by Qi Yuan. She froze. Husband? Earlier, Qi Yuan had inquired about Zhao Zhen's activities. Unaware that Zhao Yinyan would suddenly burst into the morning hall, wailing and shouting, incessantly proclaiming herself a princess. Qi Yuan's brow twitched, and he placed his hands on Zhao Yinyan's shoulders. Your uncle's sudden demise has left you heartbroken. It must be why you spoke in haste. Kulme, let me assist you back to rest. Husband, do you not believe me? Zhao Yinyan violently broke free from Qi Yuan's grasp, her voice rising. I'm the favored daughter of heaven, born of noble lineage. Why does no one believe me and expect me to relinquish my identity? She could endure no longer. Today, she must demand a resolution. Her uproar would surely reach the ears of the northern Liang emperor. She needed her father to acknowledge the life she was living now. Could he truly turn a blind eye to her? Determined, Zhao Yinyan glared at Jinchu. You are merely a merchant's daughter. Were it not for me, the Sheng family would not enjoy their current splendor. Sheng Jinchu, you shall forever owe me. Jinchu regarded Zhao Yinyan's frenzy with calm detachment, her expression as serene as that of an outsider. The morning hall had transformed into a bustling marketplace, with curious eyes shifting from Zhao Zhen's death to Zhao Yinyan. Everyone wondered if she truly was a princess. Given the commotion, surely the royal family must offer an explanation. Qi Yuan's expression darkened further as he tightened his grip on Zhao Yinyan's wrist. Leave. Zhao Yinyan struggled. The imperial edict has arrived. A sharp voice shattered the silence. Everyone knelt. Zhao Yinyan, both shocked and elated, realized that her mother and Sheng Jinchu had entered the palace today. This decree must be to affirm her identity. She hastily knelt first, exclaiming, Long live the emperor. Chapter 64. The imperial edict refuting identity. Zhong Gonggong cast a glance at Zhao Yinyan, his white brows furrowing as he surveyed the room, finally resting his gaze on Zhao Wu. The emperor decrees that Zhao Zhen has confessed to his crimes. In light of his years of loyalty to the nation, and with Princess Liang Jin's willingness to reconcile, this matter shall not be pursued for now. Zhao Wu, daughter of Zhao Zhen, is gentle and refined, well-versed in propriety. Henceforth, she is appointed as a concubine to the crown prince, to enter the Eastern Palace in 3 years. So decreed, everyone was taken aback, especially Jinchu, who could hardly believe her ears. Zhao Wu had been granted to the crown prince. Zhong Gonggong, does my father not remember me? Zhao Yinyan looked up, her expression one of pitiful grievance, a stark contrast to her earlier aggressive demeanor. Zhong Gonggong, astonished, addressed Zhao Yinyan, Madam, please speak with caution. The emperor is a man of integrity, maintaining a clear distinction between ruler and subject. Your biological father is someone else. Thunderstruck, Zhao Yinyan could hardly comprehend, gazing incredulously at Zhong Gonggong. How can this be? My only father is the emperor, It cannot possibly be anyone else. Madam, Zhong Gonggong's tone grew stern. The emperor refrains from pursuing this matter due to your connection to the Zhao family. Should you tarnish his reputation further, he will not be lenient. With that, he swept away. Zhao Yinyin remained kneeling, as if her soul had been stripped away, utterly bewildered as to why her father would not acknowledge her. She had initially sought to claim the Sheng family's sole daughter's identity, and now she aimed to impersonate a princess. What audacity! It was evident to all that the sole daughter of the Sheng family had been honored as a princess because old Master Sheng had contributed grain to the nation, enabling the crown prince to secure victory. What connection did she have to it? Her shamelessness was appalling. Insulting remarks echoed around her, each more cutting than the last, causing a metallic taste to rise in her throat as she nearly collapsed. Someone remarked, "So, Zhao Yinyin is indeed Zhao's biological daughter? No wonder the Zhao family is so protective of a maid. It turns out she is an illegitimate child." It was no wonder that the Zhao family had quietly married off to such a distant place as Longxi. The onlookers, astute as they were, quickly deduced the nature of Zhao Yinyin's relationship with the Zhao family. It was evident that Zhao Shi had made several trips to the palace on Zhao Yinyin's behalf. Was it necessary to invest so much effort for an adopted daughter? It was likely that Zhao Shi had lost her virtue before marriage, mistaking the northern Liang emperor as her husband, resulting in the birth of a daughter of unknown parentage, mistakenly believing her to be a princess, only to discover later that she had misidentified her father, creating a farce. Lu Shi, witnessing the gossip swirling around, grew increasingly displeased. She turned to Qi Yuan and said, "We have much to attend to today. We cannot accommodate you too. Please take your leave." Qi Yuan, snapping out of his shock, felt the weight of the stares upon him, his face shifting from pale to flushed with embarrassment. Without another word, he pulled Zhao Yinyin up from the ground and led her away. "Are you frightened, cousin?" Zhao Wu gently grasped Jinchu's hand, her face still tear-streaked. "Yinyin may be suffering from hysteria. Please do not take offense." Looking at Zhao Wu, Jinchu immediately recalled Tan Mama's warning and forced a smile. Cousin is right. Zhao Wu bit her lip but said nothing more, kneeling on the mat to continue her facade of filial piety, showing no joy over her recent betrothal. After a moment in the morning hall, word spread that the crown prince had arrived. Jinchu immediately scrutinized Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu's face betrayed her delight, her gaze shifting eagerly to the door, only to return to her cold demeanor moments later. Accompanying the crown prince was Xiao Ranqin, both clad in crescent white, appearing as a perfect pair. "Your Highness." The crowd bowed as the crown prince entered. He raised his hand, signaling them to rise, and after lighting 3 incense sticks, stepped aside. Xiao Ranqin, bending slightly, kindly addressed Zhao Wu. "My condolences, Miss Zhao." Zhao Wu first glanced at the crown prince, then turned to Xiao Ranqin. "Thank you for your comfort, Miss Zhao. 3 days ago, His Majesty intended for Miss Zhao to enter the crown prince's residence first. Yet we did not anticipate Lord Zhao's sudden passing." Xiao Ranqin expressed regretfully. "But matters not. We shall gather in the crown prince's residence in 3 years just the same." Zhao Wu's fingers dug into her palm, her face maintaining an air of tranquility. The crown prince did not linger long, offering a few words before departing, his gaze fleetingly landing on Jinchu, almost imperceptibly. Jinchu found herself in a daze. "Cousin Jin, it has been some time since we last met." Xiao Ranqin pulled Jinchu aside to converse, exhaling deeply. "Your temperament is far too gentle. Allowing Zhao Yinyin to bully you like this is unwise. She is an impostor. You are the genuine princess." Jinchu shrugged, indicating her indifference. "Sister Xiao." As they spoke, Zhan Wanling hurried over, her eyes fixed on Xiao Ranqin. Uncomfortable under the scrutiny, Xiao Ranqin furrowed her brows. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Zhan Wanling pouted. "I just did not expect that Sister Zhao's affections would lie with the crown prince. I heard my father mention that you personally sought an audience with the emperor for a marriage proposal. It was quite surprising." Xiao Ranqin's cheeks flushed as she explained. "This matter is lengthy. I shall clarify with you both later." Xiao Ranqin did not linger, urged away by her maid, leaving Zhan Wanling lost in thought as she observed her departing figure. After Zhan Wanling lit 3 incense sticks, she turned to Jinchu. "I have not seen you in quite a while. Let us visit your residence." "Certainly." With the Zhao family preoccupied with funeral arrangements, no one noticed Jinchu's departure. Upon returning to the Sheng family, Zhan Wanling first sipped tea to moisten her throat, her gaze darting around, hesitant to speak. "Sister Jean, what is the matter?" Jinchu inquired, curiosity piqued by her demeanor. Zhang Wanling set down the teacup, letting out a deep sigh. "I have heard that Prime Minister Xiao has sought the emperor to grant you the royal surname." Jinchu was utterly perplexed. She had never even met Prime Minister Xiao. Initially perplexed, it dawned on her moments ago. Zhang Wanling gritted her teeth. "Once you ascend to the status of a jade spy, you and the crown prince become siblings." Jinchu's heart raced at the mention. In the recent reversal of the Sheng family's case, the crown prince contributed little and showed no favoritism towards you. Why then? Would Prime Minister Xiao take precautions against you? Zhang Wanling stroked her chin and broached the topic of the crown prince's selection of a consort, noting that the Northern Liang emperor had already shortlisted several candidates. Zhao Wuzhen was indeed unfortunate. Had Zhao Zhen held out for just a couple more days, Zhao Wuzhen would have entered the palace, thus avoiding an unnecessary 3-year wait. Unbeknownst to the speaker, the listener took heed. She recalled the moment she left the palace, when the crown prince explicitly acknowledged that the Zhao family was his doing. Was this his way of preventing Zhao Wuzhen from entering the palace? With Zhao Zhen's sudden demise, the emperor dispatched several physicians to investigate the Zhao household, which was quite strange, as someone had suddenly died without any apparent cause, leaving several crimes unresolved. Zhang Wanling bit her teeth in frustration. The Zhao family could still produce a concubine, indicating that the emperor never intended to severely punish them. It was merely for show. But why would the emperor protect the Zhao family? Jinchu suddenly raised her head, pondering the same question. Why would the emperor offer his protection to the Zhao family? Zhao Zhen had previously drafted an imperial decree to bestow Zhao Wuzhen upon the crown prince, which was blatantly paving the way for the Zhao family. The Northern Liang emperor's attitude during today's audience was also coercing her to forgive the Zhao family against her will. The emperor was exceptionally generous to the crown prince, simultaneously granting him 4 concubines, all daughters of ministers, encompassing both civil and military families. How could other princes compete? Throughout history, there had never been an emperor so partial to his legitimate son. Zhang Wanling shook her head as she spoke. What a pity. The crown prince is being forced to take 4 concubines he does not favor. Jinchu was taken aback. Sister Xiao is also a concubine, but she is the legitimate daughter of the prime minister. Zhang Wanling nodded. Before the crown prince set out for war, he sought a promise from the emperor that he would personally choose his crown princess, holding the decree in his own hands. As long as the crown prince does not relent, Sister Xiao can only be a concubine, which I find regrettable. Why must a legitimate daughter be reduced to a concubine, competing with so many women for the crown prince's affection? With Sister Zhao's background and beauty, couldn't she easily find a suitable match in the capital? What does it matter if she marries into the Eastern Palace if she fails to win the crown prince's favor? She would merely spend her life in a small courtyard. Zhang Wanling winked at Jinchu. I grew up alongside the crown prince. Although he appears gentle and refined, he possesses a stubborn temperament. Even his father has remarked that when the crown prince eventually has the power to make decisions, he will remain true to himself. Having said this, Zhang Wanling ceased her discourse and began discussing mundane matters with Jinchu, mentioning that Qin Fangyu had been promised in marriage to her childhood sweetheart, and they would wed after the next imperial examination. Jinchu genuinely felt happy for Qin Fangyu, while Zhang Wanling crossed her legs, her face brimming with envy. Sister Qin is truly fortunate. Her beloved is talented and virtuous. Even her father praises him endlessly. He has maintained his integrity over the years, and their family backgrounds are well matched, with a future mother-in-law known for her amiable disposition. Does Sister Zhan have someone she admires? Jinchu inquit gudio sili. Zhang Wanling suddenly sat upright, shaking her head vigorously. Those weaklings annoy me. Not only does she disdain them, but General Zhan also finds them utterly unappealing. Amid their banter, Fian entered to refill their tea, whispering. The daughter-in-law of the Qi Duke's estate jumped from the carriage returning from the Zhao family, heading straight for the palace gates, where she is now kneeling and bowing, desperate to see the emperor. I heard she even injured her forehead. Zhang Wanling gasped in disbelief. Has she truly lost her senses? Chapter 65. Seeking omens and fortune in romance, listening to Zhao Yinyan's obstinate behavior, Zhang Wanling briefly doubted and glanced at Jinchu. What exactly is Zhao Yinyan? Before she could finish her question, Jinchu shook her head without hesitation. She is not. Zhang Wanling exhaled in relief, clicking her tongue. Why is she so fixated? What is so great about being a princess? Perhaps she will end up being sent off in a marriage alliance. Unbeknownst to them, the afternoon had slipped away, and Zhang's family sent someone to hurry her along. Reluctantly, she took her leave, but not before agreeing to go out for a boat ride another day. Jinchu smiled in response. After her departure, Fian's eyes flickered. Half an hour ago, the madam also knelt at the palace gates. Upon hearing that Zhao Yinyan had gone to the palace gates, the Zhao family immediately became restless, disregarding warnings to follow suit. Jinchu's eyes narrowed. Her relationship with the Zhao family was well known, and she need not maintain the meager pretense of propriety, so she merely responded with a faint acknowledgement. Yet, the last admonition of the old lady, Zhao, lingered in her mind. Fian, here I am. We have resolved the old lady Zhao's poison. With Zhao Zhen's death, the old lady Zhao's survival is inconsequential. Initially, her life was merely a means to restrain Zhao Zhen's influence. Fian nodded. The two at the palace gates knelt for an entire day and night, only to be carried away unconscious after being ignored. Meanwhile, rumors outside the city grew increasingly rampant. Everyone was convinced that Zhao Yinyan was an impostor, relishing the spectacle of the Qi Duke's estate, which caused the old lady Qi to fall ill. The Qi concubine, frantic, personally petitioned the northern Liang emperor, pleading to return to the estate for a visit. The emperor, out of long-standing affection, consented. To everyone's astonishment, the Qi concubine's procession did not head directly to the Qi Duke's estate, but instead paused at the entrance of the Sheng Duke's estate. When the guards conveyed the message, Jinchu was practicing calligraphy, her eyelids twitching at the news of the concubine's arrival. Not daring to neglect the situation, she hastily set aside her brush and went out to greet her, only to find a grand procession, the most eye-catching of which was the opulent palanquin. The noble ladies paid their respects to the Qi concubine. Greetings, Your Highness. May you enjoy good health and fortune. Jinchu knelt and bowed. As the curtain lifted, the Qi concubine revealed her elegant visage, adorned in an elaborate royal gown, with her dark hair adorned with 6 golden phoenix tail tassels that swayed gently with her movements. Her captivating eyes, shaped like phoenixes, fell upon Jinchu. After a moment, the Qi concubine ascended the steps, standing before Jinchu, her icy tone betraying no emotion. Rise. Thank you, Your Highness. Once Jinchu stood, the Qi concubine appraised her from head to toe, a smirk gracing her lips. No wonder my mother holds the princess in such high regard. She is indeed a beauty. Feigning trepidation, Jinchu prepared for more scrutiny from the Qi concubine. However, the latter had already turned and departed gracefully. Even after the procession left, Jinchu remained bewildered. Sister Jinchu. Zhan Wanling galloped over, interrupting Jinchu's thoughts, accompanied by Qin Fangyu. Zhan Wanling waved her hand. The weather is splendid today. I want to visit Chaoxia Temple to pay my respects. Do you have time, Sister Jinchu? Qin Fangyu appeared equally enthusiastic. This girl. I don't know what's gotten into her. She had a nightmare last night and insists on visiting the temple today. We simply can't dissuade her. With the conversation reaching this point, Jinchu could not dampen their spirits, so she nodded in agreement, instructing Fian to make preparations. Soon, Fian had gathered the necessary items. The three of them shared a carriage, accompanied by about 10 bodyguards, as they cheerfully made their way to Chaoxia Temple. I heard that the old lady of the Zhao family has miraculously regained her strength. She is able to walk, despite having been bedridden for quite some time, and it was rumored she would not survive. Zhan Wanling exclaimed in astonishment. Jinchu smiled silently. The capital is becoming increasingly intriguing. Just yesterday, Zhao Yinyan was carried back to the Qi Duke's estate, and you won't believe it, she has been diagnosed as being over 2 months pregnant. Zhan Wanling's eyes widened in surprise, while Qin Fangyu was incredulous. I thought she had only been married for a month. To be precise, it has been a month and 10 days. And this incident has infuriated the old lady Qi. Jinchu was taken aback. She was aware that Zhao Yinyan had been involved with Qi Yuhan prior to her marriage, but she never anticipated that she would become pregnant. The late-night escapade with the Qi heir had now been confirmed, and the Qi Duke's family, known for its emphasis on reputation, would surely face repercussions. Remembering the Qi concubine's grim countenance, Jinchu understood that Zhao Yinyan was in for a rough time. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the foot of Chaoxia Temple. 3 individuals descended the mountain, only to encounter Xiao Ranxin along the way, accompanied by 2 maidservants. Xiao Ranqing appeared slightly surprised at the sight of the trio, her gaze ultimately resting on Jinchu. Have you come to seek blessings for your family? Zhan Wanling shook his head, replying, I had a nightmare yesterday, which reminded me of a vow I made before the Bodhisattva some time ago. I feared it was a warning, so I came to offer incense and pray. It felt rather dull to do so alone. So I invited Sister Qin and Jinchu along. Xiao Ranqing nodded in understanding, her hand clutching a handkerchief as she smiled. I was unaware that the three of you were so close. I suppose it's my fault for having missed several gatherings. Do remember to invite me to future banquets. Zhan Wanling grinned in response and turned his attention back to Jinchu. The four of them continued their ascent, during which Zhan Wanling engaged Xiao Ranqing in light conversation, while Qin Fangyu occasionally exchanged friendly words with Jinchu. They finally reached the mountaintop, where the flow of worshippers was sparse. The four knelt on the cushions, bowing and praying with hands clasped, reciting their silent wishes, and each contributed to the offering fund. The sound of bamboo tubes rattling as fortunes were drawn piqued their interest. Without hesitation, Zhan Wanling seized Jinchu and brought her to the stall, insisting she draw a fortune. Sister Jinchu, please draw a lot. The fortunes from Chaoxiang Temple are remarkably accurate. Qin Fangyu nodded in agreement. Jinchu held the fortune tube, but hesitated, uncertain of what to request. How about seeking a romantic destiny? Suggested Xiao Ranqing. Zhan Wanling eagerly nodded in approval. That sounds splendid. Encouraged by their enthusiasm, Jinchu casually shook the tube, and the fortune fell to the ground. Zhan Wanling swiftly bent down to retrieve it, murmuring, It's a bad fortune. Jinchu's eyelids fluttered. Qin Fangyu furrowed her brow, gently comforting her. Even fortunes can sometimes be mistaken. Do not take it to heart. There may be ways to counter it. Xiao Ranqing took the fortune from her, glancing at the unfavorable inscription, and handed it to the fortune teller. The fortune teller immediately stated, Your fate is too rigid, dear practitioner. Before the age of 29, it is ill-advised to discuss marriage, lest it brings misfortune to your spouse and invites calamity. And what of after 29? Xiao Ranqing eagerly inquired. The fortune teller observed the inscription thoughtfully before replying, One must act according to destiny. It is uncertain at this moment. Jinchu sumai fili. As she had always regarded romantic prospects lightly, whether she married or not held little significance for her, thus her disposition remained unaffected. The other three drew their fortunes as well. Qin Fangyu received an excellent fortune, promising everlasting love and companionship, while Zhan Wanling drew a moderate fortune, suggesting she pay closer attention to those around her. When it was Xiao Ranqing's turn, her fortune revealed an excellent result, causing her to beam with delight. Her cheeks flushed. She picked it up and handed it to the fortune teller, saying, Please interpret this for me. After reviewing the inscription, the fortune teller's expression turned peculiar. Xiao Ranqing's eyelids flickered. Master, what does this fortune mean? Though it appears excellent, the outcome lies solely in your hands. Your fixation may lead to unforeseen losses. It is wiser to take a step back and broaden your horizons in pursuit of your own happiness to ensure a fulfilling future. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ranqing's face paled, and she forced a smile. Thank you for your guidance. After interpreting the fortunes, each of the four was lost in their thoughts. Xiao Ranqing did not linger, quickly making an excuse to depart. Zhan Wanling rubbed her abdomen and exclaimed, You all go to the back courtyard. I'll be right there. Jinchu expressed her concern, but Zhan Wanling waved her off. I'm a frequent visitor to Chaoxiang Temple. I want to get lost. Once she turned the corner of the corridor and ensured the others had moved far away, she stealthily returned to the spot where the fortunes had been drawn, pulling out a thick stack of silver notes from her sleeve and discreetly handing them over. Leave the city tonight. The further, the better. The fortune teller understood her intent and promised repeatedly before hastily departing. Zhan Wanling then returned the drawn fortune, which clearly indicated two excellent outcomes, back into the bamboo tube. After ensuring everything was in order, she rejoined the other two. As they strolled, a servant from the Qin family hurriedly approached, urging Qin Fangyu to return quickly. The servant's anxious demeanor made Qin Fangyu's heart race. She wondered what had transpired. The servant hesitated, glancing at Jinchu and Zhan Wanling before whispering urgently in Qin Fangyu's ear. Her expression shifted, and she turned to her companions. The great Qin and Nanha have sent envoys to North Liang to seek a princess for marriage. Grandmother said the emperor only has one married princess, So if a marriage alliance is to be formed, it must come from the families of ministers. Zhang Wanling feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Is that truly the case?" Jinchu regarded Zhang Wanling with curiosity, sensing something unusual in her reaction. Qin Fangyu confirmed. Grandmother went to pay respects to the Empress Dowager today, who advised her to settle the marriage matter promptly. Worry creased Qin Fangyu's brow as she glanced at Jinchu. Zhang Wanling, being the legitimate daughter of a prominent general and dearly cherished by her father, was unlikely to be sent off in a marriage alliance. However, Jinchu, despite appearing to hail from a distinguished family, lacked support. The notion of a marriage alliance struck Jinchu's heart like a heavy blow, leaving her pale and her fingertips icy. Zhang Wanling grasped her hand reassuringly. The emperor has already promised you the freedom to choose your husband. A gentleman's word is as good as gold, and he will not go back on it. Jinchu nodded absently, her eyelids fluttering again. The thought of a marriage alliance continued to weigh heavily upon her heart. The atmosphere among the three grew noticeably somber as they returned to the residence. Qin Fangyu promised to gather more information and send a maidservant to inform them. Upon disembarking from the carriage, Jinchu suddenly recalled having heard whispers of a marriage alliance the previous day. In less than half an hour, news of Princess Liang drawing a bad fortune had spread throughout the capital, declaring her to be a woman of ill fate. Upon learning of this, Granny Fong nearly fainted with indignation. Nonsense! The mistress is an exemplary young lady. How could she bring misfortune to her husband? Had it not been for Fian's intervention, Granny Fong would have rushed to Chaoxiang Temple for clarification. In such a short time, the rumors had escalated dramatically. "Mistress, someone must be scheming against you," Fian remarked. Jinchu raised an eyebrow and smiled lightly. "It matters not. Let them say what they will." She did not perceive the fortune as mere coincidence. With 3 years remaining until the fateful age of 29, she felt no urgency to marry. In fact, the absence of attention from others was a relief. Chapter 66. The truth behind the false princess. The fortune concerning romantic destiny did not affect Jinchu. To validate her suspicions, she awaited news from the Qin family. Finally, in the evening, a letter from Qin Fangyu arrived. The letter detailed that the great Qing and Nanha sought to marry the North Liang princess, and they had sent 2 princesses to express their sincerity. There was a proposal to select 10 noble daughters from ministerial families, and they had already gathered 8 names. The selection would be made by the Astronomical Bureau, with 2 chosen to go to Great Qing and Nanha for marriage alliances. Jinchu's name was notably absent from the list. At the end of the letter, Qin Fangyu offered her words of comfort. The selection by the Astronomical Bureau indicated that once chosen, there would be no room for regret, and the families of the selected would not harbor resentment against the North Liang emperor. Everything was orchestrated by fate, and Jinchu felt completely removed from the situation. She burned the letter, rubbing her temples as if a heavy stone weighed upon her heart. Before she could catch her breath, news arrived that old Madame Zhao wished to see her. "Mistress, the Zhao family is fraught with troubles. It would be unwise to take such risks," Granny Fong firmly advised, genuinely wishing to keep Jinchu distanced from the Zhao family. Jinchu shook her head, feeling that some matters remained unclear, and she desired to seek confirmation directly. "Granny, I will be cautious." After persuading Granny Fong, she arranged for a carriage to the Zhao residence. Upon arrival, she was met with a chorus of wails. Mrs. Liu, spotting her from afar, hurriedly rose from the ground, rubbing her knees as she exclaimed, "Jinchu, do not take the rumors of misfortune to heart. Even if the sky falls, your aunt will be here to support you." Her exuberance was at odds with the recent loss of her husband. "Thank you, Aunt." Madame Tan personally came to escort her, while Mrs. Liu reluctantly allowed her to leave, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Your mother has just recovered from a severe illness. Why trouble Jinchu?" Upon arriving at Songtang Courtyard, Jinchu indeed saw old Madame Zhao propped up her chair, a stark contrast to their previous encounter. The clarity that once graced her features was now clouded with sorrow. "Old Madame, your granddaughter has arrived," reminded Mama Tan. Only then did old Madame Zhao lift her head and gesture toward the seat for Jinchu, who promptly replied, "Grandmother, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. I have no time for idle chatter." A forced smile flickered across old Madame Zhao's face as she glanced at Mama Tan, ordering, "Everyone else, leave us." Once alone, old Madame Zhao turned to Jinchu, stating bluntly, "Which of the Zhao family do you intend to recognize as your elder brother?" Jinchu remained silent. "Jinchu, I am well aware of my own condition. Although the physician cannot discern it, I am certain I have been poisoned. Old Madame Zhao's heart raced as she looked at her. You traveled all the way back to the capital for revenge. The certainty in her voice left no room for doubt. Jinchu raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying the accusation. Old Madame Zhao continued, Your mother was indeed a pitiful soul. She had a promising match, but was ensnared by your father, forced into a distant marriage. It was Zhao's misinterpretation of intentions that led to this. Had it not been for Zhao's coercion, she would not have needed to marry far away. Ultimately, it is Zhao's selfishness that is to blame. Jinchu interjected, cutting off old Madame Zhao. The old woman was momentarily taken aback, perhaps surprised by the depth of Jinchu's knowledge. Her face flushed with embarrassment. What do you truly want in order to avoid antagonizing the Zhao family? How did my father truly die? Jinchu's gaze was as cold as steel, akin to a sword poised over old Madame Zhao's head. I recall your words from a few days ago, Jinchu reminded her. Old Madame Zhao's lips quivered as she recalled the day she believed she was on the verge of death and had confided in Jinchu for the sake of Zhao's future. Realizing her own folly in exposing her hand, she steadied herself, unwilling to speak further. Do you think that by replacing all those who knew the truth 17 years ago, no one would dare to speak up? The position of heir to the Duke's estate is coveted by many. Jinchu turned to leave, but old Madame Zhao trembled and stood. Jinchu, is your uncle also part of your scheme? Jinchu halted, glancing back at old Madame Zhao without denying it. Fear flickered in old Madame Zhao's eyes. What do you know? How have you managed to keep this from the entire house of physicians? Jinchu remained silent. Old Madame Zhao's breathing quickened. Do you realize who you are opposing? Continuing down this path will bring you no benefit. I may be weak, but I am more than capable of standing against the entire Zhao family. Old Madame Zhao fell silent. After a moment, she appeared drained, slumping back in her chair. 17 years ago, your mother was schemed against at the Murong banquet, losing her virtue. Not long after, a maid discovered she was with child. She refused to part with the baby, even after being forced to take abortion medicine, claiming it was the offspring of a dragon. Zhao's family dared not act against the dragon's offspring, allowing her to give birth. At that time, your father happened to be in the capital on business, and by chance, he met your mother. Soon after, an edict arrived from the palace demanding your mother marry into the Sheng family. Jinchu frowned. An edict from the palace? Indeed, old Madame Zhao nodded, her gaze firming. Initially, your mother refused to marry your father, but eventually, she received a series of letters from the palace, and her attitude changed suddenly. The letters promised a precarious situation, suggesting she temporarily seek refuge in Longxi, assuring her that she would be granted a position of honor in the future. Old Madame Zhao's eyes held a flicker of guilt as she recounted this. Jinchu Gao De. Were those letters genuinely written by the emperor? Old Madame Zhao shook her head. The emperor never penned any letters to her. Hearing this, Jinchu found it laughable. The Zhao family had been deceived and used, under the illusion that the emperor of Bailiang held genuine feelings for her mother. In truth, she had merely been a pawn. Who could have anticipated that the Sheng family's business would grow so vast, rivaling nations, stirring envy? Old Madame Zhao's tone darkened. Your uncle works in the Ministry of Personnel and often mentions the empty state treasury. Bailiang is merely a fade of prosperity, unable to supply its army. Yet, our emperor is ambitious, insistent on warfare. The frontline troops await supplies, and someone has secretly reported that the Sheng family hoards grain, claiming it could sustain an army of 1 million for 3 years. If the Sheng family were to act, it would shake the very foundation of Bailiang. Old Madame Zhao suspected the truth about the empty treasury and grain was known, yet she had not fathomed that someone had reported it to the emperor of Bailiang. Who was the informant? Jinchu's voice trembled. Old Madame Zhao's gaze sharpened as she slowly uttered 3 words. It is the Crown Prince. Jinchu's pupils constricted in disbelief. Were it not for the Crown Prince's coercion, your father would not have gathered supplies. Now that the truth is revealed, your uncle has become a scapegoat. Thus, even if the Zhao family commits an enormous crime, they will be pardoned. The Crown Prince's consort would serve as compensation, old Madame Zhao said with a heavy tone. Chapter 67. Murder and Heart's Persecution. Old Madame Zhao fixed her gaze on Jinchu with unwavering determination. Do not think that because someone has your back, you can act recklessly. They merely covet your inheritance. Each word was laden with concern for her well-being. Noticing Jinchu's silence, A glimmer of hope appeared in old Madame Zhao's eyes as she continued, Jinchu, let us put past grievances aside. Jinchu's gulp, interpern. It is the first time I have heard an abuser twist the truth and shift all blame onto others. Old Madame Zhao's eyes flickered as she questioned, do you still wish to hold a grudge against the Zhao family? Receiving no response, Jinchu's gaze drifted to the window, where a young maid was leading an elderly woman towards them. Upon reaching the corridor, Mama Tan intercepted them. The elderly woman whispered a few words. Mama Tan, somewhat skeptical. Turn to look at Jinchu. Jinchu nodded slightly, prompting Mama Tan to allow the elderly woman to pass. The old woman knelt and greeted Jinchu, Your Highness. I come to pay my respects. Hearing the voice of a newcomer, old Madame Zhao froze, her eyes wide in disbelief. You. How did you come here? The elderly woman acknowledged old Madame Zhao, long sister-in-law. It has been many years. I hope you are well. Please take care of yourself after the early passing of Zheng'er. As she spoke, old Madame Zhao trembled, grabbing a teacup from the table, intending to hurl it at the elderly woman, but the latter deftly dodged. The teacup shattered upon hitting the ground, scattering debris everywhere. Unfazed, the elderly woman stood respectfully beside Jinchu. Did you bring her here? Old Madame Zhao glared at Jinchu in anger. Jinchu nodded without hesitation. Since the Zhao family is in mourning, as a member of the Zhao family, my great-aunt ought to come and pay her respects. Who considers her family? The Zhao family does not welcome her. Old Madame Zhao's emotions flared, her cough becoming violent. The elderly woman raised an eyebrow, looking disdainfully at old Madame Zhao, then glanced at Jinchu, addressing her respectfully. Your Highness, I await you in the corridor. With that, the elderly woman turned to leave. After her departure, old Madame Zhao gradually regained her composure, her gaze fixed intently on Jinchu. What are your intentions? Do not worry, grandmother. In 2 days you shall know. Jinchu replied, making no further delay. Just as she was about to depart, she was intercepted by the hurriedly arriving Lady Lu, who rushed in and affectionately grasped Jinchu's sleeve. Child, do not take things to heart. We are family. There are matters that your aunt can still help you with. Jinchu furrowed her brow. I have a nephew from my maternal family, 24 years old, handsome and charming, although of lower status as a second son. I thought it wise for you to betroth yourself to him temporarily to avoid a political marriage and shield yourself from gossip. Lu Shi pointed to the man waiting at the entrance of Songtang courtyard, clad in a pale blue garment, his posture hunched, revealing a mix of anxiety and anticipation as he looked up with a gentle smile. This young man possessed remarkable literary talent, destined for greatness. Jinch, this is merely a temporary measure. If you truly disapprove, we can annul the engagement after the marriage alliance turmoil. Jinch withdrew her arm from Lu Shi's grasp. Who gave you the authority to make such decisions on my behalf? Old Madame Zhao's brows knitted together in disapproval. Zheng'er has barely been laid to rest, and you're already preoccupied with marriage arrangements. Is this appropriate? Lu Shi dismissed her concerns. Mother, I am merely considering Jinch's future. How can a young lady with such a reputation hope to survive? She turned to Jinch with hopeful eyes. Rest assured, if you marry into the Lu family, your aunt will ensure you suffer no grievances. The Lu family will take you as the sole wife, and if he dares to mistreat you, I shall break his legs. Jinch raised her head, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Shi. Aunt, are you aware of my reputation for bringing misfortune to my husband's family? If the Lu family marries me, what if they face a tragic fate? The phrase tragic fate transformed Lu Shi's expression, leaving her flustered. There will always be solutions. It is merely an engagement, not a definitive marriage. Jinch was unconvinced of Lu Shi's good intentions. Aunt, why not be forthright with your conditions? Caught out. Lu Shi's face paled, and she stated plainly, Jinch, you are my saving grace. If you could propose to the crown prince that no one may enter the palace until wooer has settled in, and if we provide a substantial dowry, it would be sufficient. Jinch nearly laughed at such audacity. How bold. Lu Shi shamelessly continued. To you, this is merely a matter of a few words. The Lu family bears all the risk, and that dowry is but compensation for the Lu family. Ultimately, the Zhao family benefits. Old Madame Zhao remained silent, her gaze fixed on Jinch, as if her agreement would seal the matter. If you do not finalize this engagement, and you are selected as a marriage alliance princess, you will be unable to take any of your family's wealth and will be left alone and helpless in a foreign land. Just think of the pity. Lu Shi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if Jinch were already in grave danger, prompting her concern. Jinch arched an eyebrow, her tone growing colder. How commendable of you, Aunt, to find me a way out in such a short time. What is this? You're still a relative of the Zhao family. Lu Shi waved her hand dismissively, her brow furrowing upon seeing Jinch's icy demeanor. Are you unwilling? Jinch scoffed. Is it truly so demeaning for a princess to be considered only suitable for a mere commoner? To be further burdened with a dowry and a favor from the crown prince? Am I truly so worthless in your eyes? Lu Shi hastily explained. Is it not because your fate is too formidable? Who would dare take you other than the Lu family? With a sharp slap, Jinch struck Lu Shi across the face, her eyes blazing with fury. Lu Shi, you appear to be afflicted with hysteria, your words twisted, revealing yourself to be the epitome of a base opportunist. Stunned, Lu Shi turned to Jinch, clutching her face. You dare strike me? Jinch smirked. Someone, throw Lu Shi out. As the command left her lips, Fian rushed in, seizing Lu Shi and forcefully hurling her out the door, where she landed with a thud. Lu Shi cried out, unable to rise. Fian stood in the corridor, hands on her hips, shouting, How dare you? A toad wishing to eat swan meat, shamelessly plotting against a princess. In that moment, Fian exuded an aura of intimidation that silenced Lu Shi. Jinch turned her gaze to old Madame Zhao, whose expression was grim. After a pause, she finally spoke. You have received the Zhao family's favor in coming to the capital. Why must you take such extreme measures? Jinch's delicate face was filled with coldness as she suddenly grinned at old Madame Zhao. Grandmother, if I were to tell His Royal Highness what I just said, who knows what sort of life Cousin Wu will lead after marrying into the Eastern Palace? Old Madame Zhao fell silent, her breaths ragged. How about trading a life-saving grace for a bowl of poison? Jinch blinked innocently, inciting old Madame Zhao to tremble with anger. Jinch, why must you? Satisfied to see old Madame Zhao so incensed, Jinch warned as she departed, the Zhao family should refrain from harboring ill intentions. There is nothing I would not dare to do. With that, she turned and strode away. Lu Shi, already assisted to her feet by two maidservants, retreated to the side, blood at the corner of her mouth, watching Jinch with a mix of shock and fury. Yet Jinch could not spare her even a glance. As she reached the entrance of Songtang courtyard, she noticed the young man from the Lu family seemingly terrified, shrinking away, trembling. A wave of unnameable anger surged within her. Calm down, princess. An elderly woman approached as Jinch emerged. The Zhao family is merely a cornered beast. Why waste your thoughts and efforts on them? This woman was old Madame Tao of the Zhao family's second branch, sister-in-law to the current old Madame Zhao. In the past, the Zhao family had not been divided, and due to Zhao Jin's actions, the first branch overshadowed the second, leading to the elder inheriting the family. Zhao Jun had become the legitimate heir. Within a couple of years, the second branch was forced out of the capital, gradually forgotten, while the current Zhao family flourished under Zhao Jin's efforts, rising to prominence as a ministerial household. Jinch had thoroughly investigated the Zhao family, but could not find witnesses from 17 years ago until she remembered the second branch, which had suffered under the Zhao family's oppression. None of the daughters from the second branch remained in the capital. The expulsion from the capital was a sore point for them, and old Madame Tao dreamed of their return. Thus, Jinch offered the second branch this opportunity. Upon entering the capital, old Madame Tao's first act was to visit Jinch, humbly stating, Whatever the princess commands, I shall not hesitate to face fire and water. Jinch helped old Madame Tao to her feet, and she solemnly promised to uncover the truth as quickly as possible. Likewise, Jinch pledged to help the Zhao family establish themselves in the capital. The selection of an heir for the duke's estate was merely a pretense. The Zhao family had long been restless, and many were eager to extend olive branches to Jinch. The return of the second branch to the capital was akin to a bomb detonating within the Zhao family, especially for old Madame Zhao, who, shortly after Jinch's departure, was overcome with fury, fainting until Mama Tan pinched her to bring her back to consciousness. Lu Shi, pale-faced, complained, Mother, this girl pretends to be obedient, but once she gains power, she turns her back on us. How could we have raised such an ungrateful wretch? Old Madame Zhao, feeling the weight of her own frustration, could not afford to dwell on Jinch's treatment of Lu Shi. Coldly, she inquired, when did the second branch return to the capital? Lu Shi was taken aback. The second branch? Realizing Lu Shi was unaware, Mama Tin quickly explained, "Old Madame Tao just arrived." "How is that possible?" Lu Shi questioned, incredulous. The second branch had been in Qizhou for over a decade. How could they suddenly return? Seeing the grim expression on old Madame Zhao's face, Lu Shi's eyelids twitched. Just then, Zhao Wu burst through the door. "Grandmother, I heard from the servants that Sheng Jinchu intends to select a male heir from the second branch to inherit the duke's estate." Old Madame Zhao's previously subdued anger flared anew, choking her as she struggled to regain composure. Lu Shi panicked, exclaiming, "That cannot happen. This girl is truly foolish. How can she not distinguish between kin and stranger? The second branch has no relation to her whatsoever." After a moment of hesitation, she raised her chin and said, "Let her in." Soon, Zhao Wu was ushered in, clad in a flowing white gown, her face veiled. It was only upon seeing Jinchu that she removed her veil. "Cousin," she greeted, "why are you here at the Duke's residence when your elder sister is not at the morning hall?" Jinchu wore a half-smile. Zhao Wu's eyes flickered. "I know you were the one who facilitated the second branch's arrival in the capital. The situation with the second branch is not as simple as you think. Back then, the two branches fought fiercely, and the second branch was barely subdued by the first." "Cousin, my surname is Sheng, not Zhao. The ancient grievances of the Zhao family have nothing to do with me," Jinchu interrupted cheerfully. Zhao Wu pressed her lips together tightly. Jinchu lifted her teacup, yet to take a sip, when Zhao Wu gently spoke. "Then why has cousin refused to see so many members of the Zhao family, yet is willing to see me?" Zhao Wu was acutely aware of the rejections faced by the Zhao family. Jinchu raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Cousin knows the truth. Why must we state the obvious?" It was indeed because, on that day at Songtang Courtyard, Zhao Wu's silhouette passing by the window had certainly caught her attention. The matter of the poisonous soup had reached Zhao Wu, who was genuinely worried that Jinchu might seek revenge against the Zhao family, using her life-saving favor to pressure the crown prince, potentially ruining her future. Thus, Zhao Wu had to come to the duke's residence. Zhao Wu clenched her handkerchief tightly, her fair face flickering with doubt. Lowering her gaze to conceal her displeasure, she softly remarked, "But there is no enmity between us. Why must you harbor resentment towards me? Dear cousin, you have forgotten that there lies a deep-seated enmity between us concerning the murder of my father. Can you truly overlook that?" After Zhao Zhen's death, Zhao Wu had knelt before the spirit daily, often fainting from grief, establishing her reputation as a filial daughter. If she were to claim that past grievances could be overlooked, it would be utterly ironic, as the hatred for her father's murder was far less significant than her own future. Faced with the retort, Zhao Wu struggled to maintain her composure. She turned to Jinchu. "I only later learned of the absurd proposition my mother made. You need not take it to heart. As long as you refuse, no one can force you. What exactly do you wish to know that would make you relent against the Zhao family?" Their gazes locked, and Jinchu's smile faded. "I wish to know the reason why cousin was betrothed to the crown prince." This question caused Zhao Wu's expression to change drastically. Prior to her arrival, Zhao Wu had prepared to discuss matters from 17 years ago, but was taken aback that Jinchu did not even mention it. She averted her gaze. "How would I know? It is indeed surprising for the daughter of a condemned criminal to be betrothed." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wu realized she would gain no further insights. She abruptly stood, her gaze turning sharp. "I have humiliated myself by attempting to plead for the Zhao family. Your obsession is too deep. I cannot dissuade you. Let us consider this visit as if it never happened." With that, Zhao Wu turned on her heel and strode away, her steps brisk and unyielding. Jinchu resumed her tea, showing no inclination to retain her. A smirk played at the corners of her lips. Suddenly, Zhao Wu halted and turned back, glaring at Jinchu. "The crown prince's marriage to me is already a done deal. Do not interfere, or do not blame me for being ruthless." Zhao Wu stormed off in anger. It was Fian who personally escorted Zhao Wu away. Upon returning, Fian cautiously observed Jinchu's increasingly somber expression, hesitating to speak. Jinchu furrowed her brows and sighed deeply, her heart heavier as the truth about her father's death and the slander against the Sheng family had been partially unveiled. There were some individuals she found difficult to sway. Her ire naturally fell upon the Zhao family, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt stifled. "Master!" Fei Shuang rushed in, and upon seeing her, Fian frowned. "The master is currently troubled. Speak softly." Fei Shuang quickly glanced at Jinchu's expression and hastily apologized. Jinchu shook her head, inquiring what has happened. I just saw a man kneeling at the government office with a marriage document written by Zhao Zhan in his hand. Curious, I approached, and the name on the document was none other than Zhao Wu. Jinchu was taken aback. Even Fian found it hard to believe. Could it be a mistake? The eldest daughter of the Zhao family was already betrothed to the crown prince. Fei Shuang insisted. I am certain. I even leaned in to check the name, and it unmistakably read Zhao Wu. There were many people gathered at the government office, and that man was shouting to reclaim the marriage. What a revelation! If Zhao Wu had lingered a moment longer, she would have witnessed the spectacle of Zhao Wu's reaction upon hearing this news. It was perfectly timed, as Zhao Zhan had recently passed away, and Zhao Wu had just been betrothed, yet here was this man brandishing Zhao Zhan's handwritten marriage document, causing an uproar, effectively turning this into a royal abduction of marriage. The thought of the royal family's dignity being trampled upon lifted Jinchu's spirits, and she even wore a faint smile. Have you discovered this man's identity? Fei Shuang nodded. His name is Mo Chun, a close disciple of the old Prince Yun. Old Prince Yun was a sworn brother of the late emperor, having long resided beyond the borders, with considerable influence and holding a life-saving token. Jinchu was astonished. Fian clicked her tongue. No wonder this young man dared to confront matters head-on. It seems he possesses substantial backing. It is understandable that Zhao Zhan would select this marriage for Zhao Wu, but who could have anticipated that after Zhao Zhan's death, the emperor would bestow the marriage, making it difficult to explain now. Chapter 69. Recalling the marriage decree. Fortunately, Lord Liu had been suspended from his position, temporarily replaced by Lord Yu as the magistrate of Jingzhou. Otherwise, today's events would have implicated Lord Liu. Fian remarked, and Jinchu concurred. Lu Heng had been punished with house arrest for 3 months due to the Sheng family's case. Though the Sheng family had been proven innocent, the Northern Liang Emperor had yet to issue an order to restore Lu Heng's position. What is the background of this, Lord Yu? Jinchu inquired. Lord Liu has shown kindness to her. If there is a chance to repay, she will do so wholeheartedly, Fian replied. I only know that he was a close fellow disciple of the late Zhao Zhan and had an excellent relationship with him. Lord Yu's eldest daughter is betrothed to the legitimate son of the Liu family. Understanding dawned on Jinchu with a smile. The pillar of the Zhao family, Zhao Zhan, had fallen, leaving all hopes resting on Zhao Wu. They were counting on her to enter the Eastern Palace and secure favor. Now it seemed Zhao Wu was ensnared in a marriage contract, making her future uncertain, and the Zhao family was still in mourning, which would delay any marriage. This engagement was equally precarious. The two had grown up as childhood companions, sharing a strong bond. The reason Zhao Zhan was able to enter the palace to accuse the Sheng family upon the return of the brave king was due to Lord Yu's connections. Jinchu raised her brow, astonished. She finally grasped the concept of mutual protection among officials. Send someone to keep watch at the government office. Ensure that this young master Mo does not come to harm. Perhaps with his support, Lord Liu will soon regain his position. Jinchu beckoned to Fian, whispering a few words, causing Fian's eyes to widen in disbelief. Master, this seems unwise. Jinchu dismissed her concerns. Certain funds must be invested wisely. The position of magistrate of Jingzhou is crucial and cannot be taken lightly. Having an acquaintance in office is certainly preferable to a stranger. Fian nodded vigorously. As they awaited news, Jinchu locked herself in her study, reviewing the accounts of recent days. With Qi Zhao's assistance, the Sheng family shop in the capital was running smoothly, both overtly and covertly. Unbeknownst to her, evening had fallen. Mama Fong delivered a lamp, expressing concern, Master, do take care of your eyes. Jinchu rubbed her aching wrist and glanced out the window, asking, has Fian returned? Not yet. Is there any news from the government office? Mama Fong shook her head. After dinner, while strolling through the long corridor, Fian finally returned with news from the government office. Master, your speculation was correct. Lord Yu indeed denied the authenticity of young Master Mo's marriage document and has detained him. After the interrogation, I spread the news of the engagement between the Yu family and the Zhao family, as you instructed. Within a night, it will surely spread. If this matter comes to light, the Yu family will have to distance themselves and cannot interfere any further. Fei Yin remarked, I have dispatched someone to keep a watch on the Yu and Zhao families. Upon receiving news of the marriage engagement this afternoon, Ms. Zhao was so enraged that she fainted on the spot. After regaining consciousness, she disguised herself as a maid and visited the Yu family, staying for a couple of hours, accompanied by Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin, the legitimate eldest son of Zhao Zhen and the one who has a betrothal with the Yu family, is likely to employ his charm to persuade the Yu daughter on behalf of the Zhao family. Jinchu harbored no concerns regarding the actions of Zhao Lin and Zhao Wu, as the Yu family would surely weigh their options in deciding whether to assist or not. As 2 days passed, the noon sun shone brightly, and cicadas chirped incessantly from the branches. Jinchu leaned against the window, lost in thought. What captivates you so? Unbeknownst to her, Zhan Wanling had arrived, waving her slender fingers before her. Leaning half her body against the window, she exclaimed, "What a rare delight it is to have such splendid weather. Why not take a stroll?" "Zhan's sister," Jinchu exclaimed joyfully. Zhan Wanling pouted slightly. Since Sister Qin has been engaged, her family has tightened their watch over her, making it difficult for her to step outside. With my father away these past few days, I have grown quite bored. Jinchu affectionately grasped Zhan Wanling's hand. The Duke of Xinghua's residence is always open to you. After exchanging casual banter, mostly consisting of Zhan Wanling's chatter, Jinchu listened with a smile as Mama Fong prepared tea and snacks for the two. Your esteemed cousin may not marry the crown prince after all. I've heard that the emperor has withdrawn the marriage decree. It is said that Zhao Wu's eyes are nearly blinded by tears. Zhan Wanling reclined on the couch, one hand propping her head as she looked at Jinchu with a mysterious glint. Do you know why Zhao Wu was betrothed to the crown prince? Jinchu raised an eyebrow, fully aware that it was due to Zhao Zhen taking the fall for the royal family's malfeasance against the Sheng family, resulting in compensation for the Zhao family. She feigned curiosity. What is the reason? Zhan Wanling shrugged. Part of it is due to Zhao Zhen's demise. The royal family offered compensation. More importantly, it was Zhao Wu who acted with righteous indignation against her own kin. The phrase righteous indignation against one's kin caused Jinchu's brows to twitch. Zhao Wu had personally penned a letter revealing Zhao Zhen's hidden treasury to the emperor, who subsequently summoned Zhao Wu and promised her a title, as she had long expressed her admiration for the crown prince. Jinchu was astounded. How could this be? Zhao Wu severed ties with Zhao Zhen, ensuring her own path to wealth and glory. Yet no one anticipated that Zhao Zhen had already arranged a marriage for her. Zhan Wanling scoffed, clearly disdainful of Zhao Wu's self-serving nature, willing to resort to any means for her own advancement. In the Zhao family, the engagement was annulled, and the decree conferred upon Zhao Wu the title of county princess as compensation. At the moment the decree was read, Zhao Wu knelt on the ground, gazing up at the glaring sunlight, feeling slightly dizzy, her complexion pale as a ghost. Unwilling to accept her fate, she licked her lips and continued to argue. Master Zhong, my father never mentioned a marriage. This must be a misunderstanding. County princess. Master Zhong interrupted, his expression grave. The characters on a marriage certificate are clearly written by Lord Zhao. It is a matter of parental authority in matchmaking. You must take heed. With that, he placed the rewards down and turned to leave. Zhao Wu watched her final hope crumble, bitterness rising in her throat, and she could not suppress a retch, which Lu Shi quickly caught. Sister Wu. Zhao Wu struggled, her gaze fixated on the distant coffin, her eyes filled with resentment. Cousin. Zhao Yinyan's voice suddenly approached, her voluminous embroidered gown and heavy makeup failing to conceal her haggard appearance as she was supported by 2 maids. What brings you here? Lu Shi asked, displeased. Zhao Yinyan spoke in a low tone. I wish to have a few words alone with my cousin. If you wish to turn the tide, you must heed my advice. Zhao Wu coldly scoffed, unimpressed. Do you know the identity of this Prince Mo? Zhao Yinyan inquired. The mere mention piqued Zhao Wu's interest, and she slowly rose to follow Zhao Yinyan to a pavilion, dismissing the servants. Zhao Yinyan wasted no time, stating plainly, this Prince Mo is not merely a disciple of the esteemed Lord Wang Yun. He is in truth of royal blood, much like myself. Upon hearing the words royal blood, Zhao Wu's expression turned even more mocking. At this juncture, you still cling to such fantasies. The royal family does not acknowledge you. Zhao Yinyan, undeterred by her cousin's derision, replied, whether the royal family acknowledges me is inconsequential. What matters is that Mo Chun is indeed a genuine prince. By age, he is the eldest prince, as the emperor once favored a maid who fled upon discovering her pregnancy, only to be found by Lord Wang Yun. If you are wed to Mo Chun, you will become the esteemed consort. Who knows if this might turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Zhao Wu regarded Zhao Yinyan as though she were a creature of peculiar origin, What makes you think I would believe such nonsense? Cousin, Zhao Yinyan retorted, her temper flaring. If it were not for you being betrothed to Mo Chun, Qi Yuan would not have urged me to act as an intermediary. Qi Yuan insisted that I must persuade you. 10 years hence, Mo Chun will achieve great fortune, unmatched by anyone. Initially, Zhao Yinyan had her doubts. With so many princes, how could a lost prince inherit the throne? The position of the eldest prince was unrivaled, and Mo Chun had the support of Lord Wang Yun. However, after Qi Yuan's fervent persuasion, Zhao Yinyan began to believe. By allying with Zhao Wu and ingratiating herself with Mo Chun, her own prospects for becoming a princess would be secured. Why should I trust you? Zhao Wu countered. Zhao Yinyan, breathing heavily, replied, What motive do I have to deceive you? This was conveyed to me by my husband. The Qi family holds this prince in high regard. Although Zhao Yinyan herself could not fathom why the Qi family did not place their hopes on the 3 princes born of the noble Qi Guifei, but rather chose Mo Chun. The two locked eyes, and Zhao Yinyan nearly swore an oath. Zhao Wu, her lips tightly pressed together, remained silent for a long moment before Zhao Yinyan broached the subject of Zhao Wu's betrayal of her kin. Zhao Wu's expression changed abruptly. Rest assured, we are in the same boat. The Qi family has already suppressed this matter, and no one will be the wiser, Zhao Yinyan assured her. Zhao Wu's face fluctuated between emotions. Her teeth clenched. Very well, I shall trust you once. In Chapter 70, the enemies converge in the capital. Zhao Yinyan and Zhao Wu converse for a full 2 hours. Before leaving, Zhao Wu repeatedly assured her cousin that should her plan succeed, she would not forget Zhao Yinyan's kindness and would repay her as a princess. The engagement annulled. Zhao Wu's distress evaporated in an instant, replaced by anticipation, leaving Lu Shi in astonishment. Sister Wu, what on earth did Zhao Yinyan say to you? Zhao Wu smiled. It seems that neither I nor the crown prince are fated to be, but marrying Prince Mo may not be a bad thing. I accept this union. But, mother, we must treat Prince Mo with utmost courtesy. With this engagement, the Zhao family will surely rise to prominence in 10 years, achieving great renown. Lu Shi, unable to believe her ears, touched Zhao Wu's forehead and then her own face, confirming that Zhao Wu was not speaking in jest. And Zhao Yinyan, the Zhao family, having heard of Zhao Yinyan's return, rushed out eagerly, only to learn from the maid that she had already departed, leaving Zhao family members crestfallen. It had been several days since Zhao Wu had seen Yinyan, and despite sending letters, there had been no replies, rendering her days of waiting futile. Zhao Wu cast a glance at the Zhao family. Cousin Yinyan has been suffering under Jinchu suppression. It all comes down to status. Now the entire capital mocks her. Some rejoice, while others lament. Alas, poor cousin Yinyan has endured hardships since childhood. Zhao's brows knitted in concern, fully aware of the current rumors swirling about. Suddenly, Zhao Wu drew closer, affectionately linking arms with her. Cousin Yin is undeniably a princess. After all the commotion caused by cousin Jinchu, she has lost her status and now faces ridicule, unable to hold her head high in her marital home. Carrying a child and still forced to roam about is truly unfortunate. If fortune were turned, there might be discussions regarding cousin Jinchu's standing. Her words trailed off. Zhao Wu released her hold and resumed her kneeling position on the mat, playing the dutiful daughter. The speaker may have been casual, but Zhao was astute, her gaze shifting, and with a blink, her expression turned icy. The Duke of Sheng's residence saw Zhan Wanling depart at dusk, and scarcely had he left when the news of Zhao Yinyan's visit to counsel Zhao Wu reached Jinchu's ears. Both women were not to be trifled with, quick to place blame on others in the face of adversity, fueled by fierce jealousy. With Zhao Wu's engagement abruptly terminated, she would undoubtedly seek retribution. My lord, there is another matter. Young Master Qi has dispatched individuals to closely monitor young Master Mo's every move. Last night, young Master Qi even paid a visit to Lord Yu's residence. Jinchu's heart raced with alarm. Qi Yuan had returned from a rebirth, and his every action was surely motivated by purpose. The fact that he was keeping an eye on Mo Chun suggested the latter was no ordinary individual. Investigate the origins of young Master Mo, and the more thorough the inquiry, the better. Understood. Zhao Yinyan's visit to Zhao Wu might well have been orchestrated by Qi Yuan. Jinchu pondered before instructing her aides to ascertain when Zhao Zhan had first established contact with Mo Chun. After arranging everything, a sense of unease began to stir within her. Days passed, Yet still, there was no significant information. One morning, Jinchu awoke with an unsettling sense of foreboding, her eyelids twitching insistently. Just then, Fei Yin rushed in breathless. "Madam, it is dire news. The lady fell while descending the hillside from the temple today and has broken her leg." As she spoke, Fei Shuang's face turned pale. My lord, the astrological bureau has predicted anomalies concerning the imperial star, foretelling the emergence of a future emperor in the capital, directly aligned with the palace's Z-Wei star. Jinchu furrowed her brow. These two incidents had arrived too abruptly, catching her off guard. The earlier mishap could be momentarily disregarded, for the emperor of Bailiang was not yet 50. The emergence of a future emperor would surely stir chaos in the capital. Jinchu turned to Fei Shuang. "Can we ascertain the identity of this individual?" Fei Shuang shook her head. "The destiny of this person has been foretold, and now the city gates are tightly secured. No one is permitted to leave. Those who disobey will face severe punishment." A name flickered in Jinchu's mind. Mo Chun. If, in her previous life, Mo Chun truly ascended to the throne, then Qi Yuan's relentless attempts to ingratiate himself and seek favor on Mo Chen's behalf would certainly make sense. Furthermore, the Zhao family had delayed marrying off their 3 daughters, all with their sights set on the crown prince. Why would Zhao Zhen suddenly offer her most exceptional daughter, Zhao Wu, to Mo Chun without reason? In a flash of realization, Jinchu felt a chill. Could it be that Zhao Zhen had also been reborn? She shook her head, reassuring herself that she was simply overthinking. "Where is young Master Mo?" she inquired. "At the Duke of Qi's residence." Jinchu's eyelids fluttered. As the proclamation of the future emperor echoed, Qi Yuan's countenance darkened, biting down hard on his teeth, his first suspicion landing on the crown prince. How foolish he was to have overlooked the crown prince. Chapter 71. Restoring Lu Hong to his official position in The Duke of Qi rushed in, a look of alarm on his face. "Have you heard the rumors circulating in the capital? Do they concern you?" Fearing that this matter might implicate his son and drag the duke's residence into disrepute, he reconsidered and shook his head. Bending to sit, he said, "Why am I so anxious? No one would suspect the duke's residence. Everyone knows there are 3 princes under the care of the esteemed concubine Qi. The duke's residence has no need to support others." Qi Yuan's expression was complex, momentarily at a loss for words. The 3 princes were embroiled in internal strife, vying for the duke's support, yet none were favored by the emperor, leaving them with no real chance of success. The duke's residence found itself at odds with the 3 princes. Fortunately, the duke's residence had managed to align itself with the future new emperor. Once Mo Chen ascended, they would rise to the pinnacle of aristocracy in the capital. Everything should have unfolded favorably, yet continued to be disrupted. Qi Yuan felt a surge of unnameable anger rising within him. "My lord." Zhao Yan approached gracefully, accompanied by her maids, donned in splendid attire. Her hair adorned with jeweled hairpins, particularly radiant with a golden pomegranate blossom pin. A bright, exuberant smile graced her face as she linked her arm with Qi Yuan's. "I just returned from visiting Cousin Wu. She wrote a letter for young Master Mo." Pride laced her tone as she spoke of the correspondence. "Heaven does not forsake those in despair. I refuse to believe that every time it is Sheng Jinchu who enjoys boundless fortune. It is surely my turn now." The Duke of Qi regarded Zhao Yan's pompous demeanor with a frown. He found her utterly unimpressive, exuding a petty, sharp demeanor devoid of any refinement. Taking a deep breath, he restrained his discontent, attributing her behavior to her princely status. Clearing his throat, he reminded Zhao Yan to maintain decorum in public. Upon hearing his voice, Zhao Yan glanced up, finally noticing the Duke. She nodded lightly, acknowledging him, "Father." The Duke's brow furrowed, and before he could speak, he observed Zhao Yan place her hand over Qi Yuan's on her abdomen. "Dr. Zhang says the child is quite well behaved. Surely they will take after you." Zhao Yan continued, oblivious to Qi Yuan's increasingly darkening expression. He withdrew his hand, lowering his voice. "Are you aware that your mother fell from the mountainside at Chaoxia Temple today and is severely injured?" Zhao Yan nodded. "I heard from a maid that the injury is not as exaggerated as reported. It is merely a sprained ankle. After a few days of rest, she will be fine. There are plenty of people to care for her. Once I finish my pressing matters, I will find time to visit." Zhao Yan frowned at Qi Yuan's questioning gaze, her tone tinged with annoyance. "I am merely trying to win over Cousin Wu, lowering myself to curry favor. By my standing, she is hardly worthy. A few days prior, Zhao Yin had been sent back to her residence after kneeling at the palace gates, having faced a couple of days of neglect. It was Qi Yuan's sudden appearance that had reassured her. Yin, you are a true princess. The emperor's current predicament prevents him from acknowledging you. It was Qi Yuan who had instilled confidence in her, pulling her back from the truth of her false status. The emperor of Beiliang's refusal to recognize her stemmed from his need for the Sheng family's support. Openly elevating Zhao Yin would imply that the royal family had a hand in the earlier deception. The Sheng family sought vindication. They were loyal subjects. And the emperor of Beiliang, in an effort to placate the populace, could only impose upon Zhao Yin. She firmly believed this. How could she not be the emperor's daughter when she bore such a striking resemblance to him? At that moment, Qi Yuan wished he could cover Zhao Yin's mouth. The matter was not yet settled, and it was crucial to keep a low profile. Indeed, the Duke of Qi's brow furrowed. What is truly going on? Qi Yuan stiffened, feeling the weight of pressure as he exchanged glances with Zhao Yin, who reluctantly turned to leave. She departed without a word, her steps hurried, filled with indignation. The Duke of Qi felt a pang of frustration. Look at this. Father. Qi Yuan interrupted the Duke's admonishment, speaking softly about the intricate details. The three princes each harbored their own ambitions, none of whom were favored as heirs by the emperor, and their relationship with the Duke's residence was fraught with tension. The Duke of Qi's eyelids twitched, momentarily setting aside his grievances with Zhao Yin's lack of decorum. Is it true that the rumors outside are somehow connected to you? Yes. The Duke of Qi felt disoriented, and Qi Yuan continued. Imo Chun is the next emperor. He is the emperor's eldest son, born to a maid who served the emperor during his youth. It took a moment for the Duke of Qi to process this information before stuttering. Are you saying that the Astrological Bureau's prediction of the imperial destiny refers to Imo Chun? Qi Yuan nodded. Then why has this been exposed so swiftly? The emperor is furious over this matter and has dispatched the imperial guards to search the city. The atmosphere was decidedly one of annihilation. Such a commotion could not possibly indicate recognition. Furthermore, if Imo Chun has ascended to the throne, well, the crown prince. You must be mistaken. With Imo Chun as emperor, where does that leave the crown prince? The crown prince is the legitimate firstborn, wielding military power, winning the people's hearts, and personally nurtured by the emperor. To secure the crown prince's position, the emperor has refrained from establishing a consort for many years. The Duke of Qi shook his head, unwilling to accept this reality. He cast a peculiar glance at Qi Yuan. Ever since his son had mentioned matters of reincarnation, their endeavors had faced repeated setbacks. The commander of the northern camp was indeed a fact, but the 500,000 taels of silver demanded by the northern Liang emperor weighed heavily upon the Duke of Qi's heart. Qi Yuan was incensed. The crown prince. The setbacks faced by our duke's residence are all due to the crown prince. This time, the person behind the divination by the Imperial Observatory is also the crown prince. Mentioning the crown prince made Qi Yuan's heart ache with fury. In his previous life, the crown prince had succumbed to illness 2 years later. Only after his death did Imo Chun reconcile with the emperor. Qi Yuan had to acknowledge the undeniable fact that the crown prince, upon his reincarnation, had become far more adept. His actions were swifter than Qi Yuan's own. While the Duke of Qi was still absorbed in the news of the crown prince's demise 2 years later, he heard Qi Yuan assert that the crown prince had also been reincarnated and was aware of everything that had transpired in those 2 years. Qi Yuan closed his eyes. He was currently in a position of weakness, with forces and power inferior to that of the crown prince. Open conflict would certainly lead to disadvantage. Yet, he merely needed to wait. Wait for 2 years, regardless of whether the crown prince lived or died. The crown prince would remain oblivious to what transpired 2 years hence, at which point he would be the sole strategist. The Duke of Qi stared in astonishment at his son, struggling to digest this information. Are you implying that our duke's residence has been under the crown prince's surveillance all along? Whatever you do, the crown prince is always a step ahead. Qi Yuan nodded. As for Imo Chun, he had been brought into the residence, temporarily residing in the rear courtyard. Qi Yuan was filled with regret. He had been so preoccupied with the excitement of Imo Chun's early arrival and the significant advantages it had conferred upon Lord Yu that he had forgotten the crown prince was lurking nearby. The crown prince must also be aware that Imo Chun was within the duke's residence. The immediate course of action was to protect Imo Chun. ensuring he did not fall into the crown prince's hands. "Father, we need to devise a plan to persuade my aunt to speak favorably of Mo Chun before the emperor, ensuring his safety." "Have you lost your mind? Why would your aunt be willing to make sacrifices for someone else?" The Duke of Qi outright rejected him. Yet Qi Yuan countered. Mo Chun's presence can divert half of the crown prince's attention. The emperor will remain in power for over a decade. We must first persuade my aunt to join forces against the crown prince before plotting further. Upon hearing this, the Duke of Qi hesitated. Just then, a guard approached Qi Yuan with a message. "Your Highness, the emperor has restored Lu Hong to his former position and ordered a thorough investigation into Lord Yu. A multitude of gold, silver, and jewels has been discovered in Lord Yu's residence." Qi Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could the emperor arbitrarily investigate Lord Yu? He has been a loyal minister of justice for many years and would not be easily scrutinized. Moreover, Lu Hong's reinstatement is astonishing. "Your Highness, it concerns a murder case that Lord Yu handled 6 months ago. Li Fugue, who should have been sentenced to death, was apprehended on the Anshan Street, leading investigators back to Lord Yu. The matter was reported to the court by a censor, alleging that Lord Yu had accepted bribes to release a death row inmate. The emperor was furious and dispatched Lord Lu to investigate thoroughly. This investigation uncovered several estates under Lord Yu's name, replete with countless treasures. Qi Yuan could not believe such a coincidence. In his previous life, Li Fugue had never existed. He gritted his teeth, certain that this was the crown prince's doing. His malevolent spirit lingered. Chapter 72. How dare a Bast RD claim kinship with me? Qi Yuan solemnly informed the Duke of Qi. Lu Hong must be an agent of the crown prince. The arrest of Lord Yu is merely a facade. The true intent is to locate Mo Chun, hidden within the Duke's residence. Qi Yuan knew he would soon be taken away for questioning by Lu Hong. Before that happened, he urgently conveyed critical information. Every word and action of his was under scrutiny. His father needed to find 2 individuals with similar physique and appearance to his son. In the Duke's residence, he could no longer remain. The Duke of Qi nodded. Yan Yan was currently with child. He would first confine her, and when the time was ripe, send her away from the capital to reunite with his son. "Are you planning to return after 2 years? The Duke of Qi discerned his son's intentions, furrowing his brow. "What will you do if the crown prince holds power 2 years hence?" 2 years could provide ample time for his son to strategize and contend with the crown prince. Qi Yuan vowed resolutely. No sooner had he spoken than someone arrived. None other than Lu Hong, clad in a deep blue official robe, exuding an easeful demeanor. "Young Master Qi, it has been a long time. I trust you are well." Qi Yuan smiled. Lord Lu has indeed regained his position. It appears he has powerful allies. Lu Hong did not deny this, gesturing towards the door. "Let us take a walk." Qi Yuan did not resist, obediently following. "Stop." Zhao Yin suddenly approached from the corridor's end, resting a hand on her maid's shoulder, her gaze sharp. "Lord Lu, who gave you the audacity to arrest someone in the Duke's residence? Release him at once. Does the young mistress intend to obstruct my investigation?" Lu Hong retorted. Zhao Yin scoffed. "Do you understand who the young master is?" Lu Hong remained silent, crossing his arms and patiently awaiting a response. Zhao Yin gritted her teeth. Not long ago, the crown prince was courteous even when overseeing the magistrate's office. "How dare you, a mere local official, challenge authority?" "Yin." Qi Yuan frowned, interrupting Zhao Yin. "This is not your concern. Return at once." Zhao Yin raised her chin defiantly. "I've already sent word to the crown prince. He will surely uphold justice for me." At these words, Qi Yuan's expression changed dramatically. "When did you send someone?" "The young mistress is deeply devoted to the young master, and sent someone to halt my carriage to seek redress. Under everyone's gaze, I had no choice but to come." A figure clad in crescent white approached, hands clasped behind his waist, his handsome visage bearing a half-smile as he regarded Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan's complexion shifted, and he realized it was indeed the crown prince. He inwardly berated Zhao Yin for her foolishness in summoning the crown prince without consent. "Your Highness, everyone pays their respects." The crown prince raised a hand. No need for excessive formalities. Qi Yuan quickly interjected. "It was all a misunderstanding. Such a trivial matter should not trouble your Highness." "Your Highness." Zhao Yin dashed forward, leaning closer to the crown prince, lifting herself on her toes. "Do you not think I bear a striking resemblance to you?" The crown prince raised an eyebrow, casting a cold glance at Zhao Yin. "Impudent." How dare a bast-RD compare themselves to me? The words bast-RD left Zhao Yin momentarily stunned. Your Highness, brother? Tears welled in her eyes. Behind the crown prince, Chongqing scoffed. Our Highness has no sister. Young mistress, do not overreach in claiming kinship. Moreover, news is spread like wildfire about Madame Zhao secretly meeting her lover at Chaosha Temple. This person came with a portrait of the young mistress to claim kinship. Young mistress, do not indulge in fanciful dreams. You are the child of Madame Zhao and a mere scholar. Zhao Yin felt as if struck by lightning, her mind ablaze. Her face pale as she refused to acknowledge. You. What nonsense are you spouting? The guests at Chaosha Temple can attest. Madame Zhao was disheveled and fled in haste, causing her to stumble and fall from mountain. Chongqing continued to provoke. That scholar explicitly stated that he has a daughter at the Duke's residence who is the young mistress. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Zhao Yin reached out, attempting to strike Chongqing. You dare slander me? I will tear your mouth apart. With a swift motion, Chongqing drew his sword, its cold gleam illuminating the air, instantly freezing Zhao Yin in place, her hands awkwardly raised. Chongqing's words had dealt a resounding slap to the face of everyone in the Duke of Qi's residence, especially to the Duke himself, whose face darkened like a pot's bottom, wishing to vanish into the ground. Qi Yuan remained remarkably composed, his cold gaze directed at the crown prince. Yin is pregnant, a delicate and defenseless woman. Why does your Highness refuse to show her mercy? The crown prince, enraged, responded with a mocking smile. Does young Master Qi wish to become a prince in his madness? The prince was fully aware of Yin Yan's true identity. Qi Yuan, unable to contain his indignation, retorted. Zhao Yin, trembling and filled with a sense of injustice, looked up at the crown prince, tears brimming in her eyes. Crown prince, this must be a misunderstanding. How could I possibly be the daughter of a scholar? We bear such a resemblance. We must surely be siblings. Can you truly bear to see me suffer? Her words were met with scorn by Chongqing, who found her stubbornness and ignorance laughable. The crown prince's patience had worn thin, his eyes glinting with icy resolve. Duke Qi. Upon being called, Duke Qi stepped forward. Your Highness, slandering the royal family's reputation is a grave offense. In consideration of the young master's pregnant wife, I shall spare you, but you must endure 20 strokes as a warning. Do you have any objections? Duke Qi's composure shattered, his chin trembling as he involuntarily glanced at Zhao Yin, his gaze sharp as a blade. Zhao Yin remained oblivious to the tension. 30 strokes. The crown prince's voice rang out, cutting through her protests. Enough. Duke Qi raised his voice, stifling her words, gritting his teeth. I thank your Highness for your leniency. Zhao Yin, shaken by the turn of events, watched in horror as Duke Qi was forced onto the long bench, publicly punished with 30 strokes, each one striking him with considerable force, nearly knocking him unconscious. Only then did Zhao Yin realize her own fear, retreating with trembling lips, staring at the crown prince as if he were a stranger. The crown prince, looking down at Duke Qi, declared, in light of Duke Qi's years of loyalty to the throne, this matter ends here. Should anyone dare to slander the royal family again, I shall not show mercy. Duke Qi, gritting his teeth, managed to express his gratitude. Zhao Yin was deeply frightened, and only after the crown prince departed did she regain her composure. As she looked around, she noticed Qi Yuan had been taken away, leaving only a courtyard full of servants. Bring the young master's wife under house arrest. She is not to step outside without my command. Duke Qi, filled with hatred for Zhao Yin, issued the order with disdain. At the Shenghua Duke's residence, Lu Hong was reinstated, much to Jinchu's delight. Fian reported the events at Duke Qi's residence, mentioning the public exposure of the scholar and Zhao's indiscretions, which had stirred up quite a scandal. The lady had certainly suffered a considerable fall from grace. As the two maidservants discussed the matter, their eyes were filled with disdain. Jinchu rubbed her temples, struggling to recall the matter regarding the scholar. Is my master distressed over the lady's situation? Fian asked cautiously. Jinchu shook her head. Not quite. It is simply perplexing that if my mother knew Zhao Yin was the daughter of scholar, how could she dare to publicly claim she was a princess? That would be treason. Moreover, for so many years, my mother has been ambitious and eager to become empress. How could she possibly take a liking to a mere scholar? In Jinchu's eyes, her father surpassed the northern Liang emperor in every regard, except for his status. Such an admirable father. and yet Zhao's family did not consider him worthy. It is suspicious, Jinchu mused. Does my master suspect someone is framing the lady? Fian inquired. Jinchu not that. First, my mother would not have the leisure to sneak away to Chaoxia Temple for an affair at such a critical time. It is too reckless. Secondly, she is not foolish enough to confuse royal bloodlines. Most importantly, if this matter reaches the emperor's ears, the Zhao family will never have a chance to enter the palace again. Over the past 3 years, while the Zhao family has frequently attended various banquets, they have always been cautious to avoid suspicion. The Zhao family deceiving Zhao's family is one thing. In Zhao's heart, there has always been a mutual affection with the northern Liang emperor. Therefore, I cannot fathom why Zhao would engage in an affair with a scholar, especially to the point of injuring herself. At that moment, a servant brought in a brocade box. Master, someone just delivered this and left. The brocade box was nearly half a meter long. After Fian inspected it and confirmed its authenticity, she handed it to Jinchu. Jinchu opened it to reveal a scroll containing an image of a chubby little girl adorned with a longevity lock around her neck. Jinchu recognized the longevity lock immediately. It was crafted by her father and given to her on her 6th birthday for protection. Upon seeing the image, Jinchu suddenly understood Zhao's true intentions for a clandestine meeting at Chaoxia Temple. Zhao had not aimed to harm Zhao Yinyan, but rather herself. Chapter 73. As long as Zhao lives, she shall never know peace. Jinchu's fingers tightened around the scroll. Her lips pale as she closed her eyes to suppress her hatred. Zhao, oh Zhao, she thought, I initially wished to spare your life. Yet you, for the sake of Zhao Yinyan, have gone to great lengths to deceive and frame me. She could not bear to imagine the ridicule she would face if the name Sheng Jinchu escaped the scholaress' lips. She would be mocked by the entire city, bringing shame upon the Sheng family, wounding 800 of the enemy while harming oneself 1,000. As Jinchu opened her eyes again, a chilling resolve filled her gaze. She stood and declared, Fetch Uncle Qi. Fian, sensing her master's unusual demeanor, hurried off without a word. Approximately an hour later, Qi Xiao arrived in haste, bowing at the corridor. Master, you may all withdraw. Fian and the others obediently stepped back. Jinchu approached the corridor and handed the scroll to Qi Xiao. You must be aware of Zhao Qingran's injury at Chaoxia Temple, correct? Qi Xiao nodded. This scheme was originally aimed at me. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiao's expression shifted, and he tentatively questioned, Master, could it be a mistake? No matter what, the lady is still your birth mother. How could she employ such despicable means against you? Harming herself in the process? He faltered, realizing the depths of Zhao's madness. There was no limit to her actions. Suppressing his anger, Qi Xiao asked patiently, What are your intentions, master? Jinchu pressed her lips together and replied, I wish to avenge my father and uphold the Sheng family's honor. Yet the Zhao family continually obstructs me. As long as she lives, I shall never know peace. Her tone was laced with murderous intent. Qi Xiao quickly interjected, Master, this is the capital. You have come this far. Do not stain your hands with blood over something unworthy. Leave this matter to me. Jinchu shook her head, resolutely determined to see Zhao buried alongside her father. The circumstances surrounding her father's death were already suspicious, and now Zhao's reputation was in tatters, her behavior scandalous. Adding a charge of conspiracy against her own husband would not be surprising. She gazed at Qi Xiao, her eyes dark and inscrutable. With the conversation reaching this point, Qi Xiao understood her intent. I will make the necessary arrangements at once. He left in haste, and after he had gone, Fei Shuang approached Jinchu. Master, Tan Mama's son is waiting at the door. Jinchu concealed her frosty demeanor. Bring him in. Moments later, Tan Mama's son was led in, kneeling before Jinchu. Your servant greets the princess. Jinchu looked down from the steps, her brow furrowed in silence. The man suddenly trembled, his voice escalating into a wail. Please, princess, save me. Speak properly before the princess. Fei Shuang reprimanded. The man shrank back, hastily ceasing his cries, and choked out, Princess, my mother fell to her death this morning in the well behind the Songtang courtyard. Jinchu was taken aback, listening as the man continued to tremble. My mother returned unexpectedly last night and said that if anything happened to her, she would seek refuge at the Shengwei Duke's residence. She told me to give this to you. The man produced a fragrant pouch from his bosom, its delicate stitching unmistakably the work of Tan Mama. After Fei Shuang examined it and confirmed its authenticity, she handed it to Jinchu. Jinchu opened it to find a single pink pearl earring. Exquisitely crafted and familiar, yet elusive. Fei Shuang, she called. Fei Shuang stepped forward. The city is currently under tight security. Let us keep him in the front courtyard for now, and send him out when the time is right. Fei Shuang nodded and took the man away. Once they were alone, Jinchu grasped the earring, lost in thought. When Fei Shuang returned, she dispatched someone to gather information about the Zhao family. Tan Mama had spent the majority of her life in the Zhao family, particularly in Songtang courtyard for several decades. Even with her eyes closed, she could traverse the grounds without error, never stumbling without reason. Suddenly, Jinchu recalled the last time she visited the Zhao family, when Tan Mama had cautioned her to beware of the eldest daughter, Zhao Wu. Soon, Fei Shuang arrived with news that Tan Mama had served the old matriarch of the Zhao family during her morning ablutions. And shortly after Lu Shi brought Zhao Wu to pay her respects, she tragically fell into a well and lost her life. The fact that such an accident occurred in broad daylight was even more inexplicable. Jinchu grasped her earrings tightly. These days, I must keep a close watch on Zhao Wu. With Tan Mama's demise, the atmosphere in Songtang courtyard became stifling. The old matriarch, Zhao, wore a grim expression, and relatives of all ages gathered in the courtyard. She pressed her fingers to her brow and declared, "The Zhao family has faced a series of misfortunes lately, losing 2 lives in quick succession. You must all exercise caution." Everyone present nodded in agreement. Among them, Zhao Wu appeared somewhat uneasy. Once everyone had departed, the old matriarch retained her alone. "Wu Jia, Tan Mama was a proud woman, having served me for many years, and now she has lost her life due to baseless suspicion. You should feel relieved," the matriarch remarked. Zhao Wu awkwardly nodded. "Grandmother is right. I understand." Internally, Zhao Wu clenched her handkerchief. She had painstakingly uncovered Tan Mama's secret, yet before she could leverage it for her own benefit, the woman had perished. The cunning plan had backfired, and Zhao Wu could not shake off her frustration. The old matriarch suddenly turned her keen gaze upon Zhao Wu, eyes glinting with scrutiny. "Was it you who arranged the carriage for your aunt to go to the Chaoxiang temple?" Zhao Wu's eyelids fluttered. She was about to deny it when the matriarch continued. "A few days ago, Zhao Yinyan returned to the residence and only saw you, after which your aunt committed such a foolish act. Grandmother, I wouldn't dare. This has nothing to do with me. Perhaps that scholar and my aunt truly share a bond," Zhao Wu hastily protested. The old matriarch slammed her hand on the table. "Nonsense. Your aunt has never associated with any scholars, nor would she take Zhao Yinyan's portrait to the temple." Following this revelation, the old matriarch immediately sent someone to investigate, tracing the matter back to Zhao Wu. She was adamant that the Zhao family could never be involved with a scholar, especially one who would dare to declare the heiress wife as his own daughter. Someone must have instigated this. "Fools! You and your aunt attempted to scheme against Sheng Jinchu, only to find yourselves outsmarted, with Sheng Jinchu exposing your conspiracy. Now the entire capital knows of your aunt's desperation, that Zhao Yinyan is the scholar's illegitimate daughter." Furious, the old matriarch could hardly contain her wrath, even resorting to curses. "Fool! You have offended the Duke of Qi's residence, dragging the Zhao family into a quagmire. Do you think being a Zhao family member brings you honor?" Zhao Wu's face turned ashen, her teeth clenched tightly. On that day, she had coincidentally seen Tan Mama near their conversation, which was why she had immediately suspected Tan Mama. Surely, it was Tan Mama who had leaked information, causing the prepared portrait to be transformed into Zhao Yinyan's likeness. Having failed to catch the fox, she was now left with a mess. Zhao Wu could hardly imagine how Zhao Yinyan would react upon learning the truth. In a panic, she knelt and bowed her head. "Grandmother, I realize my mistake. Please, I beg you to save me." The old matriarch's eyes burned with fury, her heart racing with anger. With her son deceased and her daughter captured, the reputation of the Zhao family had been trampled upon. Zhao Wu suddenly recalled Zhao Yinyan's words. "Grandmother, that day Zhao Yinyan came to see me. She mentioned that Mo Chan is not merely the disciple of Prince Yun, but a prince himself, the eldest prince." Bang! Without a second thought, the old matriarch seized a teacup from the table and hurled it at Zhao Wu. "Fool! You dare to believe Zhao Yinyan's words? She cannot even reclaim her own identity. How would she know about the eldest prince?" Zhao Wu was taken by surprise as the cup struck her squarely in the chest, causing her face to pale in pain. Clutching her heart, she hurriedly explained, This matter involves the Duke of Qi's residence. Princess Qi has 3 princes at her side. The emergence of another prince only heightens the threat to the Duke of Qi's residence. Why would they aid another prince? The old matriarch berated Zhao Wu for being foolish, having been deceived without verifying the facts. As she scolded, the old matriarch's expression shifted. So, the rumors circulating in the capital suggest that the emperor's fate belongs to Mo Chun. Zhao Wu met the old matriarch's gaze, filled with an intensity that made her tremble, rendering her speechless. I do not know. The old matriarch fixed her gaze on Zhao Wu, demanding, "What did Zhao Yinyan tell you?" Nothing. The old matriarch sank back in her chair, her mind racing with thoughts, then wearily waved her hand at Zhao Wu. "You may return for now. From this moment forth, remain indoors and do not meet anyone." "Yes." After Tan Mama's departure, Gu Mama stepped forward boldly. "Old matriarch, perhaps the eldest daughter is unaware and should not be punished for her ignorance. Please calm your anger." The old matriarch shook her head. When the news of this marriage first broke, her initial reaction was skepticism. Then, upon confirming that it was indeed Zhao Zhan's handwritten marriage document, she had privately scolded Zhao Zhan for being foolish and ruining the Zhao family's future. Yet now, she realized that her son would not have prepared such a marriage arrangement without reason. Could it be that Mo Chun is truly a prince? The old matriarch shook her head in frustration and quickly instructed, "Keep watch at the yamen and report any developments immediately." "Yes." Suddenly Zikaling Jinchu. The old matriarch grew increasingly alarmed. "Quickly, prepare the carriage." She resolved to personally visit the Shenghua Duke's residence. If this continued, the Zhao family would inevitably be destroyed. Chapter 74. Righteousness over kinship. Suing her birth mother, the carriage halted before the Shenghua Duke's residence. The old matriarch, Zhao, personally knocked on the door. A servant peered through the crack, unsure of how to respond, and could only report back. Upon hearing the news, Fang Mama rolled up her sleeves and prepared to rush out. "The Zhao family has schemed time and again. How dare they come here? I will confront them myself." "Mama." Jinchu interjected, "Let her in." Fang Mama, initially furious, became perplexed, ultimately retreating to the side in silence. Soon, the old matriarch was ushered inside. The spacious hall was bright and airy, adorned with numerous precious antiques that would leave anyone in awe. The old matriarch withdrew her gaze, focusing on Jinchu, who remained seated without a hint of movement, a frown creasing her brow. "Isn't it customary for a cousin to pay her respects to her elders?" Gumama was the first to speak. The old matriarch frowned. She shared the same sentiment. After all, Jinchu was a cousin, yet she didn't even bother to stand. The old matriarch, now advanced in years, could hardly fathom allowing a princess, personally bestowed by the emperor, to bow to her. Fang Mama immediately retorted. Gumama's expression shifted, her neck stiffening as she prepared to respond, but Jinchu had grown impatient, casting a glance at Fei Yan. Without hesitation, Fei Yan seized Gumama and tossed her aside. "Ouch!" Gumama's cry echoed, quickly silenced thereafter. The old matriarch's face flickered between shades of blue and white, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Has becoming a princess inflated your ego?" Jinchu shot a sidelong glance. If the old matriarch came to the Shenghua Duke's residence to assert her superiority as an elder, then she has miscalculated. Stung by the retort, the old matriarch recalled her purpose. "Your mother I have long severed ties with Zhao Qingran. She is a Zhao family daughter. If the old matriarch seeks to plead for her, it would be wiser to seek aid from the Duke of Qi's residence." Jinchu replied indifferently, showing no concern. "She is still your mother." The old matriarch attempted to tug at emotional strings. "She cares for you, even if her reputation is tarnished. It does not benefit you either." After a lengthy monologue, Jinchu smiled. Has the old matriarch finished? Seeing that Jinchu remained unmoved, the old matriarch had no choice but to change her approach. "Help your mother. Once she returns, I will send someone to escort her to the ancestral temple, never to set foot outside again." Jinchu's smile widened. "I am a daughter of the Sheng family, praised by the emperor for my virtue and grace. The fate of the Zhao family bears no significance to me." Rather than pleading for the Zhao family, the old matriarch would do well to consider the entire Zhao clan. The weight of the phrase "the entire clan" struck the old matriarch with unexpected force. Today, the Duke of Qi has been penalized, and the heir has been taken by Lord Lu to the court for questioning. Zhao Yinyan has been confined, and the Zhao family, Jin Chu suddenly rose, her gaze fixed on Qi Xiao as he entered. She turned to old Madame Zhao, declaring, having participated in the conspiracy to murder my father, today I shall uphold justice and sue my own mother. Madam, we shall meet in court. Old Madame Zhao was taken aback by Jin Chu's words. Observing her take a brocade box from Qi Zhao's arms, she strode forward with determination, completely flustered and disregarding her unsteady legs as she attempted to pursue her. Jin Chu, wait! Jin Chu appeared oblivious as she exited and boarded the carriage, calling out, to the court. Old Madame Zhao watched helplessly as Jin Chu departed, panic setting in as she hastily sent someone to chase after her. Stop her! You must stop her! In the court, Lu Hong sat in the highest position, interrogating Lord Yu and Qi Yuan regarding their case. Lord Yu adamantly asserted that it was Qi Yuan who had provided countless treasures in the dead of night to protect Imo-chan. The name Imo-chan was repeatedly mentioned, arousing suspicion. Who exactly is this Imo-chan? First, he snatched a bride from the royal family, and now he has the Duke of Qi's heir backing him. Who knows? Standing in the grand hall, Qi Yuan listened as Lord Yu turned against him. He furrowed his brow. Lord Yu, do you realize what you were saying? Qi Yuan's eyes warned him. Lord Yu straightened his back. You can find many witnesses at the Yu residence. Why would the heir dare to act without accountability? Lord Yu, the heir of the Duke of Qi has repeatedly threatened me with the power of the Duke and the noble consort, forcing me to cover for him. I'm left with no choice. Lord Yu appeared ready to risk it all, zeroing in on Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan gritted his teeth in frustration. Do not slander. The two faced off, with Lord Yu nearly exposing Qi Yuan's secrets without holding back. Occasionally, he glanced sideways, prompting Qi Yuan to look as well. In an inconspicuous corner, the Crown Prince sat leisurely, sipping tea. Once again, it was the Crown Prince. Qi Yuan quickly pieced it together. It was likely that Lord Yu had realized Imo-chan was tied to the Emperor's fate and had been coerced by the Crown Prince to turn on him. I did indeed release Li Fugui. I confess my wrongdoing, Lord Yu admitted with surprising ease. Bang! Lu Hong slammed the table, looking at Qi Yuan. What further defense do you have, Qi Yuan? Taking a deep breath, Qi Yuan stammered, I